in a moment. First, Peter, just say hi. Let's see if you register.
Can I be heard? Am I heard?
Well, you're registering. You're registering on the online broadcasting software, and let's see if it connects to the studio. And it says we have an excellent connection. And let's see who else joins us. Let's go back to the call now. And it appears that we have been joined by, um, I guess Heather didn't show up. Let me take a look. I'll call her again. I'll press the add button. And let's see now. Okay, says she's on the call, so she's welcome to jump on anytime she wishes. We'll try one more time just in case, of course. Just press the button and add. Aristides joined. Okay, Aristides, let's see if we can hear your voice on the registration. The OBS.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, you register on the online broadcasting software.
Right.
We're trying to call Heather Holman again, and if you take a look at her icon, I don't know if you gentlemen can see a face there. Do you see a face there? Because I know sometimes it doesn't register as such with the
I
recipient.
don't see a face on Skype. I
Okay.
see 3 and 5 in the call,
Yeah, yeah.
and it's just Aristides and you and myself.
Okay, yeah, and
That's
Aristides.
all I.
Okay, yeah, Aristides has got the cartoon. You've got initials. I've got an actual photograph. Aristides, can you see the actual photographs? That's the icon for Heather Holman.
I can see. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's been that way. It's like a man's face,
I'm pretty sure it's like
bust,
her father or her.
something like that.
Well,
Yeah,
he's
that's what I.
old though. I mean, this picture is a guy who's really old, so it might be her grandfather,
Yeah.
which I'm presuming would be on her mother's side. I don't know. We'll have to ask her. Honestly, I thought it was a Kino the first time I looked at it. T Tank Barry says, "Good evening from Mendocino County." Loud and clear, brother. 100. We love you, T Tank Barry. No way to express that enough. And so in terms of, oh yeah, let's check now our reset for each of these my channel settings so we can see if it's registering in terms of the studio actually relaying an image. Okay, so it started so on both checks. Okay, so I do a redundancy check with two separate looks. One of them I actually open it up, and we already got 4 likes, and that's a good sign. And people are already joining us. So for those of you who are wondering about the image, it was from over this fairly long weekend that we had with the International Drag Day, and then of course the Binary People's Day before that. Kind of like a weekend effect for me because I was so involved with both of those activities. But you'll notice, of course, very short hair. It's the same length of hair that I had when I was blonde for the non-binary photograph, but dyed black. For those of you who thought I had longer hair for the cross-dressing, if you take a careful look at that photograph, that's what in the old days we would have called airbrushing. These days, of course, they use a program. Since my son did that and made the hair look longer, if you take a look at it, you can see that it's basically added into the photograph. It's probably Photoshop, or that's the program that I'm assuming that he used. I don't know enough about it. But if we were to take the actual photograph and paint that on there, that would be called photopentimento, which would be actual paint technique where you paint onto the photograph. All little things like that for creative people. But these are based on the old days as technology progressed and people used different techniques to alter a photograph. But we did that with my hair to make it look longer. It's not a wig. So you can actually look at that, see the hair is actually shorter in the drag photograph, if you will, or the photograph that's there on International Drag Day. I dress, of course, rather traditionally. It's not technically drag because these are the outfits for child prostitutes back in the Edo period of that kind of practice. But I've gone into the history of that before. We don't need to go into that too much right now. And I'll just give people a situational status and update report. And Sheila Gavin says, greetings to our dear and most treasured Douglas Dietrich. Greetings to all team DDD. I love you dearly, Sheila Gavin. So kisses to you. let me respond to her with that, and then what I'm going to do is we're going to segue it over to Aristides very soon so that he can deliver his usual intro, after which he will segue to Peter Moon at some point during the opening hours, about half an hour before 8 p.m. my time when the corner store closes, which is like, I guess about 7:30 p.m. California time, which would be 7 to 8 to 10:30 p.m. Eastern time. Around 10:30 p.m. Eastern time, I'm going to have to do a water run. I'll have to run up to the corner store and buy water supplies. Didn't get a chance to do that earlier, and then I had to take a nap for the show, so I'm just taking it easy, no throwing of pillows, just kind of sitting here. And later on tonight, George Knight will join us, and he will help to carry the show with me for the full 12 hours, presumably, lest we get knocked off, which is always a potential. So with that being stated, not much of a situational status update report, unless I remember something per se. If you take a careful look at the photograph tonight that I have from the period of the past few days when I was doing all the dressing up, you'll notice that we are in a building that is in the downtown San Francisco financial district, where we're having all kinds of problems where buildings are about to collapse. There is one in particular called Millennium Tower that is being completely retrofitted. It's so sad, and it's just one of these things where they did not build it correctly. I have no idea what the scandal was behind that, and they're trying to refit the entire building. It's also in the region of what used to be the what was it, the Mandarin, the Hotel Mandarin. And the Hotel Mandarin, of course, has now been superseded by something else. The building's still there, but these all have a history behind them, some of which is personal to me. I had a horrible incident involving my profession in the early days of security with the Hotel Mandarin. And it was something that, I can relay another time. These things like stick with you and give you a sense of post-traumatic stress disorder when you're in the vicinity. But all that being said, I am obviously drinking champagne at that time, and it's a pointed, shall we say, rejoinder to, of course, the horrible paramedical incident where the first responders, one among the team, accused me of being an alcoholic, which normally would be meaningless and just a stupid statement that would have no impact on my life. However, in this case, it denied me medical care. Now, ultimately, I'm happy to report I didn't really need medical care because whatever happened resolved. But when these things do happen, and it probably involved, to a degree, aside from the lymphatic massage I had received earlier before the incident, which I have been warned by no less than 3 ladies. One of them, our dear Amy Como, who hopefully will join us later on during Roundtable. Her schedule's changed, and she's got a lot going on in her life. I don't know if she wants me to share what's going on in her life, but it's, so far as I know, positive stress. So, Eric Cradle has joined us in the chat, and yes, again, Eric Cradle, whenever you get the chance, not in the next few minutes, but sometime during the opening hours before 10:30 Eastern time, and 7:30 my time, just try and send me a message, a notification. You can say it in the chat. I'm sending a message simultaneous to this. I can't guarantee I'm going to see it, but we'll hope that I do, and then I'll hit it, and I'll be able to find your account and then add the account. So this is Skype, of course, and that way we can bring Eric Cradle on in the future, at least during roundtable periods. So all of that being articulated, I'm just pretty much, how would I say, intellectually invested in what I've been writing, and it's become, as I told Peter Moon privately, basically what I realize is kind of like my own Mein Kampf. And so, as a matter of fact, what I'm going to do is add some elements to it, just trying to figure out where to place them, and I'm trying to make certain I don't add any elements we're already adding into the book that Peter Moon is writing. So I'll certainly hand it over to Peter Moon to do a review of, and that way we won't have that kind of collision of interests. So if I allude to anything, however, it's not going to be in any great detail. Certainly nothing. The real sensitive stuff will go into the book Peter Moon is helping me write and writing for me, essentially. Stuff about the Dietrich Artilect will not be in this, what I'm writing. Stuff about the only thing I've been trying to integrate into the book that kind of merges into what we're writing about is about the Hakenkreuz in the sky. And that would involve just a kind of mention of the Vox Arca in passing, or at least the technology that might cause the rotation of the Earth to basically change, which is not as difficult as people might imagine. Not the rotation of the Earth itself around the Sun, but our axis, the spin of our axis, can easily tumble, far more easily than people realize. And so, yeah, obviously, I wouldn't go too deep into that either. It's just too technical to write about. So I would just tend towards the Hakenkreuz in the sky and trying to explain that to people, because that's an important concept. But then that reminded me of thinking, like, how much do I expose about the anti-gods we're writing about in the book, etc. And I should talk to Peter, about that.
Let me break in here, if I might.
Please, yeah.
In regards to this, and the first thing I would tell people, because when you start talking about the Hakenkreuz in the sky, which means the swastika in the sky,
yes,
it's going to run by a lot of people very quickly. And basically, if you look at the northern sky, as we've delineated very clearly in this new book, you will see that the stars form a swastika. If you look at it the right way, and this is not new. This is nothing that Douglas has concocted or originated for the first time. It's the context he adds to it is everything. But this is sort of the fulcrum of. It's kind of like the Earth spinning.
Yeah.
It's like if you stop the Earth spinning, and the swastika is the basic fundamental crux of the whole orbital mechanics of the known sky, which I guess you would call the cosmos, at least our viewpoint of it here on Earth. And it's representative of the delicate balance of the Earth. It's part and parcel of what we know as, the exact conditions we have to live in our, temperature. We have the right temperature on Earth, the right climate. Everything is just right, just balanced.
Yes.
It's a very thin balance. And of course, the Vox Arca, I'm glad you brought this up, is an instrument that was created to basically destroy this delicate balance.
Yes.
Put it very simple.
Yes.
And I'm sitting here writing this, and I'm getting to I'm at the last chapter. I could have, I'm not rushing through it for sure. And as they say, this is some of the dark most difficult. I said I was Freudian slip saying darkest. It is
that.
I'm trying to say the most difficult stuff I've ever written, and all of it centers around the creature we know as Douglas Dietrich. Like he's juxtaposed between so many forces of anti-gods and gods. It goes very deep, and his mother was no different. His mother was born in the crux between the Axis and the Allies. And the Allies represented the anti-gods.
Yes.
They wanted to destroy. And Hitler, who was so understandably vilified for his association with, genocide, is like trying to solve the problem of the anti-gods trying to destroy the universe.
Yes.
And it becomes a very messy situation. It's a horribly messy situation, and his mother was right in the middle of it. And Emperor Hirohito, who, we talk about him in the book, The Roswell Deception, which everybody should read if you haven't, and promote it. But that is like, he was, studying how to do genocide just to protect his empire.
Yes.
So this gets into just a really grisly aspect of what this fight in the heavens is all about. And when I look at my own life and I said, what am I doing with this thing? It's like, whatever acknowledgement I've gotten professionally, which is far more than I ever would have anticipated, but it's like, what I feel, small and insignificant in the vast stream of the cosmos. It's like the cosmos can, humble anybody. And so here I am, I've been led to this path with Douglas, and this is like massive incidents of geopolitics. And then I look at the politics that have just transpired in the last week, going from the assassination to the convention to Biden's stepping out of the race today. It just evokes disgust. It's like it's not even worth talking about. It's not. It's like everybody would do better to go do yoga or Tai Chi or Qigong or whatever. Even a New Age meditation with crystals. It's like you're just this stuff is just, it's toxic. It's toxic, and why shouldn't it be? Because everybody's toxic in this world. It's like they eat toxic food. They watch toxic stuff in the internet. They watch toxic stuff on TV. It's toxic. So you would expect the politicians. We have I was watching some diatribe on sugar and how sugar is in everything.
Yes.
And how, papers were lied to say that, the main problem with heart disease was, I think, cholesterol. I said, no, it's all sugar. And they paid somebody, I think in the 1970s or 1960s, $50,000 to write these phony papers, scientific papers.
Outrageous. Though, of course, the E.E. Doc Smith added to this kind of toxic food environment with his own work for the cereal companies or whatever he was doing to deliver us all of those,
Yes. But he was not writing papers, scientific papers.
True.
He was just doing chemicals in the, for the company.
That's right.
Not to minimize his damage.
Yes.
But they took it to a higher and higher level, yes, to where like everybody's so sugared up.
Yes.
That they can't even think straight. And I watched, they were interviewing people I was watching it on YouTube about Trump,
mm-hmm,
and they were just saying the stupidest things, like, they're just stupid things. I'm not going to repeat what they are. In other words, it was just like that. It was responding with their irrational mind, just completely erroneous. Now, that's not to defend Trump. It's just that their responses were saying, it's almost as if they were saying he eats children. They might as well said that. It was so irrational. And it's like, people have all of these triggers, Trump triggers, and it's not constructive criticism. It's not constructive criticism. So,
But
yeah, it's so we live in a toxic culture, so we would expect toxic politicians. And all my life, I've been trying to outmaneuver the toxic factors.
Mhm.
And I'll just give one example of my daughter who grew up not eating sugar. She went to it for a little bit when she, and then no, then she cut it out. I was taught this. I said, she'll want to go to it, and then she'll go off of it, because she'll see her friends eating it, and she no. So, and yeah, her friends in school all knew that she ate differently.
Wow.
And what the parents, and now the school she went to was a private school from ages kindergarten through 5th grade. And these parents had a lot of money. They had far more money than we had.
Wow.
We were fortunate enough to be able to send her to private school.
Right.
It was only about, I think it started at $3,000 or $4,000, and it would go up every year. And I don't think it ever exceeded, $5,500. And I even kept her in it after the divorce. I said, she's not going to leave that, and my wife was against it. She was, and I kept her in there. And, just even though it was, because I wanted to keep her in to, benefit from it. And it was a great benefit to her. And then the kids were treated as individuals. It really helped groom her to be an individual. But the kids, it's like they would just be given crap to eat.
Yeah, real actual crap. Yeah, so, or it may as well be.
It was astonishing, and they say, "Oh, your parents are hippies. Your parents are hippies." And, we're not hippies, and my ex-wife is as far from a hippie as you could imagine. So it's like, and it's just like, like what is something that's foreign and weird? It's hippie. Now, when she became
back in those days, these days, no one would know what it means.
These kids didn't know what hippies were.
Oh, good point.
They were like, what do you call it?
Just
this was the
parroting their parents. Yeah.
Late 1990s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
Or like late 90, 80, 88, 98, 99.
Oh wow! Yeah, they were long gone essentially.
Yeah, they knew what hippies were because they see it, and my daughter would make the peace sign and say peace, man, and she'd be making fun. She even did a video with her children, or with her fellow classmates when she got a little older.
Oh, that's cool.
She played Baby Freak, a kid on LSD. It was pretty funny.
Oh wow!
It was meant to be humor.
Yes, understood. But that's creative. I mean, that's daring.
Well, there was a bunch of them got together. They had fun. But then when she got older, and she was living, independently in LA with musicians, and they especially her boyfriend, it's like they thought she was joking. They thought it was so funny that she was eating food that was healthy, like it was like,
something that a normal person wouldn't do or something.
Pure rejection.
Yeah.
Pure rejection. Like, oh God, because I eat crap. I eat what I see on TV.
Well, things have really changed since those days. So she was ahead of her time, and
she was taught to eat right.
Yeah.
And we both, her mother and I both agreed on that. and it's what she knew. She was said, and she'd go to the health, or she'd say, "Daddy, can I have a healthy candy? Can I have a healthy?" She always asked for candy. Whoa. And so she was taught healthy candy, and I for Easter I'd do the plastic eggs and put quote unquote healthy candies in them, which they had no sugar in them, and she learned to appreciate that. And
where did you even find that stuff in those days?
The health food store. The health food store. Now, the health food store, like I'd say, 80% of the stuff they have has sugar in it.
Yes.
But there was stuff, you could find, and so, but basically, when they became like a couple, she would start to make him good food, and he'd feel better, and he actually felt the difference.
Right.
It's just like this arrogance. It's like that movie Idiocracy, if you've ever seen Idiocracy.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like that's okay. That's
matter of fact, Heather Holman pushed it on me, and that's how I became aware of it. Because
no, that's extreme. But and it was made by the guy who did Beavis and Butthead, a show I've never really watched. Mm-hmm. But I've seen enough of the clips to know what Beavis and Butthead is about.
Yes, yeah, they were kind of like a thing in their day. I became aware of them, and they're quite funny, really, if you're in the mood for it. But of course, they're somewhat dated. They actually did something kind of a reboot of them recently to show them as older men. So that was really funny. But it's one of those things where it's just like one of these comedy teams, except in cartoon form. And so such being said, I do want to bring to your awareness that our viewership is good. I'm going to just grab a Coca-Cola, liquid Coca-Cola from the refrigerator, because that's my coffee. Like I said, I really just woke up minutes before starting the show because the situation's been so extreme lately with my schedule. I've got some questions about different things, just casual stuff that usually comes in as the show opens. One of the questions is, of course, about the photograph. In fact, two of them are asking about the weather in the photograph because it looks so inclement. And yes, San Francisco, unlike the rest of America, it's very cold here at night. As far as a native San Franciscan may not consider it such because they're inured to it or used to it, but that doesn't mean that people go around without wrapping themselves, shrouding themselves, or shall I say, swaddling themselves in clothing to keep warm. Anyone who's a native here, you can always tell the tourists, of course, because they don't know how cold it's going to be. No, it's been very cold, windy, and damp over the past nights that through the International Drag Day, which was before the episode before last, and the last episode was the of course, the non-binary. Actually, it was probably just the opposite. I needed my Coke, and I need to sugarize myself and caffeinate myself to a degree before my brain can remember the chronology correctly. But at night, yes, very chill, very windy, and of course, no place to be a homeless person. The only reason the homeless people come to San Francisco is that this, to my knowledge, is the only city in the world that insures homeless people. So homeless people get medical treatment here. But I don't, because, some nigger paramedic, and believe me, I have no problems using that term in this case, and a yellow nigger doctor who's, like I said, the name was actually printed on the discharge forms, which surprised me. I outed him in the last episode, and we'll probably call him out again later in this episode, just for the hell of it, just to make sure the name is out there on record, for no other reason than my own vindictiveness in this regard, as I have every right to be vindictive. The one thing I can say is that I was forced by my son to take at least a quick look at the book written by J.D. Vance, which I actually remember going over a long time ago when nobody knew who J.D. Vance was and what direction he was heading. In the early days, believe it or not, J.D. Vance the vice presidential pick for Donald Trump, used to be on mostly center left venues that were interviewing him and making a big deal of his book, Hillbilly Elegy. Now, even after scanning it recently, I'm not quite sure. I'm pretty sure it's Hillbilly Elegy. In my brain, I keep turning it to Hillbilly Eulogy. They're two different things. Not that far apart, however. For those of you who don't know those vocabulary words, eulogy is more an ode or almost like a poetic summation of someone's life written after their death. A elegy is more of a mournful song or a ballad, a kind of poetic, shall we say, labor of loss, written for anything like a fallen kingdom or an individual, that sort of thing. So I do believe it was Hillbilly Elegy. I'm not even going to bother looking it up. But like I said, bad enough where I turned it into Hillbilly Eulogy in my mind. I'm not very impressed by it myself. I don't understand why it became a bestseller. It was just basically preparatory for... He apparently always wanted to go into politics. Nobody thought of it when they were all interviewing him at the time. But now, of course, he's in it. And as Peter would say, that just basically means he's in a sewer, up to his neck in shit. And for what it's worth, just got the notification in, and the situation with Trump's reaction. As Peter says, these are toxic issues, but nevertheless, they are inescapable, and perhaps the best way we can approach them on this program, at least for opening the show gently, would be to talk to people about maybe healthy things to do concerning political anxiety. Basically, I think it's almost like a psychiatric condition where politics is now kind of like a diagnosis. Well, no matter what side you're on, you're going to be stressed by this feeling of uncertainty, if nothing else. There's an angst of uncertainty. And but as indicative of that, where Trump is demanding that Republicans get reimbursed for fraud after Biden has dropped out, because he says now we have to start all over.
What does this mean? What does this mean?
Oh, well, I think what he means is that
reparations for Republicans are.
I like that. That's funny. It's cute. Yeah. And so yeah, he just feels that they've invested a lot into campaigning against Biden, and now they're going to have to change their target. I
thought it meant something else. I thought it meant reparations for election fraud, reparations for.
Oh no, you're taking
Russiagate.
Yeah,
reparations for everything the Democrats did to the Republicans.
You're taking it too deep. Yeah, you're reading too much.
I didn't know what you were referring to. You're saying it's just for the Biden
dropout. Yeah.
Well, you know what? They could. My retort to that would be, well, you spent your money well. You got him out of the race. You beat him.
Hey, that's pretty funny. That's and quite true. I mean, yes. Well, then that's why we have you here. But now, one thing for our listeners, we're not exposing anything here when we tell our listeners. The authorities listen to this program of not just authorities, federal authorities from the United States, but all over the world. I mean, I just got this from someone else. Douglas Dietrich, and this is like on this YouTube older episode, and people watch my old episodes. Angel Ocasio, I don't believe she's Ocasio-Cortez, but they have a hauntingly similar name. But Angelo Ocasio, 96, basically wrote something on this older episode from 3 years ago they were reviewing. And when I look at the comments, one person wrote, I'm watching Mark Felton videos. He's this YouTuber. And I posted comments that send D and Peter Moon for more extended info and confirmation, meaning that he's sending other people to come to us for confirmation of what's being spoken of. He says, but the prick was taking the material from you, Doug. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly, and that's exactly what's going on with that. And
So
yeah.
saying that somebody else is posting that, or Mark Felton is?
No, this individual is posting on my video tube that he was reviewing Mark Felton's videos and realized that the Mark Felton is just taking my material or material that I've exposed and then presenting it like he's this great researcher. You know, he's published some books of his own over the years, probably far more than I have. Probably on a number that is fairly high, as a matter of fact. I mean, for people like that, that's like their own cottage industry. And that's how Peter discovered he had to support himself, was by basically becoming his own publisher, and he did the right thing. But in the case of Mark Felton, he's got his own cottage industry going where he's trying to present himself as this cutting edge historian. And he does basically videos that are 15 to 30 minutes long generally. But all he does is he's taken material that I've exposed over the years and he just warps it back to Allied propaganda. Which means he's definitely on the side of darkness and definitely on the side of evil. Which is really interesting that T-Tank Barry entered into the comments right here on tonight's episode. Tell the truth and shame what's evil. Support DDD for life. And he's trying to drum up some support. And that reminds me, thank you so much, T-Tank Barry. Aside from it's a strange thing for T-Tank Barry to say, it might be an old saying, tell the truth and shame the devil. But it's also the title of a very hard to find book that is essentially a work in Holocaust denial that was recommended to myself by someone I actually care about. So it's an odd frame of reference. It's surprising that he brought that up. I'd like to know where he found out about that from, and whether that is inspired by that book, because it just seems synchronistic. But then again, there's lots of synchronicities, as Peter would attest to. But what it does remind me of with that is that aside from a bunch of people stealing materials from me, and that's how we know that they're listening, and basically people listen to me who are professionals, who just make their living off of stealing what I expose and just putting it into a filtering it, or shall we say, what's other terms to use? Spinning it, filtering it, doctoring it, so that it sounds positive for the Allied cause, which is what all of this is about. Remember, you're still at war. You're still at war with the Third Reich. And the Third Reich is, like my government in Taiwan, a civilization in exile. And believe me, I use the term civilization pointedly in both cases, because in the case of the Third Reich, they are a civilization far more highly developed than yours. And all anyone can throw against them is this genocide issue, which, of course, what I'm writing about has to, by its very nature, expose the American genocide, the Jewish genocide against other human beings, that, of course, puts what the Germans did not only pale, it not only renders what they did it pale in comparison, but it shows that everything the Germans did to kill Jews was completely justified. And if you think that's horrible, that can't be stated, it's something that, considering what Jews did to other people, they complain, of course, about what was done to them, MEMqədy ripping faces off without anesthetic, all of these quote-unquote crimes. It's everything the Jews did to other people, Native Americans in particular, when Columbus invaded America. And when Columbus invaded America, and in his lifetime, mind you, was responsible ultimately for the death of 55 million people. That's something that all of this was done to establish Zion in America.
History doesn't recognize this. So this all comes down to fundamentally what is recognized versus what is not recognized.
Yes.
And only in the last, decade have we gotten a lot of momentum about recognizing injustices. But it gets so perverted and weird, like with, it gets overcompensated, and not that it's overcompensated. If it was overcompensated, it'd be corrected. It gets twisted to where, it becomes Edomic in its very nature.
Yes.
Of the, like we're going to tear down all of these statues, and it doesn't quite hit the spot. It doesn't quite hit the spot. It just makes more people upset. And right now, if all of that rebellion that was directed at what you call traditional America, at this moment, it seems to be reversing its course for the moment, back to the working class, call them the new Republicans. Republicans. It's like, and what they have going for them is the, wholesale letting people in indiscriminately, and crime and inflation. It doesn't help the Democrats' cause. Although they say Biden has, been the best president in history. Democrats are saying this. This fight, it's just so stupid. And the whole, genocide. These are human beings. These human beings kill each other. It's like that Ray Bradbury story, or was it? It was not Ray Bradbury. What's the guy from Twilight Zone?
Rod Serling.
Rod Serling.
Yes.
Rod Serling. The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street, where everybody goes crazy when their electronics are turned off.
Yes.
And they all go crazy, and this is kind of what we have going on. But we could go into deeper discussions of this, but yeah, you were talking about Mark Felton and all that. But
yeah. Just to finalize that thought, what I'm going to do now is, I think the point's been made. Peter and I feel that we're not exposing anything that needs to be hidden when we let our listeners know that many people are listening. One of the ways we know this is that when I've recommended policies that are fairly radical, fairly extreme, they've become more and more recommended by people in power. Ironically enough, the right wing in Britain, the Tories, started recommending all of the policies that I suggested in terms of 3 different drafts, one of them for civil service, the other for police, which in England they call constabulary in a national sense, and one for, of course, the military. And these would be gender selective. For the military, it would be male, a draft for males. For the constabulary, a draft for females. And for civil service, it would be a draft for both males and females, in the sense of conscientious objectors, whoever didn't want to serve in the military or in the police. The Tories basically represented, they basically threw out almost verbatim my recommendations as what they would bring into enforcement if they were elected. Of course, they were not elected, and it's almost like they threw that out there as like, if we do get elected, then we'll finally do something sensible that will radically alter our society in a different direction, and then decided, let's throw this out at a moment when we know we're going to lose. It was very bizarre, but nevertheless, that and other examples we could go into show that people in power are definitively listening. We'll have George Knight with us on later tonight. He'll join us during the roundtable hours. But he'll be able to validate everything I'm saying. So because he lives in England and is keeping an eye on these events. So that having been said, this is one of the reasons why Peter tries to emphasize things that Trump should do. That it would help to bring peace or establish a greater sense of unity. Which Trump did express that word during his speech, if I recollect at all. He did talk about unity, in which case Peter has some suggestions. Of course, one of the things Peter will bring up is the fact that Our concern is that Trump does not really understand microchip technology to the degree that he could. So Peter is going to go a bit into that and other topics. So, like I said, I'll be back in a few minutes, and I will let you know as soon as I return. And I'm not going on the shopping trip yet for water. That'll be basically an hour after I return. So let me just start half an hour. Let me see, 7:30. Yeah, 6:45. I might as well go get that Coca-Cola now. That way I'll be sugarized and oxygenated a little bit more caffeinated. So Peter, get started with. Oh yes, Aristide. You do your thing and then turn it over to Peter, and then.
5 minutes.
For the Coca-Cola, about seven minutes at the longest, because I might take care of some other little things along the way. This is to my refrigerator, but I'm navigating through a hoarder's crypt, and I might take care of some little things on the way. I'll be back in about 5 to 7, yeah, something like that, 7-ish. And as soon as I'm back, you'll know it. In the meantime, Aristides will take a few minutes and remind everybody of everything, and then turn it over to Peter. I love both you gentlemen, and for all our listeners, you're in the best of hands, and I'll be right back. Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, I'll just get to my bit here. Hopefully, as soon as you showed up, you hit the upvote on the program. This is very important because the upvotes are used in consideration of the searchability and recommendability of the program. And there are enemies of Douglas that themselves or use bots to put down votes that you can't see. YouTube hides them, as they do in many cases these days, but they are there and they do affect that. So please do the upvote as soon as you get here. And make sure you're still subscribed. Sometimes people complain that they've mysteriously been unsubscribed from people. And also hit the little notification bell if you want to be notified of the programs, whether they be on time or a restart, which is important. Sometimes it takes a while to reboot. And as far as the upvotes, I believe you need a YouTube account to do them. I do, but you can create under your main account subordinate channel profiles. Without a separate login or anything, and each one of them is a separate identity and can provide separate upvotes. So normally, I guess people, if they have different topics, they can create different channels and whatnot. But each of them can do an upvote, and that's what's important here. So you can create extra channels and do upvotes. So please consider that. I've done 3 upvotes so far myself. But if you do, just try to mind as you're switching between them, you're going to your channel settings, you make it, and then you go switch account. You switch between which one you're on, like when you comment and whatnot. Because if you comment on your random blank channel, that's what stalkers tend to do. So just talk to us through your main channel, and introduce yourself like a normal person, and everything will be fine. So, all right. I think that is it. And of course, donate if you can. The donate link should be in there. Douglas needs help this month more than he has the last couple months. So please find the PayPal link if you can in the chat, or just on PayPal. If you just search Douglas D. Dietrich, you should be able to find it. And also consider buying his books and what else? And visiting the Time Travel Research Center, which Peter can tell you about. Or Time Travel Education Center. Sorry.
That's correct. I can tell you about both, but right now I'm not.
Yep, go ahead.
But anyway, thank you very much, Aristides. And what was your, take on all the events of, we've had the Trump assassination.
Yeah.
We've had the Republican convention, and now today we had Biden, stepping out with a complete reverse of the Democrats are reversing everything they said.
I'm kind of trying to just be thoroughly entertained. I might, to some people who have a lot invested in one or the other of these parties or candidates, it could just be, heart-wrenching, but I'm just like, what next? I just think it's going to be a wild ride, for the rest until the fall. No surprise with the Biden thing. It's like I'm surprised that they whipped that dying horse as long as they did, and I don't know if I wonder if there's some kind of internal. Well, I mean, we know there's got to be some kind of internal power struggle in that party, because they want to keep the old guard. Douglas has kind of touched on that, the old guard versus the younger Democrats, and they definitely, and people I know were joking like, oh, it's like they're gonna bring Hillary Clinton back, It's like, and as pathetic as that is, I wouldn't be surprised. It's like, are they really just going to keep recycling, the same few people from the same enclave, or what? It's just, wow, it's going to be interesting.
Oh, what happened while I was gone? I just got back. What are we talking?
We just he just did his diatribe, and he was just giving me his take on the current political situation, which I asked him about, which he's just basically saying it's going to be a wild ride, and there's no, it's nothing makes any sense. It's it's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah.
It's madness.
Well, I do. Okay, go on. Before I bring.
Well, to get more where I was going with this.
Oh yes. Before you go there, before I forget, just a point to be made. This is how bad my brain is operating before I get caffeinated. I just want people to understand that I put up a different PayPal address in today's photographic image that's embedded in thumbnail of live stream, because it's the PayPal address for my production account. Now, I want to thank KP, who just sent 30 United States dollars. Now, we had 100 United States dollars contributed by someone who wishes to remain anonymous, and we had another 30 United States dollars contributed by the lovely Nolani Bouchard, as she does essentially monthly from the Hawaiian Islands. Another 30 United States dollars was contributed by KP, who stated, "Mighty DDD, many thanks for all you do." All of this is profoundly appreciated. We're trying to get some money in this other account because that's the old account that Bluehost, which hosts my website, takes the money out of. Now, we've already renewed the site itself, but also yearly there's a separate charge for the domain name. So the domain name has to be renewed, and so I need at least $30 slapped into the production account, which is the old address at Douglas Dietrich. PayPal.me/Douglas Dietrich, as opposed to the other one with my middle initials in it. So it's basically they charge about $23, something like that, 20 some odd dollars, but you need to slap 30 in there because PayPal takes its cut out of that account. So if somebody could do that, please do so. And a welcome to our dear V. V's in the chat, and she says, "America selecting and employing the mass murderers." Yes, that's right, honey. And welcome aboard, dear lady. And we're going to turn it back to Peter now, and hopefully he hasn't lost his train of thought moving forward, dear Peter. Yes.
Well, it's like you stick this shooter, and now there's theories about a shooter from a tower, which I don't have the time to listen to all these YouTube videos, but there's supposedly shooters from a second shooter. But of course, the Secret Service just slams up quiet, which is what's typical. And Congress is supposed to investigate it, and it'll probably get swept under the rug. Because there's a lot of the interest in the mechanics behind the shooting have fallen by the wayside with all the Republican convention, and then now Biden, the shifts. So it becomes more of a backstory than it was last week. But none of it makes any sense. And of course, what kind of culture is it that has shootings. I mean, mass shootings
on a regular basis. Yeah.
whether it's organic or whether it's on purpose or whatever it is, this is part of the culture. There's I guess culture has always had a component of high anxiety or high insanity. It's a part of life, and of course that was I said in my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity. Sanity or insanity were words you heard every day in Scientology.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't think you typically hear those words if you're working in an environment. You might occasionally, if somebody's complaining about a system, but insane and sane were like used all the time, highly, because of course this is what you were playing the game of supposedly eliminating or engaging in, or whatever the hell it was. But where I was going, so we're talking about a toxic culture, and this was something Hubbard pointed out in 1950. He would say that the entire world is aberrated. And later he would say that he completely underestimated how bad society was. Now he's talking in the 1950s. Well, in a lot of respects, society has gotten better in certain respects. Certain aspects of surgical care are better. Some of it's unnecessary. There's better physical therapy. There's a lot of things that are more available to the average individual. But since day one in this civilization, as far as we know it, without even referring to toxicity, this is as the Hindus would say, the world of Maya. It's the world of illusion.
Yeah.
And people get very excited by saying, it's a simulation, it's a simulation.
No, disgusting.
And of course, that's not a new idea.
But they technologically tweak it.
Yeah, they put it in new formats, and of course, it's the world has to be propped up. This is the demiurge. It has to be propped up by nature. And so it has its own rhyme and reason for everything. But as I was going to football this morning to pick up my friend who, used to be a Jehovah's Witness.
Oh shit! When did they wake up?
He grew up into it.
Yeah. Oh, awful.
Now his mother won't talk to him.
Of course not.
She's, because they get shunned.
Yes. Hey, well, what is it? Ostracized.
Which they call shunning.
Yes.
But I didn't ask him because I was listening to this religious station, and it's like, this is a real crazy world we've been born into. And it's talking about the devil and the serpent, and and then trying to trick Jacob, and trying to trick this person, and the devil. The devil's been trying to trick humanity for a long time, and it's kind of like, it becomes kind of old after a while. How long does this game go on? How long does this paradigm go on? It becomes kind of uninteresting after a certain point. Like what a convoluted situation creation is. And if you are quote unquote good and you obey and you please God, you'll live in eternal happiness or whatever, or, live eternally. I don't know if they say eternal happiness. I'd have to review this. I mean, but there's all of and this is whatever you think about the Bible, it's sort of a historicity of man. It's a left behind record of the tribulations of mankind, which you can evaluate any way you want. And it's, as they say, it's a rather sad state of affairs, which is exactly what the Buddhists and the Hindus taught. The samsara, the wheel of suffering.
Yes.
So this is all it comes down to. It's a wheel of suffering, and it's been a wheel of suffering from the beginning. As far as you don't have a legacy of escape, and you don't have AA groups like Alcoholics Anonymous sitting around saying, "Oh, I've been stuck in samsara. I'm on the wheel of suffering."
That might be the case now that they do, but go on.
Well, but they don't, because people see things in their own image. They see things through their own reflection, and so I guess what I'm saying here is this toxic world of politics is no different. I heard a quote today from MEMqədy, which said when you're enlightened, you don't care. And he was alluding to the politics. Like, you just don't care. You're not, as Aristides was saying, people, they get attachment, they're going to get understandably frustrated if you attach yourselves to one of these, agendas. And, if you're enlightened, you just see that, like I would say that Trump made politics interesting. Whether you like them or not, he made it interesting. Reagan made politics interesting. Nixon, Ford, and Carter, were like, they were just, they just didn't work. George Bush, really, what's the word? Paltry, just, yeah, he was, and Bill Clinton, he's said to be a good president, but you have to remember during his regime, it was one of the most repressive. And I'm not saying, he did do things like made the IRS less mean, which was a very good reform. But he was, the president when we had Ruby Ridge, when we had Waco and the Oklahoma City bombing.
Yeah.
And, and then, of course, then we had Bush, which was just, a nightmare administration.
Yes. Yeah.
And so proud of itself. And you didn't see much divisiveness with Bush. You saw a lot of rah-rahing him on. And even though there was criticism, and he was just so stupid. But then again, my friend Rudy Curry said he was really personable. He was one of the most personable people he ever met. at the Four Seasons where he was security guard. He'd meet all these celebrities.
Yeah.
And,
Yes.
and I could see George Bush as being personal.
No, he can afford to be. It's like, oh.
Well, but you know what? Most people of that wealth and status aren't that way. Like Trump could sit there in an elevator and talk to anybody. He could. He has that ability.
Yes.
He could talk to them at face value. And so could George Bush, the son. I don't know if the father could.
I doubt that. Yeah, the father was a different sort of person, and just no, he would not have that sense of affability. But go on.
Exactly, affable, and Obama would be very superior.
Yeah.
Biden is just disconnected.
Yeah, he's not even here. Yes, poor son of a bitch.
I mean, he was always disconnected.
Yeah.
And but anyway, and then I see people like, cheering on Biden. Even in other words, like, oh, he did such a great job, and it's like, you can't. You have to tune this stuff up. You have to tune it out because it's, as they say, it's all toxic. It's all, you can't give it the power to make you feel bad. You cannot give other people the power to make you feel bad. You can, if somebody's making you feel bad, you might have to correct the situation or something, but you should not give people the power to make you feel bad, and that's exactly what happens with all of this stuff. So what is the answer is to I guess what you would say, pursue enlightenment. That would be the most logical answer, and perhaps it's one of the more challenging things to do. And this is something that I realized very early in my life. This was the pathway to do that, and it's I guess you could say it's fraught with
peril.
Booby traps. What were you going to say?
Fraught with peril would be the normal.
Well, certainly, yeah. And as I say, it was never purported to be an easy path. But then, what's the alternative? You grow old and die, which seems to be an inevitability. We're not going to live forever. So what are you going to do? You're just going to sit there and get through life. And I know for people, I just read something on Generation Z, or is it Generation X?
Well, I'm X, so Z must be the one you're talking about.
It's X. No, it's X.
X? My generation?
Yeah, I think it was X. Anyway, but whatever, it was about not having enough saved for retirement. So you see these articles where it says, is 450,000 enough for retirement? Is 1 million enough for retirement? And I would say it's none of the above. Like, everything's different. Now, there are certain people who've worked, have houses, they paid for their houses, and they have a big Social Security check and probably a retirement. They're going to be okay. But we're not talking about them. We're talking about people who are hustling to survive and can't afford a house. Maybe it is Generation Z, but in other words, it's like housing has become unaffordable.
Yeah.
And I know Kathy Hochul was promoting affordable housing programs, those affordable housing places are expensive. They're affordable, but they're not affordable. They call them affordable.
Yeah, misnomer.
You can't afford them because they're too expensive, because it costs so much money to build them. I mean, there's a logic. So it's like, and what going back to what Radu writes about the history of Transylvania is that people would run out of living space.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't sustain you, dear family members. You're going to have to leave. So people would go into Hungary, they'd go into Austria, they'd go into Germany, and they would colonize those areas, or not really colonize them. They develop those areas with agriculture, and they would become eventually the Hungarians and the Germans and the, whatever. So that's how society develops, is by kicking out its progeny. Say, okay, you've got to go out. And that's what happens when you leave home. You're left to go support yourself.
Or that's the old equation, the traditional equation that's been stymied a lot lately, and a lot of people are living at home. But go on, yes, with their parents. I mean, a lot of people.
Well, yes, and I could say, from watching my daughter, she didn't really take that prospect very seriously until a few years ago. Then she started to take it very seriously. And she was sort of psychologically forced to. Now, Paula, who was a little bit older, saw that, obviously. Paula had has a much more survival-oriented, but that's a lot to do with Romania is a lot more survival-oriented than American kids.
Yes, yeah.
It's, so America's, it's like, and America's a lot more entitled. So, but nevertheless, and I also think my generation has had a much more involvement with their kids' lives, and and much more emotionally attached to the kids, or in sympathy with the kids, than my parents' generation. Because, my parents were, and not just my parents, but my colleagues' parents or my peers' parents, they were so clueless about so many things. So clueless. And, but the thing is, so they're more actively interested. So I guess maybe it babies kids a lot more. But then again, as one of my friends who had a great difficulty with her kid, the psychiatrist said to her, he says, in this culture, kids are not really, if they get past 30 and they're not on their own, or they don't have that, and they're still having problems, then you got a real problem. He says it takes about 30 years old in today's culture to become a real adult. And that, of course, is your Saturn return.
Yeah.
Made a lot of sense for astrology. So, and then each generation that moves in will have the outer planets will be in sympathy. Like, because those outer planets move slow. So my Pluto is in Leo. Most of the people born around, my general few years period is Pluto in Leo. They've got the Neptune in Libra, and Uranus in Cancer. And those Aleister Crowley wrote a whole book on those outer planets. He says that's how you figure out the horoscope, where they are, so on and so forth. He says those are the important planets. And there's so many different views on astrology. But so the generations will kind of have their own orientations and have a different, and definitely have a different role to play in the development of life. So, as they say, these are problems that society is facing. We have enough resources on the planet to feed everybody. We have enough knowledge to solve the world's problems. The only problem is implementation. And implementation has to do with control and direction, which comes down to politics. And politics is, really a dirty business. It's all about control. I've seen so many situations that fall apart because of issues of control. Somebody doesn't want to give up control. So on and so forth. Before we go on to the next segment, do you want to say anything?
Oh, no, you've said it all with that subject. Yes, please continue. Yeah, with the next segment.
Yeah. Well, with regards to, I don't have any. I mean, we talked about that, but I don't. Well, we did mention that when we spoke about Trump. Trump announced that he was going to make Taiwan pay for protection. That's what the mob does.
Yes.
Come in your business and say, we'll pay you protection money.
Yes.
Because they, as he said, they stole our chip business.
His perspective, yes.
Yeah, not understanding what, the chip business is all about. And the art elect. And what I would tell Donald Trump or any of his listeners, that we wouldn't have advanced chips the way we do if it were not for the art elect.
Yes.
If it were not for, and if you don't know what the art elect is, it's the inception of artificial intelligence. We're talking about it in the new book.
Yes.
But it all incepted out of the Presidio. Inception was Presidio, and it was an experiment done with Douglas Dietrich to download his mind into a computer, and that computer had holographic capabilities, and it was eventually transferred to Taiwan by Douglas to escape abuse by the generals. And those of you in the Trump administration might be very understanding of the incompetence and madness and sexual frustration of generals. You had to put up with Milley. He looks like a prime candidate to be, indulged in sexual abuse of artificial intelligence or sex dolls, biofacsimilagro sex dolls that the Japanese built for the Americans. But when the art elect escaped to Taiwan, it created the chip industry as we know it today.
That's quite true. Yes.
And evolved it to a higher level.
Yes.
And I'm not going to go into all the advanced technology of Taiwan, but if you're in the Trump administration, you may be under the impression that the United States created all this technology. It's not actually true. And the world of computing owes a debt to Taiwan. So that's, if I'm talking to the Trump administration. But I also think that Trump might be just politicking to get Taiwan to pay some money.
Yes.
Which I mean, there's nothing wrong with it paying money if it's getting defense. But I would also tell Trump that Taiwan has its own defense system. Yes. And it really doesn't need the United States. I mean, it would want the United States to back them up.
Yes.
But it alone can prevent an invasion from China.
Yes.
At great cost to China and at great cost to itself.
Yes.
So, as I say, but one thing is, Trump is a salesman and he's a blusterer.
Yes.
Blusters. And he makes a lot of noise.
This is in pattern, of course, with his attitude towards NATO is understandably toward NATO. One of the things that the European nations have been doing forever is basically free riding when it comes to the United States of America and its heavy, they call it a defense industry, which is kind of like, this is what they were left with when they lost World War II. We used to have a Department of War, and then the Americans had to get rid of it because they lost the war. And so we're left with the Department of Defense. For anybody who just doesn't get that, you've transposed this as a fantasy onto Japan, where you say, oh, they don't have a military anymore. They've just got defense. It's one of these things where that's so easily turned around, but Americans never, of course, see it that way because they're blind to that. But all that being said, America's investment in defense, in order to rationalize to their public that they quote-unquote won the war, their investment in defense became Sovietized, just as the Soviet Union was an extreme example where they, unlike other nations, they didn't have a military-industrial complex. They simply became a military-industrial complex. That's all the Soviet Union was. The United States became, shall we say, distressingly close to that. And now, of course, it's been compounded by the other felony of far more dangerous, in my opinion, than immigration, which is offshoring. Rather than bringing people into the United States, they've taken all their industry and they've relocated it outside of the United States. Maybe some conservatives could say this was an answer to unions, a way to avoid the unionization that took place in the United States. And of course, unions became so powerful and so corrupt in their own right in terms of raising privileges, raising salaries, and lowering the workload to the point where nothing got done and the American industry died in many areas, particularly automotive is the most exemplary of that. And so industries just took their productive processes and moved them elsewhere, relocated them. And all that together has resulted in a defense industry that's not produced in the United States. But regardless, that context being added because it is important and is never stressed enough, because your entire fantasy is World War II, and everybody thinks that the next war will be like the last. They say generals are always fighting the last war, but no, it's really the public that's always fighting the last war as well. You could never have another World War II because you don't have the productive capacity. But such being said, it's the Americans who front all the forces in Europe. And the Europeans in NATO, for the most part, have never been meeting what was supposed to be, the requirements, the ceiling, of putting something like 2% of their gross domestic product of each nation into their defense industry so that they can help in the defense of Europe in the event of a war. And Trump has always demanded that either all of the nations of NATO, or at least individually, they meet this requirement, or he'll pull American forces out if he's president again. This is something he was threatening to do when he was last president. And so that's almost understandable. I mean, why not make that demand? It was part of the agreement, and it's something that is, how would I say it? This is another thing that people don't think of that could so easily be reversed. The whole purpose of NATO is that if one member of NATO is attacked, all the other members of NATO are obligated by that treaty to respond in defense. So this is why it made no sense when NATO went to war with itself, when the Turks attacked the Greeks, and you had this war in NATO itself. Nobody did anything. That kind of, it just went to show just how nobody's really taken anything seriously in NATO. But I could bring up other examples, of course. I brought up the example before, and I don't want to go into that territory because it's so convoluted. When NATO attacked Serbia, it was like all they had to rationalize their existence, and at that point, they truly, effectively rendered themselves a corrupt organization that should no longer exist at that moment in time. Now, things have changed radically since that time, and the world's been turned on its head. NATO's necessity is obvious at this point in history, but I could understand Trump removing America from it, which he has threatened to do. If that happens, then NATO does dissolve, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, probably, I would say it would be disastrous until, it would have been disastrous maybe in the last Trump administration, by my perspective. But I've come to see things differently, and really, I've just really learned to evolve with the situation as it evolves or devolves, and you just adapt.
I don't kill. He'll leave because they'll kiss his ass and pay money because they'll want his support. They've seen what happened in Ukraine.
Yeah, it could be, or yeah. I mean, we'll see. I mean, it's difficult. I understand what you're saying. Again, what you're saying is, if they have any rational sense, any modicum of sanity left, yes, that's what they would do: is pay up, and each one of the members. This was the other way he had of approaching it. He also presented an alternative: is that he would approach it on a case-by-case basis. That if Germany pays its 2% of GDP, etc. Nations like that, France, the nations that obviously could do this, he'd maintain his defense relations with them. But for nations like Montenegro, where they probably would not be able to meet that requirement while maintaining domestic, shall we say, policies that they have, meaning that they're very poor and are probably corrupt, then he would just withdraw. He would say that we are not obligated to defend you if you are attacked. By the way, of course, this is obviously unworkable in its own right, because this renders the entire situation similar to as if you privatized your military forces. It would be like if your military forces were paid only to, say they only defended what they were paid to defend, and certain regions or states, like, California could, of course, pay for its own defense from the entire U.S. military. But say someone like Alabama, which is like third world level economy, they would not be able to pay the U.S. military to defend them. So if the military said, oh, wow, California's getting attacked, but they pay us, so we'll defend them. But Alabama's not paying us, and if somebody attacks Alabama, they just let it all go to shit, which gives the enemy a foothold in America. Well, obviously, the American state would not exist for very long. Certainly not as a all-consuming capitalist, go for broke, you pay or you die kind of arrangement. It's just not going to work. So it would be like that with NATO. In other words, it's kind of like you're forced to draw a balance. But I can see what Trump is doing. So, but if NATO ultimately disbands, at least one thing, it would force the Europeans to stand or fall. And at that point, maybe that's exactly what they need. But, okay, well, back to Peter with that, just kind of putting that into perspective. So it's in that context, not to justify what Trump said about Taiwan, because it's exactly what Peter said, but it's in that context that I think he's operating, or at least, I'm trying to understand where he's coming from. But, of course, it is also... just shall we say, I can give a different opinion on it later, but honestly, it's one of these things that is also distressing. It's distressing because it seems erratic. But like Peter says, if there's a logic to it where it's just whoever pays the most. This is what happened during the Clinton administration, was both the communist Chinese, which was a scandal. People might remember the Chinese scandal, or probably most people don't remember at all the Chinese scandal with Clinton and beyond that, Al Gore. And Al Gore, of course, had the scandal with the quote-unquote Taiwanese Buddhist monks. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, just briefly, they served as basically the bearers of bribery to Al Gore, which then went to the Clinton administration, and Clinton responded because the Taiwanese paid him more than the communist Chinese did. Clinton responded by sending United States carriers through the Taiwan Strait to intimidate communist China. And it proves America is basically a mercenary empire. And whoever gets there first with the most and bribes them the best gets the service. So Trump is really not that different from Clinton. And Clinton, of course, people considered his administration at the time to be something catastrophic. At the time, a lot of people just thought it was that civil war would start during Clinton's time. Books were published. Fiction.
There was a civil war,
yeah.
But they
the militia movement. That's quite right. Yes. Go continue.
That was the militia movement,
yes.
Which was a civil war, and it was those were not very nice times, and he gets very bad marks for that. Yet his presidency is looked at as almost a model in terms of the economic.
Yes, we had a surplus. That's quite correct. We had a surplus at that time.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if it was incidental or too disconnected, or does that go back to the Reagan administration? I'm not saying it does, because many administrations will say, yeah, well, Trump, the Biden administration is so bad because of what Trump did, and vice versa. It goes like this. The Bush administration was so bad, because of what happened during the Clinton administration, and it's like economics is, it goes in cycles, and it's hard to predict. And the whole, as I told my friend Nicole, who's a professor of economics, working in China now, and basically it all goes down to game theory, and John von Neumann is the inventor of game theory, and he says the basic game theory is that you can't have a theory because no matter what theory you have, somebody's going to cheat. Mm-hmm. So cheating is the core of economics. You can say how much cheating, and then you can say, cheating is conspiracy. So in order to study economics, you have to you study conspiracy. And if you study conspiracy, you'll learn about the Bilderbergers, you'll learn about the Bohemian Grove, and now the Sun Valley crowd that meets there that I talked about in the last transmission. So it's like you can't have economics without conspiracy. And it's a part of it. And of course, it's the forbidden topic. But if you want to know, and what is trading all about, the stock market, inside information. Inside information. All countries allow it except the United States, where it's a crime.
Well,
it's only a crime if you get caught. And where most inside information, which isn't legally inside information, are what are called private placements. And we have a company that we're going to take public, and the venture capitalists go to a bank and they say, okay, we're going to take $100 million and we're going to take this company public, and we're going to find people to buy shares in it. And as part of that private placement, the deal makers at the top of the food chain will have shares. They're the deal makers. So they might have 1 million shares of company XYZ, or they might have 500 or 10,000 or whatever they get. And these private placements are, first off, the top of it is the deal makers, and then they'll have private placements that will go to select people. That if you work for the brokerage firm, or you're the head of the brokerage firm, or you're in the so-called in crowd, you can buy into these private placements. Now, the thing is, you can't sell those shares for, like, I think a year or two after it goes public.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them may fizzle, and some of them may turn into NVIDIAs or Apples or whatever. And you clean up. Now, if you have a lot of private placements, you're going to get rich just on sheer numbers. And the public are not allowed into these private placements. If you were to go to a top broker and say private placement, I mean, you can't do this. It's like, you can go study private placements, and you might find, where you might be able to, I don't even know if they have a mutual fund for private placements. I don't think they do. But this would make everybody rich. And, it's like, it's kind of like a club, but it's an unspoken club. And so anyway, I was talking about the theory of economics. It's like people cheating. Well, is that cheating? It's taking advantage. It's taking advantage. And the older I get, the more cynical I become of money and this game to get money, because when you're young, you're trying to make money and you're trying to secure a place for yourself in the future. And by the time I was to secure my place in the future, I got divorced, which, leveled all of my, asset situation.
Right.
And I was struggling for the last 20 years just to have and somehow I was able to erase all my debts, which was a great achievement.
Yes.
So.
Well, you've never had a very ostentatious lifestyle. You've always been pretty Spartan. It's not like you had some kidney-shaped swimming pool to maintain, or.
No, nor would I want to, because how much would I even go in it? You see?
Yes. By the way, I'm going to have to run for that water now. And I'll be back in about. Give me about 15 minutes, 17 minutes. So it's Peter's show, and Aristides, do help him with this. And if he needs help, just call on Aristides.
By the way, is Heather here tonight?
I don't believe so. She doesn't seem to have showed up in the chat. And I hope she's okay. Everybody maintain her in your thoughts and prayers. We have a let me see now. Yeah, as I pointed out, I didn't really acknowledge it, but she sent me like what she found on Skype AI when she asked Skype AI about myself, and Peter and I both agreed. She needs to, just not spend so much time on the internet. For those of you who are out there and say, "Oh, well, that's how I found you, Douglas," let's put it this way: well, you found what you were looking for. You don't need to look any further at this point. You're just lucky you found me, because most of the rest of the internet is not worth finding, I assure you. It astonishes me that, just have to say this before I make that water run, that there's people like the guy I used to work with for a short period of time when he had this idea of doing something Muslim-oriented with comics, which I hate that word. They use the term manga, of course, in Japan, manhwa in Korea, but these are considered art forms in Europe and Asia, and a legitimate art of communication in which people can tell stories that are much more graphically, in every sense of the word, expressed. And so they've been around for generations as adult reading material. I don't mean pornographic either. Also in Argentina and places in Latin America, which are European in their cultural orientation generally. But when it comes to Abdul Karim Haq, as he just found something on the internet which said the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was a pedophile, and he gave up a religion that he had been following all his life. And it's like, okay, so there's millions of people out there that follow this religion, and though I myself can certainly articulate for hours where many of their practitioners are just plain, terrorists, and take that religion to an extreme form of interpretation that is not healthy for anyone. I can also say, well, there's millions of people following this religion, but you, Abdul Karim Haq, just somehow gets on the internet, does something anyone can fucking do, finds something on there, and decides that all these millions of people following this for around 1,000 years, this paradigmatic concept, are so stupid, so wrong, that you find something on the internet which causes you to condemn them all as being in the wrong, while you are suddenly this alone enlightened individual.
Paragon of virtue.
Yes, that is something we noticed with Ian West just the other day when he was on my show, and Peter tuned in early and he heard it. And Peter, who's no fan of Christianity, Peter understands, of course, many of the crimes committed under Christianity, and I could argue about that as well. The difference is, of course, in the modern sense, there's no sense of moral equivalency here, because we don't have Christians throwing bombs or killing people in the name of their religion to any extent comparable to what Muslims do. So there's no moral equivalency to be had here. We could talk on historic levels of atrocity, but on moral levels of equivalency today, there's no contest. But such being said, Peter, who's no Christian, was offended by hearing Ian West come on the show and say, yeah, and then Christ is a pedophile. And it's just like, oh, and how do you know? I found it on the internet. And it's like, wow, and all your life struggling against Satanism, which was his form of, Abdul Karim Haq's dedication to Islam. Well, what does that mean? So if the Satanists are fighting against Christ, does this make them the good guys? Or what are we left with if Christ was a pedophile and all these followers all over the world are all wrong? And it's just, how can someone go on the internet, find some idiot who claims they know this thing about a historic figure? In either case,
the thing is that Muhammad married
Aisha.
Aisha, a very young girl, and Aisha, by the way, is a transliteration of Yeshua.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. It's just pronounced differently.
Thank you.
Yod He Shin Bao He, but nevertheless, the girl was very young and however, in ancient cultures, and I don't know how young she was,
Oh,
but when a
she was
girl,
really young. It had to be about 6 or 9. But
yeah, but I
continue.
don't think was having sex with her
Yeah.
until she was of age.
Thank you. Until she started to bleed, basically. When
Yeah,
you're
and
yeah.
when a woman became a woman
Yes.
in ancient cultures, and they didn't live as long, so it's
Yeah.
not like they went and got their driver's license when they were 18.
Thank you. Thank you. And just
So
to yeah.
different,
Yeah.
and it's not a pedophile in the context of what we know today.
Yes. Thank you.
So anyway, it was a reactionary. It was very reactionary.
Well, and it's reactionary based on modern propaganda attempting to basically filter something historical through a modern paradigm without explaining context. And just to slam that context home, understand this: you could say I'm adopting a son, and people would accept that. Yeah, but if you say I'm adopting a girl child, in those days that would have been suspect or awkward. Really, the only way to adopt a girl child would be to marry her. Then you can just basically raise her without other people attempting to, well, do something. And so that was just a way of adopting her into the family and making certain that nobody else would, to use a pun, fuck with her. And that's what he was doing, or at least we assumed that. Of course, it could have been horror of horrors and all the rest of that, but obviously people didn't feel that at the time, so we're going to rely on their judgment at that time to work with. But such being said, I just don't understand how somebody can find something on the internet. It restructures their entire life in an instant, and somehow they feel they found some great secret that apparently millions of other people are inured to because they're simply so stupid that they can't see the light or see the truth. I mean, it's a bizarre, absolutely bizarre mindset to me. I don't get it. But this is part of what we're talking about with this strange aspect of thinking that the world is some kind of illusion or matrix, and you're finding a key to it through the computer. The computer is the fucking matrix, people. So I happen to be working in this venue because I'm trying to help people understand that. So such being said, however, honestly, when it came to Heather Holman, she was showing me, oh, this is what I found when I asked Skype AI about you, and that's okay. Thank you for telling me that. But at the same time, like Peter said, it's not necessarily healthy that she goes on the internet looking this up, and then relaying it, because it's like, it does show me more of the same. I mean, it's heavily censored, and I could read it to people later for their morbid interest, and we could, analyze that or something. But right now I'll go run for the water so I can keep myself hydrated and alive through tonight's show. Not just in general, but through tonight's show. Okay, so I'll be back, and
Okay, when you're back, we'll talk about that Mount of Olives article.
oh, excellent. I look forward to that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay, so you go, and you'll be back in about 15 or so, right?
Yeah, just to be safe, I'll say that. Yeah, about 15, but it might be sooner. Okay, bye for now. I'm going mute.
All right, so I'm getting ready to go to Romania in, what's today, the 21st? Wow, it's seems less than 2 weeks. I'll be going to Romania, and I'll be gone for 16 days, and it's going to be, so I mean, I already, every time I see an airplane, I feel in the skies, feel the momentum of going there. And this will be, I think, my 14th, 13th or 14th, I think it's my 14th trip to Romania. And everything becomes very familiar, even the language, although I do not speak it. And this is going to be a very interesting trip. In the past, I've tried to leave postings that I prepare ahead of time to say what I might be doing. I don't know if I'll have time to do it this year. And then I'll say I might be on the show, Douglas's show, which if I am, I think if it's Romania's 7 hours ahead of Eastern time zone. So if I get up at 7 in the morning and go on the show, it'll be about midnight Eastern time, 9 o'clock Douglas's time. This would be the time I usually go off, I would appear. And you can listen to the broadcast. I usually am able to do an update from Atlanticron. That'll be Sunday the 4th will be my date of arrival. It would be Monday morning. It'd be my first night at Atlanticron. I don't know if I'll be up for a show on my first night, but maybe I will. Certainly I would like to. And it's almost like not much to report. I've been on the airplane. I had a night in a hotel, hopefully, because I'm going into Mercury retrograde, which means they just canceled all the flights the other day because of a computer glitch. I'm glad they did it then and hopefully not when I'm traveling. But in any case, I'll be traveling. I'll be spending about 5 days, 6 days at Atlanticron, and they have a new ship called the Atlanticron. It's the nicest ship they've ever had. I mean, they usually have these old communist rust bucket houseboats. And this is a new ship. I've seen a picture of it. I don't have a picture to post. I'll certainly take it. I might be sleeping on board. It has a lot more accommodations than the past. And it's exciting. A whole ship. Atlanticron began as a science fiction sleep out of Serene Rapanovich and his friends on an island in the Danube where he used to go fishing. This is about, this is near we call it a small city, Chernavoda, and it's a port city on the Danube River. And it's about a 40-minute drive from the Black Sea, and the river wiggles all around, up and around. You see these big barges going by, and it started out as a camp, sleeping in sleeping bags. I don't know how they dealt with the mosquitoes, but they did, and they'd talk about science fiction. And then as he became more influential in the government, it got bigger and bigger to where they had and this is the 35th year they've done it. It started in 1989, the last year of communism, during the last year of communism in Romania. Robert Sheckley, famous science fiction author, was a guest rather. He also, he was brought there and also brought through the Soviet Union by my friend Roberto Quaglia, who calls himself the Dean of Science Fiction of Italy. And he, Robert Sheckley, of course, yes, that was 1989. And this will be the 35th year. We're going to have Ravi, I don't remember his last name. He's the guy who directs the Mars missions from JPL. He's going to be there with his family for a few days. He's going to be visiting Bucharest. First time he's ever been to Romania. First time he's ever been to Atlanticron. He Skypes in every year. And sometimes I'll give him a question or two. So it'll be very exciting. I'll also give him a copy of Transylvanian Sunrise. He was secured to come there originally by David Anderson, who I do not believe he knows personally, he knows of him. So I'm going to give him Transylvania Sunrise, the first part of which talks about my adventures in getting to Romania and how David Anderson was influential in that. So I'll also be meeting with David's wife and his sisters, who will be attending and teaching there. David's not planning to come, to my knowledge. And when I finish at Atlanticron, I'm scheduled to go to the city of Brasov. Brasov is about close to 3 hours north of Bucharest. It's right when you get into, if you go north and you go up the Carpathians, you go up the north-south Carpathians, you go north of Bucharest to the right, so to speak, you're going to go to Sinaia. Sinaia is a beautiful resort city, beautiful, the first place I ever really went to. And then up another 10 minutes or so is the town of Bushteni. Bushteni is where you go to the Sphinx. And whenever Radu mentions the town B, he goes to the alpha base near B, he's referring to Bushteni. He doesn't say that, but it's so obvious it's not funny. And then, because it's not far from the Sphinx, you can take a cable car up to the Sphinx. You can also go the back route to the Sphinx, which you go through Sinaia. By Peles Castle, you take this mountain road. It's about a 40-minute drive up the back mountains. Helps to have, we took a bus there and we had to get out and take SUVs the rest of the way when I was with Jeanette Crowley because the road would flood. And you can go that back route. You can stay at the Pestera Hotel, beautiful hotel, and you can stay there and take the cable car from the other side of the mountain to the Sphinx, and you can visit Yalomita Cave, and which I did last year with the Andersons. If you go to that Pestera Hotel or visit the Sphinx, it's a vertical climate. We were very lucky to get a nice day because you can get rain or fog, and it can be both. It can be rainy and foggy. But anyway, I'm going to go up. I'm not going to be going to that area. I'm going to be going to Brasov and staying with a friend of mine. Actually, I've known her for 13 years, but but I met her 13 years ago when I went to Bulgaria. Well, I didn't meet her in Bulgaria. It was a trip I went to Bulgaria in 2010, 14 years ago. And she came back to Atlanticron for the first time, and she's going to take me to Choclabina Cave. That's how I'm going to get there. And also the guy who's putting up the antenna for the ham radio station, this is the plan. This is my main mission, is to put up an antenna, ham radio station with an antenna to put up in the Choclabina Scout Camp. This is a project of the World Genesis Foundation, which I initiated, got approval for, and the reason for the project was that after I went into the cave, and when I say the cave, there's three caves. There's the wet cave, the dry cave, and the bear cave. The bear cave is up top. It's minimal interest. It's got a lot of bare bones. It doesn't sound very interesting to me. Of course, the wet cave I was in first in 2019, and I went to the dry cave 2 years ago in 2022 with Heather Anderson. That's the one of I guess the most scientific interest, and it's an easy one. The wet cave requires wetsuits and hard hats and boots, and I think I've asked for permission to go in there with the friends I'll be going with. Also be meeting up with my driver of past trips. He's going to be taking one of my friends from from Sweden. And so I'll be meeting up with some other friends when I get to the scout camp. But the purpose is to put up and I'm not going to really be doing anything but sort of saying, hey, you put it up, it's here. And then the person who's putting it up has, in order to use a ham radio, you have to have a license. You can listen on it, but you can't transmit on it. So he has a license, and we can see who we can connect with, but we'll have to incentivize somebody to get a license, which means they have to study for a couple of weeks and take a test in a town that's a few hours away. But that was the plan. I got the message to put up a ham radio station, and one of the things I wanted to do was to connect with some of the ham radio projects that's on a logical basis that David is doing, because I got involved every year. I would be in the ham radio tent, and there's a program they do with the kids, and David comes in and talks to them from overseas, and I chip in. That's about the only time I've talked to him in recent years. He always gives a friendly hello. The question remains, and I haven't really been pressing the issue, is will he come forth with any information on the time research that he's been doing and the implications of it. Of course, that's a big focal point of my work, and we'll touch a little bit on that when Douglas gets back, because as time moves forward, and as he said 7 years ago, he said, well, I said, you alluded to that I might be able to go to the lab someday. And he says, I don't think that time's very far away. That's 7 years ago. So sometimes it seems to me that David underestimates the barriers. And the closer the time gets, the more it seems to slip away. I was also told by a psychic friend of mine, she wrote me a note. Do I have the note? I don't see it here, but she said, your trip's going to be far more than you expected. Well, what new information might come to me? I've been going to Romania for, as they say, since 2008. That's 16 years. I missed it for a few years during COVID, and I missed a couple of years. When I first met Paula, I went twice in 1 year. But so, you keep going and doing something. Last year, I was doing the Dream Workshop. That was the big year, 2023. And some big revelations happened there, which I haven't really discussed, but those have to take shape. There's no point in discussing them unless they do take shape. But at that year, I felt it might be my last journey there. But what happens is things happen that incentivize you to go back. It becomes a natural, and one of the things was my experience at Atlanticron was the best ever. It was the best ever in no small part by the Qigong healings I was doing, which is just something that I don't do in America. And I think anytime I instruct somebody in Qigong here, I mean, it's not like I'm putting out a shingle or trying. I meet with intense psychological resistance or a refusal to do the instruction. It's like, not going to do it. They don't say it like that. In other words, they take it as if I'm, as if it was casually as saying, don't eat more sugar. Don't stop your snacking on candy. they're not going to do it. Yeah, I know I should stop stacking on candy, but I'm not going to do it. So it's kind of like pointless. In Romania, I offer my services. I'm not charging anybody for them. I say, if anybody has emotional, mental, or physical problems, bring them to me. And boy did I get some results. It was so simple. So simple. You have a lot of group of people together.
Okay, I'm back.
And I was just talking about my trip to Romania, and I've kind of concluded, what I'm doing, and just some of the high points of or the major points of what I'll be doing, which is putting up a ham radio antenna. But now I'm gonna now that you're here,
yes,
when we talk about the Vox Arca,
yes,
everything about the Vox Arca, which is crucial to Douglas's
existence,
and you can look at it two ways. If you're an outsider who has learned the basic crux of it, and if you want to be skeptical, you can say, well, in Douglas's mind, this is a mental phenomena, that he certainly is psychologically addicted to the idea that he's connected to the Vox Arca. If you look at it more objectively,
thank you. Yeah, just so people know, that's kind of like saying I'm addicted.
You would see that everything he's psychologically, quote unquote, addicted to is riveted into the physical universe. It's not like, it's not like he's got this device he put together in a, secondhand store. Got fantasies, and it's even hard for me to realize that, this is somebody who was working with somebody who was the keystone of the Defense Department.
Yes,
Michael Aquino.
Yes.
And this is the high madness that was going on, and in the hippie era, the bad guys were the U.S., not just the U.S. government, but the U.S. Army. And this is why I've stated before, if you watch the movie Woodstock, and it's been declared a national disaster area, and the Army is bringing helicopters in with food because it's a disaster area, and you hear the announcer saying, the Army is here. They're here to help us, man. They're here to help us. In other words, because hippies would have perceived the U.S. as the Army as completely evil.
Yes.
And they're not completely evil, but you could argue the case.
Let's just put it this way: the United States Army had to launch a public relations campaign ahead of its arrival, so that people would not have gone into a full panic merely at the sight of their arrival. Your average hippie would have thought they were there to massacre them all. So go on, Peter. Yes.
Yeah, and you got to remember, this is what it was the National Guard that gave us the murders at Kent State.
Yes.
The students at Kent State. So Woodstock was actually before that, but this was the adversarial relationship between the youth of America.
Yes.
And the
I mean, think of the military as a Moloch that was taking kids away and putting them into a meat grinder. That's how most of them viewed them.
No, that was the truth. That was because that was the draft. That was just drafting people and sending them to be killed in many cases. So anyway, that's just sort of the
context.
The context. But and so we think of that was the Presidio. That was Michael Aquino, ends up creating all this diabolical stuff. You could say that the youth of America was not misguided in that perception.
Thank you.
Nowadays, it's thank you for your service. You defended our country.
Oh God, yeah, I guess so. It's
all a lie.
Thank you.
And it's all a construct. You can't get upset about it because this is what's going on. And there were times in the past when people fought for their lord, and it was survival to fight for your turf.
Yes.
And if you lost, you'd be massacred.
Yes.
This is there was a certain nobility and virtue in being a warrior.
Yes.
Today, it is largely unnecessary.
Yes.
Yes. And but in any case, so the Vox Arca, which is this device that Douglas is wed to, and we can easily argue, if you read the book, that he saved the world from the apocalypse.
Thank you.
You can argue this case, and who knows? I mean, you can't, but anyway, it's a big deal because it can excite parts of the consciousness. You can say your brain,
Mm-hmm.
that is so primal that it's going to put you in an ontological state where you're, if the apocalypse is not gated in objectively, it's going to gate it into your mind to where you're like, ooh, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
Like, because Aquino was known to be able to transmit sounds that would drive the Viet Cong crazy.
Yes.
With ancient grimoire. Well, that wasn't the Vox Arca. He didn't have the Vox Arca then.
No.
That was like very profound and penetrating and psychologically devastating to the Viet Cong. And that's what kind of gave him the credibility and and confidence of the Defense Department to let him pursue the Vox Arca.
Yes.
Which he took it to a whole nother level. It's like if you took the Beatles from 1963 and you gave them all the stuff that you eventually gave them, so they could create their Sgt. Pepper album and all this, and give them all this great recording and music and musicians and all this stuff, and it made them much better than they were, and it also not only made them sound better than they were, it helped them develop their talents. This is kind of what Aquino did with all of the resources that they gave him, is that he was able to bring his magic to a higher level.
Yes.
And then Douglas outfoxed him and outmaneuvered him, and now Douglas is left with this quote-unquote albatross of a situation where he has this device. Now, the device is, as I say, it's apocalyptic because it has the potential or capacity to bring an end to this world. Now, what does that mean? It ties into the concept of the end of time. What does the end of time mean? It's a very existential question, and we're not going to explore that other than to say it could mean a lot of things. It could mean a lot of different things from a lot of different perspectives. And when they include the idea of the apocalypse, it always includes the dead.
Yes.
It's not just the living. The dead come forth. Now, there's a whole aspect to the Vox Arca which addresses that as well. But the dead. Now, where I'm going to go to with this is, so this is, the Vox Arca is something that I encountered with Douglas in doing, lots of conversations, lots of listening. I discovered it. learning about it from him. And then as time goes on, it was years ago, 2019, we did some of these talks on it.
Mhm.
And here it is 5 years later, putting it into, coherent writing so you can get a better appreciation for it. But even then, this book is going to have limited distribution. But the thing is, okay, so that's how I encounter the Vox Archaea as Peter Moon. Now, the other aspect, and we can also consider my Montauk research. There's a famous or common bumper sticker they sell at Montauk called Montauk the End. Montauk the End. It's evocative of the end of time. Of course, it says the end because it's at the end of Long Island.
Yeah.
You can't go any further than Montauk on the South Fork. You go to Montauk and pretty soon you run out of highway. Loops around the lighthouse parking lot. Now, it's the end. But Montauk was always evocative of the end. There's also the time research, which is, the beginning and the end, a closed time-like curve, alpha omega, which is a, concept from the Bible, New Testament. Now, also my synchronicities with the Montauk pharaohs led me, Olive Pharaoh, led me back to synchronicities with the Mount of Olives, the fact that my parents were killed on the Los Olivos Ranchero and buried there, on the property which was the Los Olivos Ranchero in near Oxnard, between Oxnard and Ventura, California. So my first out-of-body experiences were on Olive Drive in Davis, California. All of this stuff, goes back to the foundation of Atlantis, or not the foundation of Atlantis, but the Kahina. Queen Antonia was a blue queen of Atlantis who came to the Sahara Desert, which wasn't a desert then. It was fertile, verdant, Garden of Eden-like, and she gave mankind the olive. And her name was transmogrified by the Greeks into Athena, Antonia, Athena. And all of these, and of course then I discovered that, Christ was through the playbill I received on the New Montauk Theater of 1909 at Aleister Crowley's Priestess featured in it, and there were 2 pictures of Christ inside of this playbill that was handed to me. Somebody had seen it in a thrift store of sorts. They gave it to me, and Christ on Mount Olive. So I said I'd never heard of the Mount of Olives. And of course I learned that this is the end of the, evocative of the end of the world. And there's a whole necropolis underneath the Mount of Olives. There's also, it's adjacent to what's called the Valley of Jehoshaphat, where this is where the end of the world, where Jehovah sizes up everybody. And, the Bible is written in a manner that was evocative of the times. People thought differently. And if people had voices and visions, they were given different weight than they are in today's society. In those days, they didn't have carnivals. Today, somebody who has visions and voices is somebody who belongs in a carnival troupe. and that equates into YouTube or getting an audience and channeling. It's just like showtime. But back in those days, they would direct the tribe, and they had their own incestuous groups of whatever you want to call them, priests of all cultures, oracles. Delphi of Oracle, the Oracle of Delphi was serious business. People would come to her from all over the world, or not just her, whoever was doing the oracling, because it wasn't just one person. So it's different strokes for different folks if you consider all of those old writings. But nevertheless, there's this ancient idea of the Mount of Olives being evocative of the end times. And I've stated before, written before, that there was a fight over the chapel on the Mount of Olives that led to the Crimean War, which led to the formation of the boundaries of Romania. But and there's a footprint in that chapel, or not chapel, in the grounds of that chapel, that is a footprint where Christ is said to have ascended to heaven. Now Douglas sent me an article, a very bizarre article. I shared it with Aaron, who agreed it was a bizarre article. And it's a story which appears to be a fiction story. And it's very selective. The guy's very selective. He says, well, I picked some parts of the story. I'm not picking all the parts of the story to tell. And basically, it's about a cult. And it seems to come from Japan, one way or another.
Yes.
Can you clarify that for me?
Yes.
And it's talking about a cult of Christians, a Christian community on the Mount of Olives. That's basically preparing for the end times. And of course, it's become more liberalized in recent years because, they're not stopping the world. As I've said, the first time I ever heard of the end of the world, I was a teenager, and my friend told me that these Jehovah's Witnesses would go on a mountain waiting for the end of the world, and they give away their TV sets. I don't know why TV set was such a featured item, but they give away their worldly possessions. And
because,
they go away.
Yeah, the TV set was because it's their connection to the world. That was your average lonely person's connection to the world.
I don't know why that was. It seemed to be the most valuable thing in the house. But the thing is, if the world's going to end, why do you give away your possessions? Because the world's going to end anyway. They're not going to need them anyway.
Well, it's for those who are less enlightened, and obviously these people feel they're operating at a different wavelength of consciousness, and they feel that they can at least comfort others until, of course, those others are all damned and judged and burning in hell.
I think it's completely illogical to be why would you even indulge them? Why don't you just go to the mountain and shut up? It doesn't happen.
I mean, you're preaching to the converted here.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you're making a gesture as to show them up.
Yeah.
And the only person these people end up showing up is themselves.
Yes.
And of course, so I never took the end of the world very seriously. And my friend in Romania asked me, she said, do you see a dark plutonium, as in nuclear plutonium, over America? I said, no, I don't. She says, well, I do. And I've seen many of my psychic friends have felt this. Now, she lived in America for a long time. So it's just not what I see. And that was right after I saw an astrology video, which had all this, which I talked about last transmission. I saw a lot of positivity after listening to that astrology video. After watching the development of politics in the last week, I'm not so convinced. And that doesn't include the Trump assassination, because I heard that it was the convention and the whole Biden reaction. It just seems like such a sad state of affairs. But anyway, I won't be personally sad about it. It's just if I watch the TV, just like if I watch a program about people crying their eyes out because they lost everything. As a young boy, I would watch the TV Amos and Andy. Oh, why? Because it was on. It wasn't something I particularly liked.
But by the way, they had a TV show. I don't doubt you. It's just I'm only familiar that they had the radio thing. So they actually.
Oh boy, did they have a TV show! You can watch it. I showed it to Paula when she first got here, and she was laughing her ass off because of the way the black people speak. They speak with all this. I don't say
expression. Yes.
That sort of thing, and it's like, it's just like.
But these were supposed to be two Southern blacks, right? That's.
Well, they actually seem to live in New York City or something like that.
Oh,
they say city. Amos was a taxi driver, and Andy was another character. But the one that is the main star is Kingfish. And the reason he's called Kingfish, I didn't know this when I watched the show, only when I did my study for the Seven Seal book, is that he was the Kingfish because they were mocking the Moorish Science Temple, and they had a congregation, and they had I think the congregation were referred to as the sardines, and the deacon was like the head mackerel. Mm-hmm. And Kingfish was the Kingfish, Now, this was all subtle digs at the Moorish Science Temple because the radio program was done by Freemasons.
Yes.
And the Freemasons were deliberately making fun of the Moorish Science Temple. And of course, they had Ali Bendo was one of the characters in the radio program making fun of Noble Drew Ali. Because obviously, but this radio program, Amos and Andy, was the first show ever to be syndicated, radio syndicated across the country. The only other thing that had ever been syndicated were football games, back in the days of Red Grange. Not even baseball games, but football games. Mm-hmm. Football was more popular before baseball.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to the Tournament of Roses parade was like pre-World War I. That's where football was like the original. The Tournament of Roses parade was played, and I think the Rose Parade grew out of the football game. And this is in Pasadena. And then, baseball catches up with football and surpasses it. Only one of the reasons is that you play it every day and it's in the summertime. But in any case, the radio, it was the first syndicated radio show. Now, in the 1950s, they made a TV show about it. Mm-hmm. And of course, I didn't like watching it because Kingfish especially was always losing. Was always just getting, somebody was getting the better of it. And it was always these ridiculous things. Now, the humor went over my head in terms of the racial humor. Mm-hmm. And they weren't necessarily characters I could relate to, but they were always well dressed. I mean, they never looked, they weren't poor.
Interesting.
They weren't poor. I mean, he was always getting in financial deals. Like if you watch The Honeymooners, they were very poor. It wasn't like that at all.
Wasn't the radio show that they were poor, though? I mean, granted, I never really... this was well before my time, and I was completely incapable. The technology simply was not there for me to access past episodes.
Those shows were not being shown in the 70s when you would have watched TV.
Right.
But they were like
I mean, was the radio show different from the TV show?
I never listened to the radio show.
Okay, because my impression was, and
different.
yeah,
Not totally different.
right, because it might have been different, like like the book is different from the movie type of deal. Because my impression was that these guys were really poor, and it was almost like the Tennessee Tuxedo kind of trope, where they were constantly just trying to get involved with get rich quick schemes to get.
Well, they were, but what I'm saying is, he had an office.
Oh, okay.
That's
true. That's right.
He wore a shirt and a tie and coat,
Right.
and he was always well dressed.
Right.
And his wife Sapphire was always well dressed.
Interesting.
So,
but there was always a sense of flim-flammery about it.
Oh yeah. He's always being taken advantage of. But but the thing was, the show depressed me as a kid because he was always losing. And it just wasn't.
Yeah, that's not uplifting. No, a lot of these things are it's like the Charlie Brown syndrome. That was a very dark, depressing, almost suicidal trope. By the way, Aloma Albers says, in dialect, Kingfish and the Mystic Knights of the Sea, it was hilarious but considered inappropriate today. The Lodge hijinks is also in Little Rascals. She says the radio performers were white. Yes, that's not surprising. The TV, of course.
They were Freemasons, and they spoke. They spoke like this.
It's just awful.
Yeah,
yes.
But the TV characters were, of course, black.
Yeah.
And but that was just as I say, if you watch things, you can get depressed just by what you're watching. So you have to,
it's true.
You have to switch the channel.
Yeah, yes. Sometimes that's what people need to do in real life. Go on.
Yeah. Well, of course, when I studied this and read it, it very much impressed my Moorish friends who were not my friends at the time. They read that stuff and they really appreciated me for bringing this to the forefront in that book. And that's how I made friends with the Moors from what I wrote in that book. It was a beautiful connection. But anyway, and of course I think one of the last chapters of that book is the apocalypse, and that's the revelation of the true name of Jesus, the Yod He Shin Vav He. This is the whole secret, and you just see that everybody's conception of Jesus is just wrong, and this is one of the beautiful and ironic things of what we did in Scientology was clear words. And it was like, if you didn't understand the words, you didn't understand. If you had misunderstood words, you couldn't possibly understand the materials. So like if you took, you could take a book or a bulletin on how to audit people. If you had misunderstood words in there, it was guaranteed that you weren't going to apply the materials correctly because you didn't understand what you were doing.
Right.
Now, and so if we take the Bible, like you'd sit down with, like before, and every bulletin you would read, you'd be checked out on, and people would go, I myself. I would even check out the Hubbard children on some of these on occasion in the academy, whatever it was, to say, okay, what's the definition of serendipity? What's the definition of, preclear, whatever it is? It could be a common word, and they had to cough it up. If they couldn't cough it up, they'd have to go back, study the word, restudy the bulletin, and redo it. So you had to understand what the hell you were doing. In the case of the Bible, what's the name Jesus mean? Oh, no. Nobody knows. So you would say from that viewpoint, nobody understands who they're talking about or what they're doing. And that was a very key concept in terms of looking at, the end of the world. Now, if we take this a step further and we project that there was a real person who was named Yeshua, which is the same name as Joshua, same root. And of course, Joshua was famous for knocking down the walls of Jericho with a sonic device that could have been akin to the VALKYRIE.
Yes.
Sonic device knocking down the walls of Jericho.
No, astute observation.
Yeah. Even more astute observation on my part was when I recognized that the commercial of Sugar Bear and the what was it, Sugar Crisp?
Mm-hmm.
What he did was to the tune of the Battle of Jericho. Can't get enough of that Sugar Crisp, Sugar Crisp.
And by the way, Dean Martin sued over the voice. He said the voice was too similar to his, but I think that they had to change the voice, yet the voice still sounded like him generations later.
I never thought of that. It's just a deep voice. Joshua fought the Battle of Jericho.
No, it wasn't just a deep voice. Sugar Bear was fucking stoned. He was a stoned fucking bear. And he had the mannerisms of somebody who was higher than a kite all the time. I don't know if you ever caught that or noticed that. It had to be an inside joke because it was a kid's cereal.
Yeah, we had a PE teacher in Davis who they referred to as Sugar Bear because he looked like Sugar Bear.
That's funny. That's funny as fuck.
And he hated it. He hated it.
Oh God.
He did not like any identification with Sugar Bear. But anyway, so if we extrapolate from the New Testament and then you put some esoteric wisdom plus all the stories together and you project that this Jesus character was a real person. He was somebody that dovetailed with the ancient scripture. He dovetailed with the Kabbalah. He knew it. He was the living word, and the word is the expression of the divinity. And this was, there's a million ways to infinity of ways to express the divinity, but this was a expression of the divine. And certainly, whether or not that's true, he gets a lot of recognition for that. And it's through this principle of Yod He Shin Vau He, which represents the 5 elements of earth, air, water, fire, the 5th element being spirit over all of these elements. And that's, sort of puts it on a pedestal. And it's basically giving a viewpoint that what created matter, energy, what created earth, air, water, fire, what is above the material world, superior to the material world. And of course, when we truly get above the material world, we transcend life in the living form, and we transcend it into the state in between death and life. This is an area that L. Ron Hubbard felt that, he had penetrated and survived, and that's where he came back with all of his, revelations and so forth, that created quite a dynamic imprint on the society.
Mm-hmm.
But we get to, the Mount of Olives, for me, in my own adventures and synchronicity, sort of bring this to not only a theological context, but it hints at it being an objective confluence with the continuum, the end of the continuum, the beginning of the continuum. No matter how, relatively insignificant my own one life might be in the stream of things, nobody's insignificant, but yeah, it's like, wow, why do I have to be, brought back into this paradigm of the end of the world? And then, so the Mount of Olives is a place I'd actually like to go to. I wouldn't want to go there now. Netanyahu is arriving tomorrow, or Wednesday, tomorrow. He's coming to the United States tomorrow. Biden will be here to greet him, and he's got a rough horoscope just like Biden does. They're both Sagittarius rising. He's a very rough horoscope, and he will address Congress. But anyway, with regards to this book this article about this book about the Japanese tuning into the Mount of Olives, can you talk about it now? Like, what's going on with this? Thank you for forwarding it to me.
Oh, all I could say is that basically what happened was I was just trying to find something in English, but just so people understand, just like in the West, and this is understandable, it's a matter of geography, but in the West, what people do is, or rather the culture, whenever you're trying to stir up a sense of wonder or awe, one of the market terms, one of the selling phrases would be Atlantis. And so a lot of times people will write a novel or a book and, inserting that title, especially for a new age kind of book where you're kind of blurring, we'll call it a reality blur, then you're going to use that term as a selling point, and people respond. They eat that shit up. In Japan, it's woo. And so with woo, basically, I was trying to find something that was accessible in English. Obviously, my mother taught me much about the lost continent of Mu. And all of that, of course, has been vindicated, verified by Zealandia and the true existence. As Peter said, these are not things I'm pulling out of my ass. These are actually physical things that surround us. And it's all very similar to, how do I say it? It's kind of like there's a very profoundly interesting book, or rather a novel, and a movie based on that novel titled The 27th Day. And of course, it's a very specific film for its time and a very specific novel for its time. You might call it dated in a certain sense. In another sense, it's not. But in The 27th Day, it was a period of time, I could go into that some other time, but in the novel, the German scientist, and this book was written right after World War II, and it was in that context, both the novelist and the film were doing their best, as many films did at that time, and novels, to try and humanize the German people so that they could be reintegrated into the West. And at that time, the people were thinking the big threat was communism. We've got to kind of rehabilitate, or rather seek a rapprochement with the German people. And one of the ways they did this was by promoting German scientists in films as benevolent. So when they were portraying these benevolent German scientists in the novel, this German scientist is, along with a number of other people from various walks of life, abducted by a higher form of intelligence, an alien race. And of course, this is interesting as a intellectual exercise, a thought experiment. It's not something, of course, that I'm bringing up as indicating that you should believe that there are aliens that do this. But of course, one of the people who's abducted, and this acts as the bridge between the American reader that the novel was intended for, is an American journalist. One of the people abducted along with the German scientist is an American journalist. And of course, because it's meant to sell to English-speaking readers across the Atlantic, one of the people abducted is a British female who doesn't really seem to have a job, but is like of a privileged position. And this is kind of like, you'll notice that if this were written by an Englishman, it would be the opposite. It'd be an Englishman that is the journalist, and it would be some American woman. This is the nature of, the culture at the time. But in the opening of the novel, or the opening chapters, when they're abducted, the German scientist is trying to explain what they're experiencing, and he's pointing out aspects of space and time which seem to be relatively mind-blowing, but they're commonly accepted today. At the time that he's expressing these in the novels or articulating them, not many people did know about this sort of thing. Physics has since been rather popularized, but the German scientist is trying to talk about time and space, and what he thinks is happening to them as they've been abducted by this alien race. And the American journalist says, "If this is true, Doctor, why doesn't everybody know this?" And he's, and the German doctor says, and these are like basic, physical principles of time and space. The German doctor was talking about that we take for granted today, but in those days was still, like I said, the popular consciousness was not really aware of these things. It was kind of like James Bond, when Ian Fleming, the author of James Bond, first introduced martial arts to the Western world through the character Oddjob in his 007 novel. And the character Oddjob is this Japanese guy who's demonstrating martial arts. And really, this was Ian Fleming explaining a concept that the West really was not aware of at the time to any great degree. Not in this popular sense. He was one of the first popularizers. Let's put it that way. People were aware of it, but only like military men who had traveled overseas and shit like that. But when it came to your average public person, they didn't know about it. So, Aristides is asking about the novel, The 27th Day. If you see that film, it is mind-blowing on several levels. No one would make a film like that today. The German scientist is not only humanized, but he basically kills millions of people in the film, and it's considered a good thing. It's like, you have to see it. You just have to see it. And it's like, so you see, kids, German scientists killing millions of people at a time is not always a bad thing. And if they're on our side, you want them on your side. That's basically, but it's not that cynical, but it's one of these things, if I had to explain it, it'd take the whole show. But at any rate, so the point that I'm making, however, when the American reporter's asking the German scientist, if what you say about space and time is true, why doesn't everybody know this? And the German scientist just adjusts his spectacles and says, unfortunately, most people simply do not care. Now, understandably, most people are just trying to survive day by day. And this was right after a major war in which most people were lucky to have survived at all. But the point being that when Peter Moon asked me about, this article I sent him, and had the context of why I sent it, this melds right back into Atlantis, and the Japanese version of that is Wu. And this is my mother explaining it to me, and everything she said was vindicated by geophysicists, cartographers, geologists today about this lost continent. So the point is, the question could be asked, well, Douglas, if what your mother said is true, why doesn't everybody know this? Well, bizarrely enough, they don't fucking care. It's, again, this is a case of, but this is where the bizarre nature comes in. You see, when the German scientist said what he did in that novel, I could come up with first off, I could understand the disappointment of the intellectual is like, why can't we have a higher civilization where everyone cares and comprehends these higher concepts so that we can all advance to the level of the alien civilization of humanoids, which has abducted these people in the novel. Okay, all of that is understandable from an intellectual perspective. When it comes to where we're at today, this is the bizarre horror story I am dealing with. So my mother tells me of the lost continent of Mu, which is known throughout Japan in the same manner that Westerners understand Atlantis. Everybody just goes, ooh, sense of awe and wonder, and it's a popular sales technique for science fiction novels. It's a popular trope in films, and there's even a magazine in Japan, or at least there was for a while, about the paranormal. Kind of like in America, what we used to have would be Fate magazine, would be a magazine that was well-known and reputable, that wrote about paranormal subjects for many years. It's no longer in print, sadly, because of the internet and the changing society. Other magazines like that. There were many of them. I mean, people always love the paranormal. Mysteries. Who doesn't love a mystery? So when it came to Mu, and my mother speaking of it, and all of it being vindicated, then why wouldn't anybody know about this? And they don't care. What makes this situation now completely the opposite of what the German scientist was dealing with and what I'm dealing with is that everyone claims to care. You see, everybody on the internet is trying to search for, let's look at the paranormal. Let's everybody now dons, by this, take what I'm saying metaphorically, but also take it literally. Everybody buys a pair of night vision goggles and they go out there and say, now I see UFO battles in the sky and bullshit. Or I'm going ghost hunting. And everybody does this stupid shit to go squatching, search for Sasquatch. I mean, the search for the paranormal is not only intensive, it's pervasive. And people turn on their TV to watch these idiots go out and do this because everybody, if they don't have time because they're trying to earn a living, they are interested anyway. So everyone is interested in these concepts, and they claim to be, and yet at the same time, when they find the answers, like people out there, cartographers, geographers, geophysicists, get together and they say, we found a lost continent, and nobody gives a shit. So everybody's just full of shit. They claim that they're seeking, but they don't want the answer. The answer, this is why I'm so reviled, is I present the answers. So it was in trying to just find something in English about Wu. Now, of course, if I'd been looking for Atlantis, then the problem's just the opposite. Then you've got a tsunami. You have a flood of bullshit and sewage. You would have to, filter if you were really determined that this was something you had to do, or then you would have to wade through all that to get something of consequence to send to a friend, or for a legitimate book on something like that. Mu is different. There is nothing in the West about Mu. I mean, fucking nothing. So I'm looking through Japanese sources in English that I can share with Peter, and this was what I came up with, because this was, as I told Peter, a Japanese cult that was formed before World War II. So this gives it some legitimacy. You see, the biggest problem with the cultures of Germany and Japan, not a problem, but a fact, it's just like cultures are different. And certain cultures like have stereotypes for good reason. I mean, you have something that comes into your mind when you think of the French, the Italians, cultures that, of course, were indoctrinated into having concepts about through media. In terms of the Germans and the Japanese, these are very authoritarian cultures that come from very military backgrounds, and people like a sense of order, a matrix, a social matrix in which they can feel comfortable, and the security is in kind of like a authority figure in these cultures. And after World War II, not having that, many Germans turned towards Scientology. So Scientology had a big explosion in Germany, and when it came to, so much so it became a problem. And but when it came to Japan, they gave rise to these indigenous, what they called NRMs, or New Religious Movements. This was after the war, where people were just trying to find a sense of identity in a authority figure, because the emperor, as he had always intended, had said, renounced his divinity. This was because Emperor Hirohito was a scientist who wanted his people to advance through science, and he felt that the monotheistic belief in himself was stymieing them from that. But he had to maintain that until the end of the war, until he won the war, before he could renounce his divinity and then move his people into a scientific paradigm, which is what he had always wanted to do. It was one of his victory objectives. So this is something, again, the Americans turn and say, oh, somehow they got Emperor Hirohito to do this. Like, how? By torturing him? I mean, you couldn't bribe the son of a bitch. He was the richest man on earth. So it's not like the Americans had any effect on him whatsoever. So, give that up. It's like when I went to the firing range and in California, and I was training and renewing my firearms license for security work, and I would see all these Japanese there, and I was much younger then. Of course, I said, wow, why are all these Japanese here at the firing range? And this motherfucker working at the firing range tells me, because we outlawed guns in Japan when we won the war, and that's why they have to come here to fire guns. And this is how we maintain our business, because they're all rich and they love to come here and fire guns. It's a big deal for them. So they come here and take pictures of each other firing guns. I'm thinking, you dumb motherfucker, how ignorant can you fucking be? The Japanese had gun control in place because the samurai didn't want the peasants to upstage a rebellion by killing them with firearms. So the shogun installed gun control in Japan. It's a Japanese law, gun control. It has nothing to do with the fucking Americans. This is part of the insanity that I've faced all my life. But all that being said, because I do need to cathart and vent when these subjects come up, so I was looking for something in English, and this cult, which is a respectable cult for what it's worth, meaning established before World War II, and therefore having veracity behind it. Matter of fact, the bizarre nature of the cult is that the term Oni is integrated into the name of one of the cult leaders, and which means, evil demon. Like it would be like somebody calling themselves goblin or troll in the old medieval sense, something like that, like Shrek, which before Disney was used by the vampire in the film Nosferatu, the actor, because it's simply a stage name, the German word for terror. So Max Schreck played Nosferatu, the vampire, and then later the Americans took it and turned him into this lovable troll. But the original name had a far more ominous, shall we say, ring to it. And so this ominous ring is in this guy's name. The cult leader's name is Oni, and I could look it up, but it's all you're gonna remember if you're me is the Oni part, because why would a Japanese guy do that? But it showed me that he was trying to, and may very well be connected to Haranaga, the shall we say, the Dark Emperor or the Anti-Emperor of Japan. the Emperor of Darkness in Japan, who's the counterpoint to the Emperor Hirohito, whose very name, Showa, which is the name of Hirohito's reign. Showa, if you look that up, the entire reign of Hirohito is named Showa. It means radiance. It means he is the light itself. He is the light. And Harenaga was the opposite. It's like there's two emperors to Japan and one that no one ever speaks of. And this other guy, this cult leader from before World War II, was part of that dark force, that dark Japan. And so it's from this individual that some written material was available in English about Mu. Painfully little. But I was able to find some maps and some other stuff. But I'm integrating those into what I'm writing now. But I found also this article. And the only part of it I read was Mount of Olives. And I said, I'll send this to Peter Moon. So I didn't read the article. But I hope the context of why I sent it to you.
I'm very confused by all the things you said, because it's kind of like, because I can't relate it to the Mount of Olives, other than this lost continent.
Yeah. It's well, that's what I was looking for information on when I found this cult from before World War II, and they were the only people who had some written material in English on the lost continent. But I also found collaterally, I found this article, and as soon as I saw Mount of Olives, I sent it to you without reading it. I'm just hoping that by the context it makes sense.
The context actually confuses me more, but this is the thing. If it's, do you know if the work seemed to be a fictional work?
Okay. I'll take a look at it right now. Let me take a look back.
If the cult that was in the Mount of Olives was actual people, that's where it becomes, I mean, it's important either way.
Right, I get what you're saying. But by the way, this is important. Aristides, could you come on for a minute? Are you with us, Aristides? Could you come on for a minute here? And...
I'm here.
Oh, good. Is what I've just said coherent to you?
It's a little convoluted, but I think I've got it. You kind of accidentally found a synchronicity.
Yeah. That was so. I'm gonna look at it now. Reikai Monogatari. So the term monogatari is like for something that you would use for a poetic ballad. But I'm just so what it says right here is the Tale of the Spirit World. Okay, that was written by this cult leader, and see his name, Onisaburo Deguchi. Onisaburo Deguchi. See, Oni, he's got right there the demon word. It's like, is integrated into his name. So it's like there's no average Japanese person would do that. That's like somebody putting the name devil in their name intentionally. So this cult leader had to be connected in some way to Harenaga, who you and I have written about in the book that we are writing, Peter. Maybe
I get that. That's of interesting.
Yeah, and they call him the Gurdjieff of the East. This guy, not Harenaga. So that too caught my attention. The Gurdjieff of the East. And so then the name of the religious movement is this Umoto. Umoto means great source, great root. This religious movement in Japan, from which countless groups emerged. This is all nonfiction. This is nonfiction. Is an excellent example of counter-tradition. So whoever's writing this so far is writing, this guy's name is Avery Morrow. So the guy who wrote this is called Avery Morrow. His website is Internet Fancy. So everything he's saying so far is true. I can validate that. And I could even find you sources. But all that aside, he says, even though many Umoto-inspired groups have translated works into English, not a single chapter of Reikai Monogatari has ever been translated into any language other than Japanese, of course. And after reading this section, which defies all description, you will either begin to wonder why or cease to wonder why. So whoever, Avery Morrow, who translated this, is running into the same problem that I was talking about. See, nothing about Mu is translated into English. Though in Japanese, if you told somebody Mu, it'd be like the response would be like talking about Atlantis. A sense of excitement or derision, depending on who you're talking to. So he says, I have chosen sections to translate haphazardly where it pleased me to do so. Okay, so all of this is true. And then it says edited in 2015. Actually, Jean-Pierre Berton translated parts of book 1 into French in his Omoto Espérance millénariste, or the millenarian, d'une nouvelle religion japonoise, meaning new Japanese religious movements. Okay, so Tale of the Spirit World, book 64, and this is this is from that book that this Onisaburo wrote, the Reikai Monogatari, which would be their cult Bible. And so, chapter 1, 1630, the Mount of Olives. So, he says, in the suburbs of Jerusalem, there is a grand structure called the American Colony, which, fuck, they got a link. Not found. Of course, it doesn't link to anything anymore. Whatever it linked to was scrubbed. But like, how could you be surprised? And the moment I went to the link, then I lost the link. So I'll have to go back to Peter Moon's private messages and find the link again. Anyhow, so far hopefully what I've said at this point puts it into some further context. Does it make more sense?
It helps, but it requires.
Other than that, I didn't read anything else that I sent to you.
Oh, it's interesting. It just requires too much work.
Yeah.
vis-a-vis what I'm working on to try to figure it out.
Yeah.
The connection to Haranaga is interesting.
Yeah.
Where, but I wouldn't, it just indicates, what these people are doing. Any Japanese connection to the Mount of Olives is fascinating to me.
Yes.
But perhaps it'll come up over time.
By the way, here's another link that it connected to, Atlantis in Japan, and I'll put this in our text box right here so that Aristides can see it as well. And so there we have that, Atlantis off Kyoto. This would be, because if the Japanese, if you translate into English, Wu, or, what they call Zealandia in the cartography world, there's many other names the Westerners refer to it as. Oftentimes the more culturally aware or conscious or anthropologically oriented scientists will not call it Zealandia at all. They'll refer to it by its Maori name, and the Maori name is something else completely. I can look that up. But as for another term for it that scientists have used is Tasmantis. So when you see a Japanese art link like this, where it says Atlantis off Kyoto, okay, this doesn't mean Atlantis. They're talking about Mu, or Zealandia, what the Westerners call Zealandia. Except that when they translate it into English, they don't use those terms, because no American will know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, what the fuck is Zealandia? What the fuck is Mu? So they have to say Atlantis, so Americans then say, whoa! or English speakers, period. Oh, yeah, I get it. I know what that is. Okay, so that adds to the confusion. Does that make sense, what I'm saying right now?
Well, you will find this interesting.
Yeah.
And so will listeners who haven't read it already in my my books, is that my whole writing impetus, when I decided I wanted to be a writer or to express myself in writing, I started writing a novel about Atlantis. And the reason I wrote a novel about Atlantis, I was working in marketing at the time, and I said, well, people always want to read about Atlantis.
Yeah.
I wasn't overly interested in Atlantis, but I said, you got to write. And I said, people will read a book on Atlantis. Now, when I started writing this book, I had my dream of the white bat, and which led to further things. But ultimately, Atlantis, Montauk has roots in Atlantis. Transylvania, the white bat, and all of this stuff underneath the mountains of Romania has ties to Atlantis as well. So that's interesting. That I'm writing about. I'm trying to write something that's of interest to people so that they'll want to read it. Well, I guess what you could say is I got a lot more than I initially bargained for, because I wasn't writing just my writing was taking me to the substrata of consciousness, even into the future, with the whole stuff that's related to David Anderson and Romania and all that. So it's like that's the magic of writing.
Right.
That's why I called my book The White Bat, The Alchemy of Writing, because one is actually penetrating the layers of the unconscious.
Right. Yes.
And,
tapping
yeah.
into the great noosphere. By the way, something here reminds me of something. I'm looking at the link Atlantis off Kyoto, where they're talking about if you ever see a map of Zealandia, and you'll say, well, the continent of Zealandia is quote unquote nowhere near Japan. Understand that in the old days, it's just like when you have Britain maybe in this one little corner up there in the North Atlantic, but it conquers the whole world and creates a worldly empire. That's like the continent of Mu had these incredible civilizational extensions all the way to the islands of Japan, where all of the inhabitants eventually fled. And that's why you have ruins of this off Kyoto and off Taiwan. Right off Taiwan. The Japanese, of course, own those islands, so they'll call it right off Japan. But it's really technically Okinawan. Is the Oniguni monuments. And so this Atlantis off Kyoto is referring to things like this. So one of the things he brings up is on the day of the Yin Earth Pig, which reminds me, of course, of when Heather Holman posted that post on Facebook in which she was essentially boasting about being the care provider for Michael Aquino. Because what happened was that it was Trump became president, and then what happened was very shortly thereafter, it was the year of the pig, which my mother was born in. My mother was born in the year of the pig, but it was the year of the earth pig, or mud pig, as it's known in China, because of a confluence with water in the astrology, etc. So the earth pig became basically a mud pig. So it was the mud pig year, and I forget which element my mother was born in, but it was the year of the boar, the pig, and so it's not a bad year as far as I'm concerned. Represents wealth, prosperity, and the pig is an extraordinarily intelligent and very warrior animal. If you ever take a look at one of the chief predators of the mammalian age, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the apex predator of its day, was the wild boar. And they grew to enormous size. They're growing to enormous size again in North America, where they call it the Hogzilla phenomenon. They're so devastating that Texas has given permission for people to kill them from the air, meaning that you can kill them using a plane to strafe them. That's how bad the problem is in Texas. Of course, everything's bigger in Texas, and they answer every problem with guns. But that being said, it was when the year of Trump's and the mud pig that Heather Holman began asking me about the Chinese astrology and what year it was going to be like for Donald Trump. And that was also when she was bringing up mud floods, which was all this Tartarian conspiracy material she was bringing up online that led her to Q and Aquino. And that was ultimately when it was around that time, the year of the mud pig. So we can look that up, was when she posted that post, published that post on that she was care provider for Michael Aquino. So just so people know, that's something like if I were to bring Amanda Yu on the show, she would probably remember, because she's very alert to these things and has a very good memory. So I'll talk to her about that sometime. But just bringing that up there for people to to hear. And so, aside from all that, back to Peter.
Well, thank you for all that.
Yes.
I don't have much more to add. Thank you for that, because it does give some context. I am interested in it. It's just a question of, pursuing it. Let it come up again, because I'm not going to go into it for this book. It's too much.
Oh, yes, understood.
Got to finish this book and get it out. It's been processing too long, and I still have. I'm still finishing. I just keep finding more to put into the last chapter, so we have a contextual ending.
Yes.
And this is really is the ending, because we get to the end. What's the apocalypse? Is the apocalypse? My life will end at some point. Your life will end at some point. And whether or not there's an apocalypse per se on an objective level is a completely different point. What I would say that's of interest is that my life, my own personal life, it's hard to talk about. And even though I'm very challenged right now with the athleticism, 71. We're having a new season. They said, "What number do you want on your jersey?" I said, 71. That's because that's how old I am.
Right. Yeah.
I'm trying to work out some stuff in my, feet, plantar fasciitis, so that I can feel like I can run again.
Isn't that what Trump had that kept him out of the Vietnam War?
No, I don't think so.
Bone spurs. He had bone spurs.
Well, yeah, but I don't know. But the thing is, I have teases of living a very long time.
Yes, of course.
But then I look at you, despite your physical maladies, you've got the vampire genetics, which you could live a long time too. We don't know this. We don't know. And the longer I stay in this world, the more it changes. And it doesn't necessarily change in such a way that is, I guess what you'd say, encourages one. There's always I don't want to be negative, but in other words, okay, but whatever. We'll end it for tonight. I want to remind people to contribute to Douglas if you can. DouglasDietrich.com, and upper right-hand corner yellow button. He can use your help.
Yes.
And maybe you can talk about what's going to happen with Netanyahu tonight or tomorrow on Wednesday. He's addressing the Congress. It's expected to be very controversial, very, and Biden wanted to be on hand for that, but this is going to create some very divisive rhetoric. If Trump is smart, he'll just keep his mouth shut.
Yeah. Good luck.
He says he'll have an instant solution, and maybe he will. But Netanyahu's likely to go down the tubes, because he's likely to say things that will completely alienate the Western world. This is what I would personally predict. He's going to say things that he just shouldn't say. And instead of going in other words, what he's going to say is going to elicit hostility, not just from the population, but from the Congress. And as a side comment, they're floating this guy named Shapiro, to be Kamala Harris's running mate.
Shapiro? Who?
Yeah, well, he's Jewish, yeah, and he's already in Pennsylvania. I don't know whether he's the governor or whatever he is of Pennsylvania, but the problem is, and they're targeting so that they can win Pennsylvania, which is a swing state.
Mm-hmm.
But they also pointed out that if they go that route, I think it would be a very bad campaign strategy to put anybody on the ticket who's Jewish. Not because they're Jewish, but because there is so much sentiment towards Jews.
Yeah, that would I agree. It's
a good selling point because of the way the population reacts.
You know what it is? It's this anachronistic logic of the gerontocracy. We have a hospice fucking government. These people are on palliative care, and Kamala Harris may have been in their company too long.
Well, I don't know that the Democrats are floating the idea. This is the media floating the idea.
Okay.
I don't know that they were floating it. But they said also there's so many Muslims in Michigan that it would throw Michigan away from them.
Thank you.
The other side of the coin is that people don't vote for who's on the vice president. They vote for who's the president.
Well, the vice president can sometimes fuck that up. I mean,
the whole idea of a vice president is to help you
win. Yeah, not lose.
Win.
Yeah.
And you got to have somebody. So you might as well pick somebody who will help you win. They're not necessarily picked because they'd be the best person to,
But at this moment in history, a Jewish person would not help.
One would think not.
Yeah.
And, as for Kamala Harris, every picture you pull of her, she's got this just completely repugnant smile on her face. Like she's looking like she's trying to act like she's having a good time. Like forced enthusiasm.
Well, you think she's not having a good time? I mean, why wouldn't she be? I mean, with what just happened.
No, it's not convincing.
Okay.
It's like, you're smiling. It's like she's trying to placate people. I don't think she's smiling. It just looks phony.
Okay.
It looks inauthentic.
Okay.
And, but all these smiles of her, they're not. And in fact, they show them on the whether it's Fox News or whatever, Newsmax, whatever they show them to give her a bad look. They don't do it complimentary. Every time they show her with these dumbass smiles on her face. They're not trying to make her look good. And there's so many of them. Crystal River was making some Kamala statements on Facebook, so I posted a picture of Kamala smiling with confetti going up.
Did she respond at all?
She loved it.
Oh, she's still alive and responding to you then?
Oh, she'll respond. She just won't call.
I mean, does she respond in anything other than, an emoji? I mean, I was just curious because, she's
not much. She's very. I've written to her about finally communicating.
Uh-huh.
I don't even remember what to communicate about. She's very. Something's going on there.
Yeah.
It's doesn't make any sense.
I'll just write her off personally. It's just I don't even understand why you try to communicate.
I'm not trying very hard.
Yeah, understood.
I do have certain things to share her and thank her for.
Okay. Yeah.
But no, it's like there's something going on there.
No. Well, at any rate, before you go, you asked what I might be speaking of. I mean, honestly, I'm just counting on George Knight to come in later, but what I'll speak of in interim, if I don't get caught up in some roundtable conversation, simply what I'll address tonight will be, of course, just a brief historical context on Joe Biden's action, the fact that he's not seeking re-election. There has been nothing like this in American history. Obviously, he's hardly the first president who has decided not to seek a second term, but the circumstances this time are unique. And the other thing I would talk about would be essentially banishing, warding, various other magical things that, we, or either that or we can discuss that on Wednesday. Depends on how caught up I get in a roundtable discussion. But otherwise, I'd cover some of the things I had intended to cover with you tonight, till George arrives. It depends on how much action we get with other people. But that way I can always timestamp it and ask you to review it later. So other than that, we love you dearly, Peter, and you have a blessed night. Certainly, blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. And we'll see you on Wednesday, which will be here before we all know it. Okay?
Okay. Good night, and good night, everybody.
Okay. Yes. All right. Bye for now. And that's guidebooksusa.com. I'm going to now start calling everyone. And Ian West is asking me to bring it on. And it's I'll see if I can Ian West wants to come on, so I can bring him on to hang out at least till George arrives, and then George and I get on our trip. So let's see who else we can bring on. Oh yes, I'll send out a phone message as well to one particular party and see if they respond that way. Okay, here we start with the usual button pushing. All right, okay. Let me see. We'll try Heather again. Says she's active, and George Knight, of course, in my favorites. Brendan Zergit, just perfunctorily. V, and Realtek. Both accounts of Jennifer Hawkins. And here we are. Make certain I don't hit the Joe Ty button again by mistake. That chick who used to appear on here, sober once and then drunk ever after that for a while.
Esther?
Esther, how do you remember that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not hitting that button because I think she cut the account, but I mean, like I said, I didn't get rid of a lot of people because, a lot of these people I just don't, I just don't bother to erase the accounts, but I should erase that Joe Tai one because for some reason, you know what? He doesn't have a face on his button. So it's the face on the button. I recognize the face and I avoid hitting the buttons of these other people. But in his case, he doesn't have a face. So every once in a while I hit it by accident. But other than, let's see now, is there some people I've forgotten to call, or I can't find Ian, so I'll just hit him here. Ian, and there he goes. Add him to the call. Says he's active. There's poor Christian Wallace. It says we chatted over a year ago. Yeah, by that they mean it's been like, half a decade at this point, is what it feels like. Poor bastard. Wonder if he's still alive. Damn, I mean, you look at his photo even, and it's, I'll have to show this to you. So let me press this add button first. And that photo was from a long time ago, of course. Oh, fuck, did I forget to hit the, how could I forget that? I mean, she didn't show up, or here we are. Let me check. There's Ian. Yes, so Ian, dear fellow. Is everything all right? You wanted to speak about a number of things. Apparently you spent a lot of time working on a piece of art.
No, I was writing some music. No, I was writing songs and shit. No, I was just writing songs. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you said you wanted us all to see it or something?
No, I gave it to you guys. I know you don't want to play songs on the air, so I just gave it to everybody so they could listen to on their own.
Right. So you wrote this song, but I mean, so how does You wrote it, but who sings it?
The AI sings it. And guess who wrote the lyrics?
Well, you
Guess
did.
who wrote the lyrics?
You did.
No, Michael Aquino did.
Michael
I
Aquino.
took his book, The Diabolicon.
Uh-huh.
I took the introduction chapter and I just turned it into a song.
Uh-huh. Okay. And why did you do that?
Well, I hate to fucking compliment the motherfucker, but that beginning of that book, to me, it just like it was kind of poetic. It was kind of poetic. I'm not dick riding him, but I'm just saying it was actually kind of like what's the word I'm looking for, like leveling or it was like, I don't know, it was like a very subtle way of seeing his perspective. Even though it was all fucked up, it was a very subtle way of seeing it, and I can appreciate it. I still think the motherfucker's sick, but still, I just thought it was good. So I was like, all right, we need to turn this to a song.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, are you turning into a Brandon Young on us, where you're going to be coming back and saying, they're people just like us, and they love animals. Yeah. Oh.
You just gotta read that opening chapter of the Diabolicon. It's really goddamn. It's like it's a real polite way of seeing his perspective. You know what I'm saying?
I suppose, yeah.
It's like, it's not all, I want to go suck some little 6-year-old dicks and shit. Anyway, how's the show going? I just got out the shower.
Oh, well, it's just so exciting now that you've joined us in the nude. I mean, it's
robe. I'm wearing a robe. So, yeah, we had a good time. My aunt got diagnosed with cancer, so.
Whoa! What the fuck? Hey, dude!
Oh, good thing.
Good. What?
No, it's a good thing. We celebrated it. It was a good.
I don't understand. Give us some context for this, please.
Oh, well, she's been fighting the doctors over this parasite shit for fucking 12 years. So, the doctors finally fessed up and were like, oh, yeah, you got cancer. And fucking, so we partied, it was a good thing.
Oh, well, look, I just sent Brooke Gibson a message and she's blocked me. What the fuck?
Yeah, she blocked me too. I guess her fucking lover got out of the jail. Also, you know how she's got like that battered wife syndrome or something, where she can't talk to another man, like that.
Well, maybe she didn't pay her bill, maybe, and her phone got disconnected or something. Is that possible? I mean, cell phone. I mean.
Oh, no. Daddy pays that bill anyway. No. That's not gonna, that's not gonna, Brooke's daddy wouldn't let that happen.
Whoa. Well, he seems to allow her to run around with a convicted felon.
Yeah. Well, she's a woman. She's going to do what she wants anyway,
Well, this is just odd, but, okay, so there we have that, and, I'll just roll.
I have been kind of lonely in the afternoons, and I don't have anybody to talk to on the phone.
Wait, I mean, wasn't it like that when you were living in your apartment?
Hell no. Hell no.
Because you had people visiting.
Deep in Tang. Oh.
You had what?
No, I was neck deep in Tang.
Yeah, no, let's not use such terms, please. At any rate,
I gotta say thank you. You know what came out today that you told me like 2 years ago?
What?
That Jared Kushner dude, that he was a tranny. It came out today.
Oh, it did? Where?
Yeah, I heard it from a second source besides you.
Yeah. Well, I would hope so. Yes.
But they're like, this guy's been registered as a female Democratic voter for like 5 years and shit.
Uh-huh.
So I guess Ivanka Trump's like tasting Tang. So I mean, I guess that's I can't put it any other way. But anyway, you like that? I was thinking about that today too. That was good, right?
Right. Well, I'm looking at what you sent me. Selling Sex in the Reich. Wait, what is the full title of this thing? Oh, PR.
Yeah, it's Selling Sex and the Right. It's some book I found in the library.
Mhm.
I downloaded it and just wanted to send it to you, you know.
And you say it's right. He writes. This is what Ian West wrote. It's right up your alley. Is that meant to be a suggestive metaphor?
Well, no, not really. It's just, you know, sex and the Reich, and that's totally you all day, you know.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so such having been established, what about your
Thank you would be, you know.
Wait, yeah,
for,
yes, thank you, of course, for the thought. I mean, just it's good to know I'm on somebody's mind as often as I am on yours. Yes. So tell me, it's your aunt and your grandmother that you're living with right now, right?
Yeah.
And how are they doing?
Well, they're good. They're kicking and going. You know, I'm proud
Okay,
of them.
no, again, hold on. This parasite thing. You said. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change into my sweatshirt for the night because nights get cold in San Francisco. Still, global warming is not impacting us in any way, shape, or form. What?
Why?
I'm sorry, what?
Because it's not fucking real. The global warming is not real. That's why it's not impacting.
Oh, please, it's quite real. We're experiencing catastrophic climate change. Don't be a denier. Now, when it comes to this, you said your grandmother was suffering from a parasite. This is your diagnosis, I presume?
No, my aunt.
Your aunt. My aunt. So she was diagnosed with cancer. Your aunt.
Yeah. So we went out and celebrated, and, you know, my aunt and my grandma took me out to the Mexican restaurant to celebrate. It was very lovely. We had a good family moment, you know.
So all three of you, your grandmother and your aunt, went to this restaurant, Mexican restaurant? You're now. I'm going to presume this just to try and clarify things here, so I understand. Try to understand what's going on. You are convinced your aunt was fighting with a parasite for about a decade, correct?
Correct. Yes.
But the doctors, of course, were probably responding by saying that she was not suffering from anything, correct?
Exactly.
And then suddenly they came down with this cancer diagnosis. What kind of cancer, may I ask?
It was like a skin thing.
A skin cancer. Okay, so it's
so we're gonna go out to
basal carcinoma.
You're gonna get it chopped off.
Basal cancer.
No. I don't know.
Basal is an epidermal or skin cancer. Is what basal cell carcinoma is what it's called. I was just curious. It may be that, or maybe some other kind of epidermal cancer, a skin cancer. You said what? You're going to where to get it cut off?
Well, we're gonna go to Louisiana tomorrow, and they're gonna chop it off our ass. So it'll be good. You know?
So it must have been a lesion, what they call a lesion, kind of like or what do they call it when the cancer begins to appear? But anyhow, so this was manifesting. She had something on her ass for 10 years and they couldn't diagnose it as cancer?
Yeah, exactly.
How is this possible? And it just
because the doctors aren't trained for this. Like I said, they didn't have COVID-19 school in the fucking 80s. That's why.
Now, did they? I mean, how much of her ass is this covering?
I don't know. I didn't really go into details. You know, we just like, you know, skin place and had margaritas and chili Rolanos, and that was about it.
Oh, okay. Right. No, Brooke had just told me she had just talked to you the other day. She had just spoken to you.
Yeah, Brooke did talk to me.
Yeah.
Brooke did talk to me, and she's like, I think he's getting out of jail, but he's got to go to a halfway house for a little bit. So I was like, okay, well, you know, let him go to the halfway house or whatever. And
I thought he had gotten out of jail. I thought he had gotten out of jail and was in the halfway house.
I know. No, he was just... No, she said he was getting out of jail. I think she said he was getting out of jail tomorrow, which was the day before I talked to her on the phone.
Mm-hmm. I mean, everything seemed copacetic between her and I, last time we spoke.
Yeah, but like I said, I think she's got that battered wife syndrome, and she's like, you know, doesn't want to...
You're glitching out. Is this some result of being in the swampland? You're glitching out with half your sentences. I don't know if you're aware of this, of course. I presume you're not aware of this. So I'm letting you know we can only hear half of what you're saying because you start glitching out. That's probably because you're moving too far away from the Wi-Fi receiver out there in the swamplands or wherever you're at. Wait, where are you at? You're out there with Swamp Thing, aren't you? Aristides, help me out here. We're gonna try and I don't know if I just offended him. I mean, it's like, oh my god, Dietrich says I'm out there with Swamp Thing. Oh my fucking god, my life is over.
I don't take Ian as easily offended.
Okay, that's what I would think. Yeah, I mean, but then again, I thought I had left with Brooke on copacetic terms with our last conversation, and but you know, the fact that Ian is blocked and I'm blocked, it's like I think that something's happening here. I don't know what, but probably something to do with her inability to pay a phone bill, which Ian says, oh no, her daddy pays all that. That's not my impression, really. But at any rate, who knows? It's like I will write a note to her daughter Lola, but Ian might be back now. At any rate, Aristides, help me out here. I'm going to change my shirt. Going to take my earbuds off for a moment while I do that. So do me a favor and talk a little bit with Ian. Ian, let's see if we can hear you now. Ian. He's on mute.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, can you hear me now? Sorry about that, guys.
So just out of curiosity, Ian, I want you to speak with Aristides for a while I change my shirt. It shouldn't take only a moment. But while I'm doing that, maybe you can answer what exactly you wrote this song on, because you said all your computers are in storage. Are you using your grandmother and aunt's computer to do this? Are you using the phone?
I'm using my cell phone.
You're doing
using the phone.
All this on your cell phone. Oh, okay, so talk to Aristides about this while I change my shirt. I'll be right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Aristides?
Hey, all right. You use the was it Suno song generator? Yeah, I know. It just does it for you. It does it for you online.
Yes, correct. Yeah. It uses the server processors instead of your personal processors.
Right. Of course.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you hear it? Did you listen? You listen to it? You like it?
No, I did not yet. But where is it? Did you put? Where is it?
It's in last week's chat. It's in the chat, the Skype chat from last week.
I'll go and I'll go look for it.
Yeah, but no, I love it, man. Like it's $10 a month. You get full copyright control of it, and once you learn the
You got the paid one.
Yeah. Of course.
Okay, I can't believe I didn't go mute. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to refresh myself for just a few minutes. I think you guys have got this, and you guys are doing okay. I'll be right back. And so I'm going to also try and give a call to Brooke. I suppose it won't go through since she's blocked me in terms of text.
I wouldn't even bother, Doug. I wouldn't even bother.
I'll text a message to her daughter. So while I do that, the two of you gentlemen keep talking. I'll be right back. And okay. So you guys got this. Thank you so much. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, man, like Aristides, when I was talking about the Suno thing, like if you've got an idea for a song, you can. Well, there's a couple of different ways you can go about having the AI write the song for you. But if you're more advanced like I am, and you're like, okay, well, I want the song to be at this beat per minute, and I want it to be in this key, and I want it to be, I want the intro to be like a good 15 seconds or whatever. You can get all that, but
is a lot of that part of the paid? Because I know people that both have done it. Like there's a free, but with some more limitation, and then there's a paid. And I think the free one, you can't plug in your own song, your own lyrics. I don't think, or it's probably they always do that. Well, there's always limitations.
You can do it for free. You can input your own lyrics on the free version, but you only get 50 credits a day. And a lot of it that it pumps out is just shit and it sucks. So it's like it's almost like a casino. It's like a casino slot machine where you got to put a couple of quarters in before you win. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But yeah, like I said, like if you're a songwriter like I am, and you're like, okay, I want this chord structure, I want this melody, I want a piano solo right here, I want a synthesizer solo right here. Like you physically have to program it in. You got to say, hey, do a guitar solo, do a drum solo, do a fill. This is the chorus, this is the verse, this is the bridge, and then the AI reads all that, and then it puts a song on it for you. And when you get good enough and you learn the API keys, I mean, I'm pumping them out faster than fucking Puff Daddy stealing samples off of vinyls. Like seriously, and I get full copyright control off of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow. I mean, sometimes it certainly is worth getting the paid version of things. So, you know.
Yeah. Because you don't get copyright control for the free version. You don't get the license for it. Like Suno gets to keep the license for it, and then Suno can do whatever they want with it. But if you're a paid subscriber, then you get full copyright control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I love it. I fucking love it. I love it.
I'm kind of familiar. I know people that I haven't done it, but I know people that have used that.
Yeah. Well, and they've got this new one that I'm fucking with now because I've gone through probably, I want to say like 300 songs, but 75% of them are just shit. So now I'm onto this other AI platform called Udio, and it's $20 a month, and you pretty much can like, it's just fucking awesome. It's really fucking awesome. So that's why
what's the name of it again? And can you put it like in our chat, like the name of it?
Yeah. Here, I can let me pull up the chat. Goddamn these goddamn mosquitoes. Hold on. Okay, here's the chat.
Udio, you said?
That's UDIO. Yeah, Udio. Okay,
like
here we go.
I see. It's kind of like studio, but you do it, so it's a Udio.
Yes, yeah. And like I said, dude, like I just started playing with the Udio. I just started playing with it, but it gives you a lot more. It gives you a lot more features that Suno doesn't. Like with Udio, you can say, okay, I want the AI to focus more on the music compared to the lyrics I write. So it'll write the song more around what the AI generates and not what you're inputting for lyrics. But like when you hear what I did with Michael Aquino's Diabolican, like it's like I actually did like 2 or 3 tracks that I'm like happy with Diabolican, and it's a pain in the ass to like pick the best one because it's nobody wants to hear like the same lyrics in 2 different songs, but I'm just knocking. I mean, I'm knocking them out back and forth, dude. Like it's great, and it's like all my life. I've never found musicians as good as I am to jam with and record with. So it eliminates all that need of searching for people that know how to play guitar, or searching for people that know how to sing, or searching for singers that know how to write poetry. You know what I'm saying? Did I lose you?
No, sorry. Now you can truly flex your creative capability, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's like I said, it's like I'm writing all my own lyrics. And since I don't have a chick that can sing, I just tell fucking Suno to send me a female singer, and it does it. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, they do an alright job. It's pretty amazing, like the tools that are out there for that, the images. I got people that are really good at the AI, like images,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I mean, honestly, I'd pay $50 a month just for the sheer just not having to go find other musicians to work with. Like honestly. And it does all the mixing and mastering too, and that's the real selling point to me, because I really don't, it's like after you find all these people, and after you finally write a song after 5 months, then you got to spend another 5 months mixing and mastering channel by channel by channel, and the AI does it for you. I love it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, I know people that do that, and fuck ton of work.
Yeah, totally. That's why I'm kind of glad. Like, I sold all my guitars, I sold all my synthesizers, I sold all my mixers, because I just don't need it anymore with AI. I don't.
Yeah. And and it's good. It sounds like you need to travel light these days anyway, moving and getting robbed and
exactly. And like all the vintage gear that I had, that like the Space Echo box, and all my Joe Meek reverb racks, like I don't need them anymore. I really don't. And it's a godsend. It really is, because I can still be creative, and I can still pump out what I want, and I'm not at the mercy of paying rent to keep the shit somewhere, paying the electricity bill to use the equipment, finding the singers that fucking can sound and do what I want.
Yeah, true. I mean, one could make the argument that, like Douglas kind of says it with the art, with the visual art, that not having, I mean, putting artists out of business. You know what I mean?
It is pretty much, yeah. What's so fucking weird though? It's like I was using the AI art generator, and I wrote this song. It was called it's not The Art of Losing. It's called God damn, what's it fucking called? I can't believe I forgot the name. Here, let me get to my files thing and look it up real quick. But anyway, so I typed in like the gist of the song to the AI generator. It created this image of this chick and a dude like in love and shit, and it's all retro looking. And that's like the #1 post I got on Instagram, and I can't even fucking believe it. Like, I wasn't even expecting that to blow up or anything,
It can. Yeah, if you got a good image, it's really, it can go fucking viral.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm so happy with it. Like, seriously, I'm so fucking happy with it. Like, I can't tell you how much more productive in the songwriting and recording aspect of things that I am, and I don't have to worry about copyright. I don't have to worry about, you sampled who and blah, 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 blah. So, it's just well worth it. It's worth the goddamn $10 a month. It's way worth it. I probably spent close to 50 grand on equipment, guitars, synthesizers, studio shit, and I could only pump out probably 4 or 5 songs a year after that,
Yeah.
So,
yeah, and you can, I don't know. I guess there will be an adjustment period where it will kind of sort of put people out of business, but things evolve, and there will always be like live, musicians and music, I think, and may become a luxury kind of a thing. Like if you're just making a dumb commercial for TV or whatever, you're not going to like hire, they might go the route you're doing, you know what I mean? But if it's real high end entertainment, it's going to be a privilege to pay for like human musicians,
Yeah. Well, yeah, man, I'm just, I'm just so, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm just so happy with it. That's all. I'm just happy with it.
It's a productivity tool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But anyway. Oh, this shit. Yeah. Yeah, whenever you get the chance, just go to my go to that Skype, and then I put the full final version of each track in there. And like the new shit that I'm working on, it's kind of like, see, I always love digital hardcore music. Like, I love breakcore, and I love the hard heavy shit. Like I went into like Tiesto and shit. That shit was too faggy for me. So fucking but with the Suno, I can say, give me a breakcore song that has like classical melodies and a Baroque kind of style to it, and it just pumps it out. I love it.
pretty amazing.
It is. Yeah. Matter of fact, like whatever you here, I'll just post the link in the chat, so that way I'm not like trying to promote myself and get all dug panties in a bunch. Hold on, let me do that. But I'll put it in the chat. But yeah, man, it's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, like honestly, like I kind of want to like go back to all the songs that are recorded in the past, because I still have the masters for them all. And I want to dump them into this AI shit and just fucking see what it, comes out with,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm trying to get back to the chat so I can send you the link.
I'm just getting back there now.
There it is. Okay, here's the chat. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
You're going to put it in the current chat?
Yeah, I'm going to put it in the current chat. Let me, soundcloud.com/Ian West. Didn't catch it. God damn it. Hold on. Let me do this. Okay. I'm going to type it out. Okay. Soundcloud.com /IANWPST. Bam. Got it. Okay. There you go. Yeah. So there's a link to it. But, yeah, man, it's great. But were you listening to Peter talking earlier about the, what's it called? The Jehovah's Witnesses going up on the hill and giving away their TVs and shit?
Yeah.
Okay, he is absolutely correct about that. He is telling the truth about it. But what the people don't get about the end times is that it's this MK Ultra program run by the CIA that are turning all these kids, they're creating altars in them that are psychopath serial killers. And the trick to turn on these altars and all these children, where the signal was going to be sent through the television. And whenever the television sent out the signal, it was going to activate their altars, and all the kids were going to go into psycho murder mode and go kill their neighbors. And they say that the United States is like infested with these kids and this programming in them. I think somewhere in the area of like 2 million. I could be wrong. I could be light on that. Like there could be more. But yeah, last I checked, they said that there's 2 million kids in the United States. Like one in every, it's like 1 out of every 6 houses.
Okay. I'm back. Wait. What is going now with what?
I was talking about what Peter Moon was talking about, the end times program.
Okay. And you were on your favorite subject, so go back to this. I want to hear the stats here. What is this? 2 million kids? 2 million kids?
Yeah, sure. I could be light on that. I think that's I think I'm lowballing it there. I think it's more. But ever since the 50s, they've been doing this end times programming in the kids. So whenever this signal went off in the television, it would turn on their altars to go into psycho murder mode and just start fucking killing their parents and their neighbors and shit. And that's what the end times is. That's the end of the world. That's the end time.
And I'm so sorry. So Aristides, you did this activate an altar in you? Why are you're not responding to any of this? Or...
No, but
yeah, you were sitting there silent because you were found out, right?
No, I was just going to get it. I was just going to get a drink, actually. But I needed to deal with this, and if I become in an altered state, it's because of that. If I reach an altar, it's
Well, we blew up the television signal generator thing that was going to turn all those altars.
What is this we? What is this we? You have a mouse in your pocket? Do you mean Aristides, myself, and you, or someone else that you are identifying with?
Yeah, someone else I'm identifying with. Well, yeah, like I said, it was based out of Boulder, Colorado.
Oh, but these people that you identify with. Now, correct me if I'm wrong on this. This is the white hats, quote unquote, or do you use that term?
Call the White Hats. Yes, the White Hats.
Yes, okay, which means, quote unquote, the good guys in the military industrial complex with guns. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
They're the ones getting Trump in there.
Yeah. Is that true, Ian? Is that how you see that?
Well,
And if we 2 more weeks, guys. 2 more weeks. 2 more years, or 2 more years. The case may be.
The update and the computer update shit and the power grid going down and shit all happened this week throughout the United States. Well, they're arrested all the goddamn dirty Republicans at that RNC thing. That's what they're doing. That's why they had all the flight delays and shit. They're arresting all the Republicans.
So you acknowledge that there's dirty Republicans. You usually target Democrats.
Yes, of course. Of course they're dirty Republicans. Of course.
But anyhow, something that's far more immediate to something people can relate to. I did obligatorily try to call Brooke. Ian West was, of course, correct. It's a total waste of time. The service says that this number cannot accept calls at this moment. It's what the service says. So so
she didn't pay her phone bill then if it says that.
Oh, okay. How do you know this?
Because I've had my phone off before. You know what I mean? I go through phone numbers like women, you know?
And also, Aristides, what was your observation on this?
That Ian would know what it would be like.
Okay. Yes. Okay. But
I believe him.
Yeah. But Ian, your living depended on getting sex from girls for drugs. Your phone was vital in this regard. How could you not? How could you let it run out like that?
That was just my hobby. That was just my hobby. That was just a hobby.
Well, whatever you did for a living, your phone was vital to that. I mean, when they called you to help with construction of stages and stuff, you had to get through a phone. Is how these requests came. Yeah. True.
Correct. You are correct on that.
So how could you afford to let your?
Well, I used to be rich. I used to.
Whose image is that you're using? What? Whose image is that?
That's me.
That please. Yes. It's no. I mean, you might identify with that image, but isn't that a little thin? I've seen you on camera. I mean, you said you lived in a hot box. This like apartment for. Did you lose a lot of weight because it was so hot?
No, the camera has a couple of pounds. No, I used to be the manager at the Easter Bunny stand at the mall. And I just did the costume on, and I took a picture.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. What was that? You said the camera put some pounds on. Yes, of course. Yes. Yeah. How could I forget that? What was I going to say? So I left a message with Lola saying that here's what I wrote. I said, your mother's cellular service says that blocking is active for both myself and Ian West. And in parentheses, I put, I could understand for Ian West. And then I said, I pray that all is well. And, pretty much that's what I said. It's paraphrasing, but, I wrote something to that effect. Hopefully we get some kind of answer soon. But what you've just said tells us something, that because of what her answering service is saying when I call, that she basically didn't pay her bill, and that's why we're getting this is essentially
basically, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
See, when I was calling her, my calls would get forwarded to voicemail. But if you're calling her and saying it can't accept numbers, that means she didn't pay her bill.
Okay, all right, cool. Thank you.
And
now,
look, either way, it's just Brooke being Brooke.
We have reason to be worried about her because she's hanging with a convicted felon and is possibly getting further and further into the realm of drug abuse. So,
right.
By the way, I didn't really take well. I didn't want to say anything because it's just going to sound defensive. It's kind of like I didn't respond. But then again, it's hard to make a judgment call on these things when it comes to, say, for instance, the paramedics. And I was in the the ambulance. Then they, and then the guy starts his alcoholic trip, the black guy. I was like, I didn't respond to it because it's just going to sound defensive. And the more you try and respond to something like that, like, oh, I'm not an alcoholic, you just sound like you're an alcoholic. So I just didn't respond. And I really didn't see that there was anything important to it. I thought he was just on a trip. It was only the repercussions of it that render what he did, as far as I'm concerned, an assault. As far as I'm concerned, this is a. But all that being said, the reason I bring that up is, when Peter Moon says tonight, "Oh, despite your physical maladies, yeah, you might live long too," and I'm like thinking, well, what the fuck are you talking about with my physical maladies? Like, what the fuck do you mean by that? I mean, what does he think I have? Is he like, aside from everything that I've explained already, like, there was a tub flood. I was exposed to blood warm water where this guy had, we've got a pair of drug users upstairs where the girl has recently run away. So anything stuck in those pipes could have some of her residue as well, but drug users tend to have diseases. And in terms of the freak upstairs, I definitely contracted something from those tub waters to the point where I, probably from listening to Ian West too much in the past, it felt like there was something in my eye for days after some of the tub water splashed.
Did you get grilled? Did you get grilled?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you get vrilled? Vrilled is when the parasites go through your eyeball. That's what they mean by vrilled.
Why is that term used?
I mean, that's just what I put together from listening to this Donald Marshall guy.
Donald Marshall.
Donald Marshall, yeah.
Is Donald Marshall the guy who says Christ was a pedophile?
No. That's Amon. That's Amon that says that.
So who's Donald Marshall? Aristides, give me some perspective here.
I saw stuff about him on Instagram. What he says, he's basically it's like a secret project victim, and they're doing like cloning, and they basically they take you out of your body and they put you in your clone body to murder you.
Why would they do that? I mean, that sounds like
as part of their sick games that they do it.
Yeah,
And they do it in this sort of demonic Shambhala type underworld sort of thing. And the Vril are these creatures or something. It's a bad connotation, basically, creature thing. Where, as to me, otherwise the word has a good connotation, but in this case, seems to have a bad one.
I noticed that there are people out there who are trying to promote Aryanophobia. And the Aryanophobes tend to use Vril in some connotation that's very negative. And parasitic and the like. One of these people that was Judith Ager, who was, you remember Judith Ager, Ian West.
Of course.
You can tell people what you remember about her. What do you remember about her?
Well, she was a little, what's the word I'm looking for? She was, how can I put this nicely? How do I put this nicely?
I mean, by the way, I'm not asking you to shit and piss on her on my account. I mean, honestly, it's just, she, I mean, but I am intrigued as to what you might say. So go ahead and say it. See if you can find some words.
She was a bully. We'll put it like that. She was a bully.
I'll kind of, yeah. You know what? I can see why you would say that. Yeah, I could see that. Go on.
She was a bully.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? That's legitimate. I'll go for that. I'll. Fuck, I got something in my eye. Eyelashes, that is. What is that noise?
The train's going by. Hold on. I'm in Mississippi. The train's going by. Let me put it on mute real quick.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Until the train goes by.
Sure. That's fine. Wow. Very picturesque. Yes. That was interesting. He just got caught in the wheels of the train. That was the last sounds you will ever hear from him alive. It was...
God bless him.
I swear to God, I was the train go by the other day, and I saw some dude in the cart, in one of the air vent carts, and he had his cell phone out. He was right from his cell phone. I was like, "They're smuggling people on these goddamn trains," you know?
What?
I'll go back on mute till it goes.
Okay. What did he just say? Ari, you can help me.
I don't know. I'm just rolling. Sounds awesome
now. So Judith Ager she would do her thing by, you know, the equivalent of Heather Holman or Ian West, spend too much time on the fucking internet. Granted, this is how they find me, but like I said, okay, so you found me. Why do you keep looking? It's kind of like the people who say, oh, I want to hear about these lost continents. And then, you know, scientists come out and say, we found the lost continent. And, you know, and everybody doesn't look. It's like, I don't know, is the assumption that, oh, that's the establishment speaking? They must be lying? What the fuck? You know, you find Doug Dietrich, he's giving you the answers. But then you turn around and then you go to people, not Aristides. I'm talking to my listeners in a very generic sense, you know, to the general public is what I'm addressing. You know, they go to these other weirdos. I mean, there's no other word for it. Other weirdos on the internet, and it's like, and they just like suck this shit up. Like, I couldn't understand it with Judith because Judith was like, she knew me. She was intimate with me. And then she goes on YouTube and watches this doofus, Michael Sarian. I'm certain it was Michael Sarian, who just because he has an Irish accent, people think everything he says must be from God. Yeah, you know, my dad spoke with an Irish brogue, for God's sake. But, you know, it's like, this is something Michael Aquino found out through sociological studies. They experimented on this, and they found out that you get an announcer who speaks with a Commonwealth accent or an Irish, you know, but particularly Commonwealth, like New Zealand, Australia, or English. Most Americans can't tell them apart. And I think it'd be difficult even for people from those regions, unless, you know, it's something extreme. But when it came to this accent phenomenon, anytime Americans heard someone speaking with a British accent or a Commonwealth accent, they would automatically think whatever they were saying was important, and that they would stop to listen. And I had explained this to someone one time when I was in a sushi restaurant, a sushi bar / restaurant. He was this idiot who worked behind the counter who got to know me quite well. I can't remember his name. Yeah, I'll remember soon enough. But just this half Filipino, half Japanese guy behind the counter. So, you know, this is why he couldn't work in Japan. He's stuck working in America because he's half Filipino. And so the guy's working behind the counter, and I explained to him just what I explained to you now. And then over the radio, a woman came on with a British accent announcing some kind of paltry news, some kind of banal news that was not, you know, it was incidental, nothing to do with anything relevant. And he said, shh, you're quiet, I want to hear this. You know, right after I explained to him what I just explained to you. I mean, this is how Pavlovian it fucking is. So when Michael Sarian speaks with an Irish accent, because it's exotic, everybody in America, or the general fools, they all think that what he's saying must be gospel or something. It's completely irrational. It's something to do with hitting a vibe in the reptilian cortex of the brain or something. The backbone, the Jungian backbone of the archetypal mind. But at any rate, she heard Michael Sarian talk about vril in a very negative sense. So then she started calling me a vril. She didn't mean this in some Aryan sense where it's like Marina Sarin. She's like instead telling me, you're a vril, meaning I'm some kind of parasitic soul. You know, this was like, what a fucking cunt. But I mean, to you know, she just started using this Sarian terminology. And it's like, what disturbs me is like what I said earlier about the people like who get on the internet, Ian West being exemplary of this, and see something about this.
I'm alive, goddammit. I'm alive. I did not let this thing kill me. Yes, I did die for a year, but I'm alive. I beat it. I fucking beat it. And homie, if you're saying that you felt shit in your fucking eyes, I beg of you, go get 3 pounds of baking soda and fill up a hot bathtub of water, and you go soak in that shit 4 times a fucking day.
Well, you know what happened? Again, probably from listening to you too much. I first thought I might have an amoeba in my eye from the son of a bitch upstairs. And, you know, oh my God, there's an amoeba. It always felt like there was something in my eye, but it was just a sty. I get these stress styes, but it was from the water. It was from the infection in the water, guaranteed. And so I treated it with antibiotic eye drops. which I have a backlog of.
Okay.
So it worked. It worked. But I'm happy to say. But then I was sick in other ways from this bathtub water that was like a stomach influenza, and I underwent an antibiotic regimen that was prescribed, just so people know. I didn't self-medicate. So I was in contact with doctors throughout this, and then ultimately I had this lymphatic massage from my cosmetologist, who I have this very dysfunctional relationship with, and she warned me, as did Brooke Gibson, as did Amy Como. All three of these women have had lymphatic massages, and they got deathly ill. And they all warned me it was to the point of vomiting. Certainly in Amy Como's case, it was extreme. And so after V gave me a lymphatic massage, then I was feeling off for several days, even slightly disoriented. And then I vomited. So, then I called the ambulance because I was concerned because of a history of GI bleeds that have been diagnosed. One time when I had a bleeding duodenal ulcer when I was young, even though they lied about the extent of it in order to perform a illegal medical experiment at a military hospital, because I was a military dependent, for those of you who are just checking in, have never heard me before, and don't know what the fuck a kid was doing in a military hospital. Kids who are born to servicemen, even if they are retired, if they have served a full career, that child will have access to the military hospital. And this is because I was born while my father was still active service. So in terms of my having access to the military hospital when I was young, not in the sense of volitionally or of my own will, because I was brought there by my parents when I had this bleeding duodenal ulcer. They told them I had bled out and performed a full body blood transfusion. Now, regardless, I did have a genuine ulcer, regardless of the bleed out being exaggerated. And then later on, they had diagnosed me with a internal bleed. When they performed an endoscopy, they found nothing there and figured it had healed, but they were seriously considering a blood transfusion when I had entered the emergency room at Kaiser Hospital, a few years ago. So people who have been listening long enough remember that. I mean, Ian West probably remembers that vaguely. But all such being said, I was worried about an internal bleed when I started vomiting after I felt enervated the rest of the day. And so I called the ambulance. So all of this, of course, is explicable. Ultimately, it is generally explicable. The tub flood, exposure to wastewater, the antibiotic regimen for the symptoms after that, the lymphatic massage, which I was hoping would purge those symptoms, which it did, and I vomited, and then going to the ER just to make sure I didn't have a GI bleed, but no one ever conducted any tests because I was accused of being an alcoholic and denied treatment. But then by the time that I stabilized, forced myself to stabilize after that, because I said, fuck, if I'm not getting any treatment, I forced myself to eat full meals to see if I could hold them down, and ultimately held them down, and they didn't go right through me and all that shit, and everything stabilized. So then Peter says, oh yeah, despite your physical maladies, you might live a long time too. I'm like thinking, what the fuck? I mean, what is that? I mean, where does that come from? What does he think I have? I mean, with what I've been describing, it's like, anyhow, so there you go. Some things are just annoying to me. They're like, they're little things, but it's like, where is this person coming from? And it doesn't seem like what I'm communicating, I don't get why they don't get it. It's like when I'm trying to tell him, and I hope it's now more, how would I say it? Coherent to Aristides, but I'll ask Aristides again. How about when I tried to emphasize again, I just found, I could have just said, I didn't read the article, Peter. I sent it to you because I saw a few phrases that reminded me of something you'd be interested in. But I was trying to give context. I mean, does it make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think it was a really, really cool find. This is the stuff you put in the chat. There's a couple links.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right. I kept them. I didn't open and look at it yet, but I saved them.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. But it was just collateral. It was just collateral to something else I was looking for. But he didn't seem to get it. It was like, yeah.
I mean, look, the guy's already overwhelmed with information to tie together to
true.
Kind of, punch it through with the book and stuff. And it's like, don't keep giving him new shit.
Thank you.
Actually, to the guy trying to finish and compile something, that is the worst.
nightmare. It's like, oh, new information.
It's true. No, you're right. And I'm deciding more and more that the information I was thinking of integrating into what I'm writing, I might not integrate at all because it requires more context. So, yeah, we have to make these choices. What we're going to include. Now, Ian West just gave us something with SoundCloud. So this is more the Ian West I recognize.
Yeah.
Yes.
We spent some time talking about AI, and there's now basically AI song generators online that you can use. You can use free or subscribe for like full capabilities, of course. And like it can basically just make music for you. You know, you can give it lyrics, you can tell it what to do, direct it with the actual music, etc. And like it's basically the equivalent of just like the visual artist. And it's like, wow, you know, it's like one of the sucky things. It's gonna put a lot of people out of business that are just out there doing dumb shit, you know. Right? If you're making like a commercial for TV, and like Ian was saying, like how much like it really costs. It was like hire a band, have a place to have the band play, have that arranged and paid for and insured and whatever else, and then record all the music, and then you got to mix and master all the music. Is like such a laborious thing. Whereas now you can go online, and this thing is like train and learn on all types of music, and be like, I want this and this and this, and it just basically makes it for you.
Yes. Well, I mean, obviously. I'm sorry, Ian. Before we go to George, George has joined us. Yes, welcome aboard, George.
Thank you.
Oh my God. I have no idea why tonight is so particularly. I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of like it's Ian. He stresses me. I don't know why Ian stresses me. It's there's something about him that just like you cause a tension effect in me, Ian, and believe me, it's not the kind of tension where it's like sexual tension either. Just so you understand, I'm sure you're glad of that.
I would never expect that from Douglas. No, I'd never expect that from him. No.
Who just belched? Oh my God, that was. At any rate, it wasn't me. Just
Ian, that's fucking gross, man.
Oh my God. I was talking. Anyway.
Whatever. I have to drink to deal with you people.
Yes.
I belch. Okay, I belch.
Yes.
It was me that belched.
Yes. So I do just want to respond casually to what Aristides brought up. It obviously this seems like it might become a problem, but honestly, I think after a while, after people experiment with AI for a while, there'll be first a dip or a valley where they realize AI is just not turning out what humans can turn out, and then
I did say that there will always be legit human made music. There will be no replacement for that.
But at some point, then we will get artificial intelligences that are truly, in all senses, human. And at that point, remind me to tell you the story of the caliphate.
We're away from it. There's that spark of consciousness. They can be trained on very intricate patterns of how to process and regurgitate information, but that doesn't mean they're like have that spark of like consciousness. So thank you.
I mean, though they'll be able to fool a lot of people.
I gotta disagree with that.
They do. They fool people.
Yeah. Well, no. I got to disagree with that because from somebody that's been knee deep in this, fucking, you're the songwriter and you're the conductor.
Uh-huh.
If you want it to be like, if you've got your idea of how you want the song to go, you physically have to say, this is the guitar solo, this is the drum fill, this is the bridge, this is the chorus, this is the verse, these are the lyrics. Like, it's like you're the conductor of it. It's not just hit a button and it writes a song. You got to put the time in. You got to write the poetry. You got to set it up to say, I want the intro 15 seconds long. I want the outro 15 seconds long, et cetera, et cetera. Like, you're the conductor.
Okay, but what does that have to do with the spark of soul in the AI?
It's either for or against. It just, I mean, it just testifies that like AI is very good at, learning a thing and kind of somewhat reorganizing it into a new thing like that you ask it for, you know?
Yeah, got it. Yeah, and
Yeah.
but
like, give me a jazz song about this and that, and it will,
Right.
you know, because it's like analyzed so many of these things, and it's just that's the, you know.
Wait, but yes.
Right.
By the way, George Knight says, "Thank you, Douglas. So grateful."
Yeah, let's get George on. Wait, George came on.
In a moment. Before we turn.
What kind of why are we like babbling on with crap? Hey, George.
Yeah,
What's up,
thank you. Well, I mean, you know, understandably, and that's appreciated what Aristides is saying. But George says, "Thank you, Douglas. So grateful to spend the entire night with you." And my response is, "You're glad." Yeah, think of how I feel. I mean, Jesus Christ, I'm trying to avoid, you know, doing a monologue while I'm intellectually invested in what I'm writing, you know, these days. So I'm trying to, you know, get that done. But, you know, in the meantime, George is a lifesaver. But such being said, George, forgive me. I cannot resist. I have to ask this because it's just morbid curiosity. I need to ask Ian West. He was talking about being lonely. I've got to ask him this.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. It's like I said, he makes me tense. He upsets me. At the same time, there's this morbid fascination, you know, like a serial killer's case or something. And anyhow, so you're talking about being lonely. So in your apartment, you said you were engaged with all these chicks. Obviously, drugs had a lot to do with this. And as a matter of fact, what I'm convinced of is, you know, you had this radio station that was very popular in West Africa. Ultimately, a lot of black chicks from West Africa came to see you. And then you developed, at one point, a West African parasite, leishmaniasis. And this was real. This was diagnosed for all intents and purposes.
I remember that.
Yes. So obviously you have been combating genuine parasites in your life, and like I said, you know, obviously this can wear off on some other people. But what I'm curious about is now you said you're lonely. You're living with your aunt and your grandmother, but you're lonely in what sense? I mean, like obviously there's, you know, sexual trysts with basically prostitutes, which I engage in. I have no moral judgment, but you're not I don't really consider that companionship in the sense of like an intimate affair where I'm investing emotionally too much. I mean, I love these chicks, yeah, but it's not, and also I'm not lonely when I'm seeing them. I guess I can understand that, but I'm just trying to kind of get some, like, you're lonely, like you can't meet anyone out there because you're in the middle of the swamp, or what? What the fuck?
No. First off, you got a couple of things wrong in that. Second off, no, I was fucking with Brooke because she wouldn't answer my calls. So I got in a country voice and I was like, Brooke, call me. I'm lonely. Because, you know, it's like for a few days there, I was like going up to the Circle K, grabbing like a tortilla or a burrito or something. And I would just let her ramble on for 45 seconds and eat my lunch. And it, you know, it was just
45
good,
seconds or 45 minutes?
Or 45 minutes.
Thank you. I was about to say, this guy finishes his lunch in 45 seconds. That's pretty disturbing. He's injecting it at that point. What he's referring to is heroin at that point. I don't need food when I got this. Yeah, it takes away the appetite.
Yeah. It was just funny because I could grab my lunch, go to the park, call her, and then she would just ramble on for 45 minutes. And I could just eat my thing and be like,
what did she talk about? What did she talk about?
Oh, everything. It was great. But you should have seen it. It was great when I was telling her about the family history that I recently discovered about myself. And she was just going on the internet and just telling me she's like, and your aunt is Janine, and she married a guy named Russell, and
she told me about this. Yeah, she checked on something at the library for you. That's right.
Yeah, it was great. It was just like, I don't know.
You know, she was at the library trying to look up some legal shit because of Meth Head Larry, the convicted felon she's hanging with. Yeah.
Larry?
I'm sorry?
Oh, no. Oh.
Meth Head Larry.
Oh, no.
You must know who Meth Head Larry is after speaking with her.
I mean, I I mean, she did ramble on about him for like a good 25 minutes, but it wasn't anything too surprising,
What did she say about me?
What did she say about you? Shit.
He's cooking something up.
No, it's just hard to index it all. Yeah. She was talking about the goddamn something about. Oh, don't. Okay, forgive me if I say this wrong, but it was like Mark H said he found a porno tape or something. Ah, shit. I don't want. Okay, don't quote me on this. But it was like a big falling out, and somebody said they had a sex tape or something, or I forgot what.
Brandon Young. Brandon Young.
Oh, it's Brandon Young.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. He claimed he had a sex tape of Brooke Gibson and Peter Moon. And
I would not. No, that is completely fucking crazy. No, that is not true.
Thank you. Yes.
It was so stupid that it caught me off guard. I was like, yeah, okay. Like it just. I mean, glad we're filling airtime. Haha,
Yeah. By the way, I was trying to remember. I could never get it. I was trying to vocalize and express what it was about Brandon Young that drove me into a rage. It was a quiet rage that I tolerated his presence for far too long, for too many months, as he, maybe even years, as he proceeded to spiral. But what got it was the way Brooke's experience was when she related her experience with him. That's what drove it home. And basically it was this. Brooke said when she first encountered him on call, he actually said to her, "Do you like toes in your vagina?" And she was so taken aback by what he said, she just remained non-responsive. And he repeated himself, "Do you like toes in your vagina?" Actually, she did respond with something like, "Huh?" or "What?" Like, I couldn't really have heard what I just heard. And then that's his response was again to say, "Do you like toes in your vagina?" And then when she was just completely flabbergasted and then non-responsive, that's when he like flipped and said, forget it. Oh, I've been to South Carolina," and then went on towards a more quote unquote normal kind of conversation. And by the way, for those of you who do not know, it reminded me of something. It could be just pure insanity on his part, but it could be his true satanic training coming out. And just to put this into context for people, one of the big things in California and the Army was after the Vietnam War ended, Saigon fell in 1975 and the draft was ended. When the draft ended, for those of you who don't know, this was historical and it changed the entire game and it created a whole new military that was, believe me, far worse than that which served in Vietnam. And the military which served in Vietnam, which was defeated, was a optimal military, an optimal war machine compared to what it became, I assure you, which hasn't won a war since. The Americans have not won a war since Vietnam. We could go on that they did not win a war before Vietnam either through many of their wars, but they could at least engage in operations that would win battlefield victories. Whereas after that, it's basically they couldn't even engage in real war after Vietnam. It was a fucking joke. Everything that they've engaged was like, Nicaragua, Panama. Yeah, after that, it's just banana wars that, and by the time they got to Iraq and Afghanistan, I mean, that it's just so sickeningly it's such a failure in such a chronic sense. There's no way to describe it. It would take hours. Military men might argue with me, but it's like you're not gonna win. It's just one of these things that think about what I'm saying, and we can come back to the topic later. But take that point, and everybody hold that. The point was that what created this so-called professional army, which is a complete and total failure. And by the way, George Knight is probably aware of this. They're reintroducing conscription in Europe. because of the threat of war. So that's, you've been aware of that for quite some time. And hopefully we'll get back to that in England, but we'll get back to that. But to make my point about when the draft ended and they had to start recruiting people, of course, at that point, nobody wanted to join the military. I mean, nobody. So they consulted all the weirdest, in their desperation, they consulted all the weirdest sources. And this includes like martial arts cults in California, where all of this was being socially engineered. They consulted Esalen and Est. Now, those names might be meaningless to many people, but EST is an acronym for Earhart Seminar Training. And EST was Werner Earhart's cult, which became this indoctrination cult that was contracted by corporations to indoctrinate their employees. And so EST became a big deal. It was like a corporate contracted cult. And they were so wealthy that they were one of the few people who could afford office space in the Twin Towers by the time the Twin Towers collapsed. The Twin Towers, even though they had basically a citizen from every nation in the world, at least one citizen from every nation in the world in those towers when those towers collapsed, other than from Israel and Saudi Arabia, who were both part of the conspiracy to bring those towers down, there were very few people who could afford office space in those buildings. And one of the few cults that could do so was the Earhart seminar training, the EST cult. The other Esalen is this real sick psyop that has been going on. People can look this up, Esalen in California, and they've been around forever. And the Esalen training is for real sick motherfuckers, where you basically learn to be a serial killer. You are indoctrinated to become a psychopath. You basically ascribe to the philosophy that everyone gets what they deserve. This is the whole meaning of that philosophy of Esalen. And they'll train you that you could do anything you want to other people, because if they didn't deserve it happening to them, you wouldn't be able to do it. In other words, it's like if you try to rob somebody's home and you wind up getting eaten alive by their dogs, then they didn't deserve to be robbed. But if they don't have dogs and you break into their home and you rape their kids and then kill the parents and run out with all their money, then they deserve to have that happen anyway, and that's why you succeeded. That is the philosophy of Esalen. And but Esalen training is where they teach you to just like shock and assault people verbally with crazy statements that throw them into a vulnerable state. It's if somebody comes up to you and says something outrageous, sometimes this throws you in a vulnerable state where you're open to victimization. And this might be where Brandon Young was coming from, but I'm probably giving him too much credit because he's so fucking brain injured. I don't believe he's capable of that level of strategization. I think he's just crazy at this point. But okay, so I had to express that and get that out there. We can talk more about Esalen if people have questions. But
that sounds like the end times programming. That sounds exactly like the end times programming.
Well, you have these terms that you come up with from the internet, and I do wish you would get different sources for your terminology. Oh my god.
Well, I'm getting all this from the Jessie Marie Zaboter chick. The chick. Oh, by the way, I just got her new affidavit. By the way, I'll send it to you. But yeah, I got her new affidavit. You know.
What's this new affidavit say in basic before we turn to George and begin our night?
It's basically she basically tells all her experience with this with this dude. Shit, what the fuck is his name? He runs that Vets for Child Rescue shit. What's his name? Fucking
Vets for Child. Did I hear that right? Veterans for Child Rescue?
Yes, I'm not making this up. I'm dead serious.
Oh my god! Serious. Talk about wolves in the hen house.
Yeah, he was like mobbing with Hillary Clinton and like fucking and like fucking what's the word? He was like he was doing the child trafficking with her. But what's his goddamn name? I forgot his name. But anyway, I got her affidavit like a couple of days ago. I haven't read it all yet. But yeah, dude, it's fucking she spilled the beans on it, you know.
Well, good for her. I mean, this is okay. So what is going to happen, gentlemen, is that George Knight and I are going to begin our night, but you're welcome to hang out and interject where you feel you can be of some constructive input. Obviously, Ian, I expect you'll probably need to go to bed at some point soon because you tend to get up earlier because of your grandparents you're living with. I mean, your grandmother and your aunt, they get up early or something?
No. I actually wake up before they do, so.
Okay, why are you getting up so early in the morning?
Oh, because I like to watch the YouTube on the big screen TV, you know, just catch up on shit, you know.
So are you able to search on their big, you know, the last, I can't help but say this. Of course, this was touted publicly. This is what they tell us. It may not even be true, but they had to go out there and say the last search of the, attempted Trump assassin, the last search in his browser history was for porn. Of course, they had to say that. They had to say that. And I was just imagining, here's this grandmother and this aunt, and they're living together in the swamp, and suddenly Ian West comes in, and if they ever check the browser history from the point of his entry into their lives forward, they're just going to be at a loss. I mean, I imagine that they would freak out, would be my, I mean, how do you cruise for porn? You're stuck with your cell phone, Ian?
Are you ready for this? You ready for this? The state of Mississippi does not allow internet porn. Look it up.
How do you live? How can anyone?
The state of Mississippi, look it up. If you don't believe me, look it up. Because I was thinking, God damn, I got my hard drive here. I could just bootleg all the porn I got and sell it to these rednecks out here and make a million, you know?
Why don't you do that?
Because I don't have a computer anymore.
Oh my fucking God. I'm just at a loss. This is why I get stressed out. I mean, you must be in fucking hell. I mean,
I'm in purgatory. Swear to God.
I would die without the ability to cruise for porn. I would fucking.
I haven't got off in 2 months.
What did you just say?
I said I haven't got off in 2 months.
How? Well, I mean, that's. Oh, Jesus, that's awful. They wonder why all these people start fucking each other and downbreeding and interbreeding with each other. This is where all the morbid inbreeding comes from. Ian was saying, oh, yeah, my aunt and my granny, they're still looking hot, man. Yeah, things would start looking hot after a while. Yeah.
Well, I'm very proud of him. I'm very proud of him.
Oh, my God. I forgot to call Starfire, but we'll let her rest. We'll let Starfire
she was a little gem. Oh, I talked to her.
Tell me about this. So are you two getting it, on where you're going to rescue this chick? I hope from where she's at, she needs rescuing.
Well, I can't because I'm in purgatory right now, but no, she is a little star. I love her. I love her to death. She is the sweetest little thing. She is so sweet.
Yeah, but I mean, there's no way you can get your life together so you can be her knight in shining armor?
I mean, I'm working on it. I'm working on getting my shit together. Not being her knight in shining armor, but I'm working on getting my shit together. But she is the sweetest little thing. She is so sweet.
Yes. Well, I'll certainly not argue with that. She is a sweet little thing. I mean, I'm desperately worried about her myself, and oh my God, she's deeply traumatized, profound.
Yeah, I told her, I was like, straight up, your room looks like a goddamn set. For some reason, it just looks like a goddamn set, you know?
Yeah. So she gets on camera when she's with you.
Yeah.
She
is so fucking sweet. I'm talking sweet as sugar, dude. She is so sweet.
Yes. Well, thank you for that. And so, such being said, so George, let's start our night by talking. Let's address some of these things now. Now, let's start off with a situation report from yourself. Obviously, people are, and thank you, Ian. Thank you for that, and thank you, Aristides. And of course, hopefully Aristides will be with us through the night as long as he can stay conscious. Ian West, of course, gets up early in the morning, which I suppose, if you've got.
Yeah, I'm here for now. But by all means, you guys, take it away.
Thank you. I mean, well, Aristides, how about cruising for porn in your state? I mean, can you imagine living the way Ian's living out there? I mean, I can't imagine how. I mean, how can anyone live like that? They must all have video cassettes or something, or this is.
I don't know. There's ways. What do you mean? Like, where they ban it? Like, you can't go to it on a website? Is that what you're saying? You don't think there's other ways?
Yeah, Ian, tell us. What do you mean by this? They banned this.
No, what you have to do is you have to submit your real ID to these websites to view the porn. You know how like you have to like log into like the Social Security office or your any kind of like government agency, and they're like, "Hey, show us your real ID," you know, to prove you're you, and the government's like tracking them. And
they want to card you for porn.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're doing. I swear to God, look it up. If you don't believe me, look it up. I swear to God.
They would, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's like, and it's a no abortion state, right? I would guess.
I haven't done any research on that. But no, I'm dead serious with the porn shit. I couldn't fucking, my jaw dropped. I was like, my God, they got it locked down like this over here.
I would die. I would fucking die. Yeah. I would just give my ID and just log into the usual porn. I don't cruise for anything particularly. But at any rate, you know, I mean, no point in go, you know, too much information. But it's one of these things where, of course, porn is one of these things that you can't casually cruise like that. If you have to check into each site, then it's like it becomes laborious, and it just becomes, you know, it just doesn't help. So. Oh, God, that fucking sucks. So sorry that you're out there. Yeah, I'm sorry that the state of Mississippi exists. That's, oh, jeez. Okay, so George Knight, I mean, now you and I can feel, we have other things to be grateful for in life now. Don't you feel grateful that you're not in Mississippi? Holy fucking shit.
Absolutely.
Oh,
yes.
So give us a status update report on whatever you feel comfortable sharing. Yes, and then we'll go into conversation.
Yeah. So as people are aware, on the title it's George and I with Douglas Dietrich Knight, and so it's my RDO, it's my rostered day off. So gives me an opportunity to come on and spend an entire episode with Douglas. After Peter Moon departs, obviously. So just before I attended on the show, Douglas, I've just woken up. So I've been grateful for this time that Aristides and Ian were there to cover airtime whilst I caffeinate myself. So hopefully I'll be able to, stay awake now.
Yeah, Yeah, like I said, you're definitely a lifesaver. I appreciate your being here.
Welcome.
And so, by all means, tell us a little bit about work lately. Has it been safe? How's the weather been? What kind of environments are you working in, if you will?
Yes, it's been very, very hot. It's been going back to the excruciating hot. It's scorching hot.
Yeah, tell Ian doesn't believe in climate change. Tell him.
Ian.
Ian.
Yes. Ian.
He's there.
I'm just speechless.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I mean, even
I don't believe in global warming.
Oh, God. What does that mean? What does that mean when you say you don't believe in global warming? State your position so that George can counter that.
Well, I just got to refer you guys to the This Is America episode where he, I wish I could send you this. Okay, hold on. You guys talk amongst yourself. I'm going to find this clip and I'll send it to you.
Okay, I'm afraid for this. But go on, George, tell our listeners about how you are experiencing personally, as a person who works outdoors, what climate change and global warming is doing to you.
Yes, even like last week, it was so excruciating hot that, I bring with me 4 bottles of water. Must comprise of around about 8 to 10 liters, and you go through it because you're sweating it. As soon as you drink it, you're sweating it out again. So you have to just completely replenish yourself and to rehydrate yourself, because you're losing water all the time, even without moving, even just standing there. And the thing is, it's so detrimental. You cannot keep yourself in the shade. You're climbing poles and you've got all this PPE on. such as your high vis and all these.
Oh, explain to people the PP
Oh.
acronym. Explain to them the PP acronym, please.
Yes, of course, Douglas. Personal protective equipment,
Yeah.
and this is to protect the what we call we're field operatives. So this is to protect the person conducting the work, the workforce out there, and it's with any industry that works outdoors. So yeah, it's to protect yourself. But of course, the the downfall and the ramifications of that is when you're working in excruciating heat, in hot temperatures, you are sweltering, and you could cause a heat stroke. That could be induced or could be triggered just from the being exposure to just sunlight or UV rays, excuse me. So even in the shade, because the wind blows, it's carrying UV rays, and it's so detrimental. And most people suffer this. And recently, in the last few weeks, a very well-known individual called Dr. Mosley passed away on a Greek Crete island, and he was a doctor, and he was feeling very unwell, so he told his wife that he was going to go back to the apartment. All he had on was shorts and a shirt, a sun hat, and an umbrella, and he still passed away due to exposure to the sun. And so that's how he died. He just fell in a ravine, so to speak.
Jesus.
It's like and he just passed away, and that was a doctor, and he didn't have a mobile phone on him, so they couldn't locate his location.
Oh my fucking god!
Nothing. Yes.
Yeah. By the way, do you know, or does anyone know, or would they even mention it if it were so? Was he a relative of Oswald Mosley, the leader of the British Fascist Party?
Right, I have no idea, Douglas. That's a very good point, actually. So, yeah, that's something that people could probably look up. Something I might look up later on.
Because then we would want to take into consideration it might have been an assassination.
It could be something that was done deliberately. Yes, absolutely. That's a very good point.
Yeah.
And, because this man's a doctor, and he was a TV. He was also a what do you want to call it? Like a very well.
Basically, what you would call him a media personality. He's a media personality.
Yes, he was. Yes, that's exactly it, Douglas. So he was a media personality. He was quite famous. Something that we're aware of is he released a lot of these books for dietary. It's a form of a calorie deficit book series that he was publishing, so he's well known for those as well. That's how I was acquainted with his name. But yeah, he was very famous for passing away recently. A famous media presenter, media personality, died from excruciating temperatures of the sun on holiday.
And just
that was the end result. Yes.
Yeah, and just so people know, or at least that's what we are told, or what they assume. I'm going to presume that the authorities are working on logic and reason, and it's easy to draw these conclusions, and they're totally logical.
Yes.
It doesn't mean they're necessarily true. Just so people understand who Oswald Mosley was. Oswald Mosley was of upper class, and that was how he, shall we say, got away with it. Obviously, Oswald Mosley had to be a person of high class in Britain, or being a member of the British Fascist Party, being its leader, no less, essentially its Führer. He would otherwise have suffered terribly. He suffered as it was. He was imprisoned for a period of time when the war broke out. But when he was released from prison, fairly shortly after the war, if I remember correctly, one thing I do know is that he never gave up his ideals. And he was, after a decade or two, they finally began interviewing him on media. And he let people know that he was open to actively politically participate if people were willing to allow him to run for parliament, etc. Now, this never manifested, but he always stated he would ultimately be vindicated, and history will prove him right. And I agree, of course. I'm very much of that same orientation as Oswald Mosley was. He will be vindicated. When you see a city in Russia that I've mentioned before is the closest thing to an international city that they've got. Like the closest thing they've got to a Hong Kong or an international city in Russia would be St. Petersburg, which was built by Tsar Peter, of course, Peter the Great. And it was originally intended to be the Russian capital. But the name has been changed multiple times through the years. And for a while there, it was nothing but Petrograd. And which is another kind of take on Peter City, but it's very colloquial. And then they changed it, of course, to Leningrad. Now it's back to St. Petersburg. Honestly, as I've said before, Russia will ultimately become a British Raj. And that name of that city should be changed to Mosley Borough. And it will be effectively from where the British run the British Raj, the new British Raj, the Russia under a Pravital. That would be their word for rule, which in the old days, Raj was simply the Hindi word for rule. But the reason that I can draw these conclusions is you have to remember, Britain has suffered acts of war from Russia in its capital, where the Russians have deployed weapons of mass destruction to assassinate people without regard for the lives of British citizens. This is an act of war. And because the Russians were investing so heavily into London real estate, the British really withheld themselves. But once the Russians invaded Ukraine, the British took advantage of that to fight the Russians by deploying special operations groups in Ukraine. So they're actively fighting the Russians on the front lines. So the British and the Russians are at war. And understand that if the Russians are defeated, this will be a societal collapse for them. If the Russians truly get defeated enough on the field of battle, they will collapse as a state regime. At that point, Britain has an opportunity to step in to help rebuild and reconstruct. This would be why I can make a prediction that sounds so outrageous at this point in history. Understand just how history changes so radically within a very short periods of time and then stays stable for longer periods. But this is one of those change periods. And obviously we've seen that change. We've seen, this attempt, which our man George Knight will do an analysis of, the Trump assassination attempt. He will help us analyze this. And then we'll go to Biden dropping out. Now, I take it you're aware by this point that Biden has dropped out of the race. Are you?
Yes. Yeah, I found out yesterday, Douglas, and I was actually going to respond to what Ian West said earlier about the accusation about that so-called quote-unquote porn video or porn tape of both of the two individuals. Just to respond, Ian, you've got more chances of an extraterrestrial race arriving from Alpha Centauri, landed on the White House lawn, and giving Biden a farewell Burger King burger. Then you're gonna get Peter Moon or Brooke Gibson, not in the same room together, but in the same state. That was my response. So I found out yesterday that Joe Biden was. It's so ridiculous. It's preposterous. Yes, it's outlandish. Yes. So yes.
Yeah, I saw that episode and I was like, "What the fuck is he talking about? A fucking porn tape of Brooke?" I was like, she doesn't leave the state of South Carolina or whatever the fuck she's from. I was like, that's impossible.
You've got more chances of discovering an extraterrestrial race than there is of that videotape existing. Yes.
And it's they both have the same fucking birthday. They're both born on the same day. It's
I do remember that.
Yeah, it's fucking bizarre. And obviously they would both tell you that astrology plays a part in their hating each other, is what they'll both tell you. But obviously it's a bit more complicated than that.
It plays a part of hating each other. I mean, just knowing her, you'd hate her. I mean, come on.
I'm sorry. Say that again. You're kind of muffled. Say that all again.
I said knowing her would make you hate her. Just knowing her would make you hate her.
Well, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? Isn't that a bit harsh?
Have you listened to her? Seriously.
Well, believe me, there were times. I mean, George can relate to what you're saying. That's such being said, let's So let's start talking about this assassination attempt, and tell us
Yes.
about before we'll do the analysis together, but tell us your general impression of
Yes, of
this,
course.
and all the political theater with Biden as well. Please take it from here.
Oh, absolutely. Since our last interaction, Douglas, since the last time I appeared, yes, I've been aware of the person, the young lad. He was 20 years old, and all they've brought out to the public is about his last search on his search engine on his devices, and I haven't dived into it, so to speak. But yeah, it was saying that the last search was about Trump, and so this young lad apparently has a lot of like mental health issues. He was undergoing, seeking help from depression and all this. But that is obviously what they are feeding. That's what they're telling us. But of course, with our last interaction, we definitely with our analysis back then, we going back on last Wednesday's show, we definitely said it was a theatrical incident where you have the assassination attempt and the response from Trump, where he done a fist pump, and certainly, he at that point when he done that fist pump, and it could just be Trump's reaction, just it's his nature, it's who he is, his personality, but he was more than certain that it was over, and that is the thing that we have certainly concluded, and I certainly went away with it from the previous show. From that, I certainly took away and dwelled on that, procrastinated over that. It was such a valid point that you brought up about how was he so certain it was over? How did he know it was just one sniper? It was just one assassin. Where how was he so certain of that? And
just to respond to that immediately, so that people get to understand the gravity of this. First off, as George and I has said, now I believe who was I speaking to? Was it George? I don't believe you and I have spoken since the last episode verbally, and but it was somebody I was speaking to. It was Sammy Romero. And but I'm sure what he said was exactly what George would have said. And so when Sammy Romero said what he said, I had a conversation with Sammy Romero earlier this morning, and it was still the morning of today, because in the Pacific coast here, it's still 11 p.m. We're not midnight yet, so we haven't entered Monday yet. So it was on the morning of today, which is still here. It's still Sunday. Sammy Romero called me, and he and I caught up a little bit, but and though we didn't have a chance to dwell on this, he'll hear this later when he reviews this episode. But basically, this is something George and I will also understand. Now, we covered this a little bit with our man Aristides, and I forget who else was on with us at the time. I don't believe it was Ian West, though it might have been. But Aristides and somebody else was on with us on the last episode before tonight, and we were talking a little bit about certain professions. You have a position of ultimate power under certain conditions or in a certain environment. Good example is the captain of a ship. But most especially a warship. The captain of any ship, but especially a warship, is basically God. They basically, by maritime law or admiralty law, have this legal capacity. That doesn't mean they can always carry it out, because there might be mutinies or simply other factors. But say, for instance, the President of the United States is going to take a trip on a warship, or on but especially a warship, or on a cruise ship. Now, if the President of the United States suddenly decides, I'm going to do something that is whatever action he wishes to take that might impact God knows, whatever the president wants to do, the captain of the ship actually has the right, even if he is a citizen of the United States, to override the President of the United States on the ship. He can say, no, I will not permit that on my ship. Or, say, for instance, the president refuses to evacuate the ship if the ship is hit by a torpedo and is sinking, the captain has the right to physically eject him from the ship, force him onto a lifeboat. Something like that would be something everybody can understand, where the captain says, it is in the maritime law, admiralty law, you cannot override my orders in this regard. You're getting on that lifeboat, even if my men have to force you onto that lifeboat by handcuffing you or something. You get what I'm saying. Something like that is understandable. Also, an MD. An MD, technically or theoretically, and this is why the United States has the position of what's called a Surgeon General. So for those of you who don't understand this weird position of the Surgeon General, why do they have a Surgeon General? And they actually are technically another branch of military service. So for those of you who don't know, the Marine Corps, Army, Navy, Coast Guard, there is also basically the CDC, the Center for Disease and Control, Center for Disease Control, under the Surgeon General. They are actually a military branch of service. They wear uniforms and have a salute and an hierarchy, a chain of command, and everything. So theoretically, if the president starts behaving irrationally, like Joe Biden, theoretically, legally, the Surgeon General can order Joe Biden to step down. The Surgeon General can be called upon if, say, for instance, war gets to the point where it looks like President Biden might do something irrational or something, and if for instance, a general on the field of battle hasn't slept in days, and the medical doctor in the field feels that he will not be able to give rational orders, the doctor can order him to basically go to sleep. The doctor theoretically has the power to not even ask. He can simply inject a sedative into the general's arm and force him to fall asleep if he feels the situation is that immediate and that dire. So these are like positions of power people have. This is what the Secret Service has. Just so people understand this, the Secret Service has this level of power concerning the president's physical security. So when Reagan came under an assassination attempt with John Hinckley, and John, I believe his full name was John Warren Hinckley, I might be mistaken, but anyhow, John Hinckley, I believe it was his name. By the way, I don't know if you're aware of this, George. Do you remember when Hinckley tried to shoot Reagan?
I do, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. I am aware of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, by the way, I just noticed you went mute there for a second. Did you feel like you needed to do something, or is there something?
Oh yes, no, please.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, no,
yeah.
Please, just any background noise I make.
Oh, no worries. Yeah. Anyhow,
thank you.
So when it comes to Hinckley, did you know that he's out of jail? That they let him go?
Do you know what? I wasn't consciously aware of it, but I think subliminally, in my peripheral.
You probably heard me talk about it.
Memory.
You probably heard me talk about it. Yeah.
It rings bells. It rhymes.
Yeah, they let that fucker go because he's comes from a wealthy family. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Yes. Was that very recently as well? Very few in the past few years, or was that?
It was the past few years. Comparatively recently. Yeah. I mean, so when I think back on it now, it might have been half a decade ago, a surprisingly long time ago. But anyhow, but my point is, when he tried to kill Reagan, and we can go into all sorts of things with this. One of the mysterious things is, of course, why did these people do this? It's like, and we could talk about this assassination attempt with Trump as well, is why when they attempt to kill someone is like, do they do something so stupid that they sabotage themselves? And in the case of Hinckley, it was instead of a man's gun, he had like some really small caliber pistol that actually got a bullet into Reagan. He actually penetrated Reagan's body, and they were able to surgically remove the bullet, and this old man survives. I mean, that's how small the caliber of this bullet was that he decides to try and hit the president with. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, why even bother when you're going to shoot at him with a homeopathic pill dispenser? It was just absolutely bizarre. But the real point of bringing this up is that he did succeed in getting a bullet into the president. And what the Secret Service man did, the first thing the Secret Service man did was he physically picked Reagan up and threw him to the ground so hard he broke one of Reagan's ribs. And Reagan actually screamed up at him and said, "That hurt, you idiot!" And he said, "Shut up, Mr. President." That's what he said, because he has the authority to do that. At that moment, the Secret Service man has this power, and his only objective is to get the president out of there alive, get him down, out of range of fire, then get him out of there alive, to the point of sacrificing himself if necessary. But the point is that he threw President Reagan down physically, then threw him into a vehicle, an armored limousine, to get him out of that vicinity. Yeah. So this is the whole point of what the Secret Service was supposed to do with Donald Trump. Now, it's hard to believe, but Donald Trump was once president. So if Donald Trump is once president, this means he still requires the same security as an active president, which is why he's surrounded by Secret Service. So you've got Secret Service surrounding him. Someone dies. A man near them gets killed, this fire chief, this retired fire chief, and then supposedly, we're supposed to believe, a bullet has nicked the ear of Donald Trump himself. So they dogpile him, and then let him stand up, and let him pump his fist. Now, they all had to be in on this.
I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying, Douglas. Yes, thank you.
They must have been paid. Now, when I was on with Nemo, what Nemo and I concluded was that one of these Secret Servicemen was paid to cut his ear. And we believe that a Secret Serviceman actually took a blade out and just nicked, Trump's ear. Because, it's hard for any of us to believe the bullet nicked his ear at all. And from some other weird things that he was saying, like Brooke brought this up, or somebody brought it up, that there were photographs of Trump's ear where there was supposedly a piece of metal in his ear, and this was supposed to be left by the bullet. And it's like, okay, bullets don't do that.
It doesn't do that.
Yeah. The bullet, it's not like it's not like the bullet's gonna leave you a little gift here as it glances off of you. It's like, now this can happen in a case, say for instance, where somebody's got one of these small caliber guns like Hinckley was using, like these fucking 9mm, which I always say, I wouldn't want to stand in front of them, but you get my point. That I would not use them in combat. But at any rate, say for instance a 9mm bounces off your rib cage. By the way, this has happened to me, so I do know what I'm talking about here. And yes, at that moment, you think you're dying, and you wish you were dead. The pain is so excruciating. But all that being said, that can leave, say for instance, a little nick of some kind of material, like will be left in your rib cage because it's glanced off your rib cage, something like that. But an ear? There's nothing to glance off of where a trace of metal would be left. So, I mean, this is just preposterous. It's like the guy cut Trump's ear and stuck a little piece of metal in the little... It's like he was piercing his ear, like you do for an earring, and then left a little piece of metal. I mean, preposterous that we're expected to believe this. But that being said, it looked almost as if... Tell me, George, and Aristides, if you're still awake... Ian, if you wish to participate, tell me, did it not look like they were almost holding him up? Like they were holding him aloft, like lifting him above their shoulders, so he could do this fist pump, as opposed to getting him out of there. This is what Sammy Romero said, that they all should have been fired and even executed. That honestly, this is like theoretically, they're all traitors trying to get their president killed. So I mean, the idea that they would stand up, let the fucker stand up, hold him above their shoulders while he pumps his fist, exposing him to further danger. They all had to be bought off and paid by him to do what they did. So what else comes to your mind with this?
And also that Secret Service agent that held his hand up is like, what's that gonna do? He held his. People look at the pictures. He held his hand up above Donald Trump's head. He just had it waving over his head, and it's like, what's that gonna do? And as you said, what they should do is pile him to the ground, and then they should just jump their bodies on top of his body,
and then carry him out there,
and then throw him into the armored vehicle to escort him out. That's how they should operate. And they should have every point covered, but they didn't. This was act of inept incompetence.
No, it was political theater. It was political theater that was bought and paid
drama.
For. Yes, bought and paid for by Donald Trump.
And then I know exactly where. Sorry, you responded. Ian. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I hear what you guys are saying about this, and I want to say that there's the person that they draped. They draped the cloth over and they rushed him off the stage. I never figured out what that was about. The guy that ziplined from the fucking water tower to the SUV, I haven't figured out what that was about either. And the kid that they killed, or that they're making Lee Harvey Oswald out of, he was on the BlackRock training videos. So I think he was totally MK Ultra. I totally think they turned into a Harvey Oswald type in this charade. But I mean, the way Trump got up and the way he looked in shock, I mean, yeah, he could have been fucking acting really good, but I kind of believed it, man. And straight up, I fist bumped him right back when he got up. I straight did, right in front of the TV. I fist bumped him right back. I was like, yeah. Anyway, I'll go on mute.
Well, if he's in such shock, why the sudden fist bump?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's not his first assassination attempt. You know, that's probably like his fucking.
Oh, is this like losing your virginity? It's some.
No, that's not his first assassination attempt. They tried to get. I mean, that guy's. I mean, but I did fist bump him right back. As soon as he got up and fist bump, I was right in front of the TV and I raised my fist and I was like, "Yeah."
But by the way, we love you, Ian. But Ian's like Peter Moon. Both of them watch too much Fox TV, and they both have this kind of false intimacy with this sense of false intimacy with Donald Trump. So you know, like they feel this bonding with him, which is bizarre to me. But such being said, when it comes to you know, back to thank you for that input, however, Ian, and you did bring up some other aspects of this that are bizarre, and we'll look into. You know, somebody that Ian says that they put in a shroud and carried off. I don't know if that was the fire chief or maybe somebody else. Ian says this individual was on stage, that they apparently put a shroud over and carried away. Now, all of this to me would simply be, is that the case?
Yeah,
Okay.
There was some random dude. I don't know what it is. And maybe it was a clone of Donald Trump, and they just shrouded the real Donald Trump and then took him off. I don't know. But no, they totally draped the cloth over somebody, rushed them off the stage. Well, and by the way, that was not real Secret Service. Josh Halsey is about to grill this bitch for. Hired all these rent-a-cops for that job, so they wasn't real Secret Service, and I got that confirmed 100%. That was not Secret Service. Those were rent-a-cops.
That's actually, I hope what you're saying is true, only in the sense that if what Ian West is telling us is true, which is entirely conceivable, then that would explain their behavior. That would, to a degree. But you know why they will grill this, as you called her, this bitch. Now, she's a Secret Service agent. This bitch they're going to grill, she's an actual Secret Service agent herself.
I think the story I got from the Halsey memo is that the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, hired all these rent-a-cops for this gig. And I don't know if it's because Trump's on a budget or something. I don't know. But apparently he's going to chew their asses out in like the next 2 or 3 days. So we just got to stay tuned for that.
Well, thank you. So this woman is probably working with, thank you, Ian. This woman's probably working with the Department of Homeland Security, but this is what this would expose to me, that they hired rent-a-cops in order to avoid Secret Service doing what they're supposed to do. That's why the rent-a-cops were all told and instructed, dogpile him, then hold him up above your shoulders so he can fist pump. Because that's why he wouldn't have to bribe Secret Service agents, which is, of course, conceivable. I believe that they're, they could be corrupted just like anybody else. But what I'm saying is that this would be even easier. This would be even easier than hiring Secret Service agents, have them dress like Secret Service agents, and then later on expose that they were all rent-a-cops, and by that time it's too late. He would have, taken advantage of the political theater. So George Knight, does that resonate with you? So this is also possible that they could have just hired these rent cops and given them their instructions. That actually, is compelling.
Yes.
So
yeah, it's feasible. It's definitely certainly plausible, Douglas. I was just going to qualify everything, or re-qualify what you were saying earlier about in terms of the presidency, as we've articulated in the past with Barack Obama. Barack Hussein Obama, we've certainly, this man was they had him by the balls, the military, the United States military junta, and certainly, the clearance level of a president is only top secret. And for people who are unaware of the levels of clearance, top secret allows you access to a military base or military installation. And because they can only, unless you were Roosevelt or you were a George Bush Sr., theoretically, these men serve more than 2 terms. But the presidency is only in power for no longer than 8 years at max.
Yes.
And so, yes, they have only a clearance of top secret, which allows them access to a military base or military installation facility. But the president is not given any clearance or any information above top secret. And so it's the military generals that get that level of clearance. People who theoretically are in that position, or even after retirement, they still hold those. And what are the reference or terms used, Douglas, for these people that when they retire?
Yeah, supposedly they call them basically consultants. By the way, so if anyone hears that term consultant, by the way, if anyone says I'm a consultant, I don't know what it's like these days. But certainly in the old days, generally what that means is you're unemployed. but retired guys, that say I'm a consultant, but this is what happens when your security clearance is at a very high level. You cannot retire. You can theoretically, you can retire officially, but unofficially you're just always, on call. You're just always going to be consulted. Yes. But to put into further perspective what George Knight is saying, just so people understand, any one of you who has a relative who joins the United States military, you're all going to experience this. They're going to come back and impress you by saying, they've given me a top secret clearance. They've given me a top secret clearance. And just so people understand, that's absolute fucking bullshit in the sense of they're giving this to you without context. Just so everybody knows, so you won't buy into their bullshit, because after that they'll start feeding you all these phony war stories in which they're the hero. Yes. Yeah, understand that top secret is the absolute bottom level of security clearances in the United States. And so you have all these numbers and letters coded after that, and then you get to eventually above top secret, and then you get to, crypto top secret at higher levels. And then, of course, there is...
Majestic top secret.
I'm sorry?
And majestic top secret.
Yeah, it's one of the terms that, was popularized by, some of these writers and the like. It's not necessarily a term that hasn't been used, but I don't believe it's necessarily quote unquote official. I mean, obviously, I've seen terms like crypto cosmic top secret, and at that point, it's like, then it's like, these terms do exist. So it's not like I'm dismissing the term majestic top secret. That may have existed at one point for a particular, project or something. But just so people know, these different clearances are well above your average president. Especially if the president never served in the military. It'd be one thing if the president served in the military and was an officer. This is why they used to require. It used to be, not. Yeah, it's not in the rule books, but it used to be just assumed. It used to just be assumed that you'd have to have military experience to run for the presidency because you would be serving as commander in chief. And that's why. That's why some people. This is why you had the militia movement respond so violently when Clinton became president, because at that time he was actually one of the first truly anti-military presidents who never served in the military. I mean, there were other presidents who hadn't served in the military, but they weren't, like Clinton. He was just like, he wasn't even part of the the power structure anywhere in Washington or anything like that. So he served as this kind of break, this precedent for what presidents were supposed to be, quote unquote. But yeah, with Trump, he's a draft dodger. But
He's a draft dodger.
yeah. But with yeah. And it's just all kinds of crazy shit that's been going on. But he's obviously not.
Yes.
He obviously doesn't have he doesn't have any security clearance other than that which they gave him, which was top secret, as if he were a common foot soldier. Mm-hmm. And yet he was stealing all of these. Then he took advantage of his office of the presidency to steal all these top secret documents, which he has just been peddling to people, anybody really, and giving them away to the enemy, no doubt. I mean, the man is a traitor. But it's such being said, so are the people who are serving as his quote-unquote Secret Service, but they may not even be, as Ian West has pointed out. It's conceivable they weren't even real Secret Service. So,
let me interject right here. Another thing that I learned from that Jessie Zaboter chick, since she's like a chaplain for the military and shit, she was like, these people that get these like level 3 and level 4 what's it called, like clearances and shit, like they have to go through the MK Ultra program. They have to do it. That's how they get to level 4.
Yeah,
but that's what she says. Yeah, she's a goddamn chaplain in the military, so I'm gonna listen to her on that.
I mean, honestly, it's one of those things where, yeah, I can understand the skepticism. Probably not a number of them do, though. It wouldn't surprise me. A number of them do probably go through some kind of programming. I mean, that's hardly inconceivable. So it's just the problem you have when you have people that you're relying on to do something with any sense of initiative or any sense of creative, intuitive improvisation or the like, on the spot decision making or the like. How much programming do you give a person before you basically disable them? By the way, so let me just check with a little thing here, George. We're glad Ian's still on with us. Let's check Aristides. Aristides, are you still conscious? Just curious, because I want to take a piss. So he's okay.
Yeah, kind of.
You sound good. You sound good. So do me a favor. I've got an eye wanker. I want to get this, eye wanker out of my eye, and I need to take a piss. So if you guys can hold, Ian, if you can come back on with us, and Aristides, by the way, as an engineer, please give us your thoughts on the ballistics of this. I mean, honestly, I don't think the guy even fired a single shot. I don't think the assassin fired a single shot. I think somebody on the ground killed that fire chief. So give us your opinion.
I don't know. There's fairly reasonable, acoustic forensics of there being like 3 different, weapons or, maybe there was. I don't know. I don't even know if it's worth getting so bogged down in the details.
Understood. I mean,
yeah,
your point's okay. Yeah. So
at a point, it's like, who cares? It's like, oh, did the bullet hit him, or did a piece of the teleprompter hit him? It's like,
yeah. That, by the way, that is a valid point. But then you'd have the bullet. If the bullet hit the teleprompter and lodged that piece of metal into his ear, I mean, at that point, then we're getting absurd. Yes, but okay, I'm gonna go mute. I'll be right back, gentlemen. Hold this conversation. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. And I'll save what I was going to say when Douglas returns, Aristides and Ian. But Aristides, did you look at his public statement, his response to the failed assassination attempt? Did you see his?
I may not. Whose response?
Trump's response.
Yeah,
yes,
I may
when he
not
came
have
out.
read it. Yeah, I don't know.
He's got God on his side. Yes.
Yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, I don't know. It's just gonna be some bullshit. I didn't read it word for word, so.
And he had a what do you want to call it? He had like cotton wool around his ear with tape, and so he had a bandage. He had this covering for his ear, and then you had people in the crowd with the same thing on their
that at the convention. Yeah, everybody was like, I mean, just look at that and realize how it's like. They're doing like a religious act,
Yeah.
It's just like
and they were sobbing.
or a cul-de-sac. It's like, oh, we're all, attaching a little bandage to our ear, and homage to our, God Emperor Trump.
Yeah, it did
And
look like a prop.
They were sobbing.
Costuming prop.
They were crying.
The bandage
they were
on
crying for him. Yeah, sorry, Ian. Can you
What'd you say?
repeat that?
Oh, I said it did look like a costume prop when Trump was at the RNC with the bullshit on his ear. Like that, I mean, it just seemed like it was for, it seemed like it was for show,
Well, the fact, did you see the video of like all the people in the audience like putting little bandages on their ear in like kind of solidarity?
Yes.
That's
what we're talking about. They're like,
that was a little.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't,
corny. That was really
it's
corny,
it's like some cult religious, like it was like their stigmata or whatever,
Oh, but hey, guys, we're on that RNC thing, and a Trump announcing his vice president pick, that JD Vance guy. Yeah. Dude, I got the fucking dirt on that motherfucker, dude. I got the fucking dirt on him.
Yeah, he's slimy, yeah.
Well, no, check this out. JD's a fucking main shareholder of Ambrosia, the adrenochrome company.
Oh,
he's
really?
the main. He's not the main shareholder of it, but he owns like 10 or 20% stock in it. So he's a part of that whole child trafficking, adrenochrome and process shit that's been going on. And I think Trump is picking him for his VP to expose him. That's what I think is going on.
Oh, right, yeah.
But yeah, if you guys don't know about the Ambrosia shit, they take the foreskins off of little Asian kids and turn it into a cream and sell it to bitches. And they're like, yeah, you look young. So,
well, Ian,
JD.
Yes. Well, did you remember when Trump had had Rudy Giuliani as his lawyer? Do you remember that when he was president?
Yeah. Well, they were neighbors.
And Rudy Giuliani's background with pardoning the Presidio military case. You understand? Are you aware of when Rudy Giuliani was? I believe he was one of the attorneys for overlooking the molestation scandal, the child molestation cases.
Correct.
That when the children were coming out saying that. Yes, and when they were coming out saying that, it was Gary Willard Hambright who was doing this to them at the daycare center, and Rudy Giuliani pardoned all, and he wrote it off as if the kids were just making.
That's what happened to him. He got pardoned by Giuliani.
Well, no, he was basically pardoning the whole cases, a bit like what our Prime Minister Keir Starmer. He was in charge of the prosecution cases that was filed against Jimmy Savile, and basically he just overlooked and then the cases. So then there was no jurisdiction, there was no lawsuit against Jimmy Savile when he was alive. And so, he was never prosecuted whilst he was alive. And it was the same thing that went on with Rudy Giuliani, who was Trump's lawyer in his past. And
maybe Trump had Giuliani to the front to expose him, too, for all the corruption and shit.
Yeah.
And another thing, Giuliani... Giuliani...
Okay, I'm back. Go on. What is this, Ian West, about Giuliani?
I was going to say, Giuliani also fucking he approved like the World Trade Center to be built with all that shit steel and shit metal and stuff.
Yeah,
and it was Giuliani who gave the go on that.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Yeah, the individual is a human piece of shit, man.
Yes.
But anyway, Douglas, I was going to wait till you return just to go back to Joe Biden. Actually,
yes, please,
yes. But I thought because Ian was bringing up Trump and human trafficking, I thought I'd just mention that Rudy Giuliani was his former lawyer.
That's right.
His past presidency. So I just thought there is some clarity or some credence as to what. Ian West, or if he wants to mention anything.
Good point. That's excellent point. I mean, Ian does touch on some things that are valid. That's such.
Well, like I'm saying, it's like I think Trump pulled Giuliani into the front to expose him on that shit, just like he pulled up Pence to expose Pence for.
Oh, okay. So this is where Ian West becomes QAnon on us. See, he's giving Trump this ninja credit. Trump's getting this ninja credit for. See, I got involved with these sleaze buckets because I'm out to expose them because I'm the secret hero. As if because he's this mastermind. He's this mastermind who can.
Not like that. No, hush.
Yeah.
Hush. No. It's just a coincidence.
Okay. That I'll buy. Or maybe Trump's just as sleazy as those guys. How's that?
Well, of course he is. Of course he is. When you got that much money, what else are you gonna fucking do? I mean, come on.
Well, but then again, whoa, wait a second here, Ian. Are you saying not? Just to clarify, are you saying that when a person gets a lot of money, that they automatically want to indulge in pedophile fantasies?
Well, no, they have to indulge in the pedophile fantasies to make that much money.
Oh, like it's a requirement or something. So, I mean, it's like
part of the whole ceremony.
So you hear that, George Aristides? All we need to do to get rich is go out and fuck kids.
No. There's more to it than that. No, there's more to it. No, it's this whole fucking invoking this demon shit and pulling demons in the room. So you gotta like drink the little kid's blood and fuck the little kid and shit, and then the demon comes in the room and then fucks and kills, finishes the kid off.
But not that. Obviously, look, I've been in environments where this sort of thing actually does take place, but I'm just curious as to, I get it. I get what you're saying, but you kind of, I'm, yeah, it's just after a while, okay, there's a difference. Now, what I experienced, of course, okay, we have to acquiesce something here. Okay, sometimes human child trafficking, as I was personally witness to, I took down the Presidio military base. This can happen at an industrial scale. Also, what Ian West is referring to with kind of people attempting to invoke demons, being part of a cult. I mean, believe me, this thing is like it's out there. Certainly, I saw it at its height. Good example would be. And guys, help me out here, because sometimes what I start to do is I start to almost go blank when I think about certain people. Now, the name of the time travel physicist, the time travel physicist, is that Dr. David Lewis Anderson, right? Yeah? Right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, Ian answered that. So there is so David Lewis Anderson. I don't want to get this mixed up with. There was a Colonel John Alexander of the United States Army, and even at the time that I was dealing with some of these people, if I remember correctly, he might have been retired. Maybe right after I was dealing with him, he retired. But Colonel John Alexander, who I've never spoken of. He was involved in all of these Army performance enhancement studies. And this is some of what I was talking about with this kind of when they were trying to, replace the draft with a quote-unquote professional military that was going to be all volunteer, and they had to think of all these weird recruiting things to volunteer people, including, consulting EST and Esalen and martial arts cults and all this shit. Obviously there was more than one man, more than Aquino involved with all of this. And one of them was Colonel John Alexander. Now, he was someone who considered himself a psychic warrior. And one of the projects in which Alexander at least participated that was supposedly successful was just before I started working with the Department of Defense. And this was in 1983, and it was the Army Jedi Project. Now, I brought this up in the past before. It was named after the Star Wars Jedi Knight, but it used visualization and suggestion methods to improve soldier performance in the shooting of the .45 caliber pistol, the standard service sidearm. Now, Alexander wrote about this in his book titled The Warrior's Edge. And but one of the people who was originally consulted for this by General Spoonbender, the general who, oh fuck, what was his name? I interviewed him once on the Revolution Radio.
Stubblebine.
Stubblebine. Thank you. Yeah. How did you know that, Aristides?
Go Aristides.
I know my shit. Go ahead.
I'm impressed. I'm so impressed. Yeah. So Stubblebine contracted. Thank you, Aristides. You're the man. Stubblebine contracted Tony Robbins, and the United States Army paid Tony Robbins $1 billion United States dollars. $1 billion. A fucking billion.
For what?
For training soldiers how to use the 45 sidearm with visualization. You know, how to use it better with visualization.
Yeah, I'm sure that paid off.
Yeah.
They don't even need the 45 anymore.
That's right. It was after that they phased out the Colt 45. They don't even use it as a sidearm anymore.
No, it's probably 9mm of sidearm in the Army.
Yeah, which is, again, what I would argue is a piece of shit. I mean, for those of you who don't know, the Colt 45 was developed specifically for the Filipino campaign because the Huks, as they called them, which was a tribe of Muslims, would be fanatical enough and probably hopped up enough on various drugs, some kind of organic concoction that gave them a natural high that was similar to methamphetamine. But they would wrap their limbs in tourniquets. So as their limbs got blown off, their arms were already pre-tourniqueted, and they could just twist a little twig on it and kind of seal the bleed, so to speak, kind of seal the leak, so to speak. And then they would keep charging. And so their ferocity was able to break through American lines, despite American firepower, and that's why the Americans had to develop a firearm with stopping power. That's what the Colt 45 was developed for. So it has stopping power. To replace that with a piece of shit like a 9mm, which, like I said, I personally have experienced a 9mm slug bounce off my ribcage, and believe me, you don't want this to happen to you. But such having been experienced, I survived a 9mm attack, so to speak. And now, granted, the person's aim was off. This was an actual glance blow, but whole story behind that. It's one of these things that, again, brings us back to the assassination and again, the stupidity of the American military for always grading down when it comes to stopping power. It just doesn't make sense. Like the M16 rifle is a piece of shit, and they graded down from a rifle that was far more effective.
Yeah. But they figure, they did the math, and it's like, oh, you can carry so many more of them, and your average meathead isn't placing a lot of well-placed shots, so it's better he just carries more because giving him all these rounds with huge stopping power he's going to miss with most of the time.
I mean, interesting point.
It's a numbers game. Yeah. I mean, you're truly your heavy hitters have access to whatever calibers they want. You know what I mean?
True.
Yeah, but your standard issue sidearm, they just did a bunch of math, and they're like, I don't know, it's just easier to carry these, and they're just kind of sending them in there, and you try to wound the guys, and it's better to wound them than to kill them anyway, because then two of their guys are occupied with getting them to safety and shit, Yeah. Totally anti-Geneva Convention type stuff, but
actually, it's not sorry, go on.
Yeah.
All right, let me interject here. Sure. I wanted to ask you guys before my battery dies.
Yeah.
Did you guys watch the new General Paul E. Valley interview?
No. Yeah, you're talking about the guy who's the co-author of Michael Aquino's Mind War. Vallely.
Yeah. Paul Bailey. Yeah, sorry. Did you see his new interview?
No. Well, tell us what he said.
Oh, okay. I'll send it to you guys. I didn't know if you guys caught it yet or not, but
no.
He's quiet the whole goddamn time, not saying shit. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
Why would that surprise you?
I mean, goddamn, it's like there's not even a fucking personality in that body anymore. He's like, you guys can't see my face, my presence. But I swear to God, I'm like, how the fuck is this motherfucker still going on this motherfucker show doing this shit? But anyway, I'll send you guys the link to it. But
Please.
yeah, the guy that co-authored Michael Aquino's book, he just did this interview recently.
All right. So just for future reference, yeah, Paul Vallely. That's the man's name.
Yes.
Yeah. And,
Yeah.
right. Oh my God. So thank you for sharing that, and we will appreciate that link. And well, if your battery dies, blessed night. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Get yourself in a position where you can help to rescue Princess Pixie Starfox, and we'll
So fucking sweet. Yeah, so fucking sweet. I swear to God.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, and yes, and back to the assassination attempt with all of this,
Yeah.
and this is something. Now I can't remember who brought it up first. Who was it that brought it up first? Was it who said it first? But somebody in Team Dietrich, if I remember correctly, brought up the fact that why play at sniping at all, and that of course brings us back to the reality of the situation. Obviously. Sniping is almost like a separate category from assassination. Your average assassin is not a sniper, and your average sniper is not an assassin, theoretically. So your average sniper is one thing, but a assassin, what you really want to use is a very powerful handgun. Because why a handgun? If anyone wonders why, it's because you want to force yourself to get so close you literally cannot miss. So this is why a real assassin would be someone who is going to get up close, blow the man's brains out, and just like make certain he cannot miss. This is why it's one of these things that you can do it if, say, for instance, at just the right moment, Hinckley could have done that. See, Hinckley could have done that. He had the opportunity and actually got a bullet into the president, but was using a round so small, it didn't matter. So this is the point, is that obviously this wasn't a serious assassination attempt, but what Aristides brought up was that if there were several rounds or calibers involved, and this is why Aristides said we shouldn't overdwell on the technical details, but if what Aristides brought up has reliable sources and is true, that would make it a serious assassination attempt, because that's what they would do. They would use multiple snipers who would then crossfire on the target. That's what they did with John F. Kennedy. So John F. Kennedy had multiple bullets go into his body from multiple sniper rifles from multiple directions. And that's why on the Zapruder film, if you're trained in sniping, this is like a slam dunk for you. It's like you cannot not see this. In other words, it's like so painfully obvious, you can't understand why no one else can see it. But a trained sniper looking at the Zapruder film, the first thing they notice is Kennedy's body is bouncing back and forth, which is completely unnatural. That's not nervous reaction, because one bullet entered your body does not make your body flip back and forth. He's basically got different rounds going in him from different directions, which is why his body is going in different directions with the impact of the rounds. So when it comes to Clinton, this is what they were trying to do to Clinton when they were setting up, through myself, Operation Mount Rushmore. Not that I organized that from the command level, but I was asked to become ordered to become involved. And so I became involved involuntarily and only escaped with my life because it all went to shit. But they had every intention of making me the patsy. No, I can't even remember this kid's name anymore, except for Crooks. Crooks sticks out. But what was his full name? Something. It was like.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's eluding me too at the moment. But.
No worries. It's,
Crooks, it was Crooks.
Yeah, and so thank you so much. So this Crooks guy, it's like they were gonna make me like a Crooks figure, and so he's obviously, as Ian West said, I believe this completely. Ian West and I are standing shoulder to shoulder on this, believe it or not, as we do on some subjects. But Ian West and I both agree Crooks was so completely mind controlled that it's doubtful that this poor son of a bitch ever had an independent thought running through his head by the time that he crawled up on that roof and a counter sniper blew his face off as the final insult to his poor, pathetic, misfit life. I mean,
Thomas Matthew. I'm not even looking it up, but was that it?
Thomas Matthew Crooks.
Thomas Matthew Crooks. Oh my God! Thank you. Holy shit, that is good. Thank you, Aristides. There we see. This is how he was able to graduate with a master's degree.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that's cool. Jesus, that makes me think of Brooke again. You know, Brooke really wanted to move in with Aristides because it's like, well, we'll see what happens. I mean, she's got a squirrel in her hair.
I haven't heard from her, so yeah.
Yeah, well, let's all keep her in our thoughts and prayers. You know, God knows what trouble she's in now.
Oh, yeah.
And as for Ian West, of course, you know, he can't access porn, so soon he'll be making his own. He did say his aunt and his granny still held up their looks, so we'll probably be seeing something emerge from out of Mississippi that I'll find while I'm cruising online. That'll be a realistic story as opposed to Brooke and Peter Moon getting together. But all that being said, yeah, a little venting there. So, dear George Knight, so let's get back into the topic here. And so I think we can agree that Trump probably arranged for this political theater. And did you know what his response was when Biden dropped out? Did you hear Trump's response?
No, I haven't, Douglas. No, please enlighten me.
Yeah.
I can't wait for this.
So when Biden said, "Oh, I'm not going to run for a second term," the first thing Trump did was he said, "We need to initiate a lawsuit and we need to ask for he demanded that the Republicans get reimbursed for fraud after Biden dropped out because of all the money they had spent on their campaign targeting Biden. And it's like, dude, your campaign worked. You got Biden to drop out. It's like you won. What the fuck are you bitching about? But what he's saying is, see, they've concentrated all their money on attacking Biden and that, oh, you got to vote for Trump instead of Biden. And now that Biden's dropped out, they don't have a target. And now they've got to start all over again. That's what Trump said. Now we'll have to start all over.
Oh, wow.
And it's like, but what does this prove? You see what it proves is it adds validity to the conspiracy argument for the assassination attempt because he engineered all this so he would look like the sympathetic character, the winner compared to Biden, who is just this doddering old man who nobody wants to kill. You get what it's like who said this about the rapper? Somebody made a comparison about Trump is now like a rapper where you've got to get shot, and then once you get shot as a rapper, you've got your street cred as a gangster. Yeah, you got your street cred as a gangster, and now you gangster because you got street cred because somebody tried to kill you. You a real badass gangster motherfucker rapper. So it's like Trump is now rapper level, and he engineered all this so he could look like Tupac and white chocolate bullshit, and thereby also appeal to the black public, and then. He's already appealing to the black and Latinx public by claiming, I'm a felon just like you. And now they're all saying, oh, man, he's one of us. Now he's getting all these idiot black and brown men, always men, voting for him because they said, now he's a felon like us. Yeah. Then he thought by getting shot like this, he'd be total rapper. And all this was to make him look like the option to this doddering old fool who nobody wants to kill. The very attempt to kill him makes him look important. And now that Biden drops out, it's like he did it all for nothing. Is what I feel. It's so fucking funny, but it's so true. It adds credence to the conspiracy aspect because otherwise, if it were a real assassination attempt and then Biden dropped out, you'd be grateful, right? Doesn't that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, it means you won.
Yeah.
It means your campaign won.
Yes.
He dropped out.
Yeah.
Yes.
But instead he's saying, I want my money back and
I want it to be reimbursed.
Yeah, now we gotta start all over again because he cannot look like the tough guy, street cred, gangster rapper compared to running against a woman. Because that play no longer works. Because now he's running against Kamala Harris. and he's gonna,
Yes,
if he tries to
nice.
out macho her, he just looks like a fucking rapist and a bully, right? So it's
What he is, yeah.
yeah, like what he is, yeah. So there you go. Yeah, this is why he's so pissed. It's funny. It's fucking funny as hell. This is like, it's like he outsmarted himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could happen to a nicer man.
Thank you.
A nicer person.
Thank you.
Karma.
No, yeah, it's karma. It truly is.
Yeah.
It's there's something
Yes.
extremely funny about this, and but so such being said, historically, now one of the things that we were talking about was there was a question from Heather Holman, who we also need to contribute our thoughts and prayers to. Hopefully she's okay.
Yes.
She didn't show up tonight. And so she's obviously whatever. We can only hope for the best. Such
Yes.
being said, Heather asked if the she had this theory about
Yes.
the Diglok, which of course
Yes.
I need to bring to your attention. So for whatever
Yeah,
reason, I don't know if she's talking to Nemo, off bandwidth, like our man Ian West is
Right.
talking to Princess Pixie Starfire, our Pixie Princess Starfox.
Yes.
I don't know if that's going on with her and Nemo, but Nemo was asking for good images of Diglok, the bell bomb. He wanted to know if I had any good images. I said I would ask you. You probably have better images than I do at this point. So if you can find any good, decent images of the bell,
Yeah.
please share them with Nemo. Even
Yes.
conceptual images.
Yes.
Even conceptual images, yeah.
Yeah, even conceptual, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But
Um,
what Heather wanted to ask was,
Yeah.
she wanted to ask about the connection between the bell and gravity. And so this brought me into this long diatribe, which of course Aristides was happy to knock down as an engineer himself with a petty comment on budget matters, but I'll get into that. I'll describe it to you now. One of the things that I was bringing up was gravity and the bell. So when it came to gravity and the bell, the theory that Heather Holman had, which I'll articulate first, was she felt that if it could float and create anti-gravity, she was wondering if it could reverse the process, and she didn't understand the terminology, but basically she was saying, could it reverse the process and act as kind of like a tractor beam, or somehow exert gravity around it to increase gravity? Could it increase gravity around it? She was thinking this might be how the bodies were crushed and hardened into diamond. There's a certain kind of logic to this, but you remember the bodies being converted to diamonds, and I told her no, it was a completely different process, that would be, and it just, basically, like the way I explained it to her by analogy was that, gold, or rather the alchemists used to try to turn lead into gold, and now scientifically they can do that, but it requires platinum in the process, which is more expensive than gold. So the point is that sometimes things that can be done are so hellishly expensive they don't justify being done at all. A good example is helium. America has just found an enormous store of helium, which takes millions of years to make, molecule by molecule. And so America has this extraordinary resource in terms of helium, and you can artificially produce helium, but it's so hellishly expensive that you might as well go with hydrogen at that point. So my point is with trying to use the bell to exert enough gravitic pressure to crush bodies into diamond is so expensive. It doesn't justify. It doesn't even justify the concept.
No.
But it was an interesting concept that she came up with. And I told her, of course, there's other ways to make artificial diamond that the Third Reich created and is being used today to, and I'm sure you're aware of this, George Knight, you are aware of the fact that that there are people who can pay to have their dead loved one's ashes converted into a diamond. Yeah. Yes.
I was going to bring that up with you. There are companies out there that offer that sentiment. So you can go to these companies and say, I wish to convert my dead relatives into a diamond, and you can have it embedded into a ring or a pendant, and so it's a keepsake forever. And so there are companies out there that do offer that service if you wish.
Yeah, and you'd be wearing your dead lover or relation's body, body on your own. You would have them. Oh my God!
Yes. And I came across that during my research of during the time where the Third Reich were cremating the Roma and the Juden and converting their ashes into diamonds. So that was how I came across that a few years ago, Douglas. So yeah, thank you for bringing that up. It's important. Boy,
yes. By the way, also
people who don't understand it think it's preposterous. It's really not.
Yeah. Thank you. No, it's commercially available.
Yes.
Yes. By the way, hopefully Aristides will go mute. We love you dearly, Aristides, but that belch was not my own. Just want people to know that's Aristides. Yes,
hello, Aristides.
We love you dearly. If you could go mute because you're belching in your sleep. You know, it's not often, but when you do it, it's...
I'm not asleep, but fine. All right.
Okay, we love you. We love you. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Oh yeah, honestly, I adore Aristides. And actually, by the way, what was your... were you able to open that email about the black holes?
Oh yes, Douglas. Yes. I got the link that you sent me about the Fermi paradox.
Yes. Please go into
the
that.
Probability of life.
Yes.
Just bringing more credence to what we speak.
Thank you.
Yes.
I want you to go into both of those in a moment, but just to finish my thought about what I was going to say about the. So when I was talking to Heather Holman about the bell, what I was bringing up was Michael Aquino had told me that there were 4 great Nazi secrets, or the 4 things the Nazis had isolated and made possible. Immortality, anti-gravity, time travel, and water as fuel. Which, I always took to be hydrogen or something of that nature. But, such being said, when it came to the bell, I believe that is their anti-gravity and potentially part of their time travel technology. So, but particularly anti-gravity, as far as I understand. So when I was talking to Heather, the point that I made is this. When they speak of these different ages of civilization, different types of industry or technology, and we say, for instance, this the Iron Age, the Bronze Age, the Stone Age, going back further. When we see what we see in science fiction television, no matter what the television series or movie, the one thing you'll notice is that theoretically, because they're building these craft in space, in science fiction space operas, in any space opera, you'll notice that there seems to be no limit to design, that they just basically design the ships in any shape they want, which, by the way, in physical engineering terms, is outrageous. It's offensive to the sensibilities because an engineer, of course, will tell you form follows function. And so by what you see in space opera, Star Wars or, Star Trek, anything like that, you see these different shapes of ships, and it follows a certain logic that when they portray the Borg, they're all in cubes because the Borg are basically an insect-like termitary, a kind of hive mind. And so they have no aesthetic. So because they have no cultural aesthetic, they just build a cube in space because they're just, there's no need for anything else. It's a functional form by their standards. Yet everybody else has these sleek, aesthetic, very cultural designs. They're culturally specific. And, so all of this is appealing to a degree, but is it engineering-wise possible? And I was saying there's only one thing that would render it possible, and that would be that it implies, unless, like Aristides said, it's because, they don't have a budget to create genuine starships that would have a revolving ring for gravity and all this good shit, because they don't have the budget to consult with physicists and engineers to do something operable, then they just do whatever they want. That's illogical from one perspective, but say we entertain the concept that they're operating by the physics of their reality, then we have to assume that what they're showing us is that their civilization, no matter what culture it is they're portraying, has entered the stage of an anti-gravity era of technology. In other words, this means that they can not only control gravity by repulsion, the opposite is also true, that they can generate by sheer technology, like a gravity plate, kind of like a miniature tractor beam, the ability to hold people to the floor so that they don't have to wear Velcro in a continuously weightless environment. Velcro on their ass so they can sit down, Velcro on their feet so they don't float away, or lead boots, either lead boots so that they don't float away, Velcro on their ass and back so they don't float away. So it's like if they were in a totally weightless environment, of course they'd all lose their calcium and eventually weaken, their muscles would atrophy. So obviously what they've created is artificial gravity. So that means that we've entered, according to all these science fiction films, those ship designs are impossible unless all of those cultures have entered via their own development a stage of gravitic technological civilization. So
exactly.
So that's the term to use, is we will know we have reached the level of technology of the Third Reich when we enter the age of gravity. So I was pointing out that, so such being said, that brings us into the Glock as what the mechanism, it's obviously anti-gravitic, or has that capacity, because one of the Glock bells was shot down over Kecksburg, or fell over Kecksburg.
Douglas, that's exactly what I was going to bring up. Exactly what I was going to bring up. Carry on, and I'll add in.
I'll let you add the details to that. But aside from that, then take it from there. You can bring on the email I sent you about the black holes and the link I sent you about the plate tectonics and all that stuff. So take it from here, George. Yes, by all means. Take it from here.
Much appreciated. So when we were when I was last on, and Heather Holman was present on the show, I brought with herself and Aristides, and I'm certainly still listening in, which will be I'll be grateful for. I brought up with in the 1965 the Great Northeast Blackout, where the Third Reich compromised the transmission lines. So the transmitters, the power lines that were supplying all the power to the national grid, was compromised, and it was taken out deliberately by the Third Reich when they were conducting their offensive to force the Americans into concessions. And this took out several statelets in the northeast continent of the United States, including Halifax, Montreal in Canada. And that was on the 7th of November. And 1 month after that, you have on the December 7th of 1965, you had the shot down of the Die Glock over Kecksburg. So that's what I was going to bring up, Douglas, and that was exactly 1 month after the Great Northeast Blackout, where all the citizens were reporting, there's these flying lights over these power lines, and they were protruding this electrical discharge of electricity, and they were taking out the national grid. And this hit the headlines. And they took out the national grid for several hours. They went offline for well over a dozen hours. So I think it was probably between 24 to 48 hours that that many people could look up in New York City. They had to light candles, and they had to use the headlights of the cars, the vehicles, to light up the streets, because the Third Reich had taken out the national grid over several statelets, and that was in 1965. And the same year, that was when the Die Glock, the Bell bomb, was shot down over Kecksburg, and the military went in to retrieve it. And they went in with Geiger counters because it was emitting radiation. And everyone that saw it described it as a bell-shaped, as a gigantic acorn, several feet wide. And they saw symbols on it, which one of the people in the textbooks, if people take a look at it historically, he identified them as being a form of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. I can't pronounce it so early. Sorry, Douglas, but yes.
Runic. It was Nordic.
Runic.
Yeah, Nordic Aryan runic symbols. It was the kind the SS used. Yes.
Yes. He misinterpreted it, but that was certainly the symbols that they were using. And I have actual the footprints that were retrieved of the Third Reich's boots, which also portrayed these symbols, including the swastika and including the Hakenkreuz. So yes, with that incident that happened over Kecksburg, this was obviously during the time of when you had the undeclared aerospace war. Where the United States were on standing alert to or shoot down orders to intercept any unidentified flying objects that were violating national airspace and compromising national security. And of course, they were always portrayed to the public eye as a Soviet threat. So most people, in their consensus, in their ignorance, they were always perceiving these as a Soviet threat. But of course, these were known as the Drittmacht, the third power in the Cold War period between 1945 and 1991.
And just to qualify it a little bit, my own impression would be that they were more and more, if they tried to portray the Soviets as having that level of power and capacity, then they would scare the public truly to hell and back and might cause like a morale problem. Yes. So I think that they already had that with Sputnik. They had that effect with Sputnik, the effect that they needed, and that's but that having been said, I think they were more and more trying to say that this was an extraterrestrial, quote unquote alien issue, so that the public would accept that they're from another star and that's why they're more advanced than Americans. That's how the public would accept what they were saying, without panicking, because this was again, they used the alien narrative or shall we say hoax to just basically mislead the public from the real war, and because the public had been told we won the war and Hitler's dead and all that bullshit. So please continue. That would be my own.
Absolutely, Douglas. And one thing that I've got to add last time when I was speaking about the auspice of the Reich propaganda ministry under Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, what he was portraying to the Allies is that they made first contact with the extraterrestrial race and that they can only recognize one legitimate government on planet Earth, and they recognize the Third Reich because they made first contact. That's how the Americans learned that propaganda, and they portrayed that onto their own population, that there was this extraterrestrial presence, or there was an extant race out there.
Excellent point.
Yes. So that was how that's how they learned that, and it's been the military junta that have been pumping that or promulgating that onto the public ever since. And hence why, with all these propaganda movies that have been released over the years, whether it's the Contact of the third kind or first kind.
Close Encounters. Called Close Encounters.
Third kind.
It,
but of course, everyone brings that to my attention because of what I present to them. But of course, I'm like, well, I've never seen the content. Obviously, I'm aware of it. I've never seen it. But I have seen movies such as Independence Day, and I'm aware.
But by the way, Close Encounters is the most boring movie you'd ever see. It's like it's funny. I saw it several times as a child because I kept trying to find meaning in it. I kept suffering through it, thinking that there has to be meaning to what I'm seeing, but there was none. I mean, later on as an adult, I realized what a waste of time. Of course, I had very few options back then. This is what we were stuck with was shit like this. Honestly, it's you aren't missing shit by not seeing that film. You aren't missing shit. But I knew this one bitch that cried. She would cry seeing the end of the film because she took that as, by the way, our man just entered a comment that Close Encounters was it filmed in Mobile, Alabama, where he grew up. A large part of it. Definitely understood. And but when it came to, by the way, I do want to see this. I want him to show us this link of James Rink. Crying, bitching, whining, crying, and moaning. I want to see this. This is going to be funny as hell. So, such being said, Ian, is it possible for you to give us a link, or are you just trying to wait until you can join us and show us this video, so you can watch our response on air? It's, he says on his computer. Oh, shit, it's on his computer, poor bastard. You know what happened to Ian West, right? Ian, tell George what happened to you, how you lost everything. So tell George what happened. Yeah, did you hear that?
I heard him say earlier he lost his computer, and I was thinking there's only two reasons why you lose your computer.
No.
It's not one of them. I hope it's the other.
He says back in Orlando, I can't come in. No, he lost more than his computer. Ian, tell him everything you lost, Ian. Come on. He says, I'm in the house. Oh yeah, I lost everything.
Oh, he lost everything.
Yeah,
of course.
He his landlord sold out from under him. Yeah, poor bastard.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh,
why am I giving him thumbs up? I need to be giving him teary eye faces. Is this why I need to give him his teary eyes faces? Yes. Yeah. This poor bastard. And so his landlord sold out from under him, and he became effectively homeless, and now he's living with his grandmother and his aunt. Yeah. Yeah. And in a state where they won't allow you to cruise for porn, no less.
Yes, just to make it even worse, just to chuck salt in the womb.
Yes,
to make things worse.
Yeah. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, like Ian West said, it's fucking gay.
Days.
He said, it's fucking gay. Yes, fucking gay. That is funny as hell. That's
But anyway.
So,
yes.
Yeah, and please, so we'll return now to the topic at hand. And, by all means, so there's this one bitch I knew, and she thought that the ending of Close Encounters of the Third Kind was so emotionally moving because it was a film that portrayed something else out there in the universe that was not hostile, not evil aliens that were just coming to invade the Earth. And I was saying, but you don't get it. At the opening of the film, they're returning people that they abducted over the past 100 years. So it's like...
that's not hostile. Yeah, that's... Well, I don't know what it is.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. It's like they start...
Thank you from the loved ones, yes.
Yeah, start dropping people off and shit, and... it's crazy how people, like... people are crazy about this sort of thing. They're not rational.
Thank you, yeah. I've even just intuitively just casually asked the very question to many people that I know. If you come across a body in the street, it was of Asian descent or an Asian Pacific Islander of a kind, or you turn and there's one person that was down, collapsed on the ground, and then the other person next to him was an extraterrestrial, who would you run to first? And they always say the extraterrestrial. They sympathize more with an extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
And I was like, and that's the majority of people's responses. The poll that it's just a question of my own to people. I present it because I already know the response. So it's like I'm asking a question, but it's a rhetorical question. I already know what the answer is. So and they always say that, and I just want to get people's responses, and they do confirm that they would run, and they sympathize more with something that is not from this earth, but yet anything that comes from this earth, they look upon and with utter contempt.
Yes.
And it's so true. It's quite despicable if you think about it. But to go back to the topic at hand, Douglas, with...
By the way, I really appreciate your saying that because it's such an important point. And just to reinforce what George is saying, I can't even remember which film it was, what the name was, because I was suffering through it in the company of Cynthia Siegel. So Cynthia Siegel, just so people know, was a Jewish American princess, and I don't say that in any way, shape, or form to insult her, who basically enabled me to deliver the Roswell and the Rising Sun presentation, and she was a MUFON person, a manageress, if you will, and so and she lost her job because of me. She got fired because she wanted to bring me on to the Channel 32, which was like a local Sacramento, California. That's California's capital for people who don't know. It was like a local channel for the capital of the state of California. And she had this show called The UFO Connection. And so she was, into the concept of aliens. So it was with her, I saw some movie, and I think it was a Roswell movie. So I'm pretty sure it was a Roswell movie. So they were trying to portray, the aliens. And they were portraying them as dying. They're supposed to be in a crash and they're injured. But these are like the archetypal gray aliens. But,
that's right.
Yeah, but the ironic thing about what George brought up is, if you saw an Asian body in the street or this extraterrestrial, it's like, to your average American, sure, you could tell them apart. Your average Westerner could tell them apart because, the Asian person, it's also a part of familiarity breeds contempt, since they know that we have a race called Asians on Earth and they're familiar with that, and they just have contempt for them because they're just another, quote unquote race of human beings. They have no appreciation for how alien the cultures truly are, and they've never bothered to investigate. Yeah. But when it comes to the, shall we say, the concept of this gray alien, what makes it so offensive is, of course, and George knows this because, you look at them and they're just an exaggerated caricature of Asian features. All the extraterrestrials are all portrayed, and what makes it even more bizarre or more unhealthy is you can even, look up on the internet, communist Chinese, hoaxes about aliens, where some, guy on mainland China has put together something he claims is an alien or something, and, these hoaxes happen even in mainland China. And so they just like to put that on the internet because, they can't do anything serious on the internet because everything's censored. So they're left with doing stupid shit like this every once in a while. But even they use that trope or the meme because it's become the universal trope, but it's really just a caricature of Asians that, they're using. So when you have this alien that was dying in this Roswell movie, Cynthia Siegel, sitting next to me, started crying. She started crying.
Yes.
And I was moved to tears too, but only because all I could think of was my mother dying, because that was just right after my mother's death in 2011.
Resonated.
So all I could think of was my mother dying when I saw this alien. And because it looks so Asian. It just looks like an elderly Asian person dying in a hospice or something is what it looks like. And so, and I explained that to her, and she understood.
Yes, exactly.
But again, think about what I'm saying. These people see these artificial constructs, which are really racist caricatures, and they feel this tremendous, because of the fucking propaganda from your military junta, which effectively runs your government. You've developed what we call a false sense of intimacy, like watching a TV series where you feel you bonded with a character and you feel as if they'd almost know you if you met them on the streets, where in reality, if you met the actor, they just think you're crazy if you approach them. So, I mean, this false bonding people have had with aliens for generations now, but the worst of it was E.T., the movie E.T. The caricature looks like a Filipino. Yes, that's right. It looks like just some old or a Filipino with Down syndrome. Looks like a Filipino with Down syndrome. Some deformed. But it's basically a Filipino. It's modeled on a Filipino. And it's just disgusting. I mean, it's just an elderly, deformed. I mean, it's disgusting. Not the Filipinos, but the just the
caricature.
The caricature. Thank you. I could have gotten that out without you. So back to George with all that. So that point having been driven home now, hopefully people understand. And so when George is asking people this. They're indoctrinated to go help aliens but kill Nazis, or Germans rather, who they're programmed to think are all Nazis. So think of that madness. It's kill Nazis. Just as soon as they see them on site, reflexively shoot them in first-person shooter video games, where they're indoctrinated to reflexively shoot them on site, as opposed to the alien. Then let me run and help it. Because, this is like, it's, talk about having priorities screwed up so badly. But go on. Yes, back to you. Yes.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm going to do a little bit of a word salad, Douglas. So it might not make any sense, but I'm going to segue.
Yeah.
So during World War II, when President Franklin Delano Roosevelt initiated Presidential Proclamation 9066,
yes.
when he identified or recognized people of Japanese descent, Italian and Germans, it was labeled, they were identified and recognized as enemy aliens.
Thank you.
The enemy aliens. So that term that's used identifies the enemy combatants of that belligerency in the war that was declared. So under Presidential Proclamation 9066, it was to in turn to capture and to detain people of Japanese descent, German descent, even though there were several generations and it was unconstitutional, they were still interned because they were identified as enemy aliens. And so that term is referenced and used as a derogative to deride and to derogate these people. And so when people think of aliens, they interpret as extraterrestrials. The military junta took advantage of that, and they knew that people's interpretation, the populace, would know that would just assume that they were referring to extraterrestrial races out there. But what they were referencing was either the Third Reich in exile or the Japanese prisoners of war or Japanese people of descent. And so they'll drive us into Roswell. But to go into Roswell, Douglas, this is where I'm going to segue into Sergeant Melvin Brown, when he started to come out in 1969 to speak of the Roswell incident, which he wasn't even aware it was the Roswell incident, because after 1947, nobody spoke about Roswell. It was unheard of after 1947. It wasn't until Sergeant Melvin Brown started to come out and speak publicly and tell his family. He would confide in him and say that
tell them why. What brought it to his mind? Because they were watching men walk on the moon. Go on.
Yes, exactly. So it was after July 1969 that when man started walking on the moon, I should say the word prompted, if that's correct, Douglas, prompted him, or it intuitively made him start to speak publicly of this matter, that he witnessed the bodies at Roswell. And he told his family that he could recognize them or identify them as Asian Pacific Islanders, or they were Asiatic, which is the term his daughter used. They were Asiatic. They had friendly faces and they had yellow, charred, burnt skin. Later on, they turned grey when rigor mortis kicked in. And he
burnt orange. Don't forget they were burnt orange.
Burnt orange. Yes, burnt orange. Thank you, Douglas. And these were between 4 and 5 feet tall. And of course, one of the things that which is so evident, which Douglas has brought up, which is undeniable, which is irrefutable, is the Yakuza. They would in their what do you want to call it?
The best way to
initiation.
Initiation ritual. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, it would be kind of like it's not that simple, but that's the best way to express it to Westerners. Just put it that way.
Yes. They would culturally remove their pinky finger, their little finger, and so they had 4 digits. Yes. And this is undeniable. And so when the men would see these Asian Pacific Islanders that had burnt orange skin, that would turn grey rigor mortis, had no hair, because these were prisoners of war, and of course, they're incinerated as well. So,
but they also shaved. They also shaved off all their body hair to prevent the static electricity. Yes, thank you.
Yes, exactly, Douglas. Thank you so much. And so when he come out publicly to speak of this, when the military got hold of what he was coming out and publicly speaking, that was when they brought back Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino from Vietnam. That was in the same year, 1969. Yes. So he was recalled back because he was a psychological warfare expert. He was in charge of psychological warfare operations. And because it was never an Air Force issue, because the Air Force never existed in the Roswell incident in July 1947.
Yes, just everyone remember this. There was no Air Force in 1947 when the Roswell incident took place. Yet it's always the Air Force that issues statements about Roswell. Very bizarre. Go back to George. Yes,
Yeah.
And no one questions it because
Incredibly
they
bizarre,
just
but people no.
Yeah.
They don't question it and they run with it and they just regurgitate the same propaganda that they've been fed, indoctrinated to
because
believe
they're
into.
ignorant. Yeah, they think there was
Yes.
always an Air Force. Like, they think that all these planes in World War II, right? They think, well, we must have had an Air Force. They have no concept of the fact that this was what was called the U.S. Army Air Corps, sometimes referenced as Air Forces, but not in the sense that it was a separate branch. Yeah, and and the Navy had its own planes that was called naval aviation. But yes, back to George.
Naval aviators. Yes, thank you, Douglas. Very important point. Yeah, we could go into that at some other point, actually. It's so important.
Yeah, and the youngest among them, the youngest among all the U.S. naval aviators was George Bush Sr. Yeah, he was just a bit of trivia there for people. Yes, because it is an important point. Because you know why it's an important point? Because when Carter became president, then he approached George Bush Sr. about the UFOs. And he said, hey, I hear you know the secret of the UFOs. And I want to know as your president. And that's when George Bush Sr. said, yeah, I'll tell you. I'll be happy to tell you, Jimmy. But I want something in return. I want you to make me the J. Edgar Hoover of the CIA. Meaning that, you know, I want you to give me a lifetime.
Head of the CIA.
Yeah, well, he was the head of the CIA, but he wanted, when he said, I want to be the J. Edgar Hoover of the CIA, he meant permanent lifetime employment, you know, permanent lifetime guaranteed employment where he would be given more power than he even had before. And that's when Jimmy Carter he was outraged. He was, I'm your president. I'm your commander-in-chief. You can't bargain with me. And that's when George Bush Sr. said, fine, I'll get you out of power and, you know, make myself president. And that's exactly what he did. I mean, first he knocked Carter out of power by sabotaging the rescue of the Iranian hostages. And after he sabotaged that, then he got his man Reagan into power, and he was the power behind the throne as the vice president, and then ultimately took over as the president himself. So he actually, when you heard George earlier say there's only been two presidents that have done more than 2 terms, Roosevelt and Bush Sr., this is what George was referring to.
And that was when they started that pact between the Clinton and the Bush administrations, and then it was obviously intervened by the military junta under Barack Obama. But yeah, we could go into that actually later on, Douglas. No, thank you so much. But go back to Roswell, and this is in 1969 when Sergeant Melvin Brown started coming out speaking publicly about Roswell and saying that he identified the bodies as being Asian, or his daughter refers to it as Asiatic. When he was looking under the bodies under the tarpaulin of the Humvees or the Jeeps that they were escorting the bodies out of the incident, then that was when the military responded by getting Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino to write the Roswell myth. And he used Stanton Friedman as his also his
he's basically like, what would we call it? Kind of like he was kind of like Stanton Friedman became the face of Roswell. It was disgusting. He was the master of ceremonies at the Roswell parades, by the way, just so people understand this. This is how this guy, his life became invested in Roswell. But there's a whole story behind Stanton Friedman and his Satanism. If you ever look at Stanton Friedman's face, you know, tell them about the eyebrows. They have the same cult eyebrows. Thank you. And by the way, just so that people understand, we're not being stupid here. This was actually part of their cultic affiliation when they could display that they had the horned brow. It was like an instant recognition for each other. So they actually Vaselined their fucking eyebrows. And and it was just like, like this sick like thing between them. Not everybody can physically do this, of course, but Stanton Friedman and our man Aquino could, and that's why they did it. Another thing to bring up before I forget, when we're on this topic of Roswell and we're bringing up Michael Aquino and Stanton Friedman, and of course, obviously, I'm beginning to flashback. So I'm starting to flashback, and I'm, thinking of other things to emphasize and bring up, but I'll remember them later. But yes, go on by all means. Continue, George. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, and this is where I kind of need you to just remind me, Douglas, and thank you for bringing up about Jimmy Carter as well, because that was I managed to purge that from my memory, but
Yes.
yeah, you brought back flashbacks of so it just came back to me as soon as you said that. That was right, and he said to him that I want to become the J. Edgar Hoover, who was the head of the FBI at the time, and we can go into that also, Douglas. So thank you for that.
Yes.
But also the way I present this to people, there's something where I need just a reminder from yourself. It's to go back to at Roswell, because it was the site of the where the 509th Bomber Group, the Air Command, was based. Yes. This is where it's the same regiment, or the same, you would call it the same department or auspice that deployed the atomic bombs over Japan. Yes. And so their mission statement, they publicly stated that we are the only atomic bomber wing on Earth that can deploy atomic bombs anywhere. And the mission statement says we can deploy them anywhere because we're the only ones that have them. So that was what they were portraying to the public.
Right.
And of course, the reason why they had to promulgate that strategic bombing word is, like we've emphasized and what we've articulated, there was no such thing as an Air Force.
Yes.
The United States had no such thing as a separate branch of service called an Air Force. The only way they could get public support and to exploit their taxations was to promote that strategic bombing had worked, and it worked through deploying atomic bombs plus their bombing raids over Europe and over the Pacific. And that was the only way, and that is why people today, when they tell you that they won the Second World War through strategic bombing, they are basically regurgitating the same propaganda that they were using back in the end of World War II itself, as the public understand it, in 1945 onwards. And it is related to the Roswell incident, because where Stanton Friedman will come out and say that 2 extraterrestrial craft conducting a chicken chase operation. They were basically playing chicken run with each other, or they were chasing one another, and they simultaneously impacted one another. And then this is what led to the Roswell incident. So this is what people were believing in these individuals, these charlatans and shills that will come out and say this utter preposterous statements, like a craft that could conduct interstellar travel from light years away, just simultaneously into our atmosphere and just crash here on Earth. And like, what are they doing? And like, you don't get any answers from these people, but they say that, and people go, "Yeah, I believe it." They nod their heads and go, "Yeah, that sounds feasible." In their little, yeah.
Oh,
this is where I get a bit facetious, Douglas. I do apologize, but like, I know you understand me fully well that where I'm coming from with this.
Absolutely.
You know exactly where I'm coming from with that. But this is what that's what these men were telling you. And this is where I need you to just help me when I present this to people, is when that point in time, Roswell relied heavily on the army for their funding, so to speak. So the economy was based upon the military.
Yes.
And so Michael Aquino approached the state of
the city, the town of Roswell. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And said, I can give you unlimited fund. I can. How did he present it to you?
He was basically just everybody understand this. The military base ultimately she was going to shut down, and they were going to dry up and wither away. There would be no economic reason or capacity for Roswell to even exist. So Michael Aquino came and said, look, I can do you one better. And not only can I provide your town a reason to exist, I'll make it the Lourdes. For those of you who don't know, that's spelled L-O-U-R. L-O-U-R-D-E-S. It's this fountain in France, which is kind of like a miracle fountain. People go there to get healed. People of the Catholic faith. The other place people go to is MEMୖDy. He said, I'd like to, I can make your town the Lourdes or the MEMÊDy of the New Age, religion. And they, and they agreed to it. And by the way, he did take their souls. He had this whole peg board in which he, had another soul from Roswell. All of these people who became involved with this, Literally,
Yes.
this is in the spirit of what Peter Moon talks about when he says he signed the billion-year contract with Scientology. I mean, this is like something you never get out of. I mean, this is like, you've signed yourself into something that is the equivalent of the old medieval. You may not believe it if you're an outsider, but understand that if the person themselves believes this, then they are committing themselves towards something that they are convinced is something they cannot break. So, that's what Peter was like when he signed that billion-year contract for Scientology, and so many other people have. And that's what these town elders felt at Roswell. They committed themselves. They sold themselves to Michael Aquino. In other words, I can guarantee you that even though they may not have attended the Satanic Church or the Temple of Set, they effectively became Satanists at that point. And back to George. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Doug, and thank you for bringing that up. I do appreciate that, and that was exactly how I was going to present it to you. So this is now referred to as, I always tell people this is the version of Al Mecca, where people would turn and pray. And so people from all over the world will visit Roswell in their in their faith in the extraterrestrial race, and into the extraterrestrial. And so if people go on Google Images, for instance, or any search engine, you type in Roswell, you'll see nothing but the caricature of the extraterrestrial grey everywhere.
The Asian, basically the.
And it's based on the Asian. Yes, thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Asian template. We'll call it the Asian template. It's based on the Asiatic template. By the way, here's just something for you to know. The term Asiatic was, they would use that to refer to Asian people in the past.
Yes.
But it also served, there was also another meaning to it, that in Britain, when a specialist like Lawrence of Arabia, as exemplary of this phenomenon, when you got this British specialist who would go to another country and live in the Raj or in Afghanistan or these various outposts, and they got to know the locals so well that they became acculturated, then the British would say that they've gone native. The British would say they've gone native. I don't know if George has ever heard that term in his lifetime, but that's what the Americans, for their term for that, would be. He's gone Asiatic. They would say he's gone Asiatic. In other words, when some
it's the equivalent of native.
When some white guy marries an Asian chick and starts squatting to eat a bowl of rice, squatting down on his haunches to eat a bowl of rice, they would particularly use this term for prisoners of war, because people who were Japanese, Korean, or Vietnamese prisoners of war, white guys would come home doing this shit where, they're squatting on their haunches to eat out of a bowl of rice with chopsticks, and Americans would look at them like they're nuts. Like, what the fuck, because Americans, of course, this is like outrageous behavior to them. Certainly was back in the day, the 50s and 60s and shit. But they would say he's gone Asiatic. So that's another term. So, by the way, I don't think his daughter knowingly used it this way, but when Melvin Brown was talking the way he did, it's conceivable his daughter felt that he was just behaving in a manner that was outrageously alien in its own right, when he's talking about all these things.
Exactly.
Yeah, and she says, now, I don't believe she was worldly enough, but you never know. She might have been, picked up from other military men. Might have picked up that kind of concept.
Did.
That he's gone Asiatic. Yes. But just to put that out there. It doesn't matter. She obviously took it seriously enough to bring it out to the public, and was speaking about it. And this is why the military had to recall Michael Aquino from the front lines after he had proved himself by basically projecting voices, demonic sounds, into the jungles of Vietnam, and his Diabolicon was used to summon these demons, to basically project this wall of sound, concerning,
Yes.
basically deflecting, almost like a force field, deflecting the Vietnamese. To the point where his book was targeted for an attack, and his fire base was targeted for an attack by the Vietnamese. It was his saving the American high command all this money from helicopters that used to have stereos blaring all these ghost sounds and bullshit that were getting shot down by the Vietnamese. He saved them all that money
Yes.
of all that sound equipment and helicopters being lost.
exactly.
This is why they felt he's the man to solve the problem. So and just don't forget to always also put in the perspective of that idiot Stanton Friedman. He was involved
Yes.
with the U.S. Department of Defense in trying to perform nuclear flight. They were trying to make nuclear flight
Exactly.
a reality. But this was like just another budget, black budget, what they'd call boondoggle, a black budget boondoggle, where they're ripping off the taxpayer because
Yes.
for those of you who do not know, nuclear flight, so far as I know, and believe me, I've seen a lot more secret government documents than most people could ever dream of seeing. I can tell you that as far as I know, nuclear flight has never been achieved. So, all they've succeeded in doing in both Russia and the United States is putting a leaky nuclear reactor up in a fucking airframe, meaning a old plane frame that was just re-engineered to carry the nuclear reactor, and they're just carrying a nuclear reactor around in the air while it spreads radiation all over the fucking place. It's not powering the plane. It doesn't power the plane.
No.
So
No.
so Stanton Friedman was engaged in this
He was convinced.
this crime.
Yes.
This crime. Well, he's not convinced. He was implicated. He was implicated and he was
convicted.
compromised. And he was compromised because this fucker knew nuclear flight was impossible, but he was part of this scam ripping off the U.S. taxpayer while the U.S. government was doing this. And what they were doing was spreading radiation all over the place and causing cancer.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of
Thank
people.
you, yeah.
And ultimately, one of the victims was Stanton Friedman's own either daughter or granddaughter.
Yeah.
And she was developmentally disabled because of
Yes.
exposure to this radiation. And he wound up moving her to Canada, and he relocated to Canada so they could take advantage of the social health care system, which we don't have in the United States. So even Aquino laughed at that and said, well, that's his karma. He even found that funny as hell, that his karma came back to bite him in the ass. But this guy then became lifetime invested in Roswell because that also became an extra source of income for him. Stanton Friedman, that is. And so he became like Roswell's prostitute shill. That they're Rudy Giuliani. He was Roswell's Rudy Giuliani, who would go all over the place to pump Roswell. So he'd show up on shows to pump Roswell and tell people this stupid, crazy story, just like George Knight articulated, that, two craft came because one craft could never explain how the shit was scattered all over the place unless you knew about the compartmentalized nature of the Japanese, Aero Dreadnought. So unless you knew about the compartmentalized nature of the Japanese Aero Dreadnought, people just found what Stanton was saying so unbelievable, he had to change the story to two spacecraft, and somehow they managed to come from different star systems and crash into each other, or like George Knight said, from the same star system, and just in a moment of total irresponsibility decided they were going to chase each other around on the surface of the Earth like it's the race day in what was that called? The scene on you'd have to see it. There's a movie like this called Firefox. There's the movie Firefox with what's his name? Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood in the movie Firefox. They do a Star Wars Death Star ripoff scene where their planes are going through these ravines in the United States. Yeah, and it's like these sorcerers, these like saucer men from a different star system decided, hey, let's go play in the Grand Canyon, do some chicken shit, and then go up through the desert, and they managed to crash into it. I mean, talk about bad piloting, talk about irresponsibility. I mean, they would consider themselves lucky that they died, because their high command, if they made it back home to whatever star system they came from, would have executed them for that level of irresponsibility. Yeah, there you go with that. It's just, became this man's life, and he died pumping this shit. Yeah.
And they even, it just brings to memory. I think I mentioned the Independence Day movie earlier as well. That was the other thing after Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That you have that scene with Will Smith where he's being chased by that craft, and they're going, as you mentioned, a ravine or a Grand Canyon-sized cavern, and then they retreat, and then all of a sudden it crashes because Will Smith deploys that parachute.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
yes.
And then all of a sudden later on, they go back to Area 51 in the movie.
Yeah.
And
thank
they show
you.
And they show you the Roswell craft with pieces missing.
Thank you.
And they've had to rebuild or restructure it using Earth material. It's just such a preposterous movie. And even that concept of a extraterrestrial craft coming from light years away, it comes to Earth, and then it just simultaneously crashes with another craft from the same star system, and they leave pieces of fragments behind, debris. That is just sheer preposterous. For any conventional craft to travel at light speed, at interstellar travel, and then just leave fragments of pieces, that is not atypical craft that is designed to travel interstellar.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's quite true. Yeah.
Preposterous. Yeah.
And
it's just going back to reinforce what you were saying earlier, Douglas.
Yeah, but
with the gravity wells.
Yes.
Technology.
Thank you. Go on.
Sorry, but carry
Continue.
on, please.
No. I was going to say, when you brought that up about Independence Day, I never thought of that before. But you know what they call that?
Yes.
They call that a tribute. They call that, it's like when they do a certain scene that's similar to another scene in another film, they call that a tribute. Yeah. And so, in other words, what they were doing in Independence Day was they were conducting a tribute to their own myth, their own Roswell myth, in a manner. Of course, it's so brazen and it's so obvious that this is what they're doing. That but what karma, when they reproduced the film or did the sequel to it 10 years later, at least it was like over 10 years later, maybe 20 years later, when they did the sequel to it, nobody went to see it. So that's the karma. You remember they had a sequel to Independence Day, and if it
I
was
never
a
watched
flop,
it. Yeah, it came out a few years ago. Yes, it was a sequel. Including it had what's his name? The guy who played in The Fly and Jurassic Park.
Right. Yeah. They brought back all the same cast except Will Smith.
Yes.
They couldn't bring Will Smith back.
Yeah,
so they had to find some other token black guy to replace him.
Black guy who played his son, who was his son in the...
Right. So fucking stupid. Yeah, pathetic.
Oh,
pathetic.
My God.
I mean, it was just this really sad, pathetic nostalgia trip, but it like flopped because it was, it's like, you can't go anywhere with that. It's like, it was dated because, why? Because the younger generation is not buying into the Roswell myth. That's basically not in the way the old, yeah.
Yes.
They've done research on this. Yes, they've done all this research on it. Where and it makes no sense. Yeah. And by the way, it was pointed out to me by that crazy Maria Gregorich, who then became thought Jambo the Reese Monkey was going to move in with her up in Canada.
Was she the cat lady?
Yeah, that's right. And so she she thought so she took down my fan site she had created on Facebook. But all that being said, when it came to what she had pointed out to me was that the guy who did the research on Roswell, in fact, he wrote the book do you believe in Roswell? I mean, the very title presents it as if they're asking you about a religion. You know, I mean, what is it? If it's something as factual, the question would not be, do you believe? That's, you know, like we know about gravity, right? We know that gravity works, right? That you don't ask someone, do you believe in gravity? You don't ask someone if they believe in a fact. So when they ask you that about Roswell, do you believe in Roswell? Then this is obviously what they're telling you is that this is a faith. When I'm trying to find the author of that book, but she pointed out, Maria Gregorich pointed out that the guy was a white supremacist who wrote that.
Yes.
Which is, you know, goes to show you again, the alt-right is very connected with the whole Aquino trip and all that crap. Oh my God! It's just like I'm trying to find the book now. Do you believe in Roswell? Book author name and
I remember looking up the author's name a few years ago, Douglas, and it was also a Gallup poll, wasn't it, as well, that came out and said about do you believe in Roswell, and it pointed out that the people that did believe in it were much older, they were uneducated, they were more conservative, I believe.
Yeah, all that's true. You've got it down. Go on. Yeah, continue.
Yes, and when the people that didn't believe in it were more educated, more higher progressive, liberal, and they were
younger, of course,
and they were atheistic as well. Sorry, beg your pardon, they were atheistic, whereas the ones that did believe were more religious. They were, certainly, but the ones that weren't, they were more agnostic or atheistic in their approach. But I did present to my best man that most people, the way the younger generations look at it now, they conclude it's not what me and Douglas will tell you, but what they conclude is there is life out there, but it's so far away. And for life to even, to survive for a amount of time where they can make contact, they produce a man such as, and how I present and Douglas presented, a man such as Emperor Hirohito, a man who is able, or a person, or a sapien, who can develop or produce a biological weapon, or a biocidal weapon, or a weapon of mass destruction that can self-emulate the entire civilization itself on their planet. And so this is where it comes down to the Fermi paradox that you present, the link that you showed me, shared with me, Douglas. Yes. It goes into that, and all these people that come up to me and say, well, this is the reason behind why we've made no contact and the lack of signals, which that doesn't make any sense, because if there was another civilization out there that were able to harbor the same technological advances as we use in terms of transmissions, their frequency waves will still be present and extent even long after a civilization has been deceased or been obliterated for whatever reasons. Their signature will still be present in the universe.
Yes.
But because the lack of signals out there at all, we've concluded that life does not exist out there. But yet we are transmitting frequency waves on a daily basis, and yet our transmissions are not even being intercepted. Yes. And so we can go into that, Douglas. Are you all right for the moment whilst I just take a quick toilet break, Douglas?
Yes, take your time. I'll take over while you do that. Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. That's fine.
Much.
Yeah.
Much appreciate. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Honor's mine. Thank you. And so that's our man, George Nye, and I will burn bandwidth gladly while he relieves himself. So when it comes to Joseph Biden not seeking re-election, there has been nothing like this in American history. Joe Biden is hardly the first president who has decided not to seek a second term, but the circumstances this time are unique. Of course, in the end, it came as no surprise, but it delivered a shock all the same. Joe Biden issued a letter on basically early this afternoon. It's now 12:55 a.m. here, so I'll just say yesterday afternoon, declaring that he will not run for re-election. So again, there's been nothing like this in American history. Other presidents have decided not to seek a second term, but under very different circumstances. In March of 1968, Lyndon Baines Johnson, who at the end of a 40-minute televised address said in what was then a unexpected stunner I shall not seek, and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president. But LBJ took this step in March, at the start, not the end, of the nominating season. Only one primary had taken place, and Johnson won it. The blow was that his main challenger, Senator Eugene McCarthy, came in a close second, with 42% of the vote to LBJ's 50%. But Johnson, though not quite 60 years old, was exhausted. He was spent by the Vietnam War. The massive protests, poor health. He'd talked with his wife and with aides about dropping out for some time. He died 5 years later of a heart attack, his fifth heart attack, as a matter of fact. In 1952, Harry Truman decided not to run for a second term, crushed by a stagnant economy and a stalemate in, well, the Korean War. Truman's approval rating had sunk to 22% in a Gallup poll at the start of the year. Senator Estes Kefauver challenged him in the New Hampshire primary that March, and he won. The enemy did, Estes Kefauver, with 55% of the vote over Truman's 44%. Now, Truman's bowing out opened up the Democratic contest. Senator Adlai Stevenson won the nomination at a multi-ballot convention, and he was defeated by General Dwight David Eisenhower, who had been courted by Truman as a possible Democratic successor in the general election, but then went Republican. Now, the biggest difference between... Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I can go on about this a little bit, just trying to add some historical context to Biden doing what he did, but such being said, now that we have you back, we can bring the subject back too. One thing to point out about the 509th Bomber Group, of course, this gets very complicated in terms of history when you begin to talk about the Japanese had their own 509th Bomber Group, and this was staving off the Soviets. This is what staved the Soviets off until they withdrew that bomber group specifically to lure the Soviets into the Korean Peninsula. Through Manchuria, where the Japanese ultimately decimated them. All of this is in the Roswell Deception. But one thing to point out about the 509th Bomber Group itself here in America was that when you had the 509th responding to, of course, the child coffins that were ordered. And, incredibly, over a period of generations, there's been a lot of what you'd call self-contradictory statements issued by the U.S. Air Force, or the 509th Bomber Group in particular, which then became part of the Air Force when the Air Force was created. All of these contradictory statements are bizarre because it's a question of who was following Aquino's orders and who was aware that they were supposed to be maintaining this facade of extraterrestrials and all the rest of that. So at one point, when they were asked about the child-sized coffins, the 509th Bomber Group officially stated through one of their spokespeople, well, this is what we smuggle our alcohol in so that the enlisted men don't steal it. And this is like it's confounding. For someone to say that means that they're blatantly admitting, they're confessing to drinking on duty. Because all military bases in America have a wet bar, and the wet bar is for off-duty personnel to, drink themselves blind and when they're off hours. But when they say, we're smuggling in alcohol for the officers, it's like, what the fuck? You're telling us you're drinking on duty when you're supposed to be in charge of nuclear weapons. I mean, what does that say about these guys? I mean, so that is like this bizarre statement that they make, and everyone keeps saying, we have to trust them. They're respectable. They're the 509th Bomber Group. They won World War II, according to the myth that the bombs won the war, which of course is a lie, and we explained that in the Roswell Deception. By the way, I so desperately want you to definitely emphasize what you've emphasized in your book that you're writing, about the various points you've been making, especially concerning, the what happened in that month where you had the blackout that took place and the Kecksburg incident. I mean, this needs to be emphasized in the book you're writing. So write down a note to make, to make a chapter of that, a forced point of that in your book.
Yeah.
And
it's so important.
Yeah.
It's so important because that was emphasized in your Nexus article as well, Douglas, about the 1965 blackout, which is how I first became acquainted of that incident.
Yes.
And it was how the Third Reich were able to force the Americans into concessions to hold them at bay due to their offensive to try to counteract them during the very early years in the 1950s and into the post-World War II era. What most people are unaware of is that the ceasefire was officially declared on December 31st, 1946. Well, Operation High Jump was the last great Atlantic battle in the Atlantic, I should say, that was conducted by the Navy. And it was an operation to try to dislodge the Third Reich from relocating onto the Antarctic, onto the great continent of ice, onto the impenetrable fortress, the safe haven. I also want to mention quickly, Douglas, I had an entry from our fan girl from the UK asking about Thea, or Thea, Theia. And so she has asked that. So, we can go into that and about Unterland. But yes, it is important that people will get that. And so, like with Operation High Jump and the Roswell incident itself, they are very heavily collaborated. There's parallels. They're correlated.
Corroborated.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And it's the same with the Kecksburg shootdown of the Die Glock and of the Great Northeast Blackout of 1965. And it's so important. Like, as you mentioned earlier with the Independence Day movie being a tribute to the Roswell. Of course, I'll go back into that later on, Douglas, in a bit. But it's the same thing with the Great Northeast Blackout. They in several tributes throughout their media, there's this I think it was Sabrina the Teenage Witch, or it was like a show that was hosted throughout the 1970s. They tried to say that it was Sabrina the Teenage Witch that took out the Great Northeast Blackout.
Oh my God! Oh my God! That's so funny. Yes, go on. Yes.
Yes, a tribute to that. But of course, the reality is that all the headlines, if people take a look at the headlines of the 1965 Great Northeast Blackout, most people conflate it to the 2003 blackout. That's not the same incident, separate. But the Third Reich took out the transmission lines, took out the national grid, which most people aren't aware of. But when you take out the national grid, when all power supply to households, and you could actually, as Douglas is fully aware of what happened with the power pole outside his apartment, it took out everyone's freezers. It took out everyone. They had to throw away because everything defrosted, and so they had nothing. And so this was so detrimental that this forced the Americans into concessions. So when the Third Reich relocated, this was how they were able to hold the Americans at bay, or the Allies, I should say, hold them in sheer fear and terror. This is why the Americans had to, or just the Allies themselves, had to promulgate an anti-Nazi propaganda trope or trip to indoctrinate the population into an irrational, pathological fear, a phobia against the Third Reich. And so that indoctrination is still ongoing today in a campaign, which is still ongoing because you're a legal state of war with the Third Reich. But just emphasize that, Douglas. And we go in any direction at all. Anything you wanted to add, or we can carry on.
Well, certainly.
Yes.
I think you've done such a great service already. So we can go on to whichever. This young lady, the question she had about Thea, we don't want to forget that, and we want to dive into that. So let's dive into that. And how could you, like, without exposing her identity, could you read her question?
Right. Yes, I could read it out. Actually, yes.
Yes. Thank you. Please.
Just grab that. Just listen to George. Super conversation. George, before you leave, could you ask Douglas if he would tell us more about the land of Thea? that he mentioned about the Nazi population in Unterland, and she put "live on, please," and then she put the hands together emoji. So yeah, we can always go into that. Hopefully, we can use justice and give what the individual needs. So yeah, we can always go into that. Douglas, more about Unterland or.
Yeah, but by the way, the only reason I'm not responding right away is because I'm trying to mess with my heating pad here, and I was panicked there for a moment that it was breaking, which meant I would have to change the electric blanket. So I was just panicking with that for a moment. Since I guess I shouldn't. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I'm not going to.
Yeah, whilst you're doing that, Douglas, I'll just to recap on what I was saying earlier, just to reinforce what I was saying about Emperor Hirohito, because I missed out a few words and sentences I should have added on my toilet break. I just realised that. Okay. So when Emperor Hirohito was the first man to come up with the conclusion that, because of molecular life, he concluded that the ingredients for life are out there in the universe, in the cosmos, and that the universe should be saturated with life because of the very hypotheses or thesis that on the molecular level, because he was a man that could produce life, which was one of the reasons why he was worshipped as a living god on earth, as an emperor god, because he was able to produce bacteria, germs, biocidals that were able to compromise life itself. And he concluded that any space-faring civilization with the capability of producing higher sophisticated technological advances, that it took a certain number of years to produce a man or an individual such as himself that can produce a weapon that could compromise his own population or his own civilization. And that was a point that I didn't mention earlier, but that is a very important point to make. And that is the conclusion that most of these younger generations concluded, that because they conclude that life is out there, but they are so far away, because every single time we look at our nearest star, Alpha Centauri, we see it in the past. It takes 4 light years for it to get here. It will take 4 years. So when we look at it, we're seeing it 4 years in the past. And because they are so distant, it takes such a long time for us to even meet and to make contact. So that is what they had concluded, or they concluded the same thesis that Emperor Hirohito presented. And this is before the concept of DNA was realized or established.
Thank you.
Yes, under Rosalind Franklin. Who the Jewish individual lady who was the woman who developed that what do you want to call
discovered.
She discovered, yes.
Yeah, she discovered the helical the helical structural nature. It's kind of like a redundant term. You could say the helical nature or the structural nature, but the best way to, shall we say, drive the nail home in the coffin, so to speak, is to be as exact as possible. Is that basically what George is saying, to put what George is saying into much simpler terminology, in the world of science for generations. We're talking about since the time of Isaac Newton to it got worse and worse with each progressive generation. Hard scientists, as they would call themselves, the so-called physicists, the mathematicians, these would be people who were engaging in what was considered monumentally boring science. Your average person had no appreciation for mathematics, physics. These are things that were considered the zone of extreme intellectuals. Somebody, your average person would generally say, well, that guy must be really smart, because I can't even, basically muster the interest to invest energy into these kinds of concepts. So what they did to reinforce their elitism, their sense of elitism, was that these mathematicians and physicists and the like, and chemists, they would try and claim that biology was, quote unquote, the soft sciences. So the soft sciences were supposedly the biological sciences because you could not measure them. You can't measure life in the same manner prior DNA. that you could physical phenomena.
That's right.
And so when our man George is saying Hirohito's working at the molecular level, later on when Rosalind Franklin discovered and isolated the helical structural nature of DNA, then at that moment they coined the phrase molecular biology. Okay, that's where that term came in. So until that point in time, in all biological sciences, their calendar is ABDNA and ADNA, meaning before it would be BDNA first, before DNA, and then ADNA after DNA. That's how their calendar works in biology today. So since no one knew of DNA during Hirohito's time, he would be working at the cellular level, and at that point, it was a common conception that the stuff of life was common in the universe and was probably traveling from planet to planet on the backs of comets or other kinds of seeding. It's kind of like seedlets from space in the form of comets or asteroid strikes, etc., which might be bearing life, kind of like seeds from other worlds sort of thing. This was a common concept. It was called panspermia. And so the concept of panspermia is how biologists of the soft scientists could only speculate that life was probably common in the universe. It made some sense. It made sense because we had not yet discovered DNA, and once DNA was isolated, then everything changed. Then the game changed. You see, before DNA, when Hirohito forced the Americans to surrender, or at least sue for peace, the thing that he was saying was that life must be everywhere, but how come there's no intelligent aliens? Why are we not encountering them? Why are there no signals? And so he felt that life, when it got to the point of intelligence, was basically destroying itself almost immediately. And this was through someone like him would arise and then wipe out life. Now, George was explaining all that quite well, but I'm just trying to say a way to explain that easier is to point out to people that you have this change in you've had this elitism where, the hard scientists were saying that the biological scientists were really, not, they would claim that hard mathematics and hardcore physics were what separated the men from the boys in terms of intellectual giants. That would be the physicist's mechanical elitism. Once Rosalind Franklin isolated DNA, that elitism could no longer exist, because now we can do with life what we could do with applied engineering, applying the physics, the concepts of physics. So since just like we can use physics and apply it in engineering, now we can alter life as we wish. We have the capacity to do that now. And we also realize that life is impossible, that it shouldn't exist even here. It is so impossible for life to originate because the helical structural nature of DNA is so complicated that it cannot naturally evolve. It's one of these things where scientists will say, because to say otherwise would mean they'd have to admit to being a creationist. There's only two ways to handle this. Either we were created by and we have to be commonsensical about this. If you get your average idiot now who goes online, they'll say, yes, we are created. We're created by the aliens. Okay, at this point, you might as well say fucking God, okay? Because how would the aliens get here? Who created the aliens? Yes. Please. It's like, this is so stupid. It's like, when they say, the world resides on the back of a giant turtle. Well, what's under the turtle? And they'll say, oh, that's on the back of another turtle. You know what I mean? It's just like, how far can you go with these constructs? So you have to understand, this is, of course, one of the foundations for my arguments about the reason why we're alone in this universe. Now, honestly, if you were to be, say, for instance, a physicist that were to take it further, I mean, physicists are knocked off their podium now. And believe me, It was horrible. It was horrible. When the physicists ruled the roost, when the physicists were using their elitism to make everyone thinking that they were the giants of the intellectual world, they exploited the myth and propaganda of the atomic bombs winning World War II to make themselves almost religious or priestly figures. And there's even a book titled The Cult of the Atom, which is about the Atomic Energy Commission, actually. But such being said, these physicists, they became like religious figures. And in a lot of the New Age books which were written right after World War II, when you had people saying, we see UFOs, and people began, the cults of contactees were started by social engineering by the Department of Defense. And this was even before Roswell, or right around that time, 1947, even though the real shit didn't hit the fan until Sergeant Melvin Brown and the recall of Michael Aquino. Anybody can look at the old 1950s UFO cults, and you can see that there were social engineering programs ongoing back then. And the reason for this was so that they could have a cover for the war they were losing against the Third Reich. So they could say, oh, you see, they're aliens, they're beyond our technology, and don't be afraid, they're friendly. That's when they came up with the space friends. Remember those UFO cults? They used to call them space friends. That was the term that was used in the 50s by UFO cultists, space friends and shit. Now, all this bullshit of this crazy idea, physicists would show up. And you'd write about this in these New Age books. If you take a look at anything published in the 50s about so-called contact days with aliens who were claiming to be real, claiming to be nonfiction, they involve physicists. They'll say, oh, a physicist visited me and started talking to me. And they'll speak of these as like the way Peter Moon speaks about Dr. David Lewis Anderson, like they're ascended masters. They'll speak of these like ascended masters who are like gracing you with their company and their presence and their wisdom. And these are just mechanical physicists who have no philosophy. They're nihilists, really. Oftentimes they'd be working for the government because that's who paid them. And they'd go and visit UFO cults to reinforce them with a sense of credence. It was just cynical, manipulative social engineering. So this did exist before Aquino. So we never emphasize that enough because we're already introducing so many concepts to people that their minds flood over. I mean, it's like Brooke Gibson. I spoke to her just the other day, and one thing I have to say about Brooke Gibson is she is now able to hold her attention span for longer and longer periods of time. So she will listen to me, actually listen, without interrupting anymore, at least on private conversations. So she was blown away by stuff I told her about my legal father she didn't know before. And a good example was I was talking to her about Dr. David Lewis Anderson and the Evanescers. And when I spoke to her about that, she was blown away. I told her about how my father had killed that Master Sergeant Wood, the motherfucker who was responsible, the hangman at Nuremberg. And you're familiar, of course, about my talking about this in the past, are you not?
Very, very vaguely, Douglas. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that.
Okay. Yes. So this is an important point. I'll reiterate the story for you right now. But what I want people to know was when I told her about these things, she was blown away. She had never imagined that about my legal father. She said, I thought your legal father was just a normal guy. And I said, well, he was a normal guy, but he had an extraordinary life. But then again, he wasn't a normal guy. My father was physically very resilient to the point where you would think he was something like my mother, like some kind of vampire or lycanthrope, like my neighbor down a few doors down. For those of you who don't know, there was this evil son of a bitch. He died at the age of 39 years. He was only 39 years old. He was older than my father because he was born in 1911. My father was born in 1919. But this motherfucker's name was John Clarence Woods. And John Clarence Woods was basically a pedophile. And, this becomes just very... I'm almost reluctant to talk about this in terms of using that term. Because, again, through people like Ian West, this kind of concept is thrown at so many people like mud, it stops sticking anymore. People just don't take it seriously. They'll just say, everyone's calling everybody a pedo. How did we get to this point where, people would do that is beyond me. And I've worked with pedos all my fucking life for reasons I've explained. So don't forget, we've got to get back to Taya. We're making a mental note. We'll get back to Taya.
Yes.
But, as well as that, some other things we want to point out, but, like people who were asking me about, say, for instance, a few things people were asking me about, concerning, how did you get infected, Douglas, by dealing with all this wastewater, from the fucker upstairs and the tub flood, and you're a vampire and shit. And it's like, dude, when I'm drinking blood, motherfucker, I'm digesting it, okay? It's going through my digestive tract, which burns away a lot of whatever might be infected in it. But of course, I'm working with the blood boys, and they're they live such a sterile lifestyle. No drugs, no alcohol and shit. It's like drinking, alpine river water, spring water or something. But when this tub water was flooding, this is blood warm water where this guy's germs were carrying through, and I had basically an open hangnail cut, and then it was getting directly into my bloodstream. It's absorbing through my skin epidermally, so I'm not digesting it. It's going straight into my bloodstream as if I were having sex with this motherfucker. So that's how, yes, his wastewater literally made me sick. So you understand the dynamics here are biologically, hopefully will make sense. But when it came to... Yeah, thank you. So when it came to John Clarence Woods, so you've got this motherfucker who, how many hangings throughout Europe, we really don't know. But it's, in terms of what was, how my father got to know him, was my father was in the Navy, and John C. Woods was in the Navy. This is a very important point. And John C. Woods was going on leave, and my father was on leave. And then what happened was a young girl was raped and murdered, and my father knew it was John C. Woods. My father reported this to the naval authorities, and in order to avoid a scandal, the young girl being raped and murdered was a crime that was never solved. One of the reasons why was because the United States Navy did not share its information with the local authorities. They wanted to cover up the crime, not because they were necessarily trying to help this guy out for any particular reason. They just didn't want the Navy to suffer the scandal if it was found out a U.S. sailor had raped and killed a young girl, because the Navy was already having trouble trying to recruit people before World War II. Nobody wanted to join. If something like this were found out, it really would have done damage to them. There were already signs all over the United States that said sailors and dogs keep off the grass.
Keep off the lawn.
Yeah, keep off the lawn. That's quite correct. So what happened was the United States Navy simply gave this man a dishonorable discharge. Because if they pursued it to the point of executing him, then the public would have found out. So they just dishonorably discharged him to get rid of him. Now, theoretically, in those days, there was this young girl asked a question on Quora, and this was fairly recently. We're like talking about maybe 10, 20 years ago, some young girl, probably about more like 10 years ago, some young girl asked a question on Quora. Oh, my boyfriend got dishonorably discharged. What potential does he have for the future? And people were writing her, he has no future. You may as well carve a swastika onto your forehead. You will never be employed again. And all this bullshit. And it's all crap. One of the people who was proud of their dishonorable discharge was Walt Disney, who maybe nobody would hire him again, but he didn't give a shit because he started his own company and hired himself. It's all bullshit because, in this day and age, even more so than back then, nobody gave a shit. But back then they were supposed to. Back then, theoretically, nobody would hire you if you were dishonorably discharged. Now, and you were certainly, supposedly, never allowed to go into the military again. You most certainly could never get a job as a police officer or a fireman or paramedic, any of those blue-collar mafias, theoretically. Now, this is why people were saying, oh, Douglas Dietrich could never be hired with the San Francisco Police Department if he was dishonorably discharged. Now, to show how stupid all these people are, World War II happened. And guess who signs up in the U.S. Army? John C. Woods. So when John C. Woods signed up in the U.S. Army, not only did they take him in, they gave him a promotion to the highest possible rank for an enlisted man. Something that takes an entire career to achieve. My father spent 30 years when he became a chief petty officer, a CPO. And he was only stripped of rank by one stripe, down by a level, because he had so many marriages and divorces, they considered him a naval scandal. And so to punish him, they said, oh, we're stripping you down by a rank. But in terms of his reaching a CPO status, Chief Petty Officer, the equivalent of a U.S. Army Master Sergeant in the Navy, this took a career, though he got there within about 20 years, but over a 30-year career. With John C. Woods, he instantly was made a Master Sergeant without spending a day in the Army. Why? Because he was a satanic pedophile child raping murderer. And then they said, not only are we making you a Master Sergeant, we're putting you in charge of U.S. Army sacrifices. So Woods participated in the execution of about 45 quote-unquote war criminals at various locations all across Europe, which included Rheinbach, Bruchsal, Landsberg, and Nuremberg. So the U.S. Army reports even document that Woods participated in at least 11 bungled hangings of United States soldiers between 1944 and 1946. So in other words, when United States soldiers committed crimes seriously enough where they were going to execute them, he hung them, rather hanged them. The term is hanged. Hung means that you've got a really long penis. He hanged them is the proper term. They may have been hung, but they were also hanged. And when he hanged them, they called these bungled executions because he was a maniacal, psychotic sadist. And what he would do is make these loose knots and hang these men in such a way that it would take hours for them to die. See, the whole purpose of a hanging is to snap your neck immediately so your neck is broken and you die. He would make it so that the men would suffocate to death, while dying under the weight of their own body in excruciating pain. And he would masturbate while they jerked and twisted and turned and spasmed and vomited. This is how he got off, just like how he killed the little girl, or how he killed little girls in his spare time. Now, when it came to the Nuremberg hangings, they made him responsible for the mass sacrifice of, again, 11 men. He had fucked up with 11 U.S. soldiers between 1940, what year was it again that I'm thinking of? 44 and 46. So some of those U.S. soldiers weren't even hanged yet, but he was responsible for hanging 11 men at Nuremberg, which was supposed to be 13. Only that would have been the perfect sacrifice, the ritual that was supposed to bring in the Antichrist. But Bormann escaped and Goering suicided. So they only had 11 men to hang, and instead they had an imperfect sacrificial ritual, and instead of the Antichrist per se, Michael Aquino was born into the world as the harbinger of the Antichrist. Now, when it came to the Nuremberg hangings, the night that happened, the night that Michael Aquino was born, Understand that the John Woods, of course, made certain all those men suffered. And he had all these loose knots. So what was supposed to take a few hours to hang 11 men took like 2 days. Overnight it took 11 men to be hanged took 48 hours to die because he did them one after the other. And all of them died horribly, taking hours to die, each one of them, because of this criminal, sadistic Satanist, pedo-raping motherfucker. So then what happened was, at the end of the war, what the Americans would tell you was after the war, but the war was still on, when they were, shall we say, basically performing all these nuclear weapons tests. The nuclear weapons tests that they were performing were at all these various islands in the Pacific. This was Bikini Atoll, from where we got the term bikini, which is why women wear bikinis at the beach. That was in the old days. They said that causes atomic fallout because all the men's eyes fall out and their dicks fall out and all this bullshit. They got the name from Bikini Atoll in the Pacific. And so all these nuclear tests were being conducted, but guess who the Americans relied on? All these German scientists. So they had all these German scientists in the Pacific to help them with all these nuclear tests. And they had all these German scientists to help them. And on MEMqədy Atoll in the Marshall Islands, that's where they dispatched John C. Woods. Now, this is highly unusual because, remember, these tests were run primarily by the United States Navy. There might have been some other branch of service observers, but these tended to be technicians or officers. So it was really unusual that they sent John C. Woods to MEMqədy. What the fuck was he doing there? He was supposed to be serving with the 7th Engineer Brigade, but remember, this man wasn't an engineer, he was a hangman. And nevertheless, he was there on MEMqədy, and the German scientists were in an uproar, and they were threatening to walk off the project because of his presence. And on July 21st of 1950, basically, while he was in the water, up to his knees at least, maybe up to his pelvis, trying to repair an engineer lighting set, my father took a machete and he cut a live wire, one of the very thick cables, and threw in the live wire cable into the water and said, "Here, catch!" And that's how John Woods died, electrified alive, like he had died in an electric chair. He basically fried. And so my father thought he was going to go to prison, the military brig, for the rest of his life for murder. When he was called in the next morning, the officer didn't even look up from his desk, but just asked him about the accident last night. And my dad just said he lit up like a Christmas tree. And the officer, without looking up, said, "You said that Master Sergeant Woods died while screwing in a light bulb, and he lit up like a light bulb. That's what you said, right?" And then my dad just said, yeah, that's what I said. And then the officer said, "You're dismissed, Mr. Dietrich. Thank you for your time." And my father turned around and left. Now, what happened was they needed the services of the German scientists so bad that this was like a bone to throw them, their own sacrifice, if you will, basically to satisfy them that justice had been done. And so my father was responsible for killing the man who had killed the men at Nuremberg in the sacrificial ritual that brought in Michael Aquino into this world.
Yes.
Yeah, my legal father, of course. He might be my biological father, but the chances of that are very slim for reasons we've articulated many times. He had married several times over, but had never had any children until, of course, marrying my mom. Of course, most people just assume, oh, she's Asian, so she must be very fertile. I mean, this is racism. So that's all. But at any rate, okay, so there you have that. That was, there's other elements to the story, of course, but just remember how angry my father was after seeing a pedophile child killer, a child rapist, not only get dishonorably discharged from the Navy without meeting justice, but then come back, serve in the U.S. Army, become a professional torturer for the U.S. High Command. Yes, my father killed him, murdered him, and felt right to do so. So this is my legal father, and of course, Brooke was saying, I'm shocked he shared that with you. And I said, why? And she said, most of these guys, like, remember she had that uncle or whatever who came back, who served in World War II, and he would never talk again. In fact, he had to undergo electric shock therapy because he was so clinically depressed that he was just, he was just miserable to be around and was literally a danger to other people in the household. Basically, so she was saying, most of these guys don't talk at all from that generation. They never did, but I reminded her, remember, I didn't have the same kind of relationship with my father that most people do with theirs. He helped to raise my sister and I on his blood. And for people who don't know, vampires cannot drink another vampire's blood. It's toxic. So we couldn't take blood from our mother or milk because female vampires, or rather dampfires, the females are always half vampire because when the natural vampires are born, the natural vampires are 100% male, as far as the Soviets were able to ascertain through their research. Now, who knows? There might be female vampires that are born, but, the Soviets never found any, which is why they tried to artificially create some. So when it came to the vampire blood, you just can't drink it if you're another vampire. It's toxic. And so we couldn't drink our mother's blood. And vampire mothers, for those of you who don't know, since they're always half human, you would think they might still be able to generate milk for their children, but they don't because their children are a quarter vampire. So their children are not going to be... The evolution seems to assume that the children will not be drinking milk. For that reason, women who are half vampire don't produce breasts. They don't have the genetic order, the genetic code that never kicks in for them to grow breasts because they're not going to be producing milk for any human children. The children will be essentially not human baseline, and they're not going to be feeding them milk. The children will be raised on blood. Usually this is given by the father, which is, various men that the woman convinces to basically feed her kid with. Usually it's just one that she's burdened with, and then the child ends up running away at a very early age anyway. But obviously, usually vampires, for whatever reason, they'll tend to, out of intuition or instinct, rape women who are very charismatic and attractive. And this way, then they can attract men who are willing to feed their children with their blood. Well, my father was much more understanding than that. He was married to my mother, and he raised my sister and I to a good deal on his blood. Children don't take that much, of course, as an adult vampire. And we were only a quarter vampire. We weren't taking that much from him. But as we grew up, it was on his blood. So I didn't have the normal relationship with him that I would with a normal biological father. So it was, he was much more, of course, willing to share secrets with me, like what he shared. So all that being said, hopefully that puts that into some perspective. The other thing that comes to mind, of course, is Taya. We were going to speak a bit about Taya, and of course that bears going into, and this is how the scientists will... by the way, you have any questions about what I've related? If there's any questions that come up, feel free to ask.
Douglas, thank you. I just wanted to reinforce everything you're saying. I can vouch and vet that everything you've just said is verifiably historically accurate. I've just read up some information about John C. Woods. He was known as the American Hangman. He botched. They used the term. He botched those ropes for the Nuremberg hangings, and
for all his hangings. For all his hangings.
Yes.
Yeah, but go on.
Yes. he ran down the stairs to put Jew baiter, quoted, Julius Streicher out of his misery. So, again, he was a sadist. Yeah. He enjoyed butchering and tormenting and torturing these men. And so,
as well as young girls. Don't forget the young girls that have never been accounted for. But go on.
Yes. He was in the Marshall Islands, Aon Wittock, an atoll in the Pacific, which was used by the American government as a nuclear test site. And it says that unlike the popular story that he died while testing an electric chair, Woods was electrocuted while trying to fix a broken power cord. That's what they said. Obviously, that's the power cord that your father chucked in.
Yes, thank you.
And he was buried in Toronto Cemetery in Kansas on the 14th of August, 1950. And so, he was killed on the 21st of July, 1950. It's just, it's everything. It's easily vetted, Douglas. I was just reading about it, laughing. It's just, everything you're saying is true.
Yeah, what a piece of shit this son of a bitch was.
What a piece of shit.
And to think that they gave him instantly a dishonorable discharge, and they gave him instantly the highest rank possible for an enlisted man in the U.S. Army.
Yeah.
After he's dishonorably discharged by the U.S. Navy, they knew his record. So if you don't believe that there's Satanists in the military who bring in other Satanists, you're a fool. This, again, verifies the dominance of Satanism in the military. So, go on.
Yeah. From October 1944 until January 1946, he executed 1 German and 47 American GIs on French and Belgian soil. All of them hot-headed, poorly educated young men who had been convicted of homicide, rape, or robbery. The youngest one, Louisiana-born Matthew Clay, didn't live to celebrate his 19th birthday. He was hung by Woods in June 1945. The execution taking 17 long minutes.
Yeah, disgusting.
Fucking hell.
Disgusting. Yeah.
Yes.
And the Americans consider this son of a bitch a hero. The Americans consider this motherfucker a hero. They still write books about this guy, trying to rehabilitate him as someone to be admired. And if you say there's not a satanic cabal protecting such individuals, so this is, understand, when I'm personally impacted, my family has been intergenerationally traumatized by this cult of Satanists in America. This is why when someone like Ian West is just like an amateur investigator, gets online and then kind of goes wild with a concept like the industrial scale, baby cannibalism. Oh God, what did he tell Brooke? He told Brooke, on air, on bandwidth, that it's the pizza ovens. The small pizza ovens are made to fit babies for the delivery people. And it's like, okay, at this point, understand why, we've got to be careful with this. The problem is, I've been trying to expose this reality for how long now? All my life? And
decades,
Yes. And, so the problem is, Ian may be sincere, but he's not helping it. He's not helping the cause.
With the delivery of the message.
Yeah, that's right. With the methadone. Yeah. Yes, that's right. Brooke was saying, he told me he's only taken meth 3 times. 3 times. I said, 3 times a day. Yeah. So
we know someone else that was taking methadone. What's his name? The uncle of Ramirez.
Ramirez. That's right. He was on methadone. Yes. Yeah, he was sentenced. But by the way, for those of you who don't know, the methadone, it's some kind of synthetic permutation. They do something to change the chemical of the. But it's meant to cure people of heroin addiction, is what it's meant to do. When they put you on methadone, they're generally trying to cure you of a heroin addiction. At least that's how I understood it in the old days. Maybe it's all changed, but definitely when Brooke is on Adderall, which is like baby meth, but it's at least that's better than being on meth. Okay, so such being said, let's take a look. No, thank you. Let's take a look inside the live stream. And numbers are good. Nobody's asking any questions. So let's put it this way. When it comes to Thea, the planet Thea. So the most important concept to understand about Theia is that it was assumed forever. Scientists were saying that our moon is so unusual. By the way, believe it or not, other terrestrial planets like Pluto, and any asshole out there who says, Pluto's not a planet, go suck it. I mean, Pluto, just so people understand, we will ultimately redefine all these celestial, or people say celestial, but I look at that as a mispronunciation. We're ultimately going to redefine. Thank you. We're ultimately going to redefine planets, and I don't mean this as some personal trip. I just mean humanity will ultimately redefine planets so that Pluto is once again a planet, and we will also count our moons as planets. Many of these moons, but especially our moon. So people will finally come to recognize that we are a binary planet. It's so important to realize that, because as we become a spacefaring species, this will become very important. But understand that for the longest period of time, scientists felt our moon was so large compared to the body of our planet that it was serious speculation was that it was unnatural. There was serious speculation. It does, the thought that you can look these concepts up, like, why does the moon ring like a bell? There was this thought that the moon rang like a bell, so it might be hollow. Yeah. And this was very serious. Scientists took this very seriously for generations. And but without our moon, life on Earth would be impossible, because it creates the tides that oxygenate our oceans and make life possible.
Thank you.
But but our moon, compared to the size of our planet, it's in orbit around, is the largest in comparison with any moon of any other terrestrial planet in the solar system. Of course, Chiron, which is orbiting Pluto, is also fairly large. Pluto, yes. Yeah, so that's the point to be made, and we need to redefine it so that, Pluto is recognized as a planet again, then we can go back to serious science. But the point is that with Earth, compare us to Mars and look at Mars's moons. Mars's moons are minuscule. I mean, they're so tiny, you really count them only as a formality. Venus has no moons that are serious enough to really name. And whatever they have is so particular, we haven't identified it. Mercury has no moon. Very important to remember, by the way, that there's Mercury is high temperature and high pressure, so they've confirmed that there's millions of miles, or at least millions of tons for many miles, of diamonds underneath the surface of Mercury. This is one reason why colonizing planets is so important. But Earth's moon is thought to have formed for this reason, because it's so large compared to other moons of other terrestrial planets. Earth's moon is thought to have formed in a tremendous collision. So there was this massive object, basically a rogue planet, that was named Theia, after the mythological Greek Titan, who was the mother of Selene, the goddess of the moon. And that's where the name Theia comes from. And Theia smashed into Earth, which flung material into space that became the moon. This is what scientists have concluded. Need to rehydrate myself. But when it comes to the moon and Theia, understand, of course, that how do we say this? People might ask, what remains of planet Theia, and where is it inside the Earth? Well, the one thing we do know is that scientists have concluded that there are, the entire planet, because it hit Earth when it was still molten in form, molten enough where material was ejected into space by the collision that ultimately congealed as the moon. Yes. This entire planet is inside Earth.
Yeah.
So Theia is an ancient planet that's inside Earth. Now, this is where we have a kind of very difficult conceptualization to try and educate the public about. Now, we also have a problem. And the problem is that scientists who know this and have to seek funding try to popularize science, but there's only so much they're allowed to say. So scientists will often give you, in certain cases, only part of the story. And it's, for instance, scientists will, you can look this up. Anyone can look this up, that there's more water under the surface of the Earth than there is on the surface. But most scientists will try and tell you as well, they'll say, well, you know, all of that is, it's in really damp rock. Really damp rock. And they'll try and convince you that this is somehow, like somehow all this water, like, what, evaporates? Because, you know, and then somehow intertwines itself somehow in the earth without... For those of you who understand the dynamics of water, this is not how it works. Water is corrosive.
No.
It bores riverine chasms through solid rock over years. This is how the Grand Canyon was created. So what scientists who are security cleared know, and even scientists who aren't security cleared should be able to surmise logically, there are supermassive subterranean rivers under the surface of the Earth. Now, this is basically Unterland. The civilization of Unterland is based on those rivers. And all of those rivers, though they branch out, ultimately form one supermassive river inside the Earth. Now, this river is coursing over the surface of that planet that's within the Earth. This is why the Nazis, breakaway civilization, the inner Aryans, or the intraterrestrials, as opposed to extraterrestrials, the intraterrestrials, they are technically Tayans because they're living on the surface of the planet Theia. Now, is this a concept that people can understand or grasp? Because you're not going to find that. You can look up everything you can about Theia, and they'll tell you it's real. That scientists are saying, yes, but what they're going to tell you is, well, basically Theia somehow melted and turned into enormous blobs that are under the surface of the Earth. We have these mysterious blobs, they'll say, just basically unusual material that's deep within the center of the Earth, and that these are the remains of this ancient planet that collided with Earth billions of years ago. This blobs of strange material. They call them LLVPs, or large low velocity provinces. Like, what a term to use. Large low velocity provinces. So these were first discovered by the geophysicists in the 1980s. And these are found under Africa, the Pacific Ocean. And they will tell you each of these blobs is made up of different elements, and that they're each, well, twice the size of the moon. So they'll say that these blobs are actually the remains of an ancient planet that crashed into Earth in the same impact that created the moon. Now, by the way, there's a very long technical article in the journal Nature magazine that was published on November 1st of, what year was it? I can't even remember what year. Not that long ago, probably last year, really. This is like, only a geophysicist would understand it, but they'll tell you that the moon came to be when the Earth collided with this smaller planet named Theia, that the remains of Theia have never been found. Well, this has puzzled scientists for years. Now think of the stupidity of what I'm saying. Okay, we already know Theia's inside the Earth. It was swallowed by the Earth. We know that water, there's more under the surface of the Earth than there is on the surface of the Earth. We know that water is corrosive and that it bored through the Earth itself and is basically now coursing over the surface of this interior planet Theia. So understand that we don't only have a binary planet, it's really a trinary planet. We are a trinary planet where we have a world literally within our world.
In the world.
And the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich has conquered this world within our world. That is the Nazi world. It is a civilization that is at this point in history probably interstellar. So this is an interstellar spacefaring breakaway civilization within our own planet. So when you see UFOs, understand that many of them come from inside the Earth.
Yes.
So this is something, and this is why they're so interested in people on the surface world. When people are abducted on the surface world, you have two different cases, well, many different cases of types or categories of this kind of abduction. Sometimes you've heard of scientists disappearing. You've heard of scientists and people will say, oh, well, they're trying to establish a breakaway civilization because of global warming. Now, I don't know, were you ever able to review the movie Alternative 3, George Knight?
No, Douglas, no, I wasn't. No.
Try and force yourself to suffer through that at some point.
Yes.
Now, the important point, and George Knight can, do me a favor and see if you can confirm and verify what I'm saying about this. So, Alternative 3 was the War of the Worlds scandal. If anybody remembers the War of the Worlds panic that was caused in America by Orson Welles on his radio show. Everybody thought it was a real Martian invasion. Or many people did. So many people thought it was real. In fact, the majority, we can safely say the majority of Americans thought it was a real invasion that Orson Welles was reporting.
Yes.
So when it came to Alternative 3, it created the British version of that mass panic that War of the Worlds did in the United States. This was because, for some inexplicable reason, British pundits, who become, well, this is logical. It actually shows a cultural awareness in Britain that Americans don't have. But the British did not want people who were media personalities in a factual sense, meaning that they were like reporters. They did not want them to go into acting because they felt it would confuse the public between reality and fantasy. This is an important point. The fact that the British had the wisdom to understand this and to make laws and regulations about it is profoundly, it shows that Britain's a far more civilized and advanced culture than America ever could dream of being. So that being articulated, the announcer for Alternative 3, I don't remember his name, confused the British people because he had just transferred from being a true actual TV talking head, a TV host on a reporting, he used to be a journalist who reported news. He then did this fiction film, Alternative 3, and that made everybody think it was real. So he had just transferred careers. Now, he did that somehow legally by, going through a lot of paperwork or something. But even though all of that was done, he had the impact that all the British government had always feared. He made the British people confuse fantasy with reality. So, but in Alternative 3, if you review that, it is the first media production to mention global warming. And they basically said, oh, it's cows' flatulence, but the whole movie is about scientists, in particular, artists, disappearing.
Yes.
Yeah, so...
Yes.
Yeah, and
they go...
Yes, go on.
Continue, Douglas. Yes. And I do remember you bringing this up with me in the past, and this is where they relocated underground. Yes.
Well, in the Alternative 3... they're presenting them as relocated on the moon and Mars. They're saying, they're all being...
excuse me. Yes,
no worries.
Thank you.
They're all being relocated on the moon and Mars. Now, why was this movie created? Why was this even... how did this happen? Like, what is the purpose of this? Now, there's another puzzling film that's in league with this, on the same level, and that would be Capricorn 1. Now,
Yes, that's one.
Yeah. Capricorn 1 has everybody's favorite vicious killer actual murderer, O.J. Simpson. And in Capricorn 1, O.J. Simpson and these other actors portray astronauts who never went to the moon. That the space program is all an American hoax, and then they're trying to hunt down and kill these astronauts. And but what is so absolutely bizarre, you know who helped produce Capricorn 1? NASA. NASA helped produce Capricorn 1. Why? There's none of these productions just don't make sense.
NASA asked them to film a fake landing to avoid public humiliation. That's what it states. Yeah, so they asked them. Yes.
Yeah, and so
with the help of NASA, yes.
Yeah. And so Ian's telling us, oh my God, Doug, crystalline is not the same as crystal meth, you moron. It's like I don't remember bringing up crystalline. Did I say crystalline? Probably we were talking about something like methadone. We were probably talking about methadone.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's yeah. Well, he might know it by a different name. He might know it by maybe a more technical name. Yes. Yeah, but oh, I get what he's saying. It's the stuff he uses 3 times a day, and what he's trying to tell us is that this isn't the same as meth. It's like, you know, whatever, you know, Ian, we don't care. We don't care. We're not judging. We're not judging. What I can't understand is, you know, why anyone tries to, you know, cover themselves up with that sort of thing. But, you know, anyhow, so, yeah, didn't he say he has no access to the computer once he goes inside the house? Did he not say that? You know, yeah, he's listening to us on the phone. I guess he's recharged his phone now and he's listening to us. But, you know, to go back to what I was saying about the abductions. I'll tell you the reason why Alternative 3 was created. Alternative 3 was created to provide a cover for all the scientists and artists of any race, because in Alternative 3 they're showing all people of all nationalities disappearing and being relocated. What they created that for was a cover saying, we're in control. They're trying to tell you, we're in control. We're relocating these people for when civilization collapses. By the way, George Knight just went mute. Hope everything's okay. Are you okay there, George? Let me know. You know.
Oh yes, Douglas. Beg your pardon. I am listening. Just making some background noise.
Okay. So just to finish this up, it's a cover to try and show their population they're in control, when in reality it's out of control. Global warming is real. Yes. Global warming is quite real. But what's happening is the scientists in particular who know about this are defecting to Unterland.
Unterland, yes.
And this is what's happening. It also includes many artists and many people of all races. Many of them defect to Unterland. And in order to prevent a mass panic of why are all these people defecting to Unterland, it's because the scientists in particular will often know that, the world as we know on the surface is coming to an end and will become effectively uninhabitable for a great deal of the population. And as a result, the scientists will often tell their friends, who are oftentimes artists or other people, and that's why you get not only scientists but artists defecting. And these people often do so in groups because that's how they get the courage to do so. And then they will rendezvous with the pickup points where the Flügelrad, as many of these reports would still use that term, even though technically they're no longer Flügelrad, they're Andromeda Garretts and shit, who will come and pick them up. And so that's why Alternative 3 was created. Now, look at the date that, let's look up the date of the Alternative 3 production. Because this is important because, you know, it's been years since I worked for the Department of Defense. And so here we are, British television program. Okay.
So, 77. 1977, Douglas, I've got. Yeah, Tim Brinton is the presenter on that.
Okay.
Tim Brinton is the man's name. that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this was
yes.
released on British television the same year Star Wars was released, just so people can remember it easier, 1977. And but basically this was, again, this individual, the presenter that our man George Knight just named, this individual was a professional newscaster all his life. And then the British make him do this mockumentary and scare everybody to death. Why would they do this? After I've already explained they have laws to try and prevent this very thing.
Yes.
So it's because they wanted to, again, try and encourage the concept they were in control. They were relocating these people when in actuality these people are all defecting to the Third Reich.
Yes, they're defecting. Yes, that's correct, Douglas.
And so this is a cover-up for that mass defection that's occurring, where they're not all defecting at once, but they're defecting in groups over many years. And so this is happening, and people can just look up all the disappearances in Britain, in particular, of scientists, where it's an issue. It's an issue. Now, the reason why is because the British have more of a stake in Antarctica than anyone. Through the Commonwealth of Australia and New Zealand, the British claim more, through the Falklands, the British claim more of Antarctica than any other nation on Earth. And and part of the reason for the war with Argentina was over the Antarctic.
Yes.
Not just the Falklands, but strategic access to the Antarctic. So understand that the British suffered more defections than any other culture to Interland. And this is why, before I was even working with the Department of Defense, the British had to produce this film to hide these defections to Unterland, to provide a cover that otherwise would have led to a true mass panic. Can you imagine if people found out, these disappearances are linked to mass defections to the Germans who never lost the war? The British people would be the first to accept that reality because their quality of life had gone down so much since World War II that this is the reason why this needs to go into your book. So do make a point of that.
Make a note of that. Yeah, I'm going to make a note of that one, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. And just so people understand, because they had this fresh, and the way you present it in the Nexus article, Douglas, the Third Reich in Exile always got a fresh pool of intellectuals, scientists, so they're always acquainted with what's going on in the surface world. Yes. And that's another important point that to make, is that they always had a fresh income of the latest intellectual scientists that were, and you also mentioned about the they were not susceptible to discrimination, unlike the surface world, whereas all the inner Aryans or the interterrestrials were all Nordic, and they're all adapted to their environment, they were very pale skin, they were white, albino white, a lot of them were, I should say. And so, they never faced those same discrepancies like you would on the surface through discrimination. That was an attraction to a lot of these defectors. So they were not susceptible of that, what do you want to call it, just that...
that racism. They weren't subjected to the kind of racism or discrimination that, the surface world is infamous for. They were accepted for what they were. Not only that, but the Third Reich welcomes them because they need the genetic variation in their population as a health issue.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely. Yes. And thank you. Very important.
Yeah, it's an important point to be made. And so in terms of... this is what's puzzling about Peter Moon met this woman who claimed she had been to Unterland but came back. Who knows? Maybe there's certain extremely exceptional cases where this sort of thing happens. To tell you the truth, this is something that realistically could very well have happened to Marina Sarin. See, Marina Sarin is the kind of physical specimen on the surface world that I could easily see the inner Aryans abducting, bringing to Unterland, where she's experienced some of these visions that are otherwise inexplicable, or these experiences. And some of her eggs have been transplanted because they need new genes from the surface world that are of, they prefer, of course, the kind of Aryan genotype. And for those of you who do not know and just are ignorant, one of the first real origins of modern concepts of Aryanism originated in Spain. So you had this concept there, and there was this awareness of Aryanism in Spain long before other people were really speaking of it in other parts of Europe. It would make sense that someone like Marina Sarin would be abducted, or at least would be visited, so to speak, and subjected to having her eggs stolen even here on the surface world without even taking her down below. But she does claim to have some memories. I'm not quite sure I ever followed what she said enough to remember exactly what she said.
Yeah.
But did she ever say that? Did she ever say she had memories of going to other places? I don't remember. I don't recall.
Like you, Douglas, I can agree. I was never, I never retained any of that information that she was saying. Like with when she appeared on your show, I never retained any of the information that she was, saying. Unfortunately, yes. So I agree with you. Like yourself, I can't remember.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that.
Yeah, but such being said, another thing to emphasize is, of course, the importance that Spain plays, and obviously how this is going to work out geopolitically is, as I've said before, Britain is going to become one of the most aggressive empires on Earth out of necessity, with the danger of the collapse of the Gulf Stream.
Yeah.
Obviously, the British were aware of global warming in 1977.
77.
And trying to make people aware of it then. So understand that...
long before...
long before...
I was just going to say, Douglas, long before Carl Sagan started presenting that to the United Nations, long before him.
Yeah.
So, when he started presenting that. But please continue.
But by the way, did Carl Sagan ever... I know he talked a lot about nuclear winter was his trip. Did he ever talk about global warming? I didn't recall that. I thought
he did. There's quite a famous... video that people can look up or reference of him presenting it to I think it was the United Nations Security Council or under I believe it, if it's not the United Nations, because I've only reviewed it once years ago, or it was the Houses of Congress or the Senate. It was presented to one of these two entities. So he was he was presenting that with the rise of the temperature of the Earth due to man intervention, due to human, just our own contributions to emitting carbon emissions. Due to this factor, he was prepared. He was basically forewarning whoever it was he was presenting it to. Either it was the United Nations Security Council or the Senate in Congress. It was one of these two entities that people could look up. I can't remember. I'll have to look up in a second. But he was presenting that to the public that that global warming was evident or extant. That was certainly real. So as you presented just there with Alternative 3, they were certainly presenting that long before Carl Sagan was.
Right. Right. I mean, that's incredible. Yeah. Go on. Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah,
I mean,
he might have been acquainted. Yeah. He might have been acquainted with it through some of his committees or some of the people that he was associated with that might have informed him of this.
Well, I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you that basically what he was doing was plagiarizing from British scientists. Yes. But these British scientists couldn't do anything about his plagiarizing because they were under basically an order of silence. Because they were basically under orders to be silent about this phenomenon. Then they couldn't sue him for plagiarization, and beyond that, it was like they probably felt he was doing humanity a favor by making the cause public. So there was probably two factors there. But we now know that the British were the first to understand global burning. I'll call it global burning myself. And so we have these, obviously, planet Theia is within the Earth. It is, of course, mutated profoundly from whatever planet it originally was by the molten nature of becoming the Earth's core. If people wonder what is the Earth's core and this molten magma and all the rest that is superheated at the center of the Earth, it's planet Theia. Mm-hmm. Planet Theia is large enough where it's basically been enveloped by the crust of our Earth. And so this is why many of the records began more and more to refer to the inner Aryans as Theians. So as if they were from another planet. Which effectively they are. Yeah. So effectively, the Nazis are from another planet at this point. Yeah, and so this is something that we will deal with as the future progresses. But what I can tell you is that Spain, of course, probably one of the things the British will do to secure Gibraltar would probably be in the event of needing to relocate so many British to North Africa. The overwhelming majority of the British population will be relocated to North Africa, generally, specifically Egypt, mostly Egypt and the Sudan. This is because they'll be settling. For those of you who don't know, you can look this up. Don't take my word for it. The man who runs Egypt right now has got a major city he's building in Egypt, a whole new city, and anybody can look this up. What's the dictator is, I think, Al-Sisi or something like that is
I think is,
yeah, and we can look up on, let's do this casually now on YouTube. Let's look this up.
Thank you.
New city in Egypt. And when you look it up, what do you find? Let's see.
Yes, absolutely does. I've actually, just to go back, it was Carl Sagan's 1985 speech. He presented that to the Houses of Congress, and it was the United Nations that took that 40-year-old speech and gave it as to reinforce or to basically qualify their stance on the inevitability of global warming. And so that was why I conflated it, because both entities obviously were used, but it was the United Nations that used Carl Sagan's speech, his testimony that he presented to the Houses of Congress in front of the Senate, and that was where I conflated it. But I've just looked up and just to reiterate that to the viewers that are listening. And if we look up the city in Egypt, the dictator Sisi is developing. Egypt, city in Egypt.
And at first you get a lot of negative criticism, probably a lot of it quite justifiable. Why Egypt can't afford $58 billion new capital city? That's Wall Street Journal there for you. Egypt's new capital is an Ozymandian nightmare designed by cartoon villains. It's why Egypt's new city is bankrupting the country. But ask yourself, why are the Egyptians doing this? Now, this is something that the only thing that will validate this cost is ultimately so many British relocating. This is like, you're talking about an entire city. Do you think that they're going to relocate the people from Cairo into these skyscrapers?
Exactly. No. I mean, it's a city, for goodness sake. It's not like a plot of development of houses. When a city needs to expand. But no, absolutely. And the irony of it, Douglas, if I could just add, because of the anti-immigration policy that that Reform Party had, there are so many races that live in the UK because of all these asylum seekers that are seeking asylum and immigrating to the United Kingdom via the British Channel. The irony is that they're coming from the Middle East, but the thing that's so funny about it is that the British will relocate back to the Middle East.
Yes. Quite true.
Yes. Yes, thank you. I just had to mention that just as an expression.
No. It's profoundly important. I think that there is some advantage to these normal Middle Eastern relocations. They call it the Eurabia phenomenon. They call it Eurabia. But obviously the Arabs are mostly going to France and Germany. What the British mostly get, correct me if I'm wrong on this, it's mostly Pakistanis, right? And South Asians?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And well, probably either the British will leave the majority of them to die on the British Islands once the Gulf Stream collapses, so they can all freeze to death, or they're going to. I mean, talk about a genocide.
Yes.
There's something terribly ironic in all of that. It's hideously funny, but where those people can become advantageous, of course, is the fact that the British will probably come to rely quite heavily on Pakistan as being part of their new empire, in the sense of part of their new, basically what they're going to reestablish in the world as, basically I foresee the Germans aligning very heavily with Iran. There's a history behind that. The British would be trying to contain Iran, and therefore bracketing it with, Pakistan is the obvious choice, because Pakistan is, of course, bordering Iran, and it's nuclear powered, and it's already a nuclear power. This is something I'm emphasizing. I go into excruciating detail with many links in what I'm writing now, as I said, which is, just so people understand it, and George Knight will help me here. George Knight has brought up the fact that he's one of the few people, most people don't read Mein Kampf. And then again, you'd be surprised at when Hitler was alive, how many people read Mein Kampf. There were all kinds of people when Hitler was alive who read Mein Kampf. But it's, as George Knight would tell you, the two outstanding things about Mein Kampf at this point are the fact that it speaks of Satanism. My biological father speaks of his struggle against Satanism. But the other thing that is it's mostly about politics of his day. So the book is especially about, these are the politics of our current challenges, the world we're dealing with. And it's not like he's really articulating, now, in what is called Hitler's second book, which they didn't publish with Mein Kampf, it's just the parts of Mein Kampf they edited out because they said, the public's not going to be interested in all this geopolitiks. That's where Hitler is articulating his geopolitics in what's called Hitler's second book. So what I'm writing now is mostly my own version of, not so much of Mein Kampf, but of Hitler's second book. It's Douglas Dietrich's own. Douglas Dietrich's first book, or Douglas Dietrich's second book instead of Hitler's, for our current geopolitics of today. But it also concerns my domestic country's politics, for obvious reasons. So that's what I'm writing right now. That's what it's turning into. So I'll, of course, be sending it to people. I'll probably have to send it as a file. So it's going to be like, I'll be just basically mailing them my document off of, Google. So still working on it, of course, investing a lot of intellectual energy into it. So tell you what, why don't you, for a few minutes, take over, and you can talk about things like Mein Kampf and your reading of it and other things while I, go to the bathroom. I'm going to take a leak, basically. I shouldn't be gone long. Should only be gone for, a matter of minutes. But can you handle being on stage alone for several minutes?
Absolutely, Douglas. I might find something just to read out for the viewers, actually.
Sure.
I'll go back to my archive. But please continue.
Thank you.
I'll
but what's your own intuition about what the Egyptians are doing? Do you think, I would presume the Egyptian government is in contact with the British government, and that's why this project is happening. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. I would say they've invested. I would say that the majority of the funding must be coming from the British government. And it's interesting because it's not something that I've been acquainted with publicly. So it's not something that has been presented in the public domain, in the public discourse. So it's not something that I think is publicly accessible until you get the the context of what Douglas is saying, so to speak. I'm talking to the viewers directly. So no, it's something I've not been aware of. There's no mention of it. But we'll see what happens with this new Labour Right Party, this new Labour government. Which,
let's put it this way.
Yes.
I think that what people need to comprehend is that these governments, whether Tories or Labour, I really think that the dynamics with Egypt, for instance, which lead to the building of this megacity, which everybody in the world thinks is for no goddamn good reason. Nobody understands why the Egyptians are doing this. And they're all saying, "Oh, this is bankrupting Egypt. It's what a waste of." But I really think that this kind of political strategic relationship, which is so devastatingly important because of the realization of the British government before any other developed nation that the world as we knew it was coming to an end. They also needed to cover their mass defections to the Third Reich because of that very fact. I think that the British, I think it's the royal government. It's really, this is the deep state of England, is the crown. It is the crown that is negotiating the construction of this megacity that is above and beyond the responsibilities of the Tories or the Labourites. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. No, absolutely. No, absolutely. I completely agree with you, Douglas. And if you wanted to, just go for your break.
So I'll go for my break now. I'll be back in, a few minutes.
Yes.
You've got this. I know.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'll be back. Thank you. I'll go mute now. Thank you.
Yes, I found a news article corresponding to the Great Northeast Blackout that I mentioned earlier and Douglas mentioned. So I'll read out some of the reports from that article, that news coverage of the Great Northeast Blackout of 1965, which occurred in the 24-hour period between the 7th of November 1965. It is quoted, I'll read it verbatim, transcribe it to the people. It's Washington AP. The massive blackout 1965 and the other power failures may be related to the unidentified flying objects, a university physicist contends. There are too many instances of sightings of UFOs hovering near power plants. Dr. James E. McDonald of the University of Arizona told the House Science and Astronautics Committee on Monday. McDonald is senior physicist at the Institute of Atmospheric Physics. During the power failure of the November 9th, it wasn't the 7th, of the November 9th to the 10th, the 24-hour period in 1965, the Federal Power Commission received hundreds and hundreds of reports of UFO sightings. McDonald said at the committee symposium of the unidentified flying objects. He added that there were also reports in upstate New York of glowing objects at an instant. And that's where the end of the article ends. But that is a snippet of the article that was presented to the public that I mentioned earlier with regards to the Third Reich committing an offensive to keep the Americans in concessions. Basically, that was outlined in the Nexus article that was interviewed by the Nexus magazine. The interviewer that conducted the interview with Douglas presented that the Third Reich, basically, it was a display of force or a demonstration of power, where they could prove to the Americans that we could take out your national grid whenever we want, with complete impunity, and there's nothing you can do about it. And just to read out some of the terms under the Presidential Proclamation 2714, which is recognized of World War II, and with regards to Japan in the Pacific, and regards to the Axis of Nations, Italy and Germany, declared by joint resolution of Congress on December 8th, 1941, 55 Statute 795, Chapter 561, Japanese representatives publicly signed unconditional surrender documents on the deck of the USS Missouri, anchored in Tokyo Bay. So this is regards to Japan. I've got the ones about Germany, where it states that no German peace treaty was ever settled. So I'm just reading, I'm just going through now, just for the people who are listening in. I'm going through my archives. I'm trying to see if there's any more about the Great Northeast Blackout. So just bear with me whilst I'm scrolling through lots of information here regards to the 1965 blackout. But anyway, I will go into probably some other topics regarding the legal state of war with Germany. I'm just trying to find some context, and hopefully Douglas will be back with us shortly. But I've got some things on Thomas Mantell. So Thomas Mantell here. So yeah, Thomas Mantell was one of the United States Air Force pilots. He was born in Franklin, Connecticut, 30th of June 1922, graduated Male High School, Louisiana, joined Army Air Corps 16th of June 1942, graduated flight school the 30th of June 1943. During World War II, Thomas Mantell was assigned to the 440th Troop Carrier Group of 96th Troop Carrier Squadron. The 9th Air Force awarded Distinguished Flying Cross and Air Medal for heroism. Following the war, returned to Louisiana, joined newly organized Kentucky Air National Guard, assigned as flight leader, Sea Flight 165 Fighter Squadron, Kentucky Air National Guard on the 15th of February 1947, the 7th of January 1948. While on training flight with 3 other P5IDs, the Mustang, Mantell was directed by Flight Tower at Godman Field to pursue an unidentified flying object. While in pursuit of object, died in a mysterious plane crash near this site. The story of Mantell's death while chasing UFOs made headlines across the country. Intense military investigations of incident became part of the Project Sign, which was essentially the predecessor of Project Blue Book. Later on, it became Blue Book, recognized as the military's investigations into UFOs, such as speculation and on conjectures, has been written about the incident. It is still uncertain what Mantell was pursuing at the time of the crash. Mantell is the first flying casualty of the Kentucky Air National Guard, buried Zachary Taylor National Cemetery, Louisiana. And Douglas, are you back with us? By the way, oh no, he's still on mute. So yeah, when it came down to Thomas Mantell Jr., he was the cover story that they gave him was that he was in pursuit of the Venus. So he saw a bright object in the sky, and he wasn't pursuing an unidentified flying object. They told the relatives of Mantell, this was in 1948, so this is just shortly after the Operation High Jump. Thomas Mantell was obviously in pursuit of a flying object. This was the Third Reich in exile. They're on standing orders to shoot down any identified flying object if they cannot talk them down. And this was the equivalent to executive orders. So these were standing orders by the United States Air Force. They're in response to the Third Reich conducting their military operations over the continental United States. These were either conductions of scout runs or aerial reconnaissance or psychological warfare operations. And Thomas Mantell was one of the first recorded cases where he tried to intercept this unidentified flying object, but was shot down in pursuit. So this is a version. This is obviously how do you want to call it? This is one of the descriptions and experiences of the United States Air Force in hostility with the Third Reich in exile. So I just wanted to bring that up. I'm just running through my files in my archives of so many things regarding, I'm trying to find more on the 1965 blackout, trying to find some more headline articles. It's not in order, so I do apologize. I'm trying to, furiously trying to find some of my some of my files regarding this, but no, But anyway, I've got loads of stuff on the Third Reich in Exile, so I can always bring up anything. I'm hoping Douglas will be back very, very soon. So, George, we need to swap archives. Yes, absolutely, Ian. Yes. But yeah, Ian, if you wanted to participate, please, by all means, it would certainly spare time for me trying to do two things simultaneously. I could read out, obviously, I found the proclamation regarding Germany, which is what I was trying to read out earlier. So, whereas by joint resolution approved by the president.
Okay, I'm back. Just so you know, just so you know, I'm back.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes.
But continue.
Thank you.
You continue.
It's one of those things. Yes, I was trying to.
Were you talking with Ian? Because Ian's been entering some stuff.
Yes.
He says, George, we need to swap archives.
Archives.
I don't have anything about that. I can't talk because I'm inside. You see, when he goes inside, his grandmother and his aunt, they box him into like a little cage where they keep him.
It's I realised some of the just some of the struggles and challenges when you're trying to speak publicly and then you're trying to look for something at the same time. It's very quite hard. This is where obviously you need someone to cover bandwidth. Just to cover air.
Thank you. You get used to it. Well, you get used to it. I mean, what I've done after over the years, I do a lot of multitasking where you some people who are very astute might notice. I don't believe most people do, but I'm scrolling and looking things up while I speak. You do learn to do that. It's of course once you're on camera, all bets are off. Okay, you can't do that when you're on camera.
Yes.
And
it's the benefit of being off camera.
Yes. That's why I don't turn on the camera for these shows. I mean, it's like, but there was one time. There's a Peter Moon interview that's on YouTube where the problem is Peter is on camera. And he is doing this through Skype on his computer, and he spends half the interview looking things up, so his eyes are not looking at the camera. So understand this.
No, he's scrolling.
And he's scrolling, and people in the comments sections are excoriating him for that. And so I just want people to understand this when. What I've learned to do is I can scroll when I'm doing these shows, but when I'm doing interviews on camera, I just have to talk, and you have to stare at the camera. Understand that most people just don't get this. It's like Peter's not trained as a public speaker, so because Peter's not trained as a public speaker, when he's on camera, he doesn't understand. Dude, you've got to spend all that time looking at the camera. And and people just don't understand that. They don't they think that somehow people just see them as if their face is talking to the camera. You can't make that assumption. It really doesn't work like that. No, you have to lock your eyes on the camera. So because people want to look at your eyes. By the way, this is what led us to Brooke Gibson calling me, was because she saw my eyes continually looking into the camera, and she felt I was looking right into her soul, as opposed to, say, for instance, what's the guy's name again who was interviewing me? Sean Bond. Poor bastard. Yeah, who, Sean Bond's going all over the place, grabbing a beer, out of the fridge, whatever the fuck he's doing.
Not looking at a camera at all.
Yes, poor guy. And it's just what it is. It's he was never going to publish that interview. We uploaded it first. By we, I mean myself and John Warrington. It was John Warrington helped me, get it off the Skype call just before it was going to be, wiped out. And here's our man, Ian West. He entered this. You're welcome, George, he says, because he's given us something. Director's microfilm roll list. Okay, this is fascinating. So were you bringing up microfiche or microfilm, George?
No, I wasn't, Douglas. No, I brought I found some of the news articles, the snippets that I were able to collect, and it's in my archives and my files of the 1965 headlines, and it was stating that there was hundreds of reports of UFOs, glowing objects, flying over power plants and power lines. And so, yeah, it was just to bring credence to what we were saying earlier. And now I was just bringing up regards to Germany. And it's one of these things with the sensation of proactive prosecution of hostilities. So I've just found that, if you're happy for me to read out and then interpret it for the public, because most people aren't aware of the terminology, which we've brought up many times in the past, which you certainly have in the past, but we don't have to. It's just something.
Oh no, I think that's fine. I mean, if you at least start on it. Well, I just, you know what? I want to raid the fridge for a liquid Coca-Cola, so let me let me go do that. Yes. Get some more sugar and caffeine in my system. So why don't I do that while you do this, and then I'll be right back.
Yeah, absolutely.
But in the interim, our man, what's Ian.
Ian West.
Ian West says that this is Wild Bill Donovan's classified documents. I haven't even looked at it or opened it yet, but I'm acknowledging him with all these little emojis and stuff. So I'll be right back in just a few minutes. Our man George is going to start reading some of this stuff, and then when I come back, we'll get back to the conversation again. Okay, all right.
Yeah, no, perfect, Douglas. Thank you so much. So, presidential proclamation. Whereas by joint resolution approved by the President on December 11th, 1941, the Congress of the United States formally declared a state of war to exist between the United States and the government of Germany. And whereas on December 31st, 1946, the President proclaimed the cessation of hostilities of World War II. And whereas it has been and continues to be the policy of the United States to bring about the conclusion of a treaty of peace with the government of a united and free Germany, but efforts to do this end have been frustrated and made impossible for the time being by the policy of the Soviet government. And whereas it has nevertheless been considered desirable to bring the existing state of war with Germany to a close and to remove Germany from its present enemy status, thus eliminating certain disabilities affecting German nationals, and whereas the rights, privileges, and status of the United States and the other occupation powers in Germany, and the rights and the privileges of the United States and its nationals to which it or they have become entitled as a result of the war, as well as the right to exercise or enforce the same derived from the conquest of Germany and the assumptions of supreme authority by the Allies and not affected by the termination of the state of war. And whereas the Congress of the United States, by a joint resolution approved October 19th, 1951, Public Law 181/82 Congress had resolved that the state of war declared to exist between the United States and the government of Germany is terminated, that such termination shall take effect on the date of enactment of such resolution. Now, therefore, I, Harry S. Truman, President of the United States of America, pursuant to such joint resolution, do proclaim that the state of war between the United States and the government of Germany declared by the joint resolution of Congress approved December the 11th, 1941, was terminated on the October 19th, 1951, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of United States of America to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington this 24th day of October in the year of our Lord 1951, and of the independence of the United States of America, the 176th. And it's signed Harry S. Truman. And so, just for the people that I was... So the other day, the reason why I read that was because the other day, what most people are unaware of is that most people have come under this assumption or thesis or consensus that there was a surrender in Reims, France on the 7th, 8th of May, 1945. The German Wehrmacht was given the orders for Alfred Jodl, Supreme High Commander of the Wehrmacht, the military forces in the field, to surrender the troops in the field in Reims, France, which was signed on the 7th of May, 1945. No peace was ever settled with the German government because they relocated into exile. And Douglas, are you back, by the way? Just I'm not looking at the Skype call, but I'll continue. So when this presidential proclamation was signed, and when it was on October 1951, this under the joint resolution of Congress, under United Nations resolution under Congress, the two replacement governments were there to replace the Third Reich with the legitimate government, which were democratically elected in 1933. The government themselves relocated into exile, but the two replacement governments, which became East and West Germany, it was not unified until peace was settled in the final settlement of Germany in 1990, under the signed agreement under the 4 or 5 original founding member states of the United Nations, which was established on January 1st, 1942, which was absent of the Nationalist Republic of China because they realigned themselves with the Axis during World War II. So with the settlement of the final conclusion.
Okay, I'm back. Just letting you know I'm back. Continue. Go on with what you're saying.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. So I was just bringing up I read out the proclamation, which states that a formal cessation was formalized because they couldn't settle a peace treaty with the government of Germany. I pointed out that the government, the legitimate and democratically elected government, the German Workers' Party, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, relocated into exile. They had to replace the government with these two entities that never existed during World War II, which became East and West Germany. So when people read this this joint resolution, what was the settlement, with the so-called settlement under a joint resolution of Congress that was signed on October 19th, 1951. This is not a peace treaty. I was just pointing out this is not a form of peace treaty because they never signed that with the legitimate government of Germany. The legitimate government of Germany relocated into exile. Yes. And so when you look at this, this proclamation is, I'm trying to read, where is it? It says, because 2714 was the termination of hostilities of World War II, signed on December 31st, 1946. This is 2950. 2950. This is Presidential Proclamation 2950. And it states a joint resolution of so-called peace, but it was with the two replacement governments that never existed during World War II.
Thank you.
Later on, there was a final settlement that was signed in September of 1990.
Yes.
And it was presented in front of the 4 original, but there was 5 original member states of the United Nations, which was comprised of the Nationalist Republic of China, the United States of America, Great Britain, and the Republic of France, and the former Soviet Union. This was just before the collapse of the Soviet Union. They had to settle peace because obviously they needed the unification.
That's right.
They needed Germany's money. They needed to help float the euro.
That's right. Beyond that, by the way,
play a part. But just so people are aware that the legal state of war is still extant to this day. It's still perpetual. It's continuous to this day with the legitimate government of Germany, which is you hear us call them the Third Reich or the Thousand-Year Reich.
The important point to be made about China missing from this final peace treaty is because, of course, during World War II, as George Knight said, the Nationalist Republic of China switched to the Axis side, but by that time in history that they signed with this peace with East and West Germany, all 4 of these members of the United Nations Security Council signed peace with East and West Germany. Nationalist China at that point was no longer recognized as a legitimate government. It was recognized as an enemy government on the side of the Third Reich. That's why it was not there for this ceremony, for this formality. Go on, yes.
Thank you. And I just wanted to also add, they did sign a separate peace treaty with Japan. They signed that. It was the Treaty of Taipei, which is the capital. And they already signed peace. That was long before any final settlement that was signed in regards to this. But this is not a peace treaty with the Third Reich, just so people don't conflate this. the legitimate government.
That's for people who insist on saying the war is over. Yes, go on.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's why I thought it was an important point, just because I'm just scrolling through my my files and came across that. Oh, look what I've just found. More articles, Douglas, if you don't mind me reading them out.
No, please, go ahead.
Did UFOs cause the Northeast blackout, which is the title of the headline.
Yeah.
Washington.
No shit. Say no shit, right? Yeah,
no shit. Yes, thank you. A University of Arizona physicist, and I believe this is probably what I read out earlier, but this is just going into a bit more detail. Yeah, it's the same individual. Indicated Monday there might be some relationship between the unidentified flying objects and power failures.
Imagine that!
Yes, particularly the 1965 blackout of the Northeast section of the United States. Many, and sorry, it's illegible. I think it says instances or something like that. But Dr. James E. McDonald, senior physicist at the Institute of Atmospheric Physics, told a House committee there are too many instances of sightings of UFOs hovering near power plants. McDonald said during the New York power failure, which began on November 9th, 1965, the Federal Power Commission had hundreds and hundreds of reports of UFO sightings. There also were reports in upstate New York of a glowing object at the instant. Sorry, it's a bit illegible because this is old. This is just a copy. The lights went out, I believe it says. He said the power failure was believed to have begun in upstate New York, not identified. The source of the pulse, which triggered the safety mechanism, had not been identified, McDonald said, referring to the power system. McDonald testified before the House Science and Astronautics Committee, which held a symposium of unidentified flying objects. He would not say flatly that the power failures were caused by some form of extraterrestrial life, but he said there is a puzzling and quite disturbing coincidences between the sightings and power blackouts. Power failures, McDonald said, all too often reports of UFOs contain information about power failures in the houses or automobile engines going dead. In answer to a question by Representative William F. Ryan, I believe it says, DNY, McDonald said there should be further investigation by the Federal Power Commission or some other government agency into the relationship of UFOs and power failures. McDonald, in his former statement, agreed with Dr. J. Allen Hynek, head of the Astronomy Department, Northwestern University, that the government should establish some agency to adequately study UFO reports. Under surveillance, the possibility that the Earth might be under surveillance by some high civilization in command of a technology far beyond ours must not be overlooked in weighing the UFO problem, McDonald said. I am convinced that the recurrent observations by reliable citizens here and abroad over the past 20 years cannot be brushed aside as nonsense, but rather need to be taken extremely seriously as evidence that some phenomena is going on which we simply do not understand. Although there is no current basis for concluding that hostility and grave hazard lie behind the UFO, and they call it the phenomenal elogy, something like that, Douglas.
Phenomenology.
That's it. Thank you. We cannot be entirely sure of that. For all these reasons, greatly expanded scientific and public attention to the UFO problem is urgently needed, said McDonald. And so that's the end of that headline. I've got several others, but yeah, it just goes to show, it's just reinforcing it in other articles, the same, yeah. So yeah, no, that's just to bring up that, which will go into the book, as well as the Kecksburg incident with the Die Glock.
Thank you.
So yeah, it's just to draw the parallels. But no, thank you, Douglas. We could continue on our discourse of what we were speaking of earlier.
I mean, we've come a long way, and we've got 3 hours left. We'll do it. But so what do you think is a constructive? What do you think is a constructive direction to go into? The important points have been made in a number of areas. There's always we welcome, of course, questions. We welcome questions from the chat, or by email. You can send your email questions. We know one fan lady in England who can do this quite easily. You can send your email questions to
direct contact.
To our man George Knight. You can tell this lady to encourage others to use your email address to contact you in England and mail you questions too. I think that would be helpful if she could do that.
Exactly.
So in
it's an interesting one, Douglas.
Yeah. Go on.
Sorry, beg your pardon.
Oh, please.
Book, The Death of James Forrestal, the book by Cornell Simpson, and there's a news article. Forrestal killed in a 13-story leap, U.S. morning set. The nation is shocked. He was a war casualty, as if he died at front. President declares. And what does it go on to say? May 22nd, James Forrestal, former Secretary of Defense, jumped 13 stories to his death early this morning from the 16th floor of the National Naval Medical Center.
Bethesda. Bethesda. Hospital. Bethesda Hospital. Go on.
Bethesda Hospital. Thank you, Douglas. And I've got obviously the Chilean article of Richard Evelyn-Byrd's testimony.
Oh, cool.
I have that as well. Yes, I have that as well. It's written in Chilean.
Spanish. It's written in Spanish.
Yes, beg your pardon. Sorry. It's a Chilean article, but it's written in Spanish. That's what I should say. Sorry. Thank you.
No worries. Yes.
Tell
us a little bit about. Oh, continue, please. But I do want you to also tell us a little bit about what you know about your relation. I forget, uncle who was on the ship that was carrying the nuke down to Argentina. And
that's my grandfather.
The
man who I'm named after. My grandfather.
Review that a little bit, but also review how whatever you know or understand about how at the time Spain and Argentina were seriously considering coordinating their efforts with Spain potentially attacking Gibraltar at that time. And this is almost certainly why they felt it was so important to make the nuclear threat, because Spain and Argentina could have attacked simultaneously to basically really throw England off, and that would have been a very dangerous situation for England at the time. Obviously, the Americans were helping England in terms of maybe satellite communications that were extraordinarily important. Obviously, satellite communications, intercepting other people's communications, is a form of intelligence. Yes. It's a form of intelligence that's very important. But other than that, England was basically fighting this war alone. It was a bizarre conflict. But then again, it's in line with Alternative 3. Understand what I said about all this really being in the context of two of the most strategic places on Earth, Antarctica and Gibraltar. And so when you've got Antarctica was essentially covered by the Falklands, whoever dominates the Falklands dominates this choke point in the Atlantic, between the Atlantic and the Pacific. It's the choke point between the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans. And in World War I, there was a battle for the Falklands between the Germans and the British, for people who don't know that. And all that being said, back to George.
Because it's a choke point.
Yes.
It's an entry point, a choke point to the Mediterranean. So, it's a similar, vital necessity.
Right. When you said the Mediterranean, that would be Gibraltar. But I said that in World War I, in World War I, there was a battle between the Germans and the British ships, flotillas or naval units, over the Falklands, over the Falkland Islands. I don't know if you knew that.
Islands.
Yeah, and
over the Falkland Islands. Yes, thank you, Douglas. No, beg your pardon. I'm not fully aware.
Oh, you can look that up.
I don't know the context, the information on it. Yeah.
It was This is because, of course, the Falklands is the choke point. Just like Gibraltar is to the Mediterranean, the Falklands is the choke point between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. It's if you dominate the Falklands, you can control the traffic between the Pacific and the Atlantic Oceans. Because otherwise, people have to go all the way through the Caribbean and then through the Panama Canal, which is much easier, but not necessarily easier in a case of war or strategic conflict. So these points become very important as time progresses. It's understood.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And by the way, just so people understand, the greatest advantage that England has over America is similar to that of Japan's. With a crown in power, you have a continuous government in the background. And this continuous government in the background is what's able to maintain a strategic coherency, as opposed to governments that truly change over. This is ultimately why so many nations are falling into authoritarianism and dictatorship, like the Russians and the Chinese, is simply because, for those of you who don't know, the communist Chinese had, for the first time in a communist nation, established term limits. They established term limits back in the day of Deng Xiaoping. And as a result, you were supposed to surrender your office after 1 or 2 terms. And it was Xi Jinping changed all that. And a lot of this has to do with nations being realizing, of course, the danger of strategic incoherency, where with the change in government, you don't have strategic coherency. When you have a constitutional monarchy, it's an incredible asset, because it maintains that that becomes the deep state that maintains strategic coherency. With the Americans, it's the military junta. And, of course, this has not been advantageous for America, because it went from basically, the moment it became a junta, it was trapped by the conditions of its defeat, and basically became more and more corrupt. And it was already corrupt in a satanic sense. It became more and more corrupt in an operational sense. The British, of course, have their own problems militarily. I could criticize the British military's problems for hours, but at least, as I said, you think of the logic of by the way, Victoria V has joined us in the chat. Love you, V, and kisses to V.
Yeah.
And feel free to join us here on.
I was going to say,
So let's invite
Victoria
V.
wants to.
Yeah.
I mean, thank you.
So
And Doug,
yes, continue.
I was going to bring up several points. Some points that you made earlier, Douglas, about the benefit, I should say, with having a monarchy. A form of leadership or government behind our government. I was going to bring up from the previous general elections that we had several years ago, that if Jeremy Corbyn had been elected, that was when the late Queen Elizabeth II, she would have stepped in and then overthrown it. The democratic election, she wouldn't have allowed him to become prime minister. And that was the point that we brought up. And they have that power, just as you mentioned, with a captain of a ship can overthrow the commander in chief.
Yes.
And they have that power, that punitive, what do you want to call it? That authority or that power to do so. And that would have been the case in Britain, certainly from our King Charles III, his favourite uncle, Lord Mountbatten, which my grandfather, who I'm named after, also fought by his side in Burma. They were in the Burma theatre in South Asia during the Second World War. He didn't return home until after the so-called war, what the conventional sense is 1945. He didn't return home until several years later, because he was still fighting the Japanese.
Thank you.
Burma. Most people don't.
This reminds me of two points to bring up about today. I want people to know that when we started this program, it was still the 21st of July in San Francisco. So in San Francisco, as the 21st of July, I want people to understand that this was the 80th anniversary, was on the 20th of the attempt in 1944 of Operation Valkyrie. And Operation Valkyrie attempted to kill my biological father, and they failed. So the bomb plot was I do call this a memorial day for all those loyal to Hitler who stood by his side and many of his loyal friends who died in that bomb blast. So
Yes.
I do want you to know that was 80 years and 2 days ago, 80 years and 3 days ago, approximately, depending on which side of the Atlantic you're on. And we basically, prior to that, it was maybe about, it was on the 5th of July. Just think of it as the day after it was the day after the 4th of July, America's Independence Day.
Yes.
That in 1945 was when the voting began in the United Kingdom, the general election of 1945. That would take weeks. It won't be till the 26th of this month. So everybody mark your calendars for that, and hopefully George and I will be able to join us for a little while I guess the 26th will be a Friday. So we could talk about it Wednesday the 24th and Sunday the 28th. But just remember the 26th was when the overwhelming majority of the votes returned from overseas. They were shipped in for the final count from all the troops overseas. And Churchill was voted out of office by a landslide. And this was before World War II was even over. So... yes, by all means.
Before the atomic bombs were even dropped.
Yes. So please go on a bit about that as well. And it's important points to be made there for those of you who just don't get it. It was Churchill. He just was. If you lived during that time, you were so sick of him. I mean, he was all just blood, sweat, tears. Now let's go invade Japan. Let's go invade Japan. It's like, really? It's like, all right, right after he claimed Hitler was dead. He says, yeah, Hitler's dead now. Now let's go to the other side of the world and lose a few million more men. Yes.
Yes. And then you had Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who died.
Yes.
He was ultimately assassinated before as well. Hitler was supposedly dead.
Yeah, Hitler and Goebbels held a big party. They had a big party in the bunker after.
Yes, he did in the Führer bunker. Yes, and then you had Winston Churchill. Voted out of office. So the Allies were obviously on a losing.
Thank you.
There was no way that how could they possibly? Yes, how could they even possibly? And then it was replaced. Then he was later on replaced by Neville Chamberlain. Of course, and then you had all these. So when he gave that speech about, we're going to promise blood, sweat, and tears and turmoil in the Pacific, we're going to go invade Japan. This is just right after the so-called surrender by Alfred Oudel in Reims, France. He gave this this glorified victory speech, so to speak, in Trafalgar Square with all the people celebrating in the square, and you had the appearance of Queen Elizabeth and the father, King George, on the balcony of Buckingham Palace waving to the crowds. And and they were celebrating their so-called victory. And then you have this man saying that he's going to send millions of more people, and then all the veterans overseas turned in their ballots with a vote saying, kick this man out of office, we're sick of this man's war. And then he was voted out in July 1945.
Yeah, and started drinking. He drank himself into just But basically, another thing to bring up about which one of your relatives served in Burma?
Yeah, my grandfather George Edward Horn. My name is obviously George Edward Knight. I'm named after him. He fought alongside Lord Mountbatten. That's King Charles's favourite uncle. He was killed by the IRA, and this is how I know I'm tired, Douglas, because earlier I was almost going to say the CIA, but it was the Irish Republican Army,
right?
That killed Lord Mountbatten on that boat. So he was assassinated, and Charles and the family have never forgiven that. Obviously, Jeremy Corbyn was the man who rendezvoused with the head of the IRA to try to consolidate a peace. So-called peace, but he wasn't. Obviously, that wasn't the attempt. He was obviously associates, and with him. So he was a sympathizer for these terrorist organizations, which is why the Queen would have automatically just revoked, retracted, revoked if he was generally elected. He never met the monarchy. They never met Jeremy Corbyn, whereas every other prime minister or anyone who's the party leader had met with and that you're supposed to. The opposition has a meeting, whether it's weekly or monthly, with the head of the state, with the monarch, and Jeremy Corbyn never met the monarchy because they resented him. And so, as you mentioned earlier, with the captain of the ship that can, overthrow any form of order that was given by the commander in chief, the same thing would have happened in the previous general election if Corbyn was elected, which there was no way that was going to happen. That was a landslide. The Conservative Party won that under Boris Johnson.
Right.
So it was a default. It was, yes.
That's incredible. That's incredible. Now, just to put the Burma thing into perspective, obviously, several things to put into perspective here. We know that that one of the famous units was the Chindits, and it kind of a name for like China-India bandits. They called themselves Chindits. This was like guerrillas in uniform. These were like the SAS kind of units in Asia.
Yes.
And so just to put this into perspective, these men, of course, faced incredible hardships, and not all operations have obvious results. Obviously, the Japanese tied up resources trying to find and stop them. But I want to point out the fact that this was Britain's Vietnam before Malaya. And you can find almost no information on Malaya of substance. The Malayan campaign, the Malayan insurgency, the British call it, which was their Vietnam. But before their Vietnam, this was their Vietnam. And it was basically a situation in which how many Japanese did this militia, which is basically what it was, this militia really, shall we say, divert. Basically, they would walk into Japanese taken areas and then they would have to retreat. Illness took more lives than actually fighting did with the Chindits. The jungle was their primary enemy, above and beyond the Japanese. So there's not really a single place that you can name in which the Chindits actually contributed to any Japanese defeat. And maybe if you look for an entire account of this basically ragtag militia and their hapless guerrilla campaign, there's a book titled Nemesis, which was written by Max Hastings. It's not only the Chindits, of course, that were in a strategic sense a disappointment for Churchill. The British Army was still fighting in Burma in August of 1945, while the United States troops were already preparing for this invasion of Japan, which the public seriously believed was going to happen. I mean, the high command began to realize that this was impossible with Okinawa. But there's several factors here. There's the factors that this is why the Americans responded by this desperate act of throwing these 2 atomic bombs, which was basically like a couple of stones they had to throw at the Japanese in this basically terrorist response because of its non-military. It was a non-military attack. That's why they call it strategic, because it's non-military essentially. No. But the British, as I mentioned before how the British were trying to also then launch their own atomic attack in this equal act of desperation, the same desperation the Americans felt. But to show you how desperate the British were, as George Knight can attest, you can look this up, Spitfires, which are valued at least $1 million a plane, they were burying them, entire unopened crates of Spitfires that they were burying so they wouldn't be captured by the Japanese. And there's about a wing of these things. A wing means a unit of about 20 of them. A full operational wing of these, about 20 Spitfires buried in Burma. And so there's a man from England who's been looking for them for years. And it's gotten to the point where people are trying to deny their existence. There are people trying to actively deny their existence because this is... But what does this point out to you? The British were burying these Spitfires after the atomic bombs were dropped. So after the atomic bombs were dropped, the British are burying, a $20 million wing of Spitfires in order to avoid them from being captured by the Japanese, because the Japanese were still advancing in Burma. So try and understand the enormity of what I'm saying. After the atomic bombs are dropped, the Japanese are still advancing in Burma, and the British are trying to bury these incredibly valuable planes to avoid their capture by the Japanese. And so how can you call any of this a victory if the Americans had attempted to invade Japan? And what a catastrophe that would have been. The British would have been facing equal catastrophe in Southeast Asia. And this is something that, and Churchill was all in for this because he was out of his mind. People do not understand this. Churchill was not functioning sanely. And the only reason they brought him back into power was because they were still at war with the Third Reich and realized, well, we need a wartime leader. And they were thinking that this still could be decisively waged in the Antarctic, this war, and brought to a conclusion. But Churchill wasn't any help at all at that point. He was just drunk. He was just, he was effectively, he was in the shape Biden is in at this point. Where, I told you how Biden was introducing Vladimir Zelensky as Vladimir Putin. Here's Vladimir Putin. This is where Churchill was at. He was like literally. Thank you. Basically, I would dare say he had drunk himself to the point where his brain had gone soft with alcohol. I don't even believe it was I don't believe it was natural senility. I believe honestly he had drunk so much alcohol, he had literally had alcohol poisoning. And so he was not functioning. His body was so toxic at that point, he was not functioning, at all. And the soldiers on the front lines knew this. The soldiers on the front lines knew this because they were paying the price. They were paying the price for this madman in office, who was a maniacal warmonger, and it must never be forgotten that his sister, people can look this up, his sister had to write him a letter begging him not to convert to Islam. You're talking about a motherfucker who was going to convert to Islam at one point in his life. This is prior World War II. This is before World War II. How can a British man today look at Churchill, a man who his sister had to write a letter? This is how we have the documentary evidence that he was intending to do this. Begging him not to convert to Islam. How could any British nationalist today look at that motherfucker and say that this man was anyone to be proud of? If anything, the statues in the future, they'll tear down Churchill's and they'll build statues for Oswald Mosley, for the man who should have been prime minister. And honestly, this is like one of these things where you're just left shaking your head but you can see why the royals brought Churchill into office. Was at the time they were threatened with invasion from America, and never fucking forget that. It was the threat of the invasion from the Americans that forced the royals to bring Churchill into office to make peace with America, because he was half American. He was a half Yank son of a bitch. Just basically this. And so the Americans were threatening to invade Canada, which would have resulted in a world war. This is all prior World War II. And the Americans under Roosevelt were no friends of the English. It was only, when Churchill got in power, then he brokered with Roosevelt. And basically they had to bribe Roosevelt with the opium trade in China that the British had cultivated after winning the Opium Wars. So understand that when somebody, say for instance, like one of the original old school conspiracy theorists, somebody like Lyndon LaRouche, when Lyndon LaRouche, who is no one that I admire, I assure you, he's just a bizarre, repulsive character in his own right, but Lyndon LaRouche was extraordinarily influential in the United States. He had the favor and the ear and ultimately, in a very real sense, ran the government to a degree of the United States under the Reagan administration, because he was the man responsible for SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative, the so-called Star Wars program. He was the man who made Reagan buy into that program, was Lyndon LaRouche, because he was the guy who ran the communications newsletter between the physicists that worked for the U.S. government. Now, the important point that I'm making about Lyndon LaRouche is that when he was interviewed at one point, and they asked him, because he had brought up this subject before, they asked him, do you seriously believe the Queen of England deals drugs? Because it sounded so ridiculous. And he said, yes, I seriously believe the Queen of England is a narco-terrorist, essentially is what he said before that phrase was coined. There is reality to what he says in that the royal family was responsible for the ultimate benefits reaped from the opium trade in China.
Yes.
So understand, this is what monarchies do. Monarchies, like when Hirohito invaded China and basically all of Asia, Hirohito looted Asia and plundered it. Yes. He plundered Asia. I mean, this was a plunder that made the conquistador rape of Latin America look like nothing. This was... Hirohito took everything that wasn't nailed down and made himself the richest man on earth. So when you take a look at the British government, they were operating in the same manner. This is what monarchies do. And you might think that that's an argument against monarchies. It's not. It's simply that this is what people do because they're floating an imperial economy, and imperial economies are expensive. And by imperial economies, I mean any empire, not just monarchist. So when it came to the British Empire, and it's not conspiracy, and I don't use the phrase with any contempt. It's not judgmental, but do understand that when it comes to deep state and the crown, yes, the crown is responsible for narcotics trafficking. Understand and accept that reality, because that's the reality of geopolitics. I mean, think of the fact that the British used to issue what were called letters of marque. It's spelled M-A-R-Q-U-E. You'd think it would be pronounced marquis or something like that. It's marque. It's letters of marque. The British government used to issue to pirates, giving them permission to piracy so long as they attacked only the enemy, the Spaniards or the French. So long as pirates never operated against England, pirates were given a free pass by the British, supported to a degree. So, these are important things to remember, because the British they lost the American Revolutionary War thanks in part to a pirate, the French pirate that Lafayette, who helped the Americans. Or there was another French pirate. I'll have to look him up. But anyhow, so there you go. This just puts some things in perspective. Back to George, who's mute.
Oh yeah, sorry Douglas. Yes, I don't know if you can hear the kettle in the background, but I'm just brewing myself another coffee.
No worries.
Whilst I was listening to you. Yes, thank you. But yeah, I was actually just reminiscing that last night actually about Emperor Hirohito when he overran Asia, and he looted the national kingdoms, and he had the equivalent of today's money, trillions and trillions of United States dollars or pounds sterling in Swiss bank accounts. He had 100 billion United States, he had 100 billion in
US dollars.
World War II era. Yes.
World War II era dollars, yes.
Era dollars, yes. I was only just thinking of that last night, and so yeah, you just reminded me of that. And when you brought up with the monarchy in Britain, this is what floated the economy for generations, was the opium trade. And I think one of those was conducted by Benjamin Disraeli. I think he was one of the prime ministers that was responsible for it.
Yes.
And I think he was Jewish.
He was definitively Jewish. He was painfully Jewish. He was Britain's Kissinger. He was Britain's Henry Kissinger. And it took a major defeat in the field of British expeditionary forces by the Zulus that forced him to resign.
Zulus, yes.
Yes, but that Jewish son of a bitch when you think of many of the evils committed by the British Empire, it was under this Jewish son of a bitch named Benjamin Disraeli trying to prove himself as British as possible. You know, but he was a Henry Kissinger figure for Britain, and he was genocidal. He was he's truly much blame is to be laid at his hands. Yeah, yes. I'm sorry. What was that you said? Yeah.
No, maniacal. Yeah, just absolutely, just proven, and just agreeing with you, Douglas. Yeah, it's all these things that we're bringing to people's attention.
But by the way, if you could answer a question. Now, Oswald Mosley was he was of course a baron. He was a British aristocrat, and
aristocrat. Yes.
Yeah, and he was. That's why I said he could. That's why, you know, they didn't really hang him. That's why they didn't hang him, really. I mean, it's not that the British royals don't kill each... Yeah. But he was a knight. He was a knight. So he was always referred to as Sir Oswald Mosley. Yeah. And what I'm wondering is, so they can never revoke the knighthood? Is that the case? That when...
Possibly, Douglas. That's a very interesting point to make. I'll have to, certainly look into that a bit more. But certainly, like, you know, in Emperor Hirohito's case, because he was he was known as a Knight of the Garter, they revoked that, but then they had to reinstate.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, because he won the war.
Had to do that. Yes. The Queen was forced to do that because they had to sue for peace.
Yes.
And so, in Windsor Castle to this day, you have Lord Mountbatten's flag, I think, flown next to it, I believe. I could be wrong with that, but excellent. You have Emperor Hiro's, excuse me, I know it's the Rising Sun symbol, but it's known as the...
Morn. M-O-N, the Morn. Yeah.
That's it. Thank you. I just couldn't pronounce it. Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just think of moon. Just think of moon, but missing an O. Yeah, moon missing an O. There you go.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. All these important points to make, which emphasizes that they, you know, it was certain, irrefutable that they had, lost the war. As you know, we've gone into that with earlier with Winston Churchill, when he started to, desecrate, when he started to just disintegrate into nothing, and then he died in 65.
Not that he was ever much in the first place, in my opinion. Yes, but
he was an aristocrat, but he was resented by the British politicians and aristocracy because he was a half-breed, because they considered him a half-breed because he was half American, and so. Yeah, I actually found earlier, Douglas, I think this is probably apropos, it's the headlines, obviously the banners that were flown, the propaganda banners that was flown during World War II. It's in the United States, so you got it's titled Enemies Both, It's Your Job to help eliminate them. It's just to emphasize some of the atrocities that was committed during World War II, and the American, and it was also included with the British, their response to the Pacific, just how they considered the Japanese or any Asian as subhuman species. Obviously they project that onto the Nazis with the Jews, but of course the reality is that certainly the white Caucasians, the imperialists, the people who were colonized, were the ones who were really the racist ones. But it's something that, you know, you were presented to me years and years ago, something I've been acquainted with, but I have some of the things it's relevant, apropos, to read out. So I'll just read it out verbatim for the viewers. Enemies Both, this 1944 US government poster drawn by Frank Mack, 23rd Bomb, showed a pistol-packing Uncle Sam calling on American soldiers to eliminate both human and insect enemies. So it's got a poster, billboard of malaria, the insect that spreads the malaria disease, and you had obviously a buck teeth caricature of I think it is Tojo. I think they use Tojo as the representative.
And by the way, it's also very telling. It's also very telling that even during wartime, even though I did see plenty of caricatures of Emperor Hirohito during World War II, but for some reason, rather than concentrating on Hirohito, they kept focusing on Tojo. It was bizarre. It was really bizarre. But go on. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely. It goes on to state that the American soldiers eliminate both human and insect enemies from the USGPO. The still it just states still pictures branch of the NARA. Human beings may perhaps be cited as the key to the many massacres of the Pacific War. For an officer who served in the Philippines, reclassifying human enemies as vermin transformed fighting from a morale quandary, he espoused pacificism into a practical responsibility and perhaps a moral good. He explained, "I'm more of a pacifist than I ever was. But as long as there are as long as there are vermin like Japs, he quotes, and Nazis, he quotes, they have to be exterminated."
Oh my
As
God!
soldiers-
Can you send me a copy of this or a link to this?
Oh, of course, I'll enter it. Yes,
Thank you.
Douglas, of course. Let me do that right now, actually, for you, and I'll take a screenshot of. Yes, I'm just taking a screenshot here and there, and I'll enter it into the chat. It's just one of those things that, I come across during my research when I was conducting my own due diligence that, I was learning from yourself. It's just it just makes you, just shake your head and shudder. And it states further, as soldiers fought their way across the Pacific, they saw ever more powerful ways of exterminating insects as DDT arrived and worked wonders against mosquitoes, effective in tiny concentrations. And it goes on and on. It's all despicable. The army was able to start spraying DDT around the world as soon as the chemical arrived in combat theaters. Because it had already deployed chemical warfare equipment, theater surgeons worked with the Chemical Warfare Service and the Air Force to, which is bizarre why they said the Air Force Service and the Air Force. As you mentioned, probably the
when was it written? Because a lot of times, if it's written after 1947,
post.
Then they'll throw that in there in their ignorance, and again, it's probably intentional. It's probably quite malevolent. So it's it's in an attempt to just what they call retconning. Retcon means retroactively constructing or revisioning history. So that
revisioning history.
So that's when you throw something like that in there. Air Force, I'll tell you something similar about a story like that later. About this idiot I was dealing with, and it pissed me off so much. I'll tell you about that later. It was like a kind of instant revisioning of history when he was on my show once. And, this was, somebody you don't know or probably never heard, but it was Keith Johansson was his name. And he was on my show only maybe 1 or 2 episodes, something like that. But at any rate, continue. Yeah, go on with what you're saying. Yes.
Oh, God, yeah, Douglas. And I'm just going to enter something else as well, something that you're fully aware of. Let me just enter it as well. And I'll read it out for the viewers. It's one of the other propaganda posters that was published. And during wartime, Lautius, that's it, it's pronounced Lautius japanicus.
Right.
The first serious outbreak of this lice epidemic was officially noted on December 7th, 1941, which people are aware it's Pearl Harbor, at the Honolulu, to the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps, excuse me. Let me just enter it, Douglas, and then I can carry on reading it. But yeah, I've just
fine.
That as well.
Yeah.
I've just
understood
that as well. Yes, the Marine Corps, especially trained in combating this type of pestilence, was assigned the gigantic task of extermination. Extensive experiments on the can't pronounce it. The
Guadalcanal.
Yes, Tarawa.
Tarawa.
Tarawa. Thank you, Douglas. And Saipan or Saipan have shown that this louse inhabits coral atolls in the South Pacific, particularly pillboxes, palm trees, caves, swamps, and jungles. Flamethrowers, mortars, grenades, and bayonets have proven to be an effective remedy, but before a complete cure can be effected, the origin of the plague, the breeding grounds around the Tokyo area, must be completely annihilated. And so that's another one of those propaganda posters that was presented to the public. I have so many of these. It's just, I've kept them just for, references.
Understood.
Yes. It's disgusting.
Yes, in a single word, it's disgusting. Yes. That's right, quite right.
And do you know what? As we brought up earlier, when people when they speak of the word Caesar, like when they speak of Caesar salad or the Caesars, obviously, it's in my case, I always see like Kaiser.
Yeah.
I know the correct pronunciation, but I can hear so many different pronunciations in my head. That's like when I'm reading something, I can hear different variants or different types of pronunciation. So yeah, that's just to explain that to people. Why I get myself worked up when I'm presenting something. It's like, no, I know the correct pronunciation. So yes, it's quite despicable. Even at the island of pronunciation is Tawawa.
Yeah,
I know they commit atrocities on there where they were basically boiling the flesh off the Japanese skulls and then presenting them on flags, warning Japs do not enter or go away, Japs. And I have so many images from the Pacific. Just the atrocities committed is so despicable. But this was the behavior. And this is when you mentioned about Okinawa and the simple fact that more Okinawans killed themselves to escape American behavior, to prevent them being tortured to death and being spit roasted and eaten alive. They killed themselves, and it comprised of more fatalities than Hiroshima and Nagasaki put together. So more Okinawans killed themselves during World War II than Japanese would die in the terror bombs of Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yes, this is how maniacal the behavior of the Marines was on Okinawa, the United States Marines.
Yes.
By the way,
yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Continue with what else comes to your mind, by all means.
I was just gonna also share that most people conflate Okinawans with Japanese. They're a separate ethnicity. They are Sinitic in ethnicity. They're Sino, like not Semitic, but Sino. They are Sinitic because they ate pork, whereas the Japanese at that point in time were vegetarian. They were or pescatarian. They would eat fish and vegetables, which is why they were considered malnourished.
Yeah, that's right.
But this is why it rendered or mitigated their growth spurt, so they would be. That's why they were small stature. Unlike the Americans, who were average American was 6 feet tall because they had a lot of protein, a lot of beef, red meat in their diet, whereas the Japanese wouldn't do that. But the Okinawans, they famously ate pork because they were like most Sinitic people do in Sinitic cultures. So
also don't forget to emphasize that the Americans attempted to exterminate them all by destroying their food supply and exterminated the pig population.
Like the buffalo.
Yes,
like they did during the
Indian Wars. During the American Indian Wars. Yes,
they understood that if you take out the buffalo instead of targeting the actual Indians themselves, this would obviously prevent them from getting their hides when to keep them warm in the winter, and then their food source. You take out the food source, you take out their survival mechanism, and then you take out their food source. So they learned that through the American Indian Wars, that you take out the food source. So this is what they were doing on Okinawa. They exterminated every Okinawan pig. And one of the conditions of suing for peace, one of the Japanese demands was you repopulate Okinawa with pig stock, with your own pigs. And so every single pig that exists on Okinawa to this day originate from the United States.
It's an American pig. Yeah, just say every pig on Okinawa is an American pig, and that includes the human station there. Yes, go on.
And in my files, my archives, I have the pictures of them populating Okinawa with American pigs. You think, why are they bringing all these pigs ashore? Actually, on the beach, they're arriving like they did in Normandy beaches, the invasion. They're arriving with pig stock. You think, why are they doing that? And of course, that was one of the conditions for suing for peace, one of the Japanese demands, was they had to repopulate Okinawa with these pigs because they killed all the pigs. So the Okinawans had no food source, so they had to repopulate it. One of the other things that were preposterous, that they won a victory.
Yes, renders the very concept of their having won a victory preposterous. Yes, it's
insanity. Yes.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Yeah, absolutely just absurd. But yeah, please.
So I'm going to try and upload a photo here from my file, and I'm going to put this in your private messages. By the way, I downloaded the messages you sent, the images you sent. Just remember in the future, send them in the. I guess it's okay. It's okay to send them here, but also try to send them in the private. Not these ones because I downloaded them, but do both because
I'll send you the original.
Yeah.
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 They're screenshots, but I'll send you the original, Douglas. So you got the original.
Okay.
As opposed to the screenshot. Yeah. So
Thank you.
Send them. I've got loads. Honestly, loads.
So
it's all for references. Yeah.
Right. I'm going to upload this image in both your private and the public call. So give me just a second here to see if I can.
Right, Douglas.
Yeah. Gonna see if I can open the file, then find it, without being too distracted by all my porn. So let's see. The majority of these files become overloaded with porn, and then it serves as a terrible distraction while I'm trying to find a particular image. So let me see if I can find this particular one. In the meantime, do continue with what you're saying, and I think that. By the way, what kind of tea are you drinking? We are curious about these things after all.
Coffee. Sorry, yeah, just coffee, Douglas.
Oh,
yeah,
you're a coffee drinker. You prefer coffee to tea?
Yeah, I don't mind tea at all, but yeah, certainly just for a caffeine fix, just to just get my brain going. I just drink caffeine. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I haven't drunk too much of it today because otherwise I get a bit jittery, and I prepared myself for the show today, so I didn't want to overdo it. So yeah, because it is quite potent. It's quite a potent substance, coffee.
I mean,
so,
do you have a brand? You have a brand you prefer?
No, it's just Nescafe, just a typical, and it's just just the normal. Yeah, it's not even proper coffee. It's just the tin stuff, just all the glass jar stuff. That's what I'm drinking. Yeah, so it's just, yeah.
And at work, do you have coffee in a thermos at work, or is it just pure water?
No, I don't. No, what I do, Douglas, is I just drink it in the morning before I leave home, and then I just depart for my duties. Yeah, and then obviously, when you go around people's houses, they would obviously, ask you if you want to. They'll offer you coffee or tea, and then.
Oh wow! No. No, you always say no.
Yeah, they always.
You've never accepted. Have you ever accepted any?
No, never. I've
Why?
never accepted it. No.
What?
No.
Why?
Oh, it's because of otherwise I'll be on the toilet. So a
Oh.
lot of people in that they will say. Often people say yes, but a lot of people say no. Otherwise, I'll just keep on running to the loo. So hence why I don't ever.
Right.
I just say
Go on.
yeah. I just drink in the morning before I leave, and then that usually sorts me out for the day.
Well, that's why.
Plus, helps me sleep better. Yeah.
No, that makes perfect sense. I mean, of course, somebody like me, just so people understand this, all of our bodies are different, of course, and it's a case-by-case basis. Somebody like me, I can drink, a 16-ounce can of Coca-Cola and go straight to sleep. That's because, obviously, people can attribute things to my vampirism, but the reality is human beings can be like this if they've just drank caffeine all their lives and just become, the body builds up a tolerance, what's called up a tolerance. Yes. But you're probably wise to avoid it at work because, especially when it's hot, because that can conceivably dehydrate you, conceivably. So obviously you're better off to stick with water. So I've just uploaded this image into both your private and on this phone call. Take a look at it. Open the image up in Skype, and I'd like to ask you a question. Now, you recognize that as Sir Oswald Mosley, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yes. Now, could you tell me why are the women so tall on the left? They're not wearing high heels. This is what I don't understand. These women are wearing flats. These women on the left of him, who are giving him the fascist salute, they're wearing flats, but they're extraordinarily tall. What are they? What the?
Yes, so that's quite alarming because they're wearing long skirts. You can't see anything underneath. You obviously there's obscure in it.
Well, you see the shoes on one. See the shoes on one. They're flats. They're not wearing heels. But they're incredibly tall. You can see that compared. Is this I don't think it's lens distortion. There might be just a bit of lens distortion, but what are they?
Place, don't it? It kind of looks out of place, like they were not supposed to be in the shot or something, because they're extremely tall, and comparatively speaking to
not just Oswald, but look at the people on the
rest
right.
of them behind him.
Yeah, the people on the right of him are like midgets. I mean, these are like the people on continental Europe. You notice the policeman's a little taller. Can you see the Bobby? The Bobby, it's not just his helmet. He's obviously taller than most of the people around him. This is a British policeman. They call him Bobbies, correct? Is that what they call him? I think.
That's it, Bobby. Yeah, Bobby. Yeah, they do. That's the answer. Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
and so the Bobby's obviously taller than the people on that side, but those women are like giants. I suspect they were selected because of his fascism for breeding purposes.
Yes, probably, Douglas. That's a very good point to make. Very valid point to make. Certainly a good assumption to make as well, which I'll definitely brings validity to that.
Because they were selected for their height and probably given.
They've got to be.
And because go on.
Because they're all tall. They're all tall, so they had to be selected.
Yeah.
It would have been like if they were like disproportionate with one another, you could like think, there's no it's all inclusion there.
Right.
It's not diverse. They're all selected for one reason. Because they're so tall.
Yeah, and thank you for these other images. I've received other images from George. By the way, in case you didn't notice, George sent me this one photograph, which is, of course, the rampage of the Marines in the Pacific where they're collecting Japanese skulls. The true horror lies in, there's a pair of skulls that are used for hood ornaments. And the horror of those skulls is one of them is a female skull. You can tell the difference in the size from the male skull, which would be to the right of the viewer. Looking at the photograph, it would be to the right. The woman's skull is to the right of the viewer if they were sitting in the Jeep. But if they're, when you're looking at the Jeep from facing the Jeep, it's to the right of your viewer is the male. And you notice that it's through their eye sockets that chains are run. Chains are run through their eye sockets, but one of them is a female, the other is a male. You can tell by the shape of the skulls. So again, this is all part of the hideous nature of the atrocities committed by American Marines in the Pacific. So Ian West is giving us some feedback here. He says, it's perspective. No, Victoria says superior genetics. And, V is right. And V, join us on the call. Feel free to join us on the call. And he says they're closer to the cam. No, Ian. No. No. It's obviously, they're selected. Don't forget, this man was an aristocrat. And he probably hired all of these women the way you would a maid and offered them payment for their services, but they could simply have been very tall women, and he was selecting them for breeding, not necessarily all with himself, but also with his private army. Remember, Britain operates on the regimental system, so technically the army was traditionally raised by the nobles, and this is because the nobles all had their own knights, and they raised their own peasants from the field. This is why the British Army is not a royal army. For those of you who do not know, the British Army is loyal, but not royal.
They're not royal.
The Air Force is royal. The Navy is royal. But the army is not royal because it originally came from a system of landed gentry who would raise their peasants for combat and say, you guys are going to be the foot soldiers, and their knights would serve as the shock troops and the elite. But when it came to the British nobility, based on that background, a aristocrat has a right, if he has the means, to raise his own army. You're expected, of course, to use it in service of the crown, which, and by the way, Oswald Mosley said he was perfectly willing. He later on relocated to Paris, maybe until he died. He lived in France. I'm not quite sure. But he always said he was ready to serve the British people. He was aware, of course, that he was right. He was aware that he was right. And so, and someday that will be acknowledged that he was right. All such being said, I thought about the perspective angle. Remember, I'm a professional illustrator and my son works with photography. So it's not like I don't know about perspective. No, these are definitely very tall women, as V said, selected for superior genetics for breeding. And if Britain had been under the guidance of Oswald Mosley, you'd have a very different population today. And but we will get back to that point. We will get back to that point at some point nearly in the future. Because Britain obviously is going to have to, face the reality of everything they were outlining in Alternative 3 as, shall we say, predictive programming for the population for what is ultimately now what we're facing now, what we're facing today. With the kind of empire that Britain will have in the near future, not too far from now, a Russian Raj, and don't laugh at that. The British have to basically strike back at the Russians for the Russians committing an act of war in their capital multiple times, committing acts of war.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The Novichok. Yeah.
Yes.
A weapon of mass destruction in the Salisbury Plain. Yes. It's just, And, that's an act of war. And so, when people say, when I was speaking to those work colleagues and they're like, they've done nothing to us, so why are we going to fight over there? It's like, no, they have deployed weapons of mass destruction on your turf, on your own
and
soil.
killed British citizens.
For fuck's sake. Excuse me, but yes, and it's just preposterous, these people that are saying that. It's the same with, like we were speaking of earlier, when people were saying, oh, these extraterrestrials, they're completely non-hostile, they're completely peaceful, and it's like, don't you understand that we're at war with them?
Yes.
It's the enemy that you're still legally at war with. It's just as preposterous as saying that. And there's so many people that say, oh, they've not killed anyone yet, they've not done anything. That's preposterous. It's the same thing that these people are saying about Russia. Yes. This is an act of war. And then, why do you have COVID? You're so pissed off with COVID. Instead of blaming your government, why don't you blame the people that perpetrated it?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
We wouldn't have had COVID if it wasn't for the Russians deploying their African swine fever in Ukraine.
Yes.
Oh, it was just absolutely, no, these people are just, just, I could go on.
It's outrageous. Yeah. It's outrageous. And, by the way, what I'm going to try and do for a moment here, I'm looking for something in particular. I think I've found it now. I've just got to try and get it out of my pile here of books without triggering a collapse of the books upon myself, which would result. My mother always told me. That I would die under a pile of books. That I would die buried alive under a pile of books. And she has no idea how close I've come to that several times. So Ian's typing again. Oh, by the way, so one of the posters that our man George has entered, How to Spot a Jap, which, by the way, in the Roswell and the Rising Sun, I talk about how my father was actually consulted for this particular propaganda poster.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and he's in his place. They're using a famous comic book character who was Ryan from Terry and the Pirates, this is actually from Terry and the Pirates, which was a very famous comic strip in its day. Terry is basically obviously in American service. But for some reason is allowed to wander around in civilian uniform with a young child, no less, who's accompanying him in wartime. And they're trying to show the difference between a chink and a Jap. It's extraordinarily funny, really. So you can look at this, and it's very humorous, very funny. But it's ultimately what's so bizarre about it, due to the technology of the day and the printing, or I don't know, maybe it was subversive on the part of the illustrator. You can take a look at the officer. What's supposed to be an American officer looks as Asian as fucking hell. Does that guy who's talking, he says, Ryan, you and Terry have been out in China, for a long time. Does he not look like an Asian to you? That guy looks fucking Asian as hell.
Yes.
It's just bizarre.
Yes.
I think the illustrator was subversive. It was like, fuck this racist bullshit. This was his way of getting back at the, the government orders to work this shit. So let me take. Yeah.
Because oh yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, because as I know you were going to go on to say, the whole point of it was that you couldn't tell them apart, that you would take them both out. So it wasn't just your allies, the Chinese, the nationalist Chinese. It was you wouldn't tell the difference between these Asian Pacific Islanders. You'd conclude that you would just see them as the same. So you wouldn't tell the difference between and they got it labeled as J for Jap and then C for Chink, and you couldn't tell them apart. So the whole point of that, and as you said, like with the illustrator, he's just stuff it. Let's make the white Caucasians look Asian too. So you just count the officers. Yeah.
Thank you. No, but it's so true. It's so true. George is absolutely right. Yeah, because and especially once the Americans unleashed biological weapons, which they had every intention of doing. They're certainly not going to discern between any different Asian races. It's
discriminate, are they? Yes, the biocidals. Yes.
It's shall we say, this is the madness of war in one sense, but in reality, no. The reality is the Americans always considered their expansion into the Pacific to be an extension of their American Indian Wars, which were which were all waged as genocidal wars. So ultimately, they are they've conducted every war until the Japanese defeated them in a genocidal manner. They were responsible for 3 million people slaughtered in the Philippines, the largest genocide, even larger than the World War I genocide, which came after that, the annihilation of 2 million Armenians by the Turks in World War I. The Americans in the Spanish-American War of 1899 killed 3 million Filipinos. Overwhelmingly Muslims. These were basically all the Muslims in the South. So, by the way, V says CV-19 or COVID-19 was... V, you can talk about this on air with us. Come on bandwidth. Yeah, we'll talk to you about this. She says it was pulled off by the multipolar world order. She's typing some more. And look, V, you can come on to explain these things with us. Rather than typing. And in interim, however, our man George can explain. In a sense, this is what I'll say disturbs me. What I'm going to presume is, what V says is technically correct. We have a multipolar world order. So the term she uses is not what people think. She says, and quite a few individuals. Yeah, so multipolar world order means there's multiple powers. So we do have multiple powers. It's a multipolar world order where we have the Chinese and the Russians on one side, the Americans on the other. And so what I'm doing is acknowledging V. I'm not ignoring our man Ian, but he's saying, by the way, George, the ball is rolling on the prosecution of the COVID culprits. And then he gives a name. Oh, thank God, V has joined us before I was going to name this ridiculous report. This ridiculous report cited by Ian West. So, honey, so good to have you with us. And give us a hint as to a status report, whatever you feel comfortable sharing about how you're doing.
Up and enjoying the conversation. I'm learning, so
I'll
just keep going. I'm pulling information on the whole. The other stuff, so
yeah, you're on speakerphone, right? Are you on speakerphone? V?
No.
Oh, okay. You're very glitchy. The technology of your audio quality is very glitchy. Yeah, is there a way to
No.
Is there a way to get around that? To get into You sound a little better now. But earbuds do wonders. Honestly, back in the old days of Art Bell and... Okay, go on. V, go on. Say something. Yeah.
So I have headphones in. I'm so sorry.
So much better now.
I just have terrible service. So I'm going to go on mute until I find what I need to find.
Okay. Well, we love you and appreciate you being here. And George wanted to say hi to you. So yeah, yeah, we'll finish that up when you get
Hello,
back.
Victoria.
Yeah. Hopefully
Yes,
you hear
it's
that.
great to have. Yes, thank you. And it's great to have you on, Victoria. So thank
Good morning,
you for joining
George.
us.
Good morning,
Yes.
everyone.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Good evening. Yes.
Oh, that's
So yeah, no, thank you, Victoria. So yeah, when you do return, yeah, please share whatever it is you wanted to share, and then we'll obviously respond with what we know. So yeah, if it's to do with COVID, I'm more than happy to go in that direction and just present the connection with Russia. It's something that's inescapable, so I look forward to presenting that certainly to yourself and the viewers.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's wonderful I'm glad you've joined us, because I always enjoy your participating and contributions when you do come on. Certainly, you and I have spoken in depth about 9/11 in the past, and certainly you're very acquainted with what I already know. So we always have great conversations regarding the aspect of 9/11. So yeah, no, thank you. So I'm grateful that you've joined us.
Yes, thank you. And
Yes.
certainly I can, only but reflect that. Oh, V's back with us. So, dear V,
Yes.
go ahead and share some of your own perspectives on this. But first, of course, we're interested in yourself as a person. What about how are things going? You said you were going to try applying for a job in a few more areas. Are you still blacklisted, blackballed?
Yeah, so far I had a call back and I had a phone interview recently, but we'll see. It's for a company that has denied me a couple of times. So I'm just sitting back and waiting for now. But so as far as I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but it's kind of like having to do with the flyers that I used to give out. And when it comes to every single aspect of fill in the blank is Jewish, right? Those flyers, I've got a bunch of them. You get on a bunch of lists for putting these out, and there's a flyer here for the COVID agenda. Now, you can view all of the flyers at gtvflyers.com. I'll drop it in the chat, but I'm also going to take a picture of these for you, just so you can see it is, although it is countries and governments doing this stuff, it is also individuals who have invested interest in lining their pockets, etc.
Yeah, so these flyers, where did you get them? Oh, she went mute. So she's go on, V.
Sorry.
Oh yeah.
I ordered them.
Okay.
I ordered them online from another individual.
Oh wow.
Let's just call everyone individuals now.
Yes.
But yes. But here I'll take a picture of these stuff for y'all and send it to ya.
Thank you.
So you can see I'm not doubting that Russia is evil and stuff. I get it. I think at this point all governments are effed completely. As we all know, they don't really let you be in government unless you're in the club. So, and then of course here we are. Another flyer I have here is every single aspect of the Ukrainian-Russian war. So, swish. So, I appreciate when people are trying to demonize, and this isn't there's people. We're talking about governments here, and so their government tends to pull the strings on many other governments. Sorry, go on.
No. I mean, when you're articulating a point, I want you to be able to articulate it as fully as possible. That's always important to us. And so I'm going to take a look at this flyer now, and it's okay. And Ian West says, my boy made those flyers.
Yeah, I bet.
I'm going to give him that hand sign, over my head, slapping my forehead emoji. And it might be true, of course, because
oh my goodness.
Yeah, Ian loves the conspiracy online. He lives online.
Well,
yeah, go on, honey.
I'm not sure if his boy is I forget his name now. It's been so long since I've been part of it. Handsome Truth. But I've actually heard a couple people claim to have had made these flyers, so we'll see.
Okay.
They definitely get
circulated.
They get you in trouble. They're the ones who, they were getting thrown in people's yards and stuff. So.
Oh wow, and so no, I can see why how would I say it? Your activism can get you in trouble. So yeah, be cautious. And when it comes to this,
I don't do anything anymore.
Yeah, understood, and it's for the best.
I'm not doing anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And believe me, you've made the right choice. Honestly, so such being expressed, aside from COVID, which we will return to, what about Ian West's "Thank you for ordering them," as if you were supporting him. This is cute. This is funny. So I mean, it like maybe he gets a commission or something. That's cute. But aside from COVID-19, what other subjects would you like us to be addressing this morning?
I'm having trouble making this app work. So I'm trying to take another picture and it's just letting me take a video. I don't know. I was trying to send something out. I'm not sure how to work technology these days. I feel like such a boomer.
No worries.
I mean, I don't know, but
honey, we all have challenges with these technologies. Honestly, unless you grow up using this stuff, it's pretty hard. I mean, even Aristides is an engineer, and he has problems with some of these apps and various technologies. Believe me. But such being said, Victoria, there we are. See, you've gotten something to us. There we have it. Let's take a look at this. So right now, V has given us a little bit of a. There we are. Every single aspect of the Ukraine-Russia war is Jewish. There's no denying, obviously, Volodymyr Zelensky is quite Jewish. I've heard that Putin might be Jewish by nationality of his mother. That might very well be true. I don't know. It says Holocaust deniers in Russia now face 5 years in prison. Interesting. Now that's interesting. We'll have to follow up on that and look into that. So.
But today, I believe this is an old flyer though, Douglas. So this is a slightly older flyer. So I think they've added now another country, Switzerland. I think now they are adding to the cannot question a certain event list.
Right.
I believe.
Right. Okay. I'm not surprised.
So
go on.
16 countries, I think.
Wow.
I think it's 16 countries.
Yeah.
That is. Yeah. In total.
Yeah, that will change. That will change simply because the Jewish people through Zionism are really showing themselves as they're not sympathetic. So they haven't rendered themselves sympathetic. But yeah, just to put this into perspective, for even though. Shall we say, I have a different perspective than that which is presented on these flyers, only in the sense that these flyers are very monofocal. They're very monofocal, and they emphasize elements of. Now, I'm writing a lot about Zionists and Jews in what I'm writing, which is kind of like my version of Hitler's second book, as I said. So it's not that I'm ignoring Jewish culpability for various activities, it's simply that here's another flyer in black and white from our lovely V, and thank you for this, honey. I'll download these just for the sake of record keeping. But what I want people to understand is that. Here's the way to look at things that are historically undeniable, and what I'm trying to point out in my I guess I'll call it my book. And obviously it's going to take some polishing, but it's I might even hand it to Peter Moon for review. As I said, my greatest problem is trying to make certain I don't overlap with the book we're publishing. But when it comes to the here we are. Let me find what I'm trying to do is this technology, the same one that we are complaining about. Is I'm using this technology to basically find my place in this book I'm writing, where I can reference the reality of what Christopher Columbus did. Now, when you take a look at Christopher Columbus and his crimes, what I'm trying to emphasize in this book is that the Jewish annihilation during Columbus's lifetime of the Native Americans was so incredible because of their spread of disease, their use of various techniques of mass genocide, and this included basically importing Canary Island pit bulls as the core of the breed of dog that was raised on human flesh to attack and eat Native Americans, including children, because they held contests as to how many Native Americans could be killed by hanging them on meat hooks and then butchering them with swords just to see how many bodies a single sword blade could cut through if you were galloping at pace on a horse past the stand that had these indigenous peoples hooked up on meat hooks. I mean, these were all described by the Catholic monks and priests who condemned Christopher Columbus and his rampage in the New World, for which Christopher Columbus was ultimately imprisoned. And this was a man who George and I could speak about in great detail. And of course, he was somebody who had actually a Jewish name. And he was very much a Jewish person who reported back to Jewish interests before he reported back to the Spanish royalty. And this individual, of course, also was a human child trafficker, just so people understand that. And took many of these Native American children and sold them as slaves. He was born Salvador Fernando Zarco. So it's not really Columbus Day, it's Zarco Day. And so this horrible individual, in his lifetime, 55 million Native Americans were slaughtered. And it was so many at that point already that it ultimately changed the climate of planet Earth in what is known as a necromantic winter, because it caused a reforestation not only of North America, where no Indians were left to cultivate the land. The trees reforested North America, and all of the black African slaves that were shipped over from Africa to replace the slaughtered Native Americans as a population of slaves, they were no longer cultivating their land back in West Africa, and that reforested. And this led to two supermassive carbon sinks that generated the Little Ice Age, as it's known. And by that time that it was fully, shall we say, afflicting our planet, people were ice skating across the Thames River in London. It was frozen solid, the Thames River, and children in particular would ice skate across it. This is kind of like the crime of a Jewish individual in conspiracy with other Jews to slaughter the native population of America and replace it with New Zion. In other words, what they felt would be the new Israeli population in the world, that this would be the new Israel. So this is something that is, you have to understand that when my biological father responded to what he perceived as Jewish aggression the Jewish diaspora declaring war on Germany in 1933, while people in Germany were starving, and he had to go into a full state of emergency because of their sanctions. Well, he viewed them realistically and logically as the enemy. All he was doing was acting as the agent of karma for the Jews who had perpetrated a far, far greater Holocaust. So you might argue that, well, do the numbers matter? Well, they do. They do in the sense that the higher the numbers, the more you impact our climate. When it gets to the point where you're killing so many people, whatever you can say about World War I or World War II, it didn't change the fucking climate, neither conflict. But Columbus and his Zionist conspirators killed so many people in the New World, they impacted our climate. This is profound. It is so incredible and also scientifically irrefutable, because people have done studies on this. And the end result was they also proved, of course, the number of secret Jews living in the United States. And this was due to the Inquisition. And many of the Jews said, oh, we've got to start this new Zion in the New World. And they all came and resettled here, far more than people realize. Now, of course, the Spaniards called them Moranos, or dirty pigs.
Yes.
Yeah, this is obviously not what they call themselves, but it's something that needs to be understood. That I'm trying to remember what the Jews called themselves who were part of this genetic record. I think it was conversos for false converts. They pretended they were Christians, but they really still secretly practiced their Judaism. This is why the Spaniards called them Moranos, or dirty pigs. So the genetic record has proven that people who shared ancestry with conversos, or the conversos themselves, full-blooded Jews, came to America in disproportionate numbers. That means they came here in waves of immigration. So they truly were trying to make this the new Israel. For the conversos persecuted at home, these fast-growing colonies in the New World seemed like an opportunity and an escape. By the way, the Spanish Inquisition reached the colonies as well, and they found those guilty of observing Jewish practices in Mexico. Well, they burned them at the stake if they were able to prove them as Moranos, or secretly practicing Jews, these so-called conversos. But by piecing together the genetic record, sampling DNA from people all across Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru by the thousands, and comparing their genetics to thousands of people all over the world, it turns out that nearly a quarter, 25% of Latin Americans share 5% or more of their ancestry with people living in North Africa and the Eastern Mediterranean, including self-identified Sephardic Jews. So we know that the Jews came here by the thousands to replace the Indians they were slaughtering, and they made their fortune on slavery, on the backs of black slaves. So understand that my biological father, Adolf Hitler, had to do what he had to do, and he did this in a very real act of vengeance, not simply for his own people, but for the Native American Indians, who he deeply admired, as most Germans admire Native American Indians. Understand that he's fighting the genocidal empire of the United States, of the Americas, and the Jewish overlords. This is something he was also fighting the Bolsheviks and their Jewish overlords, their commissars. So you're talking about a war which Hitler was on the side of righteousness, and will historically be ultimately recognized as such. Certainly the Jewish people are showing their true colors today, or at least the Zionists. And this is something that definitely needs to be, taken advantage of. The fact that they're exposing themselves for the monsters that they are, the hypocritical monsters. So with that being said, hopefully that puts some things into perspective. Now, somebody entered something, I guess it's in here. Everyone after the broadcast, watch this. Don't play it on air. Everything they're saying is kind of true. At least he's qualifying. At least he's qualifying his claims now. Disney scraps plans for New Florida. Okay. And, what? Disney scraps plans for New Florida? Was that the name of a theme park? Or were they trying to actually change the politics of the state? At any rate, so while I rehydrate myself and reclaim my voice, George and I take over for a bit and talk about this subject. Any subject you wish, but, the climate change. I'm going to remove my earbuds for just a minute while I safely remove a book from my pile here. Okay? So I'll be right back in a few moments. But in the meantime, George...
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. Yes, thank you very much.
Oh, and Victoria, V, by all means, talk with George. Now, concerning what I just said, V, please respond to that, by all means.
Yes, please, Victoria. Thank you.
Oh, I was just laughing because I felt like, yes, they're always talking about climate change, but the real climate change is amongst the people. Really, I feel the mistrust on both sides, on both parties. I feel like that's the real climate change that no one's really talking about on the big tube.
So you mean the climate change of public opinion?
But how have you been, George?
Yes, Victoria. No, I'm very well. But yes, please, please, by all means, please elaborate a bit more. Is that the change between public persuasion or public opinion?
Victoria? They're just. Oh, dang.
Sorry, honey? What was that?
Victoria's fine. Sorry.
Oh!
My phone's.
Wait, what did George say? Did he say V or did he say? He didn't say your last name, did he?
He said I don't know. It broke up.
Oh, okay.
No, it broke up. I'm fine with Victoria. That's great.
Okay, Victoria. We'll use
but
that.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the people have been kind of. But then again, it's like it was starting to change, and I feel like the whole Trump getting shot at thing is just another thing to spark up some upsetness. Like, it's just right before election, so I think people were getting too sick of even the Republican Party give favor to Trump again, or give him pity. I'm still waking up.
Maybe you're giving them too much credit. I think you're giving them too much credit, Victoria. They seem to be rallying behind Trump, and this is part of course, an ongoing problem. But politics will change. We'll just roll with this because I think that. Trump will do one thing. It was like I said in front of Nemo. If Trump wins, then obviously in a certain sense, Trump is an extinction level event. But in another sense, he does, he will be, of course, he'll force a civil war because what he's going to do is unacceptable. He has said he will revoke the 14th Amendment by executive order. And since he's packed the Supreme Court and they've already done everything he says, including revoking Roe versus Wade, something previously thought impossible, they'll certainly roll with him and render legal whatever he orders he gives. And if he revokes the 14th Amendment of our Constitution, then being born on the soil of the United States will no longer render you a United States citizen. And theoretically, that will automatically reverse the citizenship or abrogate it for all Black Americans who were given their citizenship simply by dint of being born on the soil of the United States. So when it comes to what he's going to do, this will trigger a civil war. But hey, at least it'll prepare the Americans for a dictatorship. It'll give me an opportunity to try and assume power through force majeure, which I believe will be the only way to really assume power in the United States. I certainly don't believe myself as an electoral politician. I look at myself as more like my biological father, the leader of a messianic movement. So at least the American people would have been, and their tolerance of a dictator would have been established by Donald Trump beforehand. That'll lead to at least a smoother transition of power via the force majeure or non-electoral imposition of power, which is what America is ultimately headed towards. Victoria, you have any opinions on that or any insights? Or?
Well, because I tend to sleep during the beginning of the round table, I do have a question about if it was discussed. I know it's been discussed on a bunch of the channels that I follow, but I haven't really clicked on anything having to do with the Trump shooting because I just didn't care.
Okay.
But my question is, a lot of the Christian people are questioning, could Trump be the Antichrist? Because it talks about in Revelation, let's see if I can actually find it here, but it talks about how it will appear like the beast gets like a mortal head wound, right? And then lives through it, and then everyone just loves him all the more. And so I'm not entirely sure this is that, but I'm wondering, has anyone brought that up so far on your show?
I would happily address that, but first let's have George Knight respond. So George Knight, what do you feel about that?
Oh, I did mention earlier one of the statements when he came out for the post-rally. It was, he's still conducting his rally campaigns. His post statement in response to the assassination attempt, he stated publicly that I have God on my side. I have God on my side.
Heard that.
Yeah, and he had people in the crowd with the same bandage as he's got. And I mentioned it to Aristides earlier, and I was like, when Douglas went with the button for a break, I was waiting for Douglas to return to respond about Biden. But yeah, I saw the response video, and you had Donald Trump address it, and he stated that, it's because I've God on my side. So he's personifying that stance that, if you vote for me because I've got God on my side, and the crowd cheered, and then they were crying. This is they tried to show some form of solidarity, which is what Aristides state. He concluded that with the response. So yeah, that's all I've got to add to that. That's just what I'm aware of, Victoria, from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So obviously, here's what I'll respond to. Now, bear with me. For those of you who don't understand, I got a medical education the wrong way by being a care provider for my parents. And by working with Michael Aquino, I got a theological education the wrong way. So I can speak about this. You've asked the right man. You've come to the right place, Victoria. And so we need to ask the question in response to that. Could American evangelicals even spot the Antichrist? There are biblical predictions, which of course we can reference. Now, because of my work with Michael Aquino and psychological operations, I was forced long ago to review every prophecy on the Antichrist. Of course, if I reread them now in context of today, it would blow anyone's mind. The Bible, obviously evangelicals feel that the Bible predicts the future with stunning accuracy, but for it to do so, many in the end times camp have always claimed that, they want evidence. I don't know if you yourself, Victoria, did you grow up in the rapture me out of here end times movement in a sense, or was that not part of your family per se?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. I was raised super reformed, the opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah. Now, of course, there are theologians. Most of these are seminarians who have actually gone to higher level universities. They tend to see biblical prophecies about the end as being events that were mostly fulfilled in the past. But obviously, many of our fellow Christians in America have warned us again and again over the years of, they would tell people who are seminarians, are educated theologians of the higher academia, that when the Antichrist comes, you're not even going to recognize him. Now, let's heed that warning. They've given us this warning. To honor that warning, let's turn towards identifying the Antichrist. Now, this has been like a parlor game in America for everyone forever. Americans love to pin the tail on the Antichrist. If our evangelical friends are correct, then...
But it's funny that they try to make Trump... Oh, just Trump... I love that they try to make Trump out when he's just a man. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like he's giving all these signs and stuff, but they're trying to make him into stuff. So I don't know. But sorry, go on.
Thank you. Well, it's a hard sell with Donald Trump. I can see that. Yes, he's a bit of a buffoon. I mean, he's like an American Boris Johnson. But such being said,
yes,
if it's possible that the Antichrist is on the global scene today, I, for one, myself, certainly wouldn't want to be the only person in the room who didn't recognize the Antichrist when I saw him. So, in case our listeners are a bit rusty in the area of biblical predictions about the coming Antichrist, and don't want to be oblivious if such a person were to arise, let's, for the moment, consider Douglas Dietrich, the son of Adolf Hitler, your chief antichristologist, who is more than happy to help you out. So here are the no-kidding, not satire, prophecies and signs of the Antichrist the Bible tells us to watch out for. And this might blow your mind by the time I'm done. First off, the Antichrist will be the leader of a nation that is a military superpower with the ability to trample and crush the entire earth. That's from the book of Daniel. I believe it's chapter 7, verse 23. The fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom upon the earth, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, and shall tread it down and break it in pieces. Now that verse alone helps us start by narrowing down the nations and times the Antichrist could possibly come from. The passage directly states he is from a nation that is very different from times before, and that it is powerful enough to crush and destroy the entire earth, likely a nuclear superpower, or simply one that's spewing a lot of pollution. Revelation also speaketh of the Antichrist and his prophet of having the power to call down fire from the sky, which further supports this notion of a nuclear superpower, with the ability to basically have launch platforms that can launch missiles intercontinentally. That eliminates Russia and China and leaves America, possibly Great Britain, maybe the French, and of course a few others, rogue powers. Thus, when considering the prophecy in light of the modern world, it most likely leaves the United States and a few high-tech powers, Japan and Taiwan, as unacknowledged in this capacity. See, simply having nukes like Iran doesn't cut it. You've got to be able to strike from the sky. As well, the Russians, of course, combined with the Americans, they both have over 6,000 warheads, but the Russians can't launch theirs. Not with any accuracy of coming back down. Or rather, they just blow up where they're at. Well, so bring us back to Revelation 17:15. Describes the Antichrist
13.
coming from... Oh, maybe? It might be 17:15. I'm not looking, okay?
Oh, sorry.
But no worries. It describes the Antichrist coming from a place where there are multitudes of peoples, nations, and languages, which would most accurately depict a melting pot nation like these United States. The Antichrist will be a man who is exceptionally arrogant and will be known for giving boastful speeches. Daniel, I think it's book 7, chapter 7, verse 8 in the book of Daniel, and Revelation chapter 13 and verse 5, in which, it was, I could hear his boastful speech. So as you keep your eyes peeled for the Antichrist, be sure to keep in mind that it won't be a quiet leader who is deceitfully humble and flies under the radar. No, the Bible says it will be someone who loves to give speeches where he boasts about himself. The Antichrist will be someone known for making a lot of public threats against people. I believe that's Revelation, book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 2, and the book of Daniel, chapter 7, verse 4, had a mouth like that of a lion. As we begin to assemble the biblical prophecies, Christians on guard should be looking for a king-like figure who loves to boast about himself, but who also loves to go around roaring like a lion, things like threats to his enemies and a constant verbal flexing of muscle, his tongue muscle. The Antichrist will be someone obsessed with winning. Revelation, book of Revelation, chapter 6, verse 2, and he was bent upon the conquering. In addition to your king-like figure who likes to run his mouth, the Bible tells us to be on the lookout for someone obsessed with winning. Of course, most people like to win, but this figure will be different. He will be so obsessed with it that he'll probably talk about it all the time. He might even fantasize about winning so much that one gets tired of winning. Trump's words. The Antichrist will come from among 7 tall hills that each act as a head. So, Revelation, book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 1, and chapter 17. And I saw a beast coming out of the sea with 10 horns and 7 heads, which stood for 7 hills. Now John the Baptist described the Antichrist, the beast, rising up from the sea as he looked out from the island of Patmos in a supernatural vision. The Bible describes the beast as having 7 heads, which symbolize 7 hills that stood up high. Hills also are metaphorical for places of power in the Bible. So if the Antichrist were to come in the present age, we'd be most likely looking for an American president known for being exceptionally arrogant, boastful, and threatening others, but who also came from 7 tall hills or places of power, one of which would need to be somewhere in the vicinity of where John was looking out into the ocean where the vision occurred. Well, let's go beyond coincidence and let's get into facts. 7 heads, maybe like potential headquarters. Well, Donald Trump owns at least 10 skyscrapers that I'm aware of. Apparently, only 7 of them are formally named Trump Towers. Trump Tower, New York City. Trump International Hotel and Tower, Chicago. Trump Towers in Istanbul. Trump International Hotel and Tower in Toronto. Trump World Tower in New York. Trump Towers in Sunny Isles Beach. And Trump Tower in Manila, capital of the Philippines. And well, in John's vision, he said that the 7 heads had horns on them. Some had just 1, some had 2, kind of like those antennas on top. And, of course, John's vision also said that the 7 heads all had someone's name written across them. Yes, Trump. And let's not even open the can of worms regarding the building on 5th Avenue. Yes, the same deal that was bailed out by Justice Kennedy's son before Kennedy surprised everyone and retired, giving Trump what had been a swing vote on the Supreme Court. Hashtag power move right there, right? So, bummer of an address, Jared. Glad you were able to offload that. 666. The Antichrist will cause people all over the globe to be filled with wonder and follow him, as in the book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 3. The whole world was filled with wonder and followed the beast. This verse also explains or speaks to the likelihood the coming of the Antichrist is more likely to be in the modern world instead of the ancient one. 2,000 years ago, it would not have been possible for people all over the globe to become fascinated by a political leader, let alone follow them. Some predictions and prophecies can be like horoscopes. They can appear to apply to anyone. And of course, I'm with the skeptics. When you get into stuff like numerology and interpreting seven-headed beasts, it's hard to know if something is an eerie coincidence or just plain silly. Honestly, I'd love for all of this to be a kind of clever witticism on my part, but just by not even doing the research, but operating from memory, at a certain point, the so-called coincidences simply get too specific. It's not funny. It's deeply unsettling. And by the end, well, just stick with me. The prophecies actually grow more specific, and your mind will still be blown yet more. As a Christian, my spirit is deeply unsettled by the conclusions we have to draw. The Antichrist will be a political outsider with a despicable character and a contemptuous personality who wins an election that no one expects him to win. This is in the book of Daniel, chapter 11, verse 21. A despicable person will arise, a man of contempt, to whom the royal honor has not been rightfully conferred. He will slip in when least expected and will seize the kingdom through flattery and intrigue. And when looking to identify the Antichrist, the Bible starts to help us with some really specific prophecies based on what the Bible predicts. The most likely scenario for the arrival of the Antichrist would be a candidate for president who came from the private sector, not of royal background, being found with despicable morality along with a contemptuous personality who campaigned on flattery and lies, but somehow went on to win an election no one expected him to win, leaving the country stunned. The Antichrist will give speeches where he speaks great things, and then about things that are even greater, as in, Make America Great Again. The book of Daniel, chapter 7, verse 20, he had a mouth that spraketh great things, and that seemed greater than its companions. This should be about the point where some of you get some goosebumps and a little freaked out. Yes, in warning us of the Antichrist, the Bible predicts in both Daniel and Revelation that when the Antichrist cometh, he'll not only be the contemptuous and arrogant political outsider who pulls an upset in the election, but warns us that he'll specifically be speaking of great and greater things along the way. The Antichrist cometh to power through collusion with a secret alliance who uses disinformation to help him win, even though he has but a minority number of supporters. In the book of Daniel, chapter 11, verse 23, after an alliance is made with he will practice deception, and he will goest up and gain power with a small force of people. So, ye knowest, according to God's holy and infallible word and all, one of the other major signs to warn us of the arrival of the Antichrist would be an election where someone won with fewer supporters and where it was also proven that an evil outside power meddled with the process to specifically put that person in office. I, of course, originally, back in the days before COVID, could never imagine that the empire would turn a blind eye if that ever happened, especially for our evangelical friends who always tell us we need to always be on guard for the arrival of the Antichrist. The Antichrist's rise to power will seem like a miracle that God performed, tricking people into following Satan instead of God without even noticing. As in the second book of Thessalonians, chapter 2, verse 9. The arise and power of the lawless one will be in accordance with how Satan works. He will use all sorts of displays of power through signs and wonders that serve the lie. Evil is evil, but evil is not stupid, or at least Satan is not. When the time cometh to make his power move in the human story, he'll find a way to not only make evil palatable, he'll try the ultimate bait and switch by making God himself seem responsible for this evil. What better way to get a hit in than to do it and make it look like God actually did it? When the Antichrist cometh, be sure to look for powerful religious folk claiming it was a miracle from God. Franklin Graham, the false prophet. He did everything wrong politically. He offended gays. He offended women. He offended the military. He offended black people. He offended the Hispanic people. He offended everybody. And he became president of the United States. Only God could do that. As president, the Antichrist will immediately find ways to make himself and his friends richer, and he will do it in a way no president had ever done before. Book of Daniel, chapter 11, verse 24. Then he will distribute among his followers the plunder and wealth of the rich, something his predecessors had never done. In that verse, the Bible continues down the path of helping us get more specific about the rise of the Antichrist so we don't miss it when we see it. He says that the Antichrist will be unique from all other presidents before him in the way he will be able to use the presidency to instantly get richer and toss lots of money over to his friends. While all modern presidents are wealthy and politicians give us kickbacks, Daniel indicates, the book of Daniel, something will be different about this president, and that he will uniquely profit off the presidency in a way that previous presidents never imagined. This prophecy could likely only be fulfilled if a rich business person were to win a deceptively influenced election and then serve as president with some sort of business structure that got he and his friends richer and richer just from being president. If such a thing were to ever occur, you might likely hear a government oversight, body state, something to the effect of, the president has turned the government of the United States into a money-making operation for his family, his friends, and himself. This is exactly what they stated about Donald Trump. Now, once in power, the Antichrist will reveal that his heart wants to make alterations to the appointed times that are in current laws. In the book of Daniel, chapter 7, verse 25, he will try to change the set times and laws. What's fascinating is that the Bible never tells us he actually succeeds or does change the appointed cycles, but that he expresses wanting to change them. What would it look like to express an interest in changing laws around cycles and appointed times? It would be likely that the Antichrist will want to change elections, skip, slash, and or delay an election, or extend term limits, etc. Thus, what the Bible says of intending to alter laws for appointed times. The Supreme Court has again and again extended Trump's trials so that they go past Election Day so he can be elected as president and then declare himself, well, he would pardon himself. And, how do I say this? The Antichrist will make fake news popular and will be a chronic liar. His followers will believe his delusions because they hate the truth. In the book of Daniel, chapter 8, verse 25, and the second book of Thessalonians, chapter 2, verse 10, he will cause deceit to prosper, and he will consider himself superior. He will use every kind of evil deception to fool those on their way to destruction, because they refuse to love and accept the truth that would save them. Daniel 8 and 2 Thessalonians 2 are incredibly descriptive warnings to help us recognize the Antichrist. Predicting that under his rule, deceit will prosper, warns us to look for someone who calls the truth fake news, and who is known for constantly lying. In fact, the Antichrist lies so much that the Bible stops calling him the Antichrist and starts calling him the liar, using the definite article for effect, as if he begins to personify fake news and lies to the point where it becomes his title, the liar. The Antichrist will reward those who are completely loyal with powerful positions and lucrative real estate deals. In the book of Daniel, chapter 11, verse 39b, he will greatly honor those who acknowledge him. He will make them rulers over many people, and will sell them land at a price. No kidding. The Bible predicts the Antichrist will be someone who negotiates powerful real estate deals with his friends. The Antichrist is someone in need of constant affirmation, so the Bible predicts he will use his position to surround himself with blind loyalists who honor and submit to him. To spot the Antichrist as the Bible predicts, look for a president who giveth high-level positions away on the basis of personal loyalty. While all politics involve a level of this, the Bible calls the Antichrist a worthless shepherd. So he will likely have a cabinet of leaders in disarray and incompetence, with many being blatantly unqualified, or even a bunch of them going to jail, as has already happened. If that's not enough to help us identify the Antichrist, the Bible throws us a major bone. He'll be a president experienced at negotiating land and property deals, and he'll have access to plenty to buy and sell. While some prophecies are general enough to fit certain leaders here and there, thankfully, the most holy book of the Bible giveth us some rather specific clues to also look for, like a rich and arrogant political outsider who happens to be in the business of negotiating land and property deals. The Bible says that we'll be able to spot the Antichrist because he will give an arrogant public speech in the middle of his first term where he boasts of great things, but also uses God's name as a curse in the same speech. In the book of Revelation, chapter 13, verses 5 through 6. And there was given unto him a mouth speaking of great things. It's in quotes in the Bible. And blasphemous words. And he opened his mouth, saying terrible things, and blasphemed the name of God. I mean, if this were to happen, all my end times friends would spot it, would they not? Revelation 13 very specifically tells us that somewhere in the middle of his first 3.5 years in office, the Antichrist will give a very specific and telling speech. He will arrogantly brag of his accomplishments and great things, and will also use God's name, or rather abuse it, in a way considered to be blasphemy. This would be exceedingly eyebrow-raising for any serious Antichrist hunter were this to ever happen in a presidential speech, right? Well, just go through Trump's speeches and you'll find everything you need. Wow. The Antichrist will draw strong support from many Christians as if they are willfully blind and outright delusional. In the book of Matthew, chapter 24, verse 24, and the second book of Thessalonians, chapter 2, verse 10, for false Christs and false prophets will arise and appear to perform great signs and wonders so as to lead astray, the word great being in quotes in the Bible, if possible, God's own people. He will use every kind of evil deception to fool those on their way to destruction. Here they're referring specifically to Christians, true believers. Sorry, but I'm old enough to remember when revivals were for God and blasphemy was a serious sin. The Antichrist will spend his first term in office having an ongoing feud with the leadership of the nation on his southern border. In the book of Daniel, chapter 11, verse 25, he will stir up his strength and courage against the king of the south. Think of Mexico. Oh, what is it that they're always bitching about? Oh, up from Mexico. Creepy coincidence? The entire Antichrist narrative of Daniel 11 is situated around a conflict along the southern border where the Antichrist is wanting something that the king to his south will not give him. Based upon the whole of Antichrist prophecies and the common thread of money and greed, it certainly appears to be money that Trump wants from this nation to his south. The Bible predicts that negotiating a deal will be hopeless, as neither side is willing to budge. The Antichrist hates the leadership south of his border and hates his people. Not surprisingly, the Bible says they aren't big fans of the northern king. I think that's verses 11, verses chapter 11, verse 27. Scripture tells us that negotiations never get off the ground, as kings to the south don't want to give the Antichrist anything. It also says that the Antichrist will go down to the southern border as things heat up. There is a crisis where both sides have troops along the southern border, and that the Antichrist will return home with a large sum of money shortly thereafter. Another interesting coincidence, in April of 2019, Trump toured the southern border and returned home days later to the Pentagon, awarding him $1 billion United States dollars toward his border wall. The Bible also says that even though the Antichrist will come home with a large sum of money, that he's even more furious about everything thereafter. Maybe the money wasn't enough for what he wanted and didn't know where the rest would come from. The Antichrist will be so angry at the king to his south that he will decide to intentionally inflict harm on that ethnic group in retaliation. In the book of Daniel, chapter 11, verse 28, he will set himself against the people, doing much damage before continuing his journey. Yes, you're tracking with me correctly. The Bible predicts the Antichrist will be an arrogant political outsider who talks about great and greater things, who wins an election where he has less supporters due to the election being tampered with, who then instantly gets rich off the presidency and spends his time in a feud with the president across from his southern border. And yes, the Bible actually says that after negotiations fail at the southern border, he decides to get even by intentionally inflicting harm and distress on that ethnic group. But where you can get ready to have your mind blown with what Zechariah's prophecy about the coming Antichrist sayest on this matter, especially in light of what Daniel tells us regarding the Antichrist's retaliation along the border, there will be a leader over the land who will not help the ones who are dying. He will not go looking for the young who got lost, or care for the children. He won't help the ones who are sick or broken, or even give nourishment to the hungry ones who are still healthy. That's the book of Zechariah, chapter 11, verses 16 through 17. Think of all the children ripped from their parents as a deterrent from crossing into the northern kingdom, refugees being locked in cages without adequate care, some dying in our custody, children still missing, are given for adoption, even though they were not orphans. Yes, the Bible references the worthless shepherd who will do that, also known as the Antichrist. Think of immigrations and customs enforcement. Needest I say more? Well, I must. Still need a few more warning signs from the Bible to identify the Antichrist. Apparently, God does not want us to miss this, because the last few drive it all home. The book of Daniel, chapter 11, verse 44. The Antichrist will be furious over rumors and reports that comest from the east and north, and will fly into fits of rage as these reports surface. As quoted from the Bible directly, per my memory, but reports will trouble him from the east and north, and he will set out in a tremendous rage to destroy and wipe out many. That's right, in the middle of the Antichrist's feud along the southern border, he will hear troubling rumors and reports that specifically comest from the eastern and the northern parts of the country. The Bible goes on to predict that the rumors will frighten him and leave him so furious that he has fits of rage and will want to destroy people over those reports. The Antichrist will appear to receive a wound he cannot recover from, but will survive to put down the first attempts to remove him from office. In the book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 3, he appeared to be fatally wounded, but the fatal wound was healed, and the whole world was amazed. And of course, when Trump squeaked by in the Russia investigation due to internal Department of Justice policy, which does not allow for the indictment of a sitting president, and because the jury who decided the outcome of his impeachment trial announced the outcome before the trial was even held. Now, in the book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 4, after he survived the wound, they worshipped the dragon, who gavest power unto the beast. And they worshipped the beast, saying, who is like unto the beast. The Antichrist will have the nation's most powerful religious leader influencing the country for him. This leader will try to convince Christians that the Antichrist is God's pick and that we need to support him. In the book of Revelation, chapter 13, verses 11 through 12, "And then I saw a second beast, comest from the earth, who looked like a lamb, but spraketh like a dragon, and it deceived the inhabitants of the earth." The Bible predicts the Antichrist will survive this near-fatal wound to his rule, but then goest on to tell us he will need the most powerful religious leader in the country to help him solidify support among the religious in order to stay in power, specifically around the 3.5-year mark. Now, 3.5-year mark indicated re-election season, which, well, just reflect upon history in our times. The prophecy describes a political and/or/religious alliance, where the most influential religious leader in the country goeth around speaking to large groups, displaying any and all religious credentials he can muster in order to generate support for the Antichrist rule to last more than just 3.5 years. During the rule of the Antichrist, there will be a global pandemic that will kill many people. The book of Revelation, chapter 8, verse 10. "And many people died from the waters that had becomest bitter." The Bible predicted that during the rule of the Antichrist there would be a global pandemic where an illness enters the country from a foreign place, spreading in liquid form, as in aerosolized coughs and sneezes, and ends up killing many, many people in the nation and globally. During the pandemic, the Antichrist would never prioritize the vulnerable. As predicted in the book of Zechariah, chapter 11, verse 6, "There will be a leader over the land who will not help the ones who are dying." When the pandemic hit, we were supposed to be on the lookout for a leader who delayed action, even though he knewest people would die. Someone who publicly spread scientifically false information that he knew would get people killed, and someone who was in far more of a hurry to get back to winning than he ever was to help the sick and the dying. That prophecy has already come to pass. During the rule of the Antichrist, people will begin having strange and vivid dreams, as in the book of Acts, chapter 2, verse 17. "In the last days, God saith, I will pour out my spirit on all people. Your sons and daughters will prophesy. Your young men will see visions. Your old men will dream dreams." Well, recently people have begun having strange and vivid dreams all across the country, and scientists have been busy trying to explain why it's happening. The New York Times reported that the query on Google, "Why am I having weird dreams lately?" has quadrupled, basically increased by orders of magnitude, a magnitude of 4. Even National Geographic had a full article on the spike of people reporting having strange dreams. During the rule of the Antichrist, there will be food shortages and a huge spike in food prices, but will be a surplus of oil that remains cheap. Understand then our inflation and why you can't afford to feed yourself or your family. This is the book of Revelation made real, chapter 6, verse 6. 12 pounds of wheat for a day's wages, and 6 pounds of barley for a day's wages, and do no damage the oil. The oils kept on flowing because of friends in the Middle East. The Bible predicts that there will be food shortages that cause this dramatic inflationary spike in food prices, while leaving some commodities untouched. In March and April of 2020, many Americans had their first experience of walking into a grocery store and finding the shelves completely bare. This period also marked the largest price increase in American food prices since 1974's hyperinflationary spell, at a time when oil was at such a surplus that, for a moment, it had a negative price. During the reign of the Antichrist, those who are wise to what is happening will rise up and resist in a period of civil unrest that will get a lot of attention. They will face violence from security forces and receive no help from the Antichrist. In the book of Daniel, chapter 11, verse 33, those who are wise will instruct many, though for a time they will fail, they will fall by the sword, or be burned, or captured, or plundered. When they fall, they will receive a little help, and many who are not sincere will join them. So how do we know the time is at hand and that the Antichrist is in power? Well, according to the book of Daniel, look for a period of civil unrest where those who resist speak out against the culture of the Antichrist. Protesters will face violence from security forces. Some will fall and get no help when they do. And their movement will be co-opted by opportunists whose motive is to plunder or loot, but who are not sincerely members of this resistance movement. The Antichrist will use his armed forces to remove people from the area surrounding a church and will do something detestable in front of it, as Trump did in front of the church in Washington, D.C., when he ordered a United States general to turn against the American public he had sworn to defend, all while holding up a Bible. In the book of Daniel, chapter 11, verses 29 through 33, his armed forces will rise up to desecrate the area surrounding the temple so that they can set up the abomination that leaves the area empty. Trump surrounded that church in Washington, D.C. with the military and emptied it. In ancient times, God followers went to the temple to sacrifice, worship him, and gather together. The Bible tells us that during the rule of the Antichrist, there will come a time when churches do not gather like they used to. It further tells us, both in Daniel and then mentioned by Jesus, the risen Christos, I think before he rose, himself, in Matthew, the book of Matthew, chapter 24, that the Antichrist will use the military to clear out the area outside a church until it is empty and desolate. Once the area is cleared, the Antichrist will do something just outside of the church that is an abomination unto God. Well, on June 1st of 2020, Donald Trump had federal officers fire tear gas, a weapon outlawed under the Geneva Convention because it kills people who are immunocompromised, elderly, or infants, and employ rubber bullets, fire them on peaceful protesters, breaking chins, bones, noses, cracking open faces, so that people needed facial repair in Washington, our own capital in the District of Columbia, all to make the area desolate so that he could walk to a local church for a staged photo op. It was not a church he ever attended. He prefers to play golf on Sundays, in case you didn't know. And the photo op was to help him with conservative religious voters. What is also revealing is that the Bible tells us in the very next verse that after the Antichrist engages in this act in front of the church, he will flatter and compliment Christians who have betrayed their faith to follow him. In an interview after his staged event, Trump said that religious people were happy he did it and mentioned Franklin Graham and Robert Jeffress, offering them both much flattery. The pastor of the church itself was absolutely furious that he would not only do this to peaceful protesters in front of the church, but that he would abuse their church and a Bible from inside as a photo op, a Bible which he held upside down. They even threw the priest off church property in order to do this. The Antichrist will see himself as being above everyone else, as if he had no need for God. He will eventually elevate himself as the God and King of Israel. Remember that Israels all agree Trump is the best president Israel ever had. I think it's the second book of Thessalonians, chapter 2, verse 4, and the book of Revelation, 17. And he will exalt himself above all, so that he sets himself up in God's own temple in Israel, proclaiming himself to be God. However, it's hard to imagine this actually happening. I don't know if I've ever met a professing Christian who saw themselves as being so flawless or had zero reverence for God. Well, we have to take that back now. Never mind the admission that Trump's never seen a need to ask God for forgiveness for anything, or saying, "Why should I repent if I haven't done anything wrong?" Why, it was in the last year of his presidency, the last half year, he did something that seemed unthinkable. Donald Trump, just as the Bible predicted, setting himself up like he's God, well, the God and King of Israel. Beyond words, this is what Antichrist looks like. But you know what? He's not the God of Israel. He doesn't worship or even know the God of Israel. But are you ready for something, well, for some Antichrist trolling about 2,600 years in the waiting? Well, we know the Antichrist hates God and doesn't worship him. But the Bible does actually let us in on a secret and tells us who the Antichrist does worship. And a spoiler here, it's not actually Satan. Now, according to the book of Revelation, chapter 11, verses 1 through 2, and 13 through 5, and the book of Daniel, chapter 7, verse 25, the Antichrist will be a one-term president. The Bible says that the Antichrist will be given power to rule for approximately 3.5 years. It doesn't say that his rule ends exactly at 3.5 years, but rather indicates the bulk of his season of power is limited to that span of time. In an American context, this makes complete sense, as the 3.5 year mark is when the focus of a president either shifts to re-election, or in the case of a 12-term president, this period often becomes the lame duck period, where many presidents functionally lose their power and influence, as Biden is doing now. To keep your eye out for the Antichrist, I would look for a president who is able to rule quite powerfully for the first 3.5 years, but who then either completely shifts his focus to re-election or sees his power and influence slip away as election season takes over, and who loses in the end. The Antichrist will attempt to stay in power, but will be defeated by the nation's courts. As in the book of Daniel, chapter 7, verse 26, "But then the court will convene, and all his power will be taken away." So could you spot the Antichrist? Since the Bible gives us a boatload of clues, and this is another unique one that will stand out in American history, the Bible tells us that after the 3.5 year mark, the rule of the Antichrist will come to an end. In an American context, this can only mean the Antichrist loses his re-election bid the first time. Because, however, Daniel 7 tells us it will not end there, meaning it is highly likely the Antichrist has never accepted the election results and attempts to find some other way to stay in power. But the biblical prophecy to look for is this. The Bible tells us that the nation's court system will sit in judgment over the matter, and that they will rule against the Antichrist, or rather, the liar, as the Bible calls him, and that their ruling will be the final blow that brings his rule to an end. The Antichrist will worship the god of border walls. For real. The Bible says it in print. In the book of Daniel, chapter 11, verses 37 through 38. He will show no regard for the gods of his ancestors, or for the one desired by woman, nor will he regard any god, but will exalt himself above them all. Instead of them, he will honor a god no one will have heard of before, the god of fortresses, and he will worship this god with a lot of money. I could never make this shit up. Yes, the Bible actually saith that instead of worshiping the one true God, the Antichrist worships an unknown god of fortresses. But what does this word fortress literally translate into? Well, my mother was a linguist, and I carry on her skills as best I can. Border walls that secure a city or country, that's what. Yes, the Bible says the Antichrist will worship the god of border walls. Some commentaries argue it's not even referencing a real deity, though some think it was the god of towers, like a gate tower. But instead note that it is likely the Antichrist is so obsessed with a border wall, worshipping it with a lot of money, that it functionally becomes his god. Yeah, trolling from long since dead guys. Fucking priceless. The Antichrist's most devoted followers will wear a sign of their allegiance unto him upon their foreheads. As the book of Revelation 13, so sayest, and they received a mark on their right hand or upon their foreheads. And we all thought it was going to be a barcode or a microchip. No, it's a red MAGA hat, people. The final biblical prophecy on the Antichrist from the book of Daniel, chapter 11, verse 32. But the people who truly know God and remain faithful will firmly resist him. That's in quotes in the Bible. With flattery, he will corrupt those who have violated the covenant. But the people who know their God will firmly resist him. Yep, even the name of our movement is mentioned in the Antichrist narrative. So in the end, what do I myself, the son of Adolf Hitler, believe theologically on the subject of eschatology after this little whirlwind tour from the compartments of my traumatized mind? I know it's this much. When the Antichrist cometh, I'm not going to be the one guy in the room who does not recognize him. Now, the question then that is rendered inevitable, then we'll do our best to try and bring our dear friend back. He left amidst my lecturing. Let's ask that question and I'll respond to myself. Exactly, is Donald Trump the Antichrist? Well, when Ari Melber opened his MSNBC show, The Beat, with a fascinating rant comparing Donald Trump and his attorneys to the role of Al Pacino plays as Satan in the movie titled The Devil's Advocate, a movie that Melber himself noted was shot in Trump's own apartment in Trump Tower, was where the devil lived. People claiming religious inspiration and manipulating American political systems for what they say are religious reasons have become a really big fucking deal during the Trump era. It's the new Republican thing, even among elected officials. And they have a lot of money behind them. A Chicago businessman, according to media reports, gavest 1.6 billion United States dollars with a capital fucking B to Leonard Leo, who Clarence Thomas called the number 3 most powerful person in the world, and the organization Leo runs. Leo, you probably don't remember, was a major force in getting hard-right Christian fundamentalists onto the Supreme Court, which then opened the door to taxpayer money being used to fund religious schools and to coercing students to participate in school prayer. If there's a single person most responsible for the end of Roe versus Wade, it's arguably Leonard Leo. And for many working on his project, Christianity is at the core of their activism. Commentators across the political and religious spectrum pointed out how Christian nationalism, as promoted in the early 1900s by the Russians who gavest way to Bolshevism, and today by the Republicans, is undertaking an effort to rewrite our Constitution, our laws, and even our social compact, which raises, again, the difficult question that becomes all too inescapable. Is Donald Trump the Antichrist? Whenever I've been asked up to this point, where Victoria brought it out of me, I passed on drawing a conclusion. But then the lines, well, it all lines up. All kinds of people can offer their proofs that Trump is, in fact, the evil one, comest to ravage the earth. It's a fascinating question, whether put literally or metaphorically. Asking the question literally requires a belief in the actual reality of a Son of God, Christ figure, and of an Antichrist opponent of nearly equal but opposite power. This sort of thing fills the Bible. But first consider the question from the secular perspective, which argues these trois terms represent at their core metaphors for the embodiment of good and evil. In this context, then, a more accurate question is Donald Trump an Antichrist? As I've said before, there's more than one Antichrist in the Bible. Well, in the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus Christus spraketh in the plural, the plurality, when he predicted false prophets who cometh to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravening wolves. After warning that grifters and con artists, in secular terms, would try to exploit his followers, he said, "By their fruits ye shall know as them." Trump's fruits are pretty fucking obvious. More than 20 women have accused him of rape and sexual assault. Hundreds of contractors, customers, and employees have accused him of stealing from them or refusing to pay them, or both, as have members of his own family. Throughout his presidency, he was recorded to have lied over 30,000 times. He pit Americans against each other by race, religion, and region in an effort to tear our country apart and thus weaken opposition to his authoritarian rule. He openly encourages violence against unarmed people at multiple rallies and encourages state violence at speech speeches to chiefs of police. He tried to overthrow and end our very democracy. He's embraced murderers, kleptocrats, and strongmen rulers while ridiculing Western democracies and their elected leaders. He tried to damage or dismantle political and military systems designed to keep peace in the world, including the United Nations, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and the Iran JCPOA, or the nuclear deal to keep Iran conventional and non-nuclear, which he tanked. He reaches out to Jesus, the risen Christos' followers, and then directs them toward bigotry, violence, and hatred. As an object of admiration and a role model, he's replaced Jesus Christ himself in many white evangelical congregations. He has delighted in tearing children from their parents and putting them in cages as if they were dogs. He tried to end Americans' access to life-saving medical care by killing Obamacare and privatizing Medicare. He watched on television.
I will say, though,
I'm sorry, honey?
Obama also had kids in cages.
Thank you, honey. But Donald Trump...
Sorry. But also, I didn't want to give him that much credit because he had such a fake tan.
Thank
you.
you.
I'm going to give him more credit because of all this stuff that you're telling me.
I hear you. Appreciate it. Thank you, honey. But Donald Trump watched on television like a delighted child as his followers killed a police officer, sent 140 other police officers to the hospital, and attempted to murder his vice president and the Speaker of the House. Trump lied about COVID after disclosing the truth to Bob Woodward in February of 2020, causing more disease and deaths in America than any other nation in the world, making him guilty of pandemicide against the American people. The main reason many Christians freak out about an antichrist running around loose is that following him will get you banned from heaven or even cast into hell itself. But what did Jesus, that guy Trump's white evangelical followers claim as their savior, what did he say was actually necessary to get into heaven? Now, my father, my legal father, was a Roman Catholic, baptized. He, like my biological father, Adolf Hitler, both remained Catholics till the day they died. Well, one of them is dead. The other we don't know. But there was a time in 1998 when I had them both upon my mind, when I saw Pope John Paul II basically sitting through an open-air concert with about 30 VIPs, these VIPs, these very important persons, including the leader of United Germany's Bundestag, for more than an hour, surrounded by the splendor of Castel Gandolfo, the Pope's summer palace on the rim of an extinct volcano overlooking Lake Albano. Now, His Holiness's forceful comments at that time, after the concert, reminded me of Jesus' words in Matthew 25, the parable of the sheep and goats. It's an amazing 2,000-year-old story that tells us everything we need to know about today's so-called Christian politics. Jesus' disciples had gathered around him in a private and intimate setting, Finally, they thought they could ask him straight up the question that had been haunting them, particularly now that at that time the Roman authorities were starting to talk about punishing or even executing them all. How they could be sure to hang out with him in the afterlife. Jesus told them that at the end of days he'd be sitting on his throne separating the sheep from the goats as a shepherd divideth. The nations of sheep would goest with him unto heaven, the goats unto hell. I think the quote was, "For I was an hungered, and ye gave us me food." So he told his disciples, he would say as to the sheep, "I was thirsty, and ye gave us me a drink. I was stranger, and ye took me in. Naked, and ye clothed me. I was sick, and ye visited me. I was in prison, and ye came unto me." Now at this point his disciples, who had never, ever seen Jesus hungry, thirsty, homeless, sick, or naked, because when you can pull fish out of a barrel and shit, you don't go through any of that, they all freaked out. "Whoa!" they shouted. To paraphrase them, they essentially said, "We're fucked." So they asked, all panicked, "When saw we thee and hungered and fed thee? Or thirsty and gave thee drink? When saw thee a stranger?" Or where, rather, something along the lines of, "When saw we thee a stranger and took thee in? Or naked and clothed thee? Or when saw we thee sick or in prison and came unto thee?" And Jesus reassuringly replied unto his sheep, "Verily I sayest unto you, inasmuch as ye have done it unto the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me." This is the only place in the Bible where Jesus explicitly tells his disciples what acts they must perform in their entirety to get into heaven. Feed the hungry, care for refugees, house and clothe the homeless, heal the sick, and have compassion on those in prison. And that's it. It's a list that is quite literally the opposite of everything that Donald Trump advocates, stands for, or has ever done in his sordid, misspent career. Much the same can also be said of many of his followers, and those in the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party cult and conservative movement who are working so hard to end the socialist welfare state and to block government interference in stopping climate catastrophe, which is, as you are hearing the very words I speak, killing children across the world. While biblical scholars are split about who the actual beast was that John referenced in his revelation, many consider it to have been a politically necessary cloaking of the identity of the Roman Emperor Nero. It was clearly a political figure who represented the antithesis of the values and works Jesus laid out in the Sermon on the Mount and in Matthew 25. A leader whose actions unleashed a pale horse, and his name that sat upon him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto they over the fourth part of the earth to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. I don't know if you know this. But in the language of Latin, which obviously I speak, and in multiple other languages, maga means magic. It indicates a sorcerer. Trump's grandfather's name when he immigrated to America to start a whorehouse in the Pacific Northwest was Drumpf. D-R-U-M-P-F, which meant the dump of a turd, which he changed to Trump for obvious reasons. John in German is Johann. Therefore, his actual name is Donald Johann Drumpf. Each name having 6 fucking letters. Geometrically, numerically, 666. As was true of Ronald Wilson Reagan, but we digress. Trump armed the Saudis for their merciless bombing war against Yemen, which has 5 million people dying under famine conditions as the Saudi military blocks all food arrivals. Donald Trump's family owns 666 Fifth Avenue. He has fooled millions of evangelical followers of Jesus, just as the beast was supposed to do. He put his own red hat MAGA mark upon all their foreheads, and they accepted this not just willingly, but gladly and fanatically. All the proof I need that Trump is, if not the biblical Antichrist, he's at least a political one, and all the proof I need is in what he does and says, or what he says and does, more accurately, because his fruits tell us all we need to know about who he really is. Now, of course, we can bring Victoria back on for some rejoinders. So, honey love, feel free to take over. My voice is spent.
Oh my gosh, that was so fantastic, Douglas. I cannot thank you enough. I put in our private chat box here in the group that I was flipping around more than like most Bible sermons and stuff. So I thank you so much.
Well, you brought it out of me, honey. It takes someone like you to bring this out of myself.
Yeah.
Of course, I do need to appeal to the public at this moment and let you all know we have only a few minutes left remaining for live stream. I want you all to thank Victoria for gifting you with whatever I could grace in terms of my knowledge that I learned from Michael Aquino, my theological education that I got the wrong way from the devil himself. But what I would also ask in return is that I not be hungry and homeless and left unclothed, and not only that,
please
Thursday.
Donate.
Thank you so much, honey. If you could say it for me, it's so much more effective. Please, dear lady, say it again. I can't hear it enough.
Yes. Oh yeah, I'm just apologizing because there obviously is somewhat of a lag on my end, but please do donate to Douglas Dietrich. There's no one like him in the world, and certainly not on the internet. No one has his knowledge, so I very much appreciate your time. And yeah, I think you said there's a new PayPal up right now, I believe.
Yes, it's on the screen. It's in the photograph.
It's going to the website.
It is? It's going to the website? Well, use the yellow button.
So please donate so that we can keep his private, the private Douglas.
Yeah, thank you.
The private Douglas Dietrich website, right.
Bless you, honey. Yes, we need to take care of that with a $30 installment to cover the renewal of my domain name. But the website is secure for another year. It's the domain name we're after. So use the yellow button let me take a look at my website and my own website, and I'll help figure this out for myself. It's the yellow button in the upper right-hand corner. Yes, that yellow donate button is what works, not the button in the middle that was set up as like a decoy button, because the poor young lady who set it up was deranged. But all that being said, poor dear lady, have no idea what her fate is at this point, but yes, the yellow button, upper right-hand corner, and need contributions through that to basically support myself. I'm trying to pay rent this month. That's about $930, so I do need to raise that aside from the $30 for the domain name securing. And we will, try to make that by the end of the month. We've had a person contribute 100, another contribute 30, and another contribute 30. So altogether, thanks to KP, Nolani Bouchard, and the one anonymous individual, and I'll obviously need about 9 times that. It's another 800, and I'll be set. So everybody, chip in what you can without putting yourselves out. And keep Victoria in your thoughts and prayers, and hope she gets employed. And of course, so how are you surviving? Just out of curiosity, you don't need to answer that, of course. If obviously your private business, just whatever you feel comfortable sharing. How are you surviving? How are you eating? I mean, paying your rent?
Well, I have a job. I have a job that pays quite well. It's not one that I enjoy. It's in sales, and I would much rather do something where I'm simply helping people, a more normal type of job, where I'm not chasing people down for appointment setting and whatnot. So it's good pay, it's good hourly, and I get commission. It's just not my favorite thing.
Well, I want everyone.
I'm still looking for other work.
Oh God! Well, I'll pray for you, and I hope everyone join me in prayer for Victoria. She finds something else, because I want people to understand, sales is the most difficult position to be in any work. Sales is nothing is more difficult and stressful than being in sales. I mean, there's a few things, yes, granted. Believe it or not, as far as I'm concerned, combat is not one of them. Sales is worse. It kills you. It kills you.
Well, I've
go on, honey.
Is it Bill Hicks who did the big rant on people who work in sales? Luckily, I'm not technically in sales. Like I said, I'm just giving people free estimates and free appointments and stuff like that. Coupons, but I'm not actually selling anything. So it's a lot easier. It takes a lot of pressure off of me, but it's still not something that's like, it still feels like sales to me. So it's not bad though. It's not bad. It's just being on my feet. So.
Wow. So you're literally standing up.
Donate to Douglas.
Oh, yeah, go on, honey. Say that again, please.
Yes, but it's fine. Please donate to Douglas. I dropped the PayPal there in the chat, so hopefully people will see it. It was a little fuzzy that I saw in the screenshot that I had, but hopefully it went over well.
Yes. Well, bless you, honey.
So,
say good morning to our listeners, please. Okay,
yes, I'm so sorry for the lag, Douglas.
No
That's
worries.
Awful over here.
No worries. You're out
in the... Have a wonderful morning, everyone. Blessings, and I'm up on the mountain, so I have quite a bit of lag up here. But I will get off of here so you can just bid everyone a good morning and a good day for everything. But thank you so much for answering my question. I really, really do appreciate it. And I'm going to have to re-listen to this because I was taking notes, but I'm going to have to take more notes, and I was flipping around a lot. Like, there was smoke coming off of my Bible in the best of ways.
Oh, I adore you. So, good morning. I love you.
Dear, and
yes.
Thank you, and much love.
Thank you. Stay safe and be well, Victoria.
Yes. I love you too, and I will talk to you soon.
Yes, we will.
Thank you. Okay. I'll talk to you soon.
Love you dearly, and we must meet sometime.
Right.
Okay,
Bye.
That's lovely, Victoria. Goddess bless her. Okay, dear Aristides, if you're conscious, do feel free to say good morning. And if he's not conscious, that's okay too. How about you, dear Ian West? If you're still with us, feel free to say good morning to our listeners. Okay, well, that poor lad, is living with adult supervision now. It must be hard. Okay, I asked our dear George Knight to drop back in and say good morning. I don't know if he's responsive. I hope he forgives me for going off like that, but like my biological father Adolf Hitler, I enter these trances, and it's at that point, it's beyond my control. At that point, well, the Peacock Angel takes power, and perhaps it's not so much myself that you heard, but the Peacock Angel, Tavush Malik. And with that, we say good morning to you all. I need your contributions to prevent myself from being thirsty, hungry, homeless, and unclothed. And I need them now. So please contribute, and everything you can that doesn't put yourself out. And by God, or Goddess, because God, of course, is agendered. God is God, not merely man or woman, but both, and neither in a sense. And at Victoria, I give her as in return her gesture of prayer hands, and of course this takes some time to get that up there, along with the little burning heart that I'll try and hit with all my heart. And instead of a crown, I guess what I'll give her is, oh yes, but of course, there we are. Okay, with that, we are ending stream. And my love unto all who support myself. If you want to present a contribution that again will prevent the son of Adolf Hitler, possessed as I am of MEMqədy, the Peacock Angel, from becoming homeless and hapless and hopeless and unclothed and thirsty and hungry to boot, please send what you can as soon as you can. I'll need every penny and beyond. Ideally, to support myself with supply runs, I'll need a few $100 beyond the $900 I'm asking for. We're going to try and raise $1,000 before the end of the month. Spread the word and ask others to contribute. Please. The least you can do for the man who's named the Antichrist. Okay, we've ended call. Now we're ending stream. Oh, I pressed the edit button by mistake. Jesus, cancel that. End stream.